Doomed to be canon fodder chapter 161 to chapter 244. Lin Xianxia's face alternated between green and white at his words. She opened her mouth but didn't say anything in the end. However, her eyes were already filled with tears. The servant girl she brought with her felt very sorry for her young miss, but she could only glare at her, not daring to say anything. However, the person she was glaring at was Xianxia. Xianxia coughed a few times. She felt extremely uncomfortable from being glared at. "Are you feeling unwell?" Longheng asked. Xiaoshi was even more shocked. Her mistress was pregnant. She was extremely delicate. "Mistress Xiao, are you alright? Is your stomach alright?" What the hell? What could make one more speechless than having an adorable servant girl by their side? Now that she mentioned it, everyone in the world would know what had happened to her. She was pregnant. A concubine had married in before the main wife and was pregnant with a concubine's child. This was a slap to the face. Lin Xianxia, who was preparing to marry into the prince's household, felt as if her face had been slapped. She finally couldn't sit still any longer. She stood up and angrily said, "Longheng, do you even put me, Lin Xianxia, in your eyes at all? At that time at Red Maple Mountain Villa, it's fine if you didn't ask about me, but you actually made me accept such a filthy thing before marrying into the family. You two, are really unreasonable." Pa, the table in front of her suddenly shattered into pieces. Longheng had actually smashed it into pieces. Although Xianxia was shocked, she still felt wronged. No matter what, she was still Longheng's concubine. How was it filthy to roll around together and have a child? Could it be that she wanted Longheng to keep his virginity for her? She had to be a virgin first, although the matter between her and that Luo Yunqing might have been forced by him. If she didn't provoke him and didn't care about him, why would that person not leave her? Xianxia still remembered that when she wanted to help Longheng, she desperately tried to stop her. Since things had gotten out of hand today, she wasn't afraid of losing face. She said, "Miss Lin, you must be joking. I'm the prince's concubine. If I have. How is this filthy? On the other hand, when you stopped me from saving Prince that day, you were saving someone else." After she finished speaking, she felt that such a harsh tone did not suit her style. Then, she leaned over Xiaoshi and pretended to cry with a handkerchief in her hand. Longheng's heart ached. He said coldly, "It's best that this king doesn't have the chance to speak of Miss Lin's dirty deeds." After saying that, he picked up Xianxia, who was pretending to be weak, and left the old madam's courtyard. Along the way, he was fuming with rage, wishing he could kill that woman. But all of a sudden, he saw the person in his arms blinking at him. She didn't look like she had been wronged at all. He couldn't help but find it funny. He said, "So you were pretending?" This concubine was sad, but I didn't have time to cry." Xianxia turned her face to the side, but a very cute smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The male lead wasn't angry. He wasn't angry because she was putting on an act. It seemed that he was just like what was written in the novel. He didn't like girls who were always bullied because they were too weak. He found her occasional rebellious behavior cute. He carried her back and then had to go to the military camp outside the city. He was a busy man. She couldn't be idle either. Because it was going to be the new year, she had to arrange these things. At the same time, she had a boyfriend and wanted to look good. These cotton-padded clothes were too bulky, so she wanted to make them look new. So, she made some thin cotton skirts and some outerwear. Because she had money, she found a tailor and asked them to help her make the clothes. Just as things were getting lively, Lin Xianxia unexpectedly came. She only brought her own maid with her. It was rare for her to come to Apricot Garden. Xianxia got off the bed and said with a smile, "Miss Lin, why did you come? Quickly sit. Servants, come and serve tea." "No need. I heard that it was lively here, so I came to take a look." "Are you making new clothes?" Her heart was in a mess because of that man who didn't know how to be gentle with women. How could she have time to make these things? She was also a girl. She also liked those beautiful pieces of cloth, but she didn't even dare to leave the prince's residence. Xianxia was also a tactless person. She felt that Miss Lin didn't have anything she wanted. How could she be interested in her little things, But how could she know that the clothes Longheng gave her were not ordinary pieces of cloth? Every piece was of high quality. In addition, he had been fighting outside for many years, so he had a lot of good things. For example, the cloth beside her had some fluff. If it was made into clothes in this season, it would be very warm even without the fluff. This kind of cloth was worth a lot of money in the capital, especially in the winter. If it was made into clothes, it would be very dignified. Lin Qianzi couldn't help but feel sad because Luo Yunqing only wanted to possess her. Ever since he came back and broke into the Lin residence, she was afraid of him and avoided him. However, he forced her to do that, and more than once. Every time, her body was covered in bruises and she had to carefully hide it in front of her family. In the end, she was still discovered by her mother. She felt that this matter couldn't be spread. She had to let Lin Qianzi go to the prince's residence to protect her first. In addition, she had to get along with Longheng and quickly get married. As long as she married into the prince's residence, that man wouldn't be able to do anything. Lin Qianzi was really scared, so she ran to Liu Guozhian's residence. However, she saw Longheng care so much for a concubine and give her things that she had never seen before. That was her husband, so she tightly clenched her fists and said, "No need, I'm just here for a walk. The old madam needs to rest and doesn't need me to serve her." She didn't expect that her words would be misunderstood by others. Those tailors who came to the residence didn't know that she was Longheng's fiancée, so they couldn't help but be rude to her when they spoke. Because she said that she was the one who served the old madam. Moreover, what kind of mistress would visit a concubine? The cause of the matter was the cloth with the fur. Bai Xianxia was ignorant and asked, "Won't it really not be cold without cotton?" "Oh, Mistress Xiao doesn't know about this cloth. It's woven with mink wool that was put in bit by the woman who weaved it. It's very precious." The tailor explained. "I heard that this kind of cloth is from outside the pass and doesn't exist in the pass. The prince is really considerate, but why didn't he give it to the old madam?" Men were really unfilial. Did they forget their own mother after having a beautiful woman? Lin Qianzi sneered when she thought of this. The female lead was just that outspoken. The female lead was just that straightforward and righteous. Unfortunately, she used it in the wrong place this time. The tailor laughed coldly and said, "It seems that this older sister only thinks that good things are suitable for the elderly? Although this kind of cloth is good, it's easy for the elderly to suffer from heart palpitations and shortness of breath because of the divine fire that often appears on the cloth." Divine fire was the local term for static electricity. There was a lot of scientific evidence behind it. On the other hand, the female lead was really angry to the point of choking. Because this older sister was what outsiders called the head maidservants in the residence. Lin Qianzi immediately stood up and looked coldly at Bai Xianxiu. She was the eldest daughter of the Lin family, the first wife's daughter. Since she was young, she was good at singing and dancing. Everyone who saw her would praise her. She didn't even have to ask for a marriage. Although she didn't agree, she knew that the women outside were jealous. Longheng didn't have a good reputation, but he was young and didn't have a reputation for being a playboy. Moreover, he had military power and was handsome. How many people didn't like this kind of man, but now, she was being ignored and treated like a servant girl. How could the people in the prince's mansion have such courage? It seemed like Luo Yunqing was right. This woman in front of her wasn't simple. She didn't believe it, but now she did. If it wasn't for her, would these people dare to say these things to her? Would they dare to treat her like a little servant girl? So Lin Qianzi was angry. She stood up and stared at Bai Xianxiu. "What do you want?" Bai Xianxiu knew that she misunderstood and hurriedly explained, "Miss Lin, don't misunderstand. These people aren't from the prince's mansion. No need to explain. I know you don't welcome me." After speaking, as if she had been wronged, she turned and ran away in tears. After Bai Xianxiu saw this, she felt a layer of cold sweat on her back. After all, Miss Lin was the future mistress of the prince's mansion. If people saw her run out crying, they would think too much. What kind of future mistress wanted to have a good relationship with the favored concubine, but was angered by the concubine and ran out of Apricot Garden crying? No matter what kind of news it was unfavorable to Bai Xianxiu. No matter how much the old madam and Longheng doted on her, she was still a concubine. Before she became the main wife, she would always side with Miss Lin. Although Miss Lin's reputation wasn't good, in ancient times, the difference between the first wife and concubine was very important. They cared more about the difference between master and slave. Concubines were slaves, while the wife was the master. As a servant, she was disrespectful to her master. She could be sentenced to exile or be beaten to death. Xianxia had made the same mistake when she was reading the novel. Now, she was still making the same mistake. What to do? If this matter were to spread, it would only do her more harm than good. She had to find a way to let everyone know that she was not to blame for this matter. Xianxia gritted her teeth. Since she pretended to be injured and ran away, then she would just faint. She had no choice. She ran a few steps and pretended to chase after her. In the end, she fell to the ground with a thud. The prince's mansion was immediately thrown into chaos. Everyone was busy looking for a doctor, decocting medicine, and making tonics. The female lead, Xianxia, directly ran out of the palace. Even her maidservant did not follow her. Of course, the guards of the palace did not stop her. After all, she was a guest. She ran to the main street alone and wandered about aimlessly. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of her. His appearance was very beautiful and pure. Even on the main street, he was very eye-catching. The most important thing was that he seemed to recognize her. He strangely asked, "Miss, I remember that you work at Red Maple Mountain Villa. Your maidservant called you on her, right?" "No, you've got the wrong person. I'm Miss Lin, right? Actually, I heard the prince say that in order to hide your identity, he called you on her. This one is Duan Yuning, a guest of the palace. Where are you going now? It should be very dangerous here. How about I send you back to the Lin family?" Duan Yuning finished speaking and coughed a few times. He did not seem like a scheming person. Xianxia was feeling sad. She felt like she had been abandoned by everyone. So she grabbed his hand and said, "I don't want to go home. I just want to go out and be alone. Is that all right? Then, can you go to where I live? Although it's a bit abrupt, it's very quiet there." Almost no one could see through Duan Yuning's disguise, including Xianxia. She believed in this man because he was very gentle and beautiful. He was like a little rabbit without any danger. The two of them chatted as they walked. Xianxia felt that she had never met such a gentle and cute man. He completely changed her impression of men. The two of them arrived at a very luxurious inn. Duan Yuning lived alone in a very elegant courtyard. Although it was close to winter, the scenery here was very beautiful. Xianxia felt her mood improve a lot. Duan Yuning was very talented and knew how to coax women. He even had people prepare a table of good food and wine. He seemed to be a very good listener. He listened to Xianxia complain about Long Heng's ruthlessness and the unfair treatment she encountered. Duan Yuning listened to her complaints and complained about the injustice for her. He even said that he would talk to Prince so that she could get fair treatment. It had been a long time since she had been treated so gently. Xianxia was a little drunk. She threw herself into his arms in a daze. Duan Yuning felt that since he couldn't make use of any of the women by the prince's side, he might as well try using Miss Lin. She'd said that their marriage couldn't be cancelled. If he could gain her help, then he'd be able to use her to kill Long Heng on the day of their wedding. Even if he couldn't use her, he could use this woman to attack Long Heng. Sometimes it was easier to kill people with a soft knife than with a real knife. Since she delivered herself to his door, wouldn't it be a pity if he didn't hug her? Duan Yuning was afraid that she would complain, so he smeared his lips with 3 days of drunkenness. Then Xianxia's simple hug and small kiss became unbearable. She took the initiative to take off her clothes and tangled with him. Duan Yuning sneered and carried her to the bed. He used the knowledge he had learned to serve Xianxia very well. She originally thought that in the matter between men and women, the man would get the pleasure and the woman would just bear it. But today, she realized that women could also be so comfortable. She didn't know if it was because she was drunk or something, but she was very open and her voice unconsciously became louder. Usually, after Luo Yunqing forced himself on her, she always endured it, so she always felt that it was a kind of torture. After that, Duan Yuning took her to take a bath. Then he blushed and sat to the side to apologize to her. I'm sorry, Miss Lin. You're too beautiful. I couldn't hold back and did this kind of thing. If you want to blame me, then kill me. Duan Yuning took the fruit knife from the table and handed it to Lin Xianxia. He knew that she was comfortable now, so how could he bear to do it? Lin Xianxia turned her face to the side and began to sob. Duan Yuning sneered in his heart. This woman was so happy just a moment ago, but now she's crying. If you don't do it, then I'll do it myself. Don't, Lin Xianxia sat up abruptly and pulled him back. Her face was red as she said, don't, let's pretend this never happened. She turned around and slowly put on her clothes. Then she got off the bed to leave. But Duan Yuning pulled her back and carefully said, can I go to the Lin mansion to ask for your hand in marriage? No, you can't do that. Long Heng won't let you off. Lin Xianxia finished speaking and sadly left. Long Heng would probably thank him for taking over this trash. Last night, he already knew that her virginity had been taken by another man. And that man must be a violent man. Just by looking at the marks on her back that haven't healed, he could guess that they had done it 2 days ago. Who could it be? Was it Luo Yunqing or Long Heng? He pretended to chase after her and escorted her all the way back to the prince's mansion. He even accidentally exposed himself to let Lin Xianxia know that he was escorting her back. But as he walked, he thought that he must do it with her again before she and Long Heng get married. On the day of the wedding, Long Heng's guard would be at its lowest. But he didn't know that Long Heng already knew that he was in contact with Lin Xianxia. He was on the way back to the prince's mansion. When he heard the news, he was holding a small exquisite hand warmer. This was a gift he brought back from the palace for Bai Xianxia. This was a gift from a foreign clan to the imperial concubines. It was said that it wouldn't burn your hand in the winter. As long as it was filled with hot water, it could be heated all day. He tried his best to get one for Bai Xianxia. Because her body was weak, she would shiver in the cold. Thinking of how she would look when she received the gift, he didn't know why but a smile appeared on his face. Go and tell this to that Jianghu man. Don't let him be cuckolded without knowing it. Sure enough, his heart had softened a lot. He actually used such a gentle method to deal with this matter. Otherwise, those 2 people would have been secretly killed by him long ago. However, he didn't have time to think about anything else. He just wanted to be with Bai Xianxia. But by the time they arrived at the prince's mansion, someone with a sore leg had already run to him to complain. When he heard that Bai Xianxia had fainted, he immediately went to Apricot Garden with a cold face. Unexpectedly, Bai Xianxia had already woken up. She was sitting and chatting with Hui'er. She sighed when they talked about the new year. However, Long Heng didn't like the sound of her sigh at all. His fiancé had bullied his woman, and had even run away crying. Then, she ran outside to sleep with another man and ran back. This woman was really cheap. But why did she talk to that scary plant when she was provoked? Could this plant not be allowed to stay? In the end, Hui'er was sensitive. After being glared at by Long Heng, it cried and shouted, he wants to kill me. I don't want to stay here anymore. Master, please take me away. Hui'er's sudden cry gave Bai Xianxia a fright. She instinctively shielded him, but Hui'er's thorns pierced her. Ah, it hurts so much. Bai Xianxia felt that her tears were about to fall like they were worthless. Her friend once said that women became delicate when they had boyfriends. She had never cried when she was stabbed in the past. Why are you protecting a dead thing? Did you stab it? Long Heng really didn't understand this woman sometimes. Why was she so nervous about a plant? Bai Xianxia shook her head. What if he got angry and destroyed Hui'er? How was she going to go home? But her reaction made Long Heng feel that she really treated this plant differently. But now wasn't the time to think about this. He frowned and said, I heard that you just fainted. Did she come to cause trouble? Bai Xianxia was stunned. She didn't expect Long Heng to really care about this. How should she put it? Ever since she switched identities with the female lead, she kind of believed that Long Heng really loved her. Although this man never said it, it could be seen from his actions. Because in the book, he treated the female lead like a treasure. In the beginning, he didn't know how to dote on her. He only knew how to be possessive and domineering. But later, he slowly changed, making people feel that he was indeed a good man. However, from the beginning to the end, until she transmigrated, she didn't see a man say a word to the female lead. But his actions showed how much he cared about her. Now, he was waiting for Xianxia to give him an answer. Xianxia also inexplicably had a bad idea. She nodded stiffly. Then, she felt like she had done something bad and turned her face to the side. But she didn't expect Longheng to think that she was sad. He said coldly, "Remember, you are this king's woman. No matter who it is, you don't have to be afraid." After saying that, he unexpectedly didn't stick to her. Instead, he turned around and strode away. Xianxia's heart was beating fast. In this situation, was she going to be moved to tears? The male lead really cared about her. He went out like this to avenge her, but how was he going to deal with the female lead, people with two halos like this? What would it be like when they fought? Who would have thought that Longheng wouldn't come back even after he'd left for the night? She felt a little uneasy. Ever since they'd started a relationship, Longheng had been spending almost every night at her place. She couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Who knew that not long after, she heard that there was a thief in the prince's residence. But the thief wasn't caught. Xianxia was actually a bit worried about the prince. When she heard the news, she didn't care if it was the middle of the night and rushed to the prince's courtyard. Because she was too anxious, she slipped and fell in the dark. Just when she was in so much pain that she didn't know how to stand up, someone reached under her ribs and lifted her up. Then, he held her in his arms. Xianxia's but sat in the crook of the other's arm. She reached out and wrapped her arms around the other's neck. She didn't know how to use her mouth, but she said, "You didn't go to catch the thief? You knew there was a thief and you still ran out?" She was worried about him. But it was already the middle of the night. She really ran so fast. However, Longheng was still very happy in his heart. He happily picked her up, ignoring the gazes of the people around them. How would I know?" Xianxia was a bit stubborn. But fortunately, the other party seemed to understand. "This king isn't weak enough to make a little girl like you worry. He was really happy today. He was the one who let the thief in. He just wanted him to see that woman. As long as they continued to pester each other, then his plan would succeed." Xianxia didn't say anything else. She obediently leaned against Longheng's neck and sniffed his familiar scent. She felt that there was nothing wrong with staying here like this. Although she didn't know what would happen to her in the modern world, such a man was really hard to find. Longheng really liked her dependence on him and happily carried her back to the room. Tonight, he was especially excited, almost to the point where Xianxia almost couldn't bear it. However, she didn't know why she liked it and let him do as he pleased. She talked to herself in her heart, he was her husband, so whatever he did to her was what he should do. Longheng had never seen such a cooperative Xianxia. In the past, every time he moved a few times, she would cry out in pain, and she would cry out until the end. But this time, her pandering made him feel unusually excited, and he impulsively took her a few times. At the beginning, she was indeed enduring, but later on, she seemed to be very happy. As a man who just had his fill, Longheng felt exceptionally blissful. He was a little like a young boy who'd just found out what it was like to be in love. He wanted to put everything in Xianxia's hands, and wanted nothing more than to hand over all of his money to her. Thus, Xianxia felt that she had really hit the jackpot. Tens of thousands of taels of silver were sent to her, and if Longheng had any big use for it, he would ask her for it. This wasn't any different from the feelings of modern women. She was very satisfied with such an honest and hard-working husband, and even had the idea of staying and chasing away the female lead. Even she was scared by this idea. Sure enough, when a woman had a lover, she would become abnormally greedy? Who cares? Since it had already reached this point, she wouldn't be a woman if she gave in, let alone a transmigrator. Xianxia was currently helping her master get up, and she clearly felt that her master's eyes were unusually sharp today. She was a lot more positive about yesterday's matter, because the rumors outside said that she was a favored concubine, and a very powerful one at that. Alright, let them talk, she didn't care about these things anymore. But what she didn't expect was that just as she felt that she was about to become the female lead, something happened. The servants were all saying that Longheng actually sent Miss Lin back to Minister Lin's residence. This wasn't strange, but what was strange was that he actually went to Lin's residence to propose marriage, and even personally prepared the betrothal gift, which was wrong. Why did he have to propose marriage to that woman in the blink of an eye when he was still so happy? Xianxia could not understand. She was angry, sad, and desperate. Almost all the emotions appeared in her mind in an instant. She didn't know what to do after hearing the news. She just stood in the courtyard and let the cold wind blow on her face. She didn't even realize that her cloak had slipped off. Sigh, it's really hard to fall in love. She was just about to have a big duel with the female lead to win over the male lead, but in the end, he was already going to send betrothal gifts. First Madam and Second Madam had heard the news and came to make trouble for her. They didn't expect that they would really suffer a blow. They were all stunned. Now that their objective was achieved, they left with smiles on their faces. However, when they turned around, they saw Li of Gojoseon standing behind them coldly. He didn't want to explain this to Xianxia because he felt that she should understand him. Because how could she not understand how he treated her? This king hates talkative women the most. Go and receive your punishment. If you do it again, pack up and get out of the mansion. First Madam and Second Madam were so scared that they trembled and walked away. Longheng's eyes were really frightening. They left with their tails between their legs, but Longheng looked at Xianxia again. She actually left without looking back. He frowned. Didn't she know that he didn't really want to marry that woman? He didn't want to explain. He only wanted to take revenge on those who had hurt Xianxia. Anyway, she was one of his people. It didn't matter if he explained it when he had time. Who knew that when Song Jiayue of the Song family heard the news, she was so angry that she flipped the table in front of her. She really didn't understand what Longheng was thinking. He was clearly ruining the woman who was sincere to him. She made the mansion's reputation so good, but in the end, she was heartlessly abandoned. Fine, fine, fine. He was heartless, but she couldn't bear to see her abandoned in that cold mansion. You say, come in. Yes, Yusei answered and ran in. When she saw the flipped table and the angry Song Jiayue, she knew that this matter was likely related to Madame Xiao. She had heard Song Jiayue say before that although Xianxia was known as Longheng's favored concubine, she was beautiful and charming. Her appearance was peerless and bewitching. But in reality, she was still pure. Longheng was just putting on an act for outsiders to see, or using her as a shield. At that time, she had felt very sorry for Xianxia. Such a woman was actually being ruined like this. Although her master liked her, he didn't even dare to say anything. Help me prepare some snacks. Wrap the stuffing made with heart and send it to her. He wasn't going to wait. If he waited any longer, he felt that he would go crazy. Ever since he had attended the Empress Dowager's funeral and tasted the vegetarian food she made, he had been thinking about it until now. But even now, he rarely ate. He felt that whatever he ate didn't have that kind of taste. But, what reason should I use? Just use your name to do it. Okay. As expected, Yusei had someone make the snacks. Actually, she also felt that it was strange. Why did he need to put heart stuffing in the snacks? But in order to do something good for her master, she naturally followed his orders and made the snacks. Then, she had someone send them to Xianxia. Xianxia was feeling gloomy. Was this the way things were supposed to be? She remembered that in the plot, they had gotten married after the new year, and then she was beaten to death. She didn't know why, but she was only a little angry. She didn't suspect Longheng's feelings. When she thought about it, her little wings were quite strong. She had forcefully separated the two of them from their path of love. But there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be together. Just as she was thinking, she heard that the Song estate had sent something over. Bring it in. Xianxia's thoughts were in a mess. She wanted to cry, but she felt that there was nothing to cry about. Not long after, the Song family's snacks were brought in by Xiaoshi. She explained that the snacks were made by Yusei and asked for her advice. Actually, Xianxia wasn't in the mood to give advice to others, but she still picked up a piece and slowly ate it. She was completely unaware that all the maids and nannies in Apricot Garden were very worried about her, afraid that she would do something stupid. Fortunately, the Song family sent someone over at this time, which distracted her. Unexpectedly, Xianxia, who was eating half of the snack, was stunned and didn't say a word for a long time. Her expression kept changing, and she seemed to be even more shocked than when she first learned that Prince was going to send the betrothal gifts. How could Xianxia not be shocked? She was so scared that she almost peed her pants. Okay, this snack was stuffing, and it was made with heart stuffing. This clearly meant that it was intentional. Moreover, it was sent by Yusei, and Yusei was Song Jiayue's most intimate person. The snacks she sent were clearly Song Jiayue's wishes. So, was he expressing that he had the heart to be with her? This was too scary, okay? Obviously, she had given up for a long time. She even gave her body and heart to the male lead, but he suddenly did this. Wasn't this scary? No, it must be a joke. Or was it really sent by Yusei and she didn't know the meaning behind it? What should she do? After being anxious for a while, she immediately made a decision and entered the kitchen. Longheng was still worried about how she would make a fuss, but she had already entered the kitchen. Could it be that she wanted to make some food to win him over? Longheng was very happy. He prepared the betrothal gifts while waiting for her to curry favor with him. Prince, take a look at this plank. Is it brushed gold or ordinary? Brushed gold. But it will take a long time. Think of a way yourself. Just make it look like brushed gold. Is there anything that looks like it? Is there anything that looks like it? This betrothal proposal made people speechless. But their master was everything, so they ran off to prepare. However, their master was not happy because after waiting for 4 to 6 hours, he did not see Xianxia come to find him. This matter was not right. He sent someone to find Yimama and found out that it was the Song family's servant who caused the trouble. She did not cook to curry favor with him. The man who was passionately in love was no longer calm. How could she ignore him when he was about to marry another woman? Although he hoped that she would understand, he wanted her to throw a tantrum or something. At least it would prove that she liked him. While he was sulking, old Madame also felt that something was wrong. She thought that her son must have thought too much when he proposed to Xianxia. It would not be good if she was too serious and hurt her eldest grandson, so she sent someone to comfort her. However, old Madame's comfort was definitely not the same as Longheng's. From the moment the servant sat down, she said that Longheng was very affectionate and would never treat her unfairly. Why was her status still the same as it was now? Even with the presence of the matriarch, it would be strange if it did not change. If Miss Lin married into the family, she might not be able to survive. Moreover, why would she tolerate her own husband marrying another woman? Fortunately, the old Madame's people were just going through the motions. No one would think that there was anything wrong with the prince marrying a wife. But Xianxia's mood was not good. Only now did she know that those concubines who wanted to become the official wife were thinking too much. This path had even fewer chances than an imperial concubine becoming the empress. Thinking about the heartless desserts that she had just given away, should she regret it? Just as she was feeling conflicted, a pair of hands hugged her. She immediately knew who the other party was. She didn't know why she threw a tantrum and shook him off. Go away. Longheng could hear the anger and impatience in her tone. He couldn't help but frown. Why didn't he hear that she would get angry when she made desserts for the little girl of the Song family? Or was it different when she was with the Song Jiayue? Thinking of this, he snorted coldly and said, "Then you should calm down." Longheng really wanted her to calm down. It would be the same if he explained everything after this matter was settled. In the end, unexpectedly, the betrothal gifts were not obstructed. The Lin family was very happy and directly agreed. How could they not agree? Miss Lin had things to do as soon as she returned to the Lin family residence. These days, the residence was more lively than before. All kinds of demons and monsters were attracted to him. Out of nowhere, her daughter had a teacher who taught calligraphy. His handsome appearance made all the young maidservants in the residence fall into a daze. Then, a female thief and a cat burglar appeared. Lin Xianxia was injured, but she didn't let anyone go over to check on her. Minister Lin also had a headache because of this. No matter how much he loved his daughter, he couldn't wait to marry her off. Just like this, the wedding was set on the 16th of the first month. It was actually a few days earlier than the story. After Xianxia heard the news, she was stunned for a long time. Obviously, she should be very confused, but her heart was unexpectedly calm. No, it should be said that there were so many things that she didn't know what to think. First of all, she couldn't stop Longheng from getting married. She had calmly analyzed the situation. In fact, she knew that the male lead wouldn't like the female lead, but she was still a bit worried. But what was the use of being too worried? The male lead should apologize for this kind of thing, right? But thinking about it, she felt very awkward. She actually had to watch her husband marry another woman. No matter how she thought about it, she felt very uncomfortable. If this was the modern world, it would be considered a boyfriend cheating on another woman. Should she snatch him back, or should she not admit that the marriage was arranged by her family? Sigh, and that Song Jiayue, she didn't feel anything when she was chasing him. Now that they had broken up, why did he have the heart to come back? Right, she still didn't know if he really had the heart to do it. If he didn't, it would be best. If he did, it would be a mess. After thinking about it, she stared at the cactus and ran to it to ask, Hua-er, can you contact your child? Can you know what happened to its master? Hua-er knew that its master had something to ask of it, so it was naturally very happy. It immediately contacted the other side. Soon, news came from the other side. The master over there is sitting alone. He is talking to himself, drinking wine, and eating snacks. What is he talking to himself about? No fillings, why? Haha, it's too late, it's still too late. She won't take me seriously anymore? And I. Damn, it was actually his idea. Who wouldn't be excited when someone liked them? Especially by Xianxia, who was an idiot in love. But it was useless to be excited. She had a boyfriend now. Although her boyfriend's relationship was still unclear, she didn't know what to do. But she knew one thing, and that was that she probably wouldn't have a good New Year. As if confirming her thoughts, old Madam asked her to go to the temple before the New Year to pray for her and Prince's blessings. In fact, she wanted her to hide from the limelight, so that she wouldn't be too sad or make a scene. Old Madam's decision was right. It was to let her calm down. But while she'd calmed down, Longheng had lost his temper. His good little wife had run off to the monastery, leaving him, a grown man, to guard an empty room in this courtyard. If he hadn't tasted that feeling, it would have been fine. But now, he had been very upset with her for the whole night. Unexpectedly, she was sent to the temple. He couldn't live like this. But he couldn't chase after her, so it seemed that he could only wait until the end of the year for her to come back. There were only a few more days, so it wasn't too difficult. Old Madam also called him over and told him that it was inconvenient for her now. She hoped that he wouldn't provoke her too much, lest she really lose control of her emotions. This made some sense. He wanted her to calm down. He hoped that after a while, when she came back, she would still treat him like before and not always be angry with him. But in the blink of an eye, someone came to make trouble for him. Song Jiayue walked into his study, a little drunk, with a faint anger on his face. Why did you think of coming here? Longheng felt very strange. What was wrong with his good friend today? Song Jiayue looked at Longheng, who was now sitting coldly at the side, and his heart was filled with displeasure. He'd already known before coming here that they'd finally forced that woman away. She said that she was going to recuperate in the temple. It was nothing more than driving her away after using her. He was afraid that she would never be able to return to this empty palace. But Longheng's expression was as cold as ice. He'd treated that person as a treasure that he couldn't touch, but he'd treated her like a blade of grass. How utterly disappointing. Longheng, do you know that during the Empress Dowager's funeral, she personally cooked in the cold shed for an entire day? Do you know how tiring that was? She didn't take any credit for it and pushed it all to the old madam. But think about what you did. You threw her into the temple and made her suffer. Then you married a beautiful wife and concubine and enjoyed the happiness of having multiple wives in the palace? Song Jiayue had drunk too much wine, so his words were a little extreme. However, Longheng finally realized that something was wrong. This friend of his was speaking up for Bai Xianxia, and his tone was sour. He only had a feeling before, but now he was sure. Song Jiayue, do you know what you are saying? Long Heng slammed the table and stood up. He looked at him angrily. Song Jiayue didn't back down at all. He said coldly, I know. Of course I know what I am saying. You are the one who doesn't know. I came today to wish you a happy marriage. As for her, I will not let go easily. Song Jiayue, Long Heng didn't say much. He reached out and hit him. The two of them had been fighting since they were young, and Song Jiayue was not a weakling. He didn't back down at all. These two masters were not easy to talk to, but their martial arts were high. When they fought, the sky fell and the earth cracked. They almost tore down the palace, but no one dared to stop them. They had no choice but to look for the old madam. The old madam was very sick and weak, so they asked two old nannies to come and comfort her. The old nannies were all sensible people. They immediately knelt on the ground. She cried and begged Long Heng and Song Jiayue not to make the old madam worry and to stop fighting. Long Heng was a filial child. He really stopped. But Song Jiayue was so anxious that he struck Long Heng's chest with his palm. Long Heng's chi and blood surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He sneered and said, don't even think about succeeding. Song Jiayue shook his hand, then turned around and said, Long Heng, Song Jiayue, never lie. Long Heng looked at his back and didn't move. Then, he said to the shadow guard, go and check if there's any contact between them. If Song Jiayue wanted to steal the girl from him, he could forget about it. But when did he start to have such thoughts? He had never been so flustered before. He didn't know what Bai Xianxia would do when she found out about this. Yes, she was his concubine. She couldn't get rid of this identity. But he couldn't stop her from having another person in her heart. If she had him in her heart, what should he do? He couldn't help but walk around in circles for a long time. Finally, he informed the old madam that Bai Xianxia was feeling unwell in the temple and that he was going to take a look. As for why he fought with Song Jiayue, he only said that it was because they hadn't practiced for a long time, so they couldn't stop fighting. That was why they fought so fiercely. The old madam also felt that it was impossible for Song Jiayue and Long Heng to fight. Besides, they didn't have a reason, so she believed that his explanation was correct. After comforting the old madam, she couldn't just watch Bai Xianxia be lonely in the temple. It wasn't good. In addition, she still had her eldest grandson, so she let the male lead go. After Long Heng finished dealing with Lin Qianzi's matter, he hurriedly chased after Yongning Temple. He was also depressed. Why didn't he go to other temples? Why did he go to Yongning Temple? He remembered that there was an old monk there who missed Bai Xianxia, so she was hurt and sent there. If she couldn't think about it and decided to become a monk, how could he reason with her? But as soon as he arrived at Yongning Temple, he was stunned. Bai Xianxia was missing. Xiaoshi, and Yimama were all there. After they talked about this, they quietly stayed in the room and didn't go out. But only one night passed. When they came the next day, she was gone. At this time, they were looking everywhere, but they couldn't find her. Long Heng's heart turned cold. He always felt that this matter was related to Song Jiayue. He asked the people who followed him to look for Bai Xianxia, and he rode a horse to look for her in the forest. But after searching for a day, he couldn't find a trace of her. In a hurry, he ran to the capital to look for the Song family. Bai Xianxia had already been kidnapped out of the house while they were in the middle of a heated argument. She lay in the car in a daze, feeling very depressed. Who was it that kidnapped her this time? This plot had gone so far off track that she couldn't even find the right tune. Just as she was struggling to escape, someone came in from outside. She hurriedly opened her eyes and pretended to be unconscious. The other party carried her into a room and put her on a bed without any quilt. Don't pretend when you're awake. Be careful, I'll do something you don't like. This ruffian tone was clearly Luo Yunqing. Bai Xianxia's mouth twitched. She suddenly sat up and frowned. She saw Luo Yunqing standing to the side, looking at her with his arms crossed. Why did you kidnap me? Bai Xianxia felt that this man was too daring. Besides, why did he kidnap her instead of pestering Miss Lin? After the new year, he's going to marry Lin Xianxia. Do you know? I know. If he can exchange her for you once, he can do it a second time. Otherwise, I really don't know what he can do. Bai Xianxia felt that this man's love was a bit perverted. Or it could be said that there was more hatred than love. Even when he mentioned Miss Lin, his eyes were not sweet. What on earth happened? Was this man a bit crazy? I have nothing to say. The charm of the female lead was here, and she, the supporting female lead, was always the one who was hurt. Actually, you're also a cute woman. Leave him as soon as possible, and you might still have a way out. Luo Yunqing smiled slightly, but suddenly looked outside the door. His eyes turned cold. Who is it? Boss Luo, do you know that the imperial court has been suppressing the Wuling people because of your actions? The voice was gentle, but it was not angry. Bai Xianxia had never heard such a pleasant male voice. She was curious to see this person. At the same time, her mind quickly recalled the plot of the novel, trying to find such a supporting male lead. But soon she knew who the other party was, because Luo Yunqing sneered. Does League Lord Yu also want to care about the Cloud Lake gang? Naturally, this she will naturally ask about any power that threatens the Wulin. Boss Luo, please stop, otherwise. As soon as he said this, a pale white figure floated in from outside. Bai Xianxia had already guessed who this person was when she heard the surname Yu. He was just a passerby in the novel. A man who stopped the supporting male lead, Luo Yunqing, from harming the martial arts world for his own personal affairs, seemed to have been dragged into this mess. After all, the League Master couldn't bear to see the martial arts world's people get hurt one after another. He was also a very powerful person. The text only mentioned that he was very beautiful, but his martial arts were also very strong. Just like now, when he entered, Luo Yunqing subconsciously took a step back. League Master Yu, are you threatening me? Chief Luo, please let go. You can't do anything that will harm the martial arts world for your own personal affairs. You want to stop me? I'm afraid it'll be a bit difficult. However, I'll consider it. Luo Yunqing didn't want to be taken advantage of. He stretched out his hand towards Bai Xianxia and said, let's go. Bai Xianxia glared at him. This League Master Yu in front of her didn't want anything to happen between the imperial court and the martial arts world, so he probably wouldn't do anything to her. With such a savior, why would she throw herself into the arms of her enemy, Luo Yunqing? Save me, League Master Yu. This little girl is a daughter of a good family. I was snatched away by him. He still wants to have me. He molested me. After saying this, she started to cry. Luo Yunqing was startled. He thought that in this kind of situation, a person would naturally choose someone they were more familiar with. However, she just had to ask Yu Kuang for help. Yu Kuang, on the other hand, frowned. His cold, fairy-like appearance was even more stunning. With a wave of his wide sleeves, he actually attacked Luo Yunqing. The Cloud Lake gang was very powerful in Jianghu, but it was an idle gang that wasn't managed by the League Master of the martial arts world. This time, he only came to restrain his actions because he angered the imperial court and implicated some martial artists. He didn't expect this person to actually kidnap a young girl and play with her. Yu Kuang hated this kind of people the most, so he didn't show any mercy. A few days ago, Luo Yunqing was injured in the Wangfu, so naturally he was not his opponent. In a moment of desperation, he grabbed Bai Xianxia, who was in a daze on the bed, thinking of a way to escape, and threw her to Yu Kuang. His original intention was to let her block this palm for him. Even if she died, it would be fine. When Yu Kuang saw that there was a person in the middle, he hurriedly withdrew his strength. The recoil of his inner strength caused him to suffer internal injuries. The palm he spat out hit Bai Xianxia's sternum. She felt a burst of suffocation and fell to the ground without being able to catch her breath. When she fainted, she was still thinking to herself, Luo Yunqing, how dare he use me as a shield? I'll teach him a lesson sooner or later. But now, she couldn't even move. Yu Kuang looked at the woman he knocked down and frowned. But he still reached out and carried her back to Mount Baiyun. Mount Baiyun was the #1 sect in the pugilistic world. The people in the sect mainly cultivated hard. He was the sect master and also the Wulin Alliance master, so he was busier. His status was also higher, so the room he stayed in was slightly more comfortable than others. But now, the one sleeping on the bed was by Xianxia, who was more seriously injured. Although she was awake, she didn't dare to move because her ribs were broken. A certain martial uncle in Mount Baiyun who knew medicine had already taken a look at her. It was said that she could walk in a few days. But now, she didn't even dare to move. That Yu Kuang was also strange. Obviously, he was the Alliance Master. Obviously, he was very busy, but he didn't even have a study room. He did all his work in his own room. Obviously, he was the Alliance Master, but he didn't have the treatment of an Alliance Master. However, he was very arrogant and talked about etiquette everywhere. Hey, Alliance Master Yu, may I ask, was there no female disciple here? She had no choice but to ask for help from Alliance Master Yu, who was handling some matters in the outer room. What's the matter? Yu Kuang didn't enter and only asked calmly. Alliance Master Yu, although thank you for saving me, can you consider sending me back to Beijing? At least she wouldn't have to be so aggrieved. Yes, but you can't be moved easily now. Yu Kuang's voice was unusually calm. She had no choice but to say, can you let a girl in? I want to use the toilet. She was so embarrassed. She felt like hitting her head against a tofu when she mentioned this in front of her Adonis. But the person outside calmly walked away. After a while, a strong female disciple really walked in. She didn't say anything and carried Bai Xianxia to the room at the side. Then, she let her sit on the toilet bowl and said, I'll help you. Hurry up, there are a lot of things to do outside. Bai Xianxia was nervous. She found a topic to talk about. That's strange. Why didn't Alliance Master Yu arrange a room for me to recuperate? At least I should go to a female disciple's room. That's only if there's a room. Baiyun Mountain is the largest sect in the pugilistic world. There are so many disciples who want to enter here that they can line up from the bottom of the mountain to the top. So other than the sect master's room, everyone else is squeezed together. There's no extra space for you to recuperate. The female disciple said proudly. Then, she helped her to the toilet and ran away. But Bai Xianxia was in so much pain that she kept twitching as she lay on the bed. Damn, martial artists were just that strong. Wasn't it really painful for her? After lying there for 2 whole days, she could finally walk. She felt that it was time to return to Beijing and didn't want to wait a moment longer. She knew that Yu Kuang had been staying in a small room outside. She wanted to ask him to let her go back to Beijing. He was busy during the day and it was difficult to find him at night. She gently knocked on the door. Then, she heard some movement inside, but no one opened the door. That was strange. Since Alliance Master Yu was here, why didn't he open the door for her? She thought about it and knocked again. There was still some noise inside, but no one opened the door. Did something happen? Bai Xianxia leaned on the door and listened. She heard muffled sounds coming from inside. It sounded like someone's mouth was covered. Could it be that Alliance Master Yu was kidnapped? How could that be? But she heard that something was wrong. She had to do something about it. Or maybe someone ate something wrong. Bai Xianxia pushed the door twice but didn't manage to open it. Then, she kicked it. She thought that she wouldn't be able to open the door. Who knew that the door would open after a long period of disrepair or for some other reason? However, the room was dark. Bai Xianxia swallowed her saliva and walked in. Using the moonlight that floated in, she saw a rather strange scene. Yu Kuang, Alliance Master Yu, was tied to the bed. Something was stuffed in his mouth. She hurriedly ran over and lit the oil lamp. Then, she removed the hemp seed from his mouth. She frowned and said, "What happened?" Once the thing in his mouth was removed, Yu Kuang, who looked like an immortal, asked weakly, "Sister, save me. He tied me up. What should I do?" Ah? What was going on? Who could tell her? Waiting online. Urgent. Sister's hand hurts. My hand hurts. Can you untie Shuer? Ah. Bai Xianxia felt that it wasn't good to let such a childlike man, who looked like Yu Kuang, be tied up. But the situation was too strange. She hesitated and slowly untied the rope. Obviously, her actions weren't rough. But the other party seemed to have suffered a great grievance and actually cried. Xianxia was speechless. Why was he crying all of a sudden? What was she supposed to do? It would have been fine if he was just an ordinary person, but he was the leader of a martial arts alliance, a very powerful person. She didn't dare to torture him anymore, so she untied him. She thought that he would thank her, but who knew that he would reach out and pull her into his arms? No, his entire body was in her arms. He said coquettishly, "Thank you, sister. You're a good person. Sister smells so good, just like my mother." Xianxia's status in this world seemed to have been upgraded. She went from being someone's concubine to someone suspected to be his mother. However, she wasn't used to having a grown man roll around in her arms, so she pushed his black head away. However, the head didn't want to go away. He forced his way in and said, "Sister, don't push Shuer away. I'm scared." Xianxia couldn't bear it. She frowned and said, "Your name is Shuer." "You Shu?" "Yes." "Sister, you're amazing. You even know Shuer's name. Then how is Yu Kuang related to you?" She felt that it was possible that they were twins. However, it was strange. Why hadn't she seen any other men in the past 2 or 3 days? She had a lot of questions, so she could only take one step at a time. "Don't mention that despicable person. He tied me to the bed and tortured me. Sister, you have to help me. Can you help me?" Yushu cried even harder after he said that. Xianxia immediately believed him and said, okay. But what do I have to help you with?" "I want to see the moon. I haven't seen the moon in a long time." This wasn't a big request. It was normal to see the moon. Xianxia nodded and reached out her hand, "Let's go. I'll take you to see the moon." It wasn't a big deal to take him to the window and see the moon. Yushu put his big hand on Xianxia's small hand and slowly got off the bed with her. However, he seemed to be very curious about walking. After a few steps, he laughed, kicked his legs, and shook his arms. He smiled at Xianxia and said, "Sister, I haven't walked for a long time. It's so strange." Xianxia was speechless. Even if there was something wrong with this kid's brain, he shouldn't have been tied to the bed for such a long time. Could it be that he had been tied to this small room all this time while she was here? Just thinking about it made him feel that the Wulin Alliance master was a bit perverted. In fact, there were also such things in reality. Parents would control some retarded children because of them. Sometimes, they would even tie them up with ropes because they were afraid they would cause trouble for these people. However, he didn't know that these children were actually looking forward to seeing something that they had never seen before. This League Lord Yu was in a high position. Perhaps he felt ashamed of this brother of his, so he locked him up and didn't let anyone see him. After she analyzed the situation, she brought Yushu to the window and opened it. The season wasn't right now, so it was a bit cold when the window was opened. However, Yushu looked unusually excited. He smiled like a child and even pulled Xianxia's hand and said, "Sister, the moon is so beautiful." "The moon is so beautiful." Yes, the moon is very beautiful. However, very few people notice it. In the modern era, everyone was very busy. It was difficult to even see the moon in the tall buildings. In the ancient era, everyone was still very busy. The men were busy fighting for power, while the women were busy scheming against each other. Even she had been thinking about how to save her life ever since she came here. She didn't even lift her head to look at such a beautiful moon. Today seemed to be the first time. She was actually a little excited. "I really want the moon. Sister, can you help me pluck it?" Sister isn't omnipotent. But I want it. Then I'll help you keep it for a while." Xianxia had no choice but to coax the child. She ran to the side and brought the basin used to wash the child's face. Then, she shone the shadow of the moon into the basin. "Wow, sister is so awesome. So awesome. The moon is in the basin. It's so beautiful." Just like that, Yushu, who liked the moon, actually crawled to the side and looked at it with a smile on his face. Although his face was the same as Yu Kuang's, his childlike appearance really made people feel sorry for him and like him at the same time. As if it touched the softest nerve of a woman, she reached out and smiled as she patted his head and said, "Look at it for a while longer if you like it." "Yes, sister is so nice." Yushu still had the thoughts of a child, so the way he expressed it was very simple. He raised his head and planted a kiss on Bai Xiangxiu's face. Bai Xiangxiu was stunned. If he was a child, it would be fine, but he looked like an adult man. Being kissed by him like that made her feel a little embarrassed. However, she thought that he wasn't very intelligent, so it was better not to think too much. He looked at the moon for a while and seemed to be sleepy. He yawned and rubbed his eyes. Should we go to sleep? Even if she pitied him, she couldn't take him away because she couldn't walk out of the room herself. Her injuries hadn't fully healed. She was afraid that something would happen between Yu Kuang and the imperial court. She was also afraid that if her identity was exposed, it would cause unnecessary trouble, so she didn't reveal her identity. She only said that she came from a wealthy family in the capital and that she was kidnapped by Luo Yunqing. Yu Kuang also promised to send her away, so she didn't think too much about it. It was better not to offend him now. First, she had to send his brother to a room, but he refused to go in no matter what. It was as if he was afraid of that room. If Bai Xiangxiu was too strict with him, he would start crying. She could only agree to his request and sleep on the same bed as him in fear of attracting outsiders. Anyway, he was just a child and wouldn't do anything to her. When Yushu heard that he could sleep with Bai Xiangxiu, he became excited again and jumped around on the bed. Accidentally, Bai Xiangxiu's hand brushed against the side of the bed and bled, but it quickly healed because the wound wasn't big. However, the blood dripped onto the bed. She decisively decided not to care about it because she was already weak because of this child. Go to sleep. If you don't sleep, elder sister will get angry. He was really too energetic. He jumped up and down at the slightest provocation. He wasn't a flea. Yushu really had been yelled at by her. Coupled with the fact that he had caused her injury, he knew that he was the one who had caused this trouble, so he obediently laid down next to her. He buried his head in her bosom and rubbed against her, saying, "Big sister, Shu'er will be good and go to sleep." "Shu'er is good." Bai Xiangxiu patted his head. Although the events of the night were unimaginable, she was so tired that she didn't have time to think too much about it. She didn't even dream the entire night. She didn't even feel the pain from her wound. However, she woke up quite early. When the rooster crowed, she woke up a little. Suddenly, she felt that her chest was a little heavy. Only then did she remember that there was a man sleeping beside her. Unexpectedly, when she opened her eyes, she happened to meet a pair of deep and serene eyes. They should have been calm and without ripples, but ripples appeared when he saw her. How strange, how very strange. The person who hugged her to sleep last night was indeed Yushu, because his clothes and appearance had not changed at all. But why did he seem like a different person this morning? His eyes and expression were clearly that of the Wulin Alliance's leader, Yu Kuang, who had saved her. What had happened? Did the two brothers switch in the middle of the night? Then wouldn't she be? She hurriedly covered her chest with the blanket and looked at Yu Kuang in panic. She asked tentatively, "Sure?" Yu Kuang was already standing on the floor. When he turned around, he saw a small pool of blood on the bed. His face finally showed a hint of panic. He buttoned up his shirt and said with his back facing the woman, "Name?" Bai Xiangxiu." "Yu Kuang, tell me your address. I will send someone to propose marriage." Wait a minute, what do you mean?" "No, why are you Yu Kuang?" "Then where is Yushu?" Bai Xiangxiu got off the bed and chased after him for a few steps. She seemed to have guessed something. After all, she lived in a modern world where all kinds of strange things existed, so this dual personality was not common. It was often seen on TV and in books. However, there was no mention of this in the novel. Even Yu Kuang was only mentioned in a few strokes, so how could there be any mention of his dual personality? In the end, she fell for it and was even proposed to. She could not answer him, so she chased after him and said, "Wait a minute, Yu Kuang, I can't marry you." Why did he propose marriage right after waking up? What kind of stimulation did he suffer? Obviously, he was abstinent. He proposed immediately after sleeping for a night. This was completely inconsistent with his calm expression. Yu Kuang was washing and wiping his face when he turned to look at Bai Xianxia. He frowned and said, I, Yu Kuang, have never been an irresponsible person. Since we will send the betrothal gifts tomorrow and get married before the new year. There are other things to do after the new year. Damn, do you have to be so straightforward? I said, have you asked for my opinion? Bai Xianxia put her hands on her hips. She was so angry that she raised her eyebrows and glared at him with her almond-shaped eyes. This was the first time she had played the role of a hag. Unfortunately, none of this was a threat to Yu Kuang. He said calmly, then it's settled. As for Yu Shu, if I hear you say anything to the outside world. He slowly placed his hand on the wash basin. The iron basin suddenly deformed and twisted out of shape. This was a blatant threat. What a terrifying feeling. Bai Xianxia cherished her life. She still wanted to stay alive and go home, therefore, he cleverly shut his mouth and watched as Yu Kuang walked out. She felt a deep sense of helplessness. She sat on the side and said speechlessly, how do I wash my face? But in her heart, she wondered if Lan Heng was worried about her now, and if he was looking for her. But right now, she really wanted to go back to the prince's residence, to Winter Garden, and to his side. At least, she wouldn't throw a tantrum. Instead, she would ask him what he was thinking. If he really wanted to marry Miss Lin and treat her as a simple plaything, then she would have to find a way to go back to the modern world. But the problem now was, how was she going to return to the capital? She walked to the bed and saw the few drops of blood on the bed. A man and a woman shared a bed, and there were a few drops of blood on the bed. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed like something had happened. What a tragedy. Her mouth twitched. No wonder Yu Kuang misunderstood. He had seen this. This was clearly the blood from her finger. It seemed like this dual personality didn't have any memories of each other. That was why he had tied himself to the bed and covered his mouth. However, how did he know when Yu Shu would appear? Since they didn't have any memories of each other, he shouldn't have known. Not to mention Bai Xianxia, Yu Kuang was also quite depressed. He didn't think that someone as simple as Yu Shu would do such a thing to a woman. Even if the woman had deliberately seduced him, he still needed to understand, right? But they had done it. Since he had done it, he had to admit it. He had no choice but to marry this wife. Other than martial arts and Jianghu matters, he had always been indifferent to relationships between men and women. He had never purposely pursued them. A few years ago, when he had just made his debut, there had been a few female heroes who had pursued him. But at that time, he had only cared about his martial arts and didn't care about them. In the end, when he wanted to get married, he found that there was no one by his side. Thus, he had put this matter aside. In any case, he was so busy all day long. How could he have the time to take care of his family? At this time, he had saved this unidentified woman and returned. In just 2 or 3 nights, that guy Yu Shu had slept with her. And he could tell that the woman was unwilling. It seemed that he had done something wrong. But no matter what he had done wrong, he had to wait a few nights to find out. Because it took a few nights of dreams to piece together the events of one night. But since he had taken advantage of her, he had to marry her. He was an orphan who had grown up in Baiyun Mountain. Under the guidance of his master, he had always done his best for the martial arts world. He had never had a home and didn't know what it felt like to have a home. But he was a responsible person. Since things had already happened, he should go to her house to ask for her hand in marriage, so, he left some instructions to the people of Baiyun Mountain. When he returned, he found Bai Xianxia, who was feeling depressed. She frowned when she saw him come in. She said, "Can you let me go back to the capital? We will set off tomorrow." Yu Kuang simply stated his purpose of meeting her. Then, he turned around and left. Bai Xianxia was happy. No matter why he had said they and not her, she was happy as long as she could return to the capital. At least, everything would be fine once she found Lan Heng and returned to the prince's residence. The next day, they really set off. She thought that Yu Shu would appear at night. But it was strange. Obviously, she heard that League Lord Yu had only gone to bed in the middle of the night. Although he still entered the small room, there was no strange movement like that day. How did she know? Because she quietly leaned against the door and listened. In the end, the other party said, "Rude. Go back. Bai Xianxia went back to sleep with her tail between her legs. She didn't think that Yushu would appear every day. She had a good night's sleep after she went back. However, Yu Kuang kept tossing and turning in bed. He kept dreaming. First of all, he dreamed that the woman treated Yushu very well. She patted his head and even took him to see the moon. Although he didn't like Yushu and didn't want to admit that he was him, he couldn't deny that he was him and he was him. Especially if he had a good impression of someone, he would definitely feel the same way. For example, even if it was just a dream, it was as if he had recovered some of his memories. He actually felt warmth. A trace of something that he had never felt before seemed to trickle through the bottom of his heart. The next morning, when he saw Bai Xianxia again, he felt that she was different from before. However, he forcibly suppressed the joy in his heart and let her enter the carriage. Bai Xianxia did not expect that Yu Kuang would personally send her back to the capital. However, seeing that there were some gifts in the carriage and that he was dressed like an ordinary merchant, she could not help but think that he was going to ask for her hand in marriage. She could not help but feel depressed. As she walked, she explained to the people outside, "League Lord Yu, pay attention to how you address me." Yu Kuang had a thin figure and looked completely different from Long Heng. Most importantly, Bai Xianxia was not afraid of him at all, so she did not take his words to heart. "Oh, Prince Yu, there are some things that you did not let me explain clearly. Actually, you misunderstood. We did not do anything that day, so you don't need to take responsibility." "Oh? That blood is from the wound on my hand. Look." Bai Xianxia stretched out her hand. The wound was still there. Yu Kuang took a look. There was indeed a wound there. Could it be that they really did not do anything and were just sleeping? This was something that Yushu would do. He just let out a sigh of relief, but in the blink of an eye, he frowned and said, "You and I have already had physical contact. This matter cannot be changed. I say, Prince Yu, I am actually someone else's concubine. Who are you going to ask for my hand in marriage?" "What?" Yu Kuang suddenly pulled the carriage and finally lifted the curtain to look at Bai Xianxia. This seemed to be the first time, causing Bai Xianxia to feel a little nervous. Yu Kuang's temperament was somewhat cold and handsome. His coldness was different from Long Heng's. Long Heng's coldness was dignified and had a murderous aura. There was also a trace of ruthlessness in his coldness, making people not dare to look at him directly. Yu Kuang, on the other hand, was the so-called cold and aloof. It was as if no one could enter his eyes, or as if he did not like to interact with people. This kind of alienation made people subconsciously stay away from him. It wasn't a good feeling to be stared at by someone who was supposed to push you far away. However, it was the first time that she could observe the handsome Bai Xianxia at such a close distance. Although she was from the Jianghu, she didn't have the ruffian aura of Luo Yunqing. Her eyes were very beautiful, like the legendary watery eyes. For a man to be born with such a pair of eyes, it was really asking for a woman's life. After looking at each other for a few seconds, Bai Xianxia felt that she couldn't take it anymore. Just as she was about to dodge, she realized that someone had already dodged before her. In an instant, she understood. Could it be that Yu Kuang was an abnormally shy person? Why did she feel that he was so flustered that he moved his eyes away? "I'll get that man to kick you out, and then I'll take you as my wife." Bai Xianxia was stunned. This man was indeed a man of the martial arts world. He didn't care too much about the views of the world. It had to be known that when a concubine left the house, they would either marry an old widower, go to a brothel, or spend their lives alone. There were very few people who didn't care about these things and wanted to take a wife. She was slightly moved and said, "What if that man and I really like each other?" She didn't know why, but when faced with such a serious person, she always wanted to tease him. Perhaps it was because she was too depressed after coming here that she had such thoughts. But thinking about it, she understood herself. If it was just Yu Kuang, she definitely wouldn't dare. However, he was Yushu, the big boy who could nestle in her arms and act coquettishly. So her control of her emotions was a bit off, and it was a bit difficult to correct it. Yu Kuang didn't say anything, but he shook the reins and continued to walk. The horse trotted, and they didn't say anything. Bai Xianxia didn't understand what he was thinking. She said that the two of them were in love, so why was he still walking? Moreover, his goal was still the capital. Forget it, she would take one step at a time. But suddenly, he stopped and whispered, "Lie down, don't come out." Bai Xianxia felt that this situation was a bit familiar. It seemed to be a common scene in television dramas. She obediently lay down, but still left herself a way out. As she lay down, she retreated. If the situation was urgent, she could kick the back of the carriage and jump out to save her life. She kept listening to the outside, but there was no sound. Suddenly, there was a sound above her head. She looked up and found a hidden weapon nailed to the top of her head. It was a prismatic weapon. Damn, it almost pierced her head. It felt so dangerous. Bai Xianxia was really a little scared. She trembled as she thought about how to escape. At this moment, a hand grabbed her collar and lifted her into an embrace. Then, there was a flash of white light. She saw a soft sword, and then it rushed straight into the forest. Obviously, Bai Xianxia didn't see anyone, but she still saw blood. Then, she fainted from the blood. Obviously, she was well protected, but she still almost lost her life. She felt dizzy and wanted to vomit, but she was being carried around and didn't have time to vomit. In the end, she could only choose to faint. Things in the martial arts world were really too dangerous. That was what she thought before she fainted. When she woke up, she found herself lying in a haystack. It was really cold in a world of ice and snow. When she got up, she saw a man sitting in front of her. Bai Xianxia sat up abruptly, but probably because she got up too quickly, she fell back down and her head hurt. Bang, she vomited blood. Bai Xianxia felt disgusted. She covered her mouth and retched a few times. Yu Kuang suddenly hit a few major acupoints, and then said, "I'm injured. Don't act rashly." Bai Xianxia grunted, and then closed her eyes to calm herself down. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that there was a very obvious handprint on Yu Kuang's back. It was obvious that someone had hurt him from behind. However, with Yu Kuang's ability, how could he leave his back to others? But if he was holding her in his arms, it would be different. Could it be that she caused him to be hit by this palm? She couldn't help but feel guilty. She got up and looked around. This was a deserted house where a hunter lived. It was getting dark, but there was no one around. She wanted to pull herself together. She gently coughed a few times and stood up, but then she heard a thud. Yu Kuang, who was using his martial arts, fell to the ground. Although he didn't vomit blood, his face was pale. No way, she wanted to pull herself together, but she didn't want to take a man with her to escape. But if she left him here, what if his enemies came again? Wouldn't he be dead? Bai Xianxia didn't know who those people who wanted to kill him were, but after all, they were hit by a palm in order to protect her. If they weren't carrying her, they wouldn't be so seriously injured. But how could she help him? She didn't know martial arts, so she couldn't help him use his martial arts. She could only take him to escape. In short, she couldn't stay in the same place. It was really dangerous here. Bai Xianxia made up her mind and reached out to pull Yu Kuang. But she didn't expect that this man, who looked delicate, was actually very heavy. She used all her strength, but only managed to pull him a few feet away. This won't do. Bai Xianxia sat on the ground and rested for a while. She felt that she didn't have the ability to pull him away. Suddenly, she noticed a plow on the side and suddenly had an idea. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There was some snow on the mountain path, so it wouldn't take much effort to pull him down the mountain. It was a good idea, but she pushed him onto the plow. Then she rested for a while, tied the rope, and dragged him down the mountain. Because she was afraid of being chased by her enemies, she went to a deserted place. "You can leave me behind." Yu Kuang's meridians were not smooth, so he couldn't circulate his energy. He was hit in the back and his blood was boiling, but he couldn't leave her behind, so he circulated his energy and ran for dozens of miles. Then he couldn't suppress the injury. That was why his meridians were damaged and he couldn't move freely. But he didn't expect that this woman didn't give up and run away, but pulled him along. The mountain path wasn't easy to walk on, so she had a hard time pulling him. He muttered a sentence in a daze, and then slowly fell asleep. No, he saw something else. There was a beautiful moon in the basin, and the woman in front of him was stroking his head with a beautiful smile, and her eyes were unusually gentle. "How could there be such a beautiful pair of eyes in this world?" he exclaimed. But when he opened his eyes again, this pair of eyes appeared in front of him, and his mouth felt cold. It was water. She was feeding him water, and there was a trace of gentleness and worry in her eyes. He reached out to grab her hand, but didn't know what to say. "Are you okay?" Why was he lying on the plow so restless? Sometimes he seemed to be laughing, sometimes he seemed to be crying, sometimes he seemed to be sad, and sometimes he seemed to be happy. Thinking that he had a high fever, she stopped to take a look, and got some water for him to drink. She didn't expect him to wake up. "Let's go." Although Yu Kuang's meridians were not smooth, it didn't mean that he lost his sixth senses, so he could feel the murderous aura around him, and let her go first. Who knew that Xianxia thought that he was chasing her, so she pulled the plow and continued walking without thinking. "I told you to go by yourself." This woman was really stubborn. She should escape by herself if there was danger. She didn't know any martial arts, and she wasn't a martial artist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More hidden weapons flew. Oh my God, there really was such a terrifying thing in this world. She had never experienced something like being hunted down in her life. She desperately pulled the plow and ran forward. It could be said that she was crawling and rolling forward. Yu Kuang grabbed a branch and used it to deflect the flying projectile. Otherwise, no matter how fast Xianxia ran, she would not be able to completely dodge it. Even so, she had exhausted all her strength. She was running too fast and panting too heavily. She couldn't see clearly. She lost her balance and rolled down the mountain. This one was so powerful that even Yu Kuang was brought down. They were almost hugging each other as they rolled down. They didn't know where they hit in the middle, but their whole bodies were very painful. After landing on the ground, she didn't yell. Instead, she reached out and pulled Yu Kuang, who couldn't move, to hide in a cave. She had casually glanced at this place when she was rolling down and thought that she would not be discovered. However, when she went down, she used a branch to prop up the grass and other things that were pressed down by her to cover up her tracks. Actually, she shouldn't have known this. This was probably because she liked to read novels and TV series, so she made this decision the moment she flipped down. Yu Kuang saw all this. He really couldn't imagine that a concubine would do such a thing. He couldn't imagine that a woman who didn't know any martial arts didn't throw him away. But now, it didn't mean that the danger was over. He secretly used his qi to open up the blocked blood vessels. In the end, because he was too anxious, blood rushed to his brain and he fainted. It was not a big deal that he fainted, but it was a different person. Xianxia was suddenly hugged when she was nervous. She was so scared that she almost bit her tongue. Fortunately, the other party immediately identified himself. "Sister, Shu or Mrs. Yu." Changed just like that. Didn't they have to wait until nighttime? When she looked up, it was already nighttime. She looked back at him and said, "Can we walk now?" Of course, of course. Shu'er can carry sister." Originally, Xianxia wanted to show off, but when she moved her leg, it hurt a lot. It seemed that she could only let him carry her. Yushu was very happy when he heard that he could carry sister. With a whoosh, he jumped up from the ground, carried her on his back, and ran. "No, no, you should go north. That's the direction of the capital." "Okay, sister." As expected, Yushu turned and headed in the direction of the capital. However, his movements were so fast that Xianxia gasped in surprise. It seemed that Yushu had some memories of Yu Kuang, but he didn't seem to understand them. As he walked, he said, "Sister, I can marry you after I carry you to the capital, right?" Shu'er is very happy. Shu'er wants to marry a wife. Xianxia was a little hurt from the tremors, but she still patted his head and said, "Do you know what a wife is?" "A wife is someone you can hug to sleep." Yushu thought for a while and said, "Well, it seems that's right." It seemed that Yushu was pure, but not stupid. She touched him and said, "Let's go." After this desperate escape, she began to admire herself. How could she have run so far in the first place? However, she should have been seriously injured. Her whole body hurt a lot. Yushu stayed in a vacant house in a farmer's house according to her instructions. He checked his body. Although he didn't have any serious injuries, he twisted his leg and had several abrasions on his back. There was basically no good place on his arms. They were either blue or purple. It was the same for his legs. It was difficult for him to even move after resting for a while. Sure, help sister get some water. Do you have any medicine on you? Yes, Sure has medicine. She didn't know whether it was because Yu Kuang had been practicing martial arts all year round or because she held him when he fell, but he didn't have any serious injuries. There were only a few abrasions. He went outside to find a well to get some water, then ran in to give it to Bai Xianxia. Of course, he also put the medicine on the table. Go out and guard. Don't let anyone in. You're not allowed to come in either. Sure, don't go out. It's so dark outside. It's so scary. Yushu acted like he was wronged, which made Bai Xiangxiao's mouth twitch. You're a man and the leader of Wulin. What are you afraid of? But his expression showed that he was very scared. You have to go out, but you don't have to go far. Just stand in front of the door. Oh. Yushu was very obedient. He really went out and stood in front of the door. He looked at the moon and the stars. He wanted to ask his sister inside to look at them too, but he remembered that she seemed to have told him not to look inside. He felt more and more strange. Why didn't she let him look? Right, it should be fine if he just took a look. Well, it should be fine if he just took a look. This farmhouse had been abandoned for a long time. The paper on the window was not so tight anymore. He just turned around and saw the situation inside. For a moment, he was stunned and couldn't even turn his head back. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yushu didn't see anything special. He only saw her shoulders and back. Bai Xiangxiu didn't even take off her doo-doo. She just wiped it with water and applied ointment. However, this was attractive enough for an adult man. Although Yushu didn't understand the meaning of attraction, he couldn't take his eyes off her. He wanted to look and hug her again. He slowly swallowed the water. Suddenly, he saw his sister turn around. He quickly turned his head to the moon. He used to like looking at it, but now he felt that it wasn't as beautiful as his sister's body. What should he do? Finally, Bai Xiangxiu said, "Okay, come in." She didn't know that he was peeking at her. She was still praising this child for being obedient. However, the child hugged her as soon as he came in. He sighed and said, "Sister is so soft. It's so comfortable." Comfortable? Come down and apply ointment. You're injured too. She couldn't stand for long because of her injured leg. She could only sit on the bed slowly. She tugged at his clothes and picked up the ointment. Yushu just stood there in a daze. It was as if he wasn't injured at all. Take off your clothes. Bai Xiangxiu said helplessly. She didn't know what this child was thinking. He just stared at her blankly. Yushu was amused when he heard this. He curled his lips and really started to take off his clothes. Even if he didn't understand, he vaguely felt that this was the right thing to do. However, Bai Xiangxiu was depressed. She just asked him to take off his shirt to apply ointment. Why did he take it off so quickly? In the blink of an eye, his upper body was naked. This was a blatant seduction. She originally thought that his lean body was also very attractive. Most importantly, there were a few scars on it. What should she do? It looked abnormally sexy. She blushed silently. She noticed that something was wrong because he was about to take off his pants. Bai Xiangxiu finally couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed his hand and said, "You don't have to take it off anymore. This is enough." It was completely enough. If he took it off anymore, she would collapse. "I'm injured," Yushu said in his purest voice, as if he was really hurt down there. You can't apply medicine even if you're injured. This was against her principles. She had a husband. Yushu looked at Bai Xiangxiu as if he had been wronged. In the end, she pulled his arm and spun him around. Then a gentle hand lit a fire on his back, and with each touch he shivered as if he had been scalded. This feeling was very strange, but also very comfortable. After Bai Xiangxiu finished applying the medicine, she looked at Yushu and found that his cheeks were already red. He looked like a little girl who had been bullied. She coughed lightly and silently turned her head to the side. This kind of expression and appearance really made people unable to give up, just like a puppy. It really made one's heart soften, it really made one like it. However, she knew that this kind of liking wasn't love. It was just that he had stirred up the maternal instincts in her body, which was why she had risked everything to save him at the most critical moment. Put on your clothes. Don't catch a cold. It was best not to travel at night and not to light a fire. They would rest here for a while and leave tomorrow morning. Hopefully, Yu Kuang would be able to come back by then. Now that she observed that the injuries on his body seemed to be almost healed, he should be able to take her to a place with people by then. It was just that this night would be sad. Bai Xianxia said to Yu Shu, lie on the bed and sleep first. She had to keep watch at night. What if those people came after them? No, I want to hug sister to sleep. Sister is soft. Yu Shu was not Yu Kuang. His trump card was to act cute. Bai Xianxia pushed him and said seriously, don't move. Go to sleep. Yu Shu ignored her and continued to act cute. Bai Xianxia had no choice but to lie beside him. He was injured and should rest more. Yu Shu was happy. He could hug his sister to sleep. The next morning, Yu Kuang was unhappy because he hugged that woman again. Originally, he thought that if she and her husband lived happily and peacefully, and he had nothing to do with her, he could let them be together without mentioning that matter. However, he did not expect to find them lying together in the morning. Their clothes were disheveled. This time, don't tell him that nothing happened. Sure enough, Bai Xianxia, who was awakened, recognized him at a glance. She immediately said, nothing happened between us yesterday. If there was anyone to blame, it was Yu Shu who was too naughty. He could only fall asleep when she was with him. She pressed her head. Yesterday, she also stayed awake until the latter half of the night. Later, she did not know how she fell asleep. Fortunately, no enemies came. Otherwise, they would have been assassinated. Yu Kuang noticed that she was injured and said, pack up. We'll set off and reach the capital as soon as possible. Okay. Bai Xianxia did not know what to pack. Anyway, they did not have anything to eat. They only had water to drink. She combed her hair with water. She thought that as long as she reached the capital, she would have to give it a try. Wasn't it just running? However, when she came out of the house, she was stunned. It was snowing heavily outside. Everything in front of her was white. It was really beautiful. In modern times, it was impossible to see such white snow and such a snowy scene. She stretched out her hand to catch the falling snow. She saw that it was really beautiful, just like a picture in a book. Nature was really amazing. It could actually create such a picturesque shape. It's so beautiful. But what she didn't know was that she was now a beauty, and a rare beauty at that. Even though she was a little embarrassed, she was exceptionally dazzling in the heavy snow. Yes. What? Bai Xianxia heard someone behind her agree. She turned around and asked. However, the other party did not answer. His eyes were fixed on the floating snow. Oh, so he also thought that the snow was beautiful. Can we go now? Yes. Sorry. Just as she was about to ask him how he was going to offend her, she was held in his arms. While she was stunned, the other party suddenly rushed toward the snowy mountain at a very fast speed. Now, Bai Xianxia finally knew what to prepare. She felt that the cold wind was very painful as it blew against her face. Also, her white hair was blown into a mess again. This method of rushing was really a little rough, but she had to admit that it was very fast. She also noticed that there was such a thing as walking on snow without leaving a trace in this world. After they passed by, there were indeed no footprints behind them. There were only traces of being blown away. It was similar to the smoke left behind by a plane. It was really beautiful. If she had time, she would let Longheng hug her and play with her like this. However, she thought that he would definitely not do this because he might be afraid of scaring her. They were about to reach the capital. He was about to marry the female lead. In fact, she felt that this period of time had been quite good. At least, she did not have time to think about that matter. However, she would have to face it when she returned. Thinking of this, she actually had an impulse to run away. However, that was a matter for the future. What she was thinking about now was when she could get her feet on the ground. Being mentioned again and again like this really made people speechless. She wanted to vomit, but she couldn't. She wanted to faint, but she couldn't. Even if she wanted him to stop and rest, she couldn't even open her mouth. She was really suffering. Bai Xianxia only felt that the cigarette rings kept spinning in her eyes, making her dizzy. All of a sudden, a white figure flashed past his side. She only felt that it was a little familiar, but she didn't think about whether it was someone she knew because her head was about to explode. However, the other party suddenly stopped and then chased after her. Thief, put her down. This voice, could it be Song Jiayue's supporting male lead song, Savior, come and stop him? However, she didn't expect that Yu Kuang would run even faster after hearing this. He couldn't run anymore. If he ran any further, he would run past the capital. Bai Xianxia didn't care about anything else. She reached out and pinched his arm or butt, reminding him to stay. However, the place she pinched was the man's waist. Yu Kuang was running. How could he not be stopped when someone suddenly pinched his waist? He took a light breath and stood still. He frowned and looked at Bai Xianxia, not understanding what she meant. Song Jiayue caught up with them as soon as they stopped. Although he saw that the man didn't seem to be a great villain, he wanted to pull the person into his embrace when he met her gaze. Therefore, he didn't think too much and threw a punch. Let her go. You. Who are you? Yu Kuang lightly dodged and grabbed Bai Xianxia's waist. He turned around and started fighting with Song Jiayue. Bai Xianxia almost flipped the table. If you want to fight, just fight. Why do you have to drag me along? Stop it. She finally couldn't help but roar, causing the two men's ears to ring. While they were staring at this beautiful woman, they saw her break free from Yu Kuang's arm, kneel on the side and retch. Song Jiayue only felt a heavy blow to his heart. His body swayed and he took a step back. He said in surprise, You are, what's wrong with that? He shook me so much that I almost threw up last night's dinner. Bai Xianxia rolled her eyes at Yu Kuang. She saw that his face was neither red nor white, and he still had a profound look on his face. Song Jiayue finally let out a sigh of relief. He walked over to help her up and said, I've finally found you. Who was it that took you out of the manor? It's that guy called Luo Yunqing. She wanted to give her hand to Song Jiayue, but who knew that her hand would be slapped away? Friend, please have some self-respect. This woman is this one's fiancée. Yu Kuang said without any trace of politeness. He guessed that the man in front of him might be Bai Xianxia's husband. He looked good, and his martial arts were good, but seeing them acting so familiar in front of him, he felt uncomfortable. When Song Jiayue was startled. He believed that Bai Xianxia was not that kind of woman, but this man didn't seem like the kind of person who would speak nonsense. How would I know when? Bai Xianxia glanced at Yu Kuang. She didn't understand why he would say this. However, Yu Kuang blocked her with his arm and said, Seeing that you are also a martial artist, we can duel. If I win, she will belong to me. How about it? What, why should I belong to you? But before she could finish speaking, her mute acupoint was hit. Song Jiayue clenched his fist and said coldly, Young master, we are not people who can make decisions for her, so please hand her over. I will take her to a safe place. But if you are related to Luo Yunqing, then don't blame me for being impolite. I am not related to Luo Yunqing at all. Don't you want her? If you want her, then you have to fight me. Jianghu people's solution was simple, and Yu Kuang couldn't stand this man's gaze. Song Jiayue glanced at Bai Xianxia, who was glaring at him from behind. She even opened her arms and waved them back and forth, indicating that she didn't want him to agree to this man's request. He couldn't help but smile and say, Don't worry, I will guarantee your safety. Bai Xianxia rolled her eyes. He wasn't Luo Yunqing. She wouldn't feel unsafe by his side, okay, but this man was impulsive, and the two of them actually began to fight. She was isolated by a palm, and couldn't even see who it was. She didn't dare to rush up and get beaten up. She felt that if she really went up, she would definitely be sent flying. And the two people fighting were even more frightened. One of them had not fully integrated his bloodline yet, and the other's martial arts were not as good as his. There were many reasons for this. They fought to a draw. In the end, they felt that there was no point in continuing the fight, so they both stopped. Bai Xianxia looked at the two of them, and finally picked up a branch and wrote on the ground, "Song Jiayue is not my husband. Don't cause trouble." Below, she wrote, "He is my savior. Prince Song, don't hurt him." She finally explained it clearly. She blinked and glanced at Yu Kuang, meaning that he could unseal her acupoints now. Yu Kuang reached out and tapped her body. Finally, she could speak. "Prince Song, this is Prince Yu. He saved me from Luo Yunqing and is currently escorting me back to the capital." Song Jiayue glanced at Prince Yu and sneered, "Oh? How could I let Alliance head Yu Kuang personally escort you? How about this one take over? Please go back and do your work." Yu Kuang said indifferently, "If you aren't her husband, then who are you to her?" "The person I'm looking for is her husband." "Why are you looking for her husband?" Song Jiayue felt that this person's intention was not to hand Bai Xianxia over to her husband. As expected, he heard him continue, "Ask her for her hand in marriage. I want to take her as my wife." Song Jiayue said sternly, "Shut up." This was something he dreamed of, but it was said so easily. How could his anger dissipate? Bai Xianxia had never seen Song Jiayue throw such a big huaer. She couldn't help but tremble in fear. Sure enough, a man was a man. No matter how good his temper was, once he became violent, it was quite scary. Thinking about it, she couldn't blame him. This Yu Kuang's words were too infuriating. "Prince Yu, I already said that I have a husband. My husband and I are very close. He won't agree to marry me to you. So, thank you for bringing me here. You should go deal with your own matters." She reached out her hand to let him go, but Yu Kuang glanced at her. She felt like she was being glared at by an abandoned puppy. She couldn't help but touch her head. She felt that there was no way to chase him away. However, Song Jiayue took the opportunity to pull her to his side. However, as if he had been scalded, he quickly let go of her hand. "This one is a friend of this lady's husband. This time, I came out to find her. Thank you, Alliance Head Yu, for saving my life. However, I believe that the dignified Wulin Alliance head won't force a woman to repay your kindness with her body, right?" Although Song Jiayue's words were respectful, they were also a warning. Of course, he meant to remind Yu Kuang of his identity. Bai Xianxia also felt that if she continued to tangle with Yu Kuang like this, who knew what would happen sooner or later. Most importantly, he wasn't the supporting male lead, so she didn't understand him at all. She was under his control at every turn. Thus, she spoke up for Song Jiayue and advised him, "Moreover, aren't you being chased by your enemies right now? If you bring me along, it won't be easy to deal with them. Why don't you take care of your own matters first?" Yu Kuang's gaze softened a bit. His enemies were indeed not easy to deal with. Moreover, they were all assassins who didn't care about their lives. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Then tell me your address. I'll come find you later." The capital's North Gate Song family. Song Jiayue reported his family's name without hesitation. However, Yu Kuang clearly didn't believe him. His eyes were still staring at Bai Xianxia. Bai Xianxia was afraid that he would go to the Wang Fu, so she repeated, "The capital's North Gate Song family," then she glanced guiltily at Song Jiayue. "If anything happened, please don't blame her, the Song family." Yu Kuang naturally knew what kind of people they were. In the capital, there was always an official in charge of the Wulin, and that person seemed to be from the Song family. It seemed that this Luo Yunqing was indeed making enemies for the Wulin. He couldn't continue to be tolerated. Yu Kuang wasn't like Yu Shu. His feelings for Bai Xianxia weren't deep. Or rather, it was because they were the same body that he insisted on proposing marriage. However, there were matters at hand, so he had to take care of them first. Thus, he turned and bid farewell to Bai Xianxia. However, he quickly regretted it. After only a few nights, when all the memories came flooding back, he felt that in this world, the only person who could look at Yu Shu without any disdain was probably her. Moreover, it seemed that he would never be able to repay what she had done for him. Of course, this was a story for another day. Right now, Song Jiayue suddenly felt a little nervous being alone with the person he'd been thinking about for a long time. He saw that her foot was injured and her clothes were in tatters, so he said, "There's a small inn up ahead. Can you make it there?" This person was no longer Yu Kwang. Because she suddenly thought of the stuffing in her heart, she was a little flustered and immediately nodded, indicating that she could do it. But as soon as he took a step forward, he realized that his foot was already numb and painful. It didn't belong to him. Tears almost fell out of her eyes. She felt that her leg must be crippled. Song Jiayue felt a little relieved because she couldn't let go of the fact that Yu Kwang had hugged her. Now that he thought about it, it was only right for her to be carried if her legs were crippled. However, he didn't dare to do so. He just walked over and said, "Why don't I help you walk?" Bai Xianxia had no choice. She couldn't just stand there all the time. Besides, she couldn't stand, and the wound on her back hurt. So she nodded and squeezed out a smile. Song Jiayue didn't pay attention to this. He was too excited. He slowly walked over and held her small hand. Although her body was a little dirty, it still couldn't hide her beauty. Especially when she leaned on his body, that kind of weakness made him want to take good care of her. It wasn't that Song Jiayue hadn't hugged a woman before, but he had never hugged a woman as soft as Bai Xianxia. That slender waist and that flirtatious figure really made every man's heart beat abnormally. Along the way, his heart didn't stop beating. He always felt that as long as she made a move, he would very likely do something irreversible. But she did. Her legs went soft and she fell down. He hurriedly picked her up and held her in his arms. "Are you okay?" Thank you. But, put me down." Why did she feel that there was nothing wrong with Yu Kwang hugging her, but there was a big problem with him hugging her? Song Jiayue didn't put her down. He just looked ahead and deliberately pressed her head against his chest. Then he said in a very calm voice, "Dessert, why is it unintentional?" She knew that he would ask sooner or later, but in such an ambiguous situation, she couldn't hide even if she wanted to. What should she do? She was also confused for a moment. She almost blurted out, "Back then, weren't you also unintentional?" Song Jiayue immediately said, "Back then, it was because of your identity, so who knew that she would become more and more attractive to him later, and he always regretted it. Now, I still have that identity, and Prince, and it was already that, so she couldn't say this. She only said, he and I are very good." "Okay, are you going to marry that Miss Lin soon?" Song Jiayue felt a wave of anger for no reason. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have come here personally. Thinking back to the day when Longheng came to find him in private and found out that Bai Xianxia was missing, he was really anxious. He had never been so anxious before. So he immediately came to find her without thinking. He didn't expect to really meet her. However, he was very clear about the reason. Because Longheng was going to marry a wife, he was afraid that Miss Lin would be upset, so he sent this so-called favored concubine away. Bai Xianxia was speechless for a moment because she was angry because of this. There was no other way. Who told her to fall in love with that man? But he was very good to her, and at the same time, he was arranging to marry another woman. Although he might not really like Miss Lin, as a modern person, she couldn't accept this kind of thing. So she wanted to escape. She wanted to return to the palace, to Winter Garden, to the modern world. Song Jiayue felt her hand tighten on his clothes. He couldn't help but blame himself for bringing this up. "Okay, don't think too much about it. Let's find a place to rest first." This person's entire body was covered in injuries. They should find a place to get a doctor to take a look. Just as Song Jiayue said, there really was a small town in front of him. They checked into the 2 largest rooms in the small inn. Then they found a doctor and a nurse to thoroughly examine Bai Xianxia. It was said that there weren't any major problems. As long as she rested in bed, she would recover quickly. The other injuries were only superficial and would heal in a few days. Song Jiayue was relieved. He felt that Bai Xianxia was really willing to be injured. At this time, he heard the nurse say, "Young master, the scars on your madam's back are really frightening. How did a girl get them?" She was just curious. No matter how she looked at it, Bai Xianxia looked like a girl from the boudoir. How could anyone leave such a serious injury on her body? Song Jiayue's heart ached. He bitterly smiled and said, "That was my fault." The nurse saw his appearance and didn't dare to ask further. She left the medicine, took the consultation fee, and left. Song Jiayue finally returned to the room to look at Bai Xianxia. If possible, he really wanted to take this woman and disappear from the capital. But he couldn't. He still had the Song family. That was his responsibility. But this didn't mean that he would lose her. She was just a concubine. If Long Heng really didn't like her, as long as he asked, he should agree, right? The title of being a favored concubine would be forgotten in 2 years. At that time, as long as he took her into the palace, no one would care about it. Bai Xianxia was sleeping very soundly, probably because she had been tormented badly. Song Jiayue sat in front of the bed, but she didn't feel anything. Her hands were under her cheeks, her breathing was light, and her hair was scattered around her face. She looked a little innocent and a little sexy. He gently reached out and brushed her hair back, but that tender and white neck pierced his eyes. She was really beautiful, especially after she wiped her face clean, which made her even more stunning. He subconsciously reached out and touched her neck. It was smooth and delicate. It was so comfortable that he couldn't move his hand away. In the end, he slowly lowered his head and kissed her slightly open mouth. It was soft and had a hint of medicinal fragrance. He had only wanted to taste it lightly, but who knew that as soon as he touched it, he couldn't control his wildly beating heart. From a light taste to a careful taste, he sucked on those soft moist lips. His mind was blank, and he couldn't think of anything else. He gently turned her body and pressed his whole body against hers. He kissed her passionately. Bai Xianxia felt very uncomfortable being pressed down in her sleep, and even breathing was a little difficult. She woke up abruptly, feeling that her lips were being molested and her body was being violated. Bai Xianxia fiercely bit down, and then raised her leg to protect her chastity. This series of actions caused Song Jiayue to abruptly wake up with a start. He painfully sat up on the bed, only to discover that he'd already done this much. She was lying there with half her clothes undone, and her lips seemed to be slightly swollen. Her fragrant shoulder was completely exposed. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Song Jiayue felt that he was a beast. He stood up and walked out. When he returned to his room, he asked someone to light the fire and take a cold shower, but he couldn't calm himself down. It wasn't like he hadn't done that kind of thing before, so why couldn't he control himself? They were both women, but why were there so many differences? Why did she attract him so much? The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't understand. But even in his dreams, it was her. And in his dreams, she was so gentle, and he gave up on what he wanted to do, and did those comfortable things with her. Sure enough, doing it with her was the most comfortable. However, one would eventually wake up from the dream. When one woke up from the dream, one would feel powerless and sorrowful. He had to get her. After all, Long Heng might not treat her as a person. With this thought in mind, Song Jiayue sat up. He could not hand her over for the time being. However, Bai Xianxia had to agree first. Yes, she had feelings for him, but it wasn't good to show it now. Then he had to try his best to make her fall in love with him again. Thinking of this, he washed up and personally went downstairs to bring breakfast up. Bai Xianxia was still very concerned about what had happened yesterday, so her whole body stiffened when she saw him. Song Jiayue brought breakfast in as if nothing had happened and said, "How about eating together?" "Alright, I'm so nervous." The corners of Bai Xianxia's mouth twitched as she watched him arrange the things. What was the purpose of this three good men style? Obviously, he was already very gentle, and now he was acting like this. He was simply chasing after a girl. Yes, he was clearly chasing after her. Bai Xianxia sat down silently and said, "You actually eat porridge." A bowl of hot porridge was placed in front of her. Bai Xianxia had no choice but to eat and drink the porridge without saying anything. Finally, after breakfast, she was about to mention returning to the capital, but Song Jiayue was already ready to leave. However, before leaving, her room was sent a number of sets of clothes, all of which were unusually gorgeous and suitable for her. Bai Xianxia liked them very much, but why did she have a feeling that she was doing something bad behind Long Heng's back? She couldn't just casually give away things that a man bought for her. Although she was indeed in a sorry state, it was enough to just give her one set of clothes. There was something wrong with giving her so many sets. It was fine if he gave her clothes, but he gave her jewelry, and it was especially expensive. There was also a special dragon phoenix hairpin, so he must have some other intentions, right? I can't accept this. If you give it to older sister, you say, she will definitely be very happy. Xianxia tactfully refused and gently pushed the hairpin back. Yusei is only a servant. How could she dare to accept such a gift? Song Jiayue stubbornly placed the hairpin in her hand and then said with a smile, I've always kept the things you gave me, and I often take them out to use. He was talking about the bookmark, and he really did carry it with him. As he spoke, he took it out and twirled it in his hand, saying, if I knew that he would treat you like this, I would have taken you to the Song residence. Xianxia seriously looked at Song Jiayue. The supporting male lead was a good supporting male lead, and the man was indeed a good man, but even if he took her back, she would only be a concubine. With her status, if she wasn't married, she might be able to become a wife, but she was already someone's concubine. There was no way she could become a wife. In ancient times, favoring a concubine and neglecting a wife was a big crime. The man would be beaten with a plank and jailed. Why does Prince Song want to take me to the Song residence? Concubine? Xianxia admitted that she had never been so angry before. She couldn't be blamed. She was already at odds with Long Heng and didn't want to be a concubine. Suddenly, a man came and wanted to take her to be a concubine. Wasn't this insulting her? No, of course not. I really have feelings for you. After I take you back, I will take you as my wife. In the future, we will be together for a long time and never be separated again, okay? Song Jiayue excitedly took her hand to express his sincerity. This sentence was a bit familiar. She remembered that in the novel, when Song Jiayue eloped with the female lead, there was also this sentence. Life was really wonderful. Why was she the one hearing this sentence now? Take me as your wife. It was probably because of this sentence that she decided to choose him to save her after coming here. It was because he respected women and didn't see them as playthings. So, at that time, the female lead was Long Heng's wife, but if she was divorced, her reputation wouldn't be much better. And he still wanted to take that kind of woman as his wife. This kind of thought was very precious. I'm afraid that the Song family won't agree. I'm afraid that no one in this world will allow this kind of thing to happen. So, why try something that you know will fail? Xianxia seriously stood in front of Song Jiayue. She raised her head and looked directly at him, proving that she was very rational right now. Song Jiayue didn't think that a woman could be so calm. Under normal circumstances, if he expressed his love like this, she wouldn't look at him with such calm eyes. Don't worry about it. I will take care of it. A concubine didn't need a letter of divorce. She only needed a sentence from Long Heng. As long as he drove her out of the palace, he could go and propose marriage. Of course, she was right. There were many things that he needed to pay attention to before proposing marriage. For example, the Song family was his biggest obstacle. Although the Song family was not as powerful as the prince's household, they were still a family with a strong foundation. Although they had separated from the family, no one would be willing to accept a woman who was not from a good family and had even been a concubine. When the time came, it would be a huge battle that even he did not have the confidence to win. So she was right. He really needed to tidy himself up before he could accept her into the family. It's too difficult, whether it's you or me. Since we know it's impossible, why continue? It's fine if it's unintentional. So Prince Song, we should both calm down. After Xianxia finished speaking, she turned her head to the side and said, let's go back to the capital. If she stayed, there would definitely be trouble. If he could molest her once, there might be a second or third time. If she stayed, she was afraid that she would really make Long Heng a cuckold. Song Jiayue reached out to grab her and said, no, if you go back to his side, that person will only hurt you. So stay. Song Jiayue. A ruthless voice suddenly sounded, as if it had exploded in their ears. Xianxia hurriedly shook off her hand and took a few steps back. Immediately after, a large hand reached out from behind her and pulled her into an embrace. It was tight and domineering with a strong sense of possessiveness. This was the reaction that the male lead should have. But why did he use it on her and not the female lead? Although she was a little happy, she was also a little worried. The direction of this story was completely different from the book. What should she do? However, one thing was certain. She had to return to the prince's household. Song Jiayue moved very quickly. He reached out and waved his sleeve towards Long Heng, wanting to snatch her away. Who knew that Long Heng would move even faster? The dagger in his hand stabbed towards Song Jiayue. He didn't show any mercy this time. Song Jiayue barely dodged the attack. However, something unexpected happened. Song Jiayue's shirt was cut open, and a bookmark floated out from his chest. He hurriedly went to grab it, and Song Jiayue also went to grab it. However, he didn't expect that Long Heng's internal energy could be released and withdrawn freely. He actually managed to stick the bookmark in his hand. He couldn't be more familiar with this bookmark because he had one himself. Very good, it turned out that they were already related. She had always thought that only Song Jiayue was in love with her, but who would have thought that she was also interested in this person? It was no wonder that the matter of the autumn courtyard did not involve anyone else but Song Jiayue. Furthermore, the two of them had stayed outside for half a day. He stared at Xianxia with his cold eyes. She was so scared that she trembled. She felt that the so-called torturous love story in the novel was about to begin. Reality proved that her premonition was very accurate, because the male lead suddenly hugged her tightly and pulled her into his embrace. His actions were abnormally rough, and could be said to be ruthless. Xianxia groaned in pain from his embrace. Although she wasn't injured, she still felt the so-called danger. It seemed that when a man was domineering, he wasn't very popular. She really didn't understand why so many girls liked domineering men. Look, he hurt a woman so easily. She wrinkled her brows. She felt that she shouldn't learn from the female lead and struggle while shouting for him to let go of her. In any case, he was hugging her, and he was still her man. She could endure it for a while. However, he didn't expect her to be so obedient even though she knew that she was in the wrong. Could it be that there was something else? Thinking of this, he didn't hug her as hard as before. However, his attitude was still unyielding. He turned around to take her away, but the bookmark in his hand had already been shattered by his internal energy. Song Jiayue clenched his fists and said, "Long Heng, you're too domineering. She's not your thing, she's just a woman. Do you know what a woman wants?" Long Heng didn't even turn his head as he said, "I don't need to know, because she's this king's woman." Song Jiayue finally realized that he wasn't in the right position. He didn't even have the right to take her away. Seeing them disappear, he chased after them to the window. In the end, he saw that there were many people outside. Although they were dressed in civilian clothes, he could tell that they were well-trained soldiers. He actually privately mobilized the army to search for her. It seemed that he didn't care. Or, did he care about his reputation? Song Jiayue sneered. If that was the case, he would elope with her regardless of the consequences. This time, Long Heng really brought her to Liu Guozhian's residence. However, he didn't put her in Apricot Garden, nor did he let her return to Winter Garden. Instead, he locked her in a small room in his courtyard. He didn't even let her out of the room. "Prince, why are you locking me up? I really don't have anything to do with Prince Song. It's just that. From today onwards, you can only stay here. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Otherwise, don't blame this king for being impolite." He really was cold. However, when the female lead lost her temper or went to find another man, he would turn back and abuse her. He even cared about her. This man was really awkward and stiff when it came to love. She sighed softly. She didn't say anything as she sat on the bed. She let him do whatever he wanted. However, this made Long Heng even angrier. He walked around in front of her and said, "Fine, you don't care about this king, right? You want to fool around with that Song Jiayue. How long are you going to hide this from this king? Do you want me to?" Suddenly, he felt the warmth of another person on his lips. It was warm and sweet, and it seemed to shatter his ice-cold heart in an instant. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to kiss Long Heng. He had been lonely for a few days and had been jealous for half a day. In the end, everything was ruined by this kiss. He hugged her tightly and rolled onto the small bed on the side. Obviously, the bed was very small. However, they had already done what needed to be done. The space was enough. However, Princely had been wronged. Although he was refreshed when he left, he obviously didn't sleep well. However, after he left, the door to the small room was slammed shut. This was still the rhythm of abuse, but Xianxia was also open-minded. In any case, after coming back, she was destined to be suppressed and unable to get out of bed for 3 days. It was better to lie here and have a good rest. Recently, the old madam had also been much better. She had already taken over the family's affairs. As for where she went, Longheng only said that it was too difficult to bring people back to recuperate in the temple. However, he didn't feel at ease, so it wasn't inappropriate to arrange for her to stay in his courtyard. In fact, the old madam also felt that it was strange. It was fine to let people come back to recuperate, but why didn't they let people from her side see her? Longheng also had a countermeasure. He only said that some of his enemies had recently become restless. He was afraid that they would make a move on his descendants, so he secretly protected them. Although Bai Xianxia stayed in the small room, she knew everything. This was because Longheng couldn't hide any secrets from her. However, he was very stubborn. He didn't allow her to go out, and he didn't allow Song Jiayue to come to the prince's mansion again. He also found out a bit about the matters between them. It was nothing more than what was said on the surface. Something like giving a bookmark because of gratitude, meeting because of the gift, etc. Longheng didn't believe all of this, but Bai Xianxia had told him everything except her true feelings, so he couldn't detect anything. Of course, she couldn't mention that she had taken a knife for Song Jiayue. Longheng only believed half of it, and said coldly to her, not to mention that he can't say it, even if he did, you have to stay in the palace obediently, and don't think about going out for the rest of your life. I don't expect to go out. Bai Xianxia said helplessly, blinking her big eyes, with a look that said, let's see what you can do to me. Longheng immediately lost his temper. Why was it that every time he was angry, his anger would disappear when he saw her expression? Obviously, he shouldn't believe her, but he couldn't help but persuade himself that she wasn't that kind of person, and he was just thinking too much. On one hand, he forced himself to doubt her, but on the other hand, he really wanted to believe her. So he became a little conflicted. When he was angry, he wanted to find trouble with her, but he always met with a soft nail. When the time came, he fell into a gentle land, and couldn't bear to scold her anymore. Even if she wanted to go out for a walk, she only needed to poke him in bed, and he would immediately agree. After a few days of imprisonment, she was only in name. She was indeed grounded in name, but she would come out every day to get some fresh air. When she had enough, she would obediently go back, and he would accompany her the whole time. But just as he was about to let her go, a depressing thing happened again. A strange man could enter the palace without being discovered by the guards or even the secret guards. He didn't know how long he stayed in the palace, but he finally came to Bai Xianxia's room. At this time, Bai Xianxia was playing chess and drinking tea with Longheng. When she saw this person, the teacup fell to the ground. Because Longheng was sitting in front of her, she tilted her head to look at him with uncertainty, afraid that she had seen wrongly. But she obviously didn't see wrongly, this person was indeed Yu Kuang. Why did he come to the prince's mansion? Why was he able to find this place? Most importantly, why did he seem to hate Longheng so much? Bai Xianxia couldn't react. Her eyes widened as she watched Longheng stand up and ask coldly, you are? Yu Kuang, are you Li of Gojoseon? At this time, Yu Kuang politely closed the door and looked at Longheng as if he wanted to have a secret conversation. His aura was not inferior at all. Yu Kuang, League Lord Yu? May I know what brings you here? Longheng looked at him calmly. Although he didn't show it, he was actually standing in front of Bai Xianxia. If he had any strange movements, he would think of a way to make her leave first. Because he could see very clearly that this man came for the woman behind him. As expected, Yu Kuang pointed at Bai Xianxia behind Longheng and said, she should be your concubine, right? Yes. Not your wife. No, but what does this have to do with League Lord Yu? Longheng's body turned into a block of ice, causing the entire room to be filled with cold air. Yu Kuang was still warm and didn't back down at all. He only said, if she isn't, can you give her to me? Chi, a hidden force attacked. Yu Kuang swung his head and dodged the hidden weapon. As if ignoring Long Heng, he said, you seem to have more than one concubine. Giving one to me won't make any difference. But I owe her, so I promised to marry her. Marry her? Long Heng clenched his fist and then coldly snorted, the dignified Wulin alliance leader, can't you find a wife? Bai Xianxia secretly swallowed her saliva. This was bad. Song Jiayue's matter hadn't been solved, and now another Wulin alliance leader came. Moreover, it was a man with schizophrenia. Fortunately, it was Yu Kuang. If it was Yu Shu, he would have directly snatched her away. The dignified Li of Gojosian, can't you find a woman? If you really can't find one, I can find a few beauties and send them in. I only want her. Yu Kuang said very seriously. With his fairy-like face, he said these words that would move many women. She really didn't know whether to praise him or tell him not to talk nonsense. However, Bai Xianxia was still somewhat moved. Because in ancient times, there weren't many men who could say such words. Other than Yu Kuang's abstinence, it was probably because he really wasn't a lecherous person. However, her gaze was seen by Long Heng. He couldn't help but become angry and coldly said, get out. Otherwise, don't blame this king for being impolite. When he said impolite, he had already made his move. Yu Kuang's martial arts were not inferior to his. When the two of them started fighting, danger was everywhere. Bai Xianxia didn't expect this man to be so hot-blooded and start fighting. Moreover, it was obvious that he didn't want to disturb others. Although they were only fighting in the room. Yu Kuang didn't make a sound because he was afraid of disturbing people outside. But why did Long Heng do this? After thinking about it, Bai Xianxia understood. Long Heng was actually afraid that this matter would spread and ruin her reputation. Whether or not it was as she guessed, she was still very moved. Stop, Prince. Actually, when I was caught by Luo Yunqing, it was Li Glorju who saved me. The benefactor I mentioned before was him. Long Heng didn't stop, but Yu Kuang said, it's not benefactor. I said that I would marry you. But I didn't promise you. So, Prince, Li Glorju is just a little, Bai Xianxia. Yu Kuang was probably afraid that she would say that he had two personalities, so he shouted softly. Long Heng listened and felt very uncomfortable. He said sternly, she is this king's woman. You have no right to tell her what to do. Yu Kuang said, she must become my wife. The reason why he was so insistent was that he remembered everything that happened between Yu Shu and Bai Xianxia, including seeing her shoulder and her injured back. Of course, the most important thing was her gentleness and her care. Yu Shu was very attached to her, and this feeling was also transmitted to him. But when he finished dealing with everything and went to Song Jiayue to find her, he found out that she wasn't Song Jiayue's concubine. He also found out about Bai Xianxia from his conversation with the servant girl. It turned out that she was Li of Gojosian's concubine. But it was a little difficult to find her. He could only hide in the mansion and listen to the conversations of the servants before he finally found her. It turned out that she was locked up by Li of Gojosian. People of Jianghu didn't care whose concubine she was or whose woman she was. As long as they wanted it, they could get it. Moreover, he originally wanted to negotiate, but he didn't expect that Li of Gojosian wouldn't let her go. He finally remembered that he came to negotiate, so he added, if you give her to me, then you can state your conditions. If it's suitable, I can help you. Long Heng sneered and said, Li Glorju, I just want you to get out of the mansion. Yu Kuang frowned. It seemed that it was really as Bai Xianxia said. They loved each other? Translator, Naiweibo Studio Editor, Naiweibo Studio. Yu Kuang was a little naive when it came to relationships, but that didn't mean he was stupid. Seeing that it would be disadvantageous for her if he continued to cause trouble, he suddenly stopped and said, then I'll take my leave first. I'll come and take her away after you get married. There was no hurry. After all, he was going to marry a princess after the new year. When the time came, he could think of taking her away like Song Jiayue. Long Heng felt extremely depressed when he heard this. Why is my marriage so fraught with danger? The new bride hadn't even married into the family yet, and everyone was already thinking of taking the old man away. Previously, Song Jiayue had spoken to him confidently, and now this Wulin Alliance master had spoken again. Moreover, they were all using the position of the first wife as bait. Were they bullying him because he couldn't afford it? Fine, fine. He would show them that he was Li of Gojoseon's woman. No one should even think of touching her. He abruptly turned his head and looked at Bai Xianxia. He reached out and pulled at her collar as he said, "I'll tell you everything." Oh? He walked over to her side step by step, making Bai Xianxia very nervous. She kept backing away as she said, "Your Highness, let's talk things over properly." "Sure. This king will listen to your explanation in bed. We can sit down and talk. There's no need to go to bed. There's really no need." Bai Xianxia now had a wish, and that was to ask all the authors not to write jokes about her being unable to get out of bed for 3 days. Wasn't that too torturous? If they really wanted to make a good person unable to get out of bed for 3 days, the process would be really torturous. In the face of such torture, she would confess whatever was asked. Even if someone asked her who her first crush was, she would answer without hesitation. Long Heng finally realized when women were the most honest. No, when Bai Xianxia was the most honest. He only needed to hit her a few times, and she would immediately say whatever was asked. "Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. He's that kind of person." League Lord Yu was extremely apologetic. She really couldn't resist this kind of interrogation and was about to break down. "This king promises you. Don't be distracted. Don't think about other men, you're the one who asked." The battle continued. Bai Xianxia couldn't help but pinch Long Heng's shoulder. She deeply felt that this man was really terrifying. Especially when they were doing this kind of thing, they didn't let them rest at all, not even for a minute, but they didn't. Time passed quickly. Finally, a few days before the new year, she was released. Now that the atmosphere of the new year was full, but she was a national treasure. Her eyes were dark and she didn't even need to apply eyeshadow. Even walking was weak and had to be supported by others. Xiaoshi hadn't seen her master for a long time. Suddenly seeing her, she couldn't help but frown. "Didn't the prince say that he would take you to recuperate? Why are you getting worse?" "Haha, how is that recuperating?" It was clearly trying to make the fake become real. The people outside were all very busy. Xiaoshi and a group of women knew that their mistress was pregnant, so they deliberately avoided places with a lot of people. But Bai Xianxia still noticed a very familiar figure among the people hanging the lanterns. She was startled and took a closer look. The other party also turned around and smiled at her. Then he continued hanging the lanterns. Bai Xianxia's heart couldn't help but complain. Why was the dignified Wulin Alliance leader wearing the guard uniform of the prince's mansion and hanging the lanterns there? Moreover, he looked like he didn't belong to her. There was something fishy about this. No, there was something fishy about this. But she didn't have the strength to do anything. She could only watch him continue hanging the lanterns. It was only when Xiaoshi pulled her that he continued to walk forward. Alas, what should she do now? If Long Heng knew, he would definitely go crazy. But she had no other choice. She could only watch as another powerful guard appeared in the mansion. He was indeed very powerful. He was the Wulin Alliance leader. How are the guards in our mansion selected? How did he have the ability to sneak in? A old maid on the side said, "Most of the guards in the prince's mansion are selected by friends. Then they can enter after passing the selection. Don't they need a clean family background?" If they needed a clean family background, how did he get in? Well, we're not very clear about the matters in the front yard. Li of Gojoseon's mansion was a strict place. The affairs in the front yard and the backyard almost never interfered with each other. Therefore, it was understandable that they weren't very clear about it. Bai Xianxia went to see Madame Dowager first. Madame Dowager's health was much better. When she saw her, Madame Dowager anxiously asked about her physical condition. She also called the doctor over and even said that she would invite the imperial doctor to come and observe after a while. Bai Xianxia was scared to death. They had called the doctor in the mansion and there was no problem at all. However, the doctor outside was in trouble. Wasn't this the rhythm of her being exposed? No, she must find a way to make Long Heng miscarry this child. Otherwise, she would be exposed if she continued to hold on. This new year was not a good one for Bai Xianxia. First, there was the matter of the new guards that had not been resolved. Then, there was the matter of a suspected pregnancy that needed to be dealt with. What should she do? When Long Hing came back, Bai Xianxia grabbed him and mysteriously pulled him to the side. She whispered, "Prince, I think it's time to miscarry this child." Long Hung was almost teased by her serious appearance and laughed. However, he still kept a straight face and said, "Mother's health is still not good. Let's wait a little longer. If we wait any longer, it will be exposed." She gestured at her belly, looking unusually lively. Long Hung touched her face and then subconsciously touched her belly. He smiled and said, "It won't be wrong to rest for a few more days. Perhaps, this place will soon be pregnant." No, definitely not. She did not want to be pregnant. When the time came, she would not even be able to go home. She would be a concubine here for the rest of her life. She did not want to be a mistress in someone else's marriage. And? It was definitely a threatening tone. She twitched the corner of her mouth and said, "Then it will be very soon." That's right. Long Hing held her and put on an act for everyone to see. On New Year's Eve, he had to accompany the old madam. She was left alone in the room. Facing the Hua air, she suddenly felt that the room was very quiet. She missed home so much. Every New Year, when she returned home, she would be asked all sorts of questions by her parents and relatives if she had a boyfriend. She also had to eat dumplings, meat, and delicious food every day. It was so fat and greasy that it was annoying. But now, she felt that those things were really a kind of happiness. It was a pity that she could no longer participate in them. As for New Year's here, other than eating lunch with the two concubines at noon, there were no other activities at all. A concubine was a concubine. She did not even have the right to eat with the old madam. Just as she was faintly depressed, a figure was reflected in front of the window. Slender, like a fairy in the night. His clothes fluttered in the wind, making people not dare to look directly at him. For a moment, Bai Xianxia was stunned. She was stunned by the beautiful scenery in front of her and couldn't react for a long time. Don't you have anyone to spend the New Year with?" "I don't have anyone either." Yu Kuang sat outside the window and didn't come in. The two of them talked through the window. Hua Er also joined in. It had a good impression of Yu Kuang and liked his voice. Thus, the three of them had an inexplicable conversation. "What's the New Year?" Hua Er asked. "It's just a holiday," Bai Xianxia answered Hua Er in a low voice. "It's just a holiday." Yu Kuang's hearing was very good. He could hear her whispering. Yeah. Were his ears a dog's? They were too sensitive. But it's very noisy. Pa. Hua Er complained about the firecrackers. Because it was the New Year, every house set off a lot of firecrackers. The noise was very loud, and the fire lit up the night sky very brightly. Even through the window, it could be seen. Yeah, it's very noisy. But it's very beautiful. Even during the New Year, Baiyun Mountain is very quiet. Even though there were a lot of people, it was very quiet at night. It was the first time he had spent such a noisy New Year. "Do you think it's beautiful?" "I thought you wouldn't like it." "Sure will like it, right?" Halfway through, she remembered that Yu Kuang didn't like Yushu. Yushu is my twin brother, but he passed away when he was 5 years old. After that, I felt that he would appear at night and do things that I didn't like. Things that you didn't like? For example, secretly playing with the senior brothers and sisters of Baiyun Mountain, or doing some embarrassing things. The thing about having an affair was that he would drag other children to play with him. He would pester them and play with them in all kinds of ways. This was completely different from his original personality. It was similar to Yushu. He's your brother. Why do you have to treat him like that? In fact, Bai Xianxia had guessed that Yushu wasn't a ghost. It was just Yu Kuang's second personality because he couldn't accept his brother's death. However, he was a little cruel to Yushu's brother. Unexpectedly, Yu Kuang chuckled and said, "Do you really think there are ghosts in this world? That's why I think that the Yushu who only on the night of the full moon." He couldn't explain it, but he was very sure of it. No matter who he is very cute. You don't have to treat him as a burden. This was Bai Xianxiao's first time chatting with him in such a peaceful manner. Unfortunately, Yu Kuang suddenly disappeared before they could continue their conversation. He didn't even say a word before he left. Hey! Where are you going? She opened the window and saw a cold-faced man. She laughed dryly. Aren't you accompanying old madam for the new year? Why are you here? Longheng ignored her completely. He pushed her head back into the window and stared at the spot where Yu Shu had disappeared. If he wasn't mistaken, there seemed to be a figure flying across the night sky. That shouldn't be his illusion. That person was a master. There was only one master who wanted to get close to Bai Xianxiao. It was Yu Kuang, the leader of Wulin. Honestly, when he heard Song Jiayue speak his mind, he was only shocked and angry. But when he faced the League Lord Yu, he felt danger. Baiyun Mountain's status in Jianghu was like Mount Tai. They had a lot of people and were righteous. Most importantly, Yu Kuang had a high reputation in both Jianghu and among the people. In a sense, he was a strong opponent. If he was serious about Bai Xianxiao, it would be difficult to deal with him. He looked at Bai Xianxiao, who was curled up inside. She looked a little flustered. When she saw him, she even took a step back. It was obvious that she felt guilty. But her eyes were very clear. There was no desire in them. The servants had all gone to celebrate the new year. There weren't many people left in the courtyard. He walked in and raised his eyebrows. Do you want to say it now, or do you want to say it on the bed? It's the new year, and we still have to keep watch. Let's just say it here. Bai Xianxiao swallowed. He's here to give me a New Year's greeting. Haha, he really did come. Longheng rapped his knuckles on the table and suddenly stood up. He walked over to Bai Xianxiao's side and carried her to the bed. Wait, we have to stay up for the new year. Don't worry. This king won't let you fall asleep. This man was really possessive. She had only said a few words through the window. Did he have to be so angry? But he was still angry. He tortured her for the entire night. He really stayed up for the new year until dawn. On the first day of the new year, Bai Xianxiao, with a pair of panda eyes, accepted the New Year's greetings from the servants. Then, she went to old madam's place to pay her New Year's greetings. How could old madam not know that her son had stayed at her place last night? Thinking that Bai Xianxiao would have to accept the fact that she was the mistress of the house after a while, this was considered a way to comfort her, but when someone came in, she almost spat out the tea in her mouth. With the dark circles under her eyes and the way she walked, she looked like she had overindulged. She seemed to be pregnant. Her son had gone overboard. It seemed that she would have to talk to him later. The new year was the same. It was nothing more than greeting and receiving red packets. But this year was a little special. Bai Xianxiao's younger brother had come to pay her a New Year's greeting. Bai Xianxiao was nervous. She didn't even know this younger brother, but fortunately she had Xiaoshi by her side. She seemed to have seen her before. Apparently, this younger brother had accompanied her to the estate when she was sent to the estate. Bai Xianxiao's younger brother was a year younger than her. His name was Shueru, and he was a scholar. He had been studying in the capital all this time, so he could pay her a visit after the new year. Xiaoshi asked curiously, Mr. Xiao, why do you keep frowning? Are you unhappy that the young master is here? I'm happy. Have him come. They would meet sooner or later. She wanted to take advantage of Longheng's absence to prevent him from getting jealous again. That guy had been acting a little strange recently. Even when she met with the estate steward alone, he was very nervous. He would find an excuse to punish her. Of course, that man wasn't spared either. Although he was her younger brother, who knew if he would go crazy? Moreover, she had brought him to Apricot Garden with someone guarding her. Her younger brother couldn't see anything wrong with her putting on airs. He even thought that his sister was showing off her authority as the mistress. Xiaoshi hurriedly went to have someone bring Bai Xianxiao in. Bai Xianxiao's heart softened when she saw him. This younger brother was really good-looking. He was dressed in a neat and tidy school uniform. His face was as fair as jade, and his eyes were as bright as stars. He was an eye-catching little Shota just by standing there. Bai Xianxia was stunned. She hadn't expected to have such an outstanding younger brother. After a while, she coughed lightly and said, "You may rise." Damn, when did this little Shota give her such a big bow? She was stunned for a while before she saw him. However, the little Shota didn't seem to blame her after he got up. Instead, he looked at his older sister with teary eyes and said, "Older sister, I trust you've been well since we last met." I'm fine. Xiaoshi, prepare a seat for the young master." His life was beautiful, and his voice was pleasant to the ears. His eyebrows were similar to hers, and it seemed that he really did come from the Bai family. Just as she was about to interact with her younger brother, she heard the maidservants outside say, "Greetings to the prince." Didn't he go to the palace to pay his New Year's greetings to the emperor? Why did he suddenly come back? Bai Xianxia hurriedly stood up and looked at her younger brother, Bai Xueru, who seemed to be nervous, as if he had done something wrong. She didn't understand, but Bai Xueru did. There were many rules in the residences of the nobility, especially the women of the residences, who were not allowed to meet outside men. Even her own younger brother couldn't be brought to the courtyard where they lived. Even though it was rumored that his elder sister was favored, she was still a concubine. If someone found fault with her, she wouldn't even be able to return home. His face was slightly pale, and he looked at his elder sister with worry. However, he saw his elder sister give him a comforting smile, as if telling him that there was no problem. Strange, his elder sister wasn't close to him in the past. Especially after she found out that she was going to marry a prince, she treated everyone in the family with disdain. Why did she suddenly become so kind? Just as he was thinking, he heard a series of heavy footsteps coming from outside, as if they were stepping on his heart. Following that, a man who made everyone's eyes light up appeared. He was dressed in luxurious brocade robes, and his face was cold and handsome. His eyes were unusually sharp, and when he saw Bai Xueru, he immediately felt a sense of hostility, causing goosebumps to appear on Bai Xueru's back, and his heart to tremble. As a youth from a scholarly family, he couldn't stand facing this kind of cold-blooded prince. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, unable to speak. Why was this scene so strange? As if he had been caught having an affair, Bai Xianxia was embarrassed for a moment, then immediately introduced him. "He's called Bai Xueru, this concubine's younger brother. He specially brought some specialties from his hometown to pay you a New Year's greeting, Prince." How could the younger brother of a concubine have the right to give New Year's greetings to the prince? She was just trying to sound nice. It was rare for Longheng to not lose his temper. He sat down calmly and said, "Get up. It's rare for you to be so considerate. It's just a small town in the countryside. They can't offer anything good. It's good that Prince doesn't blame them." When Bai Xueru saw that the high and mighty Li of Gojoseon had no intention of scolding him, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, his words were still stammering. However, Bai Xianxia sensed that he had drunk a lot of wine. Although he looked like a normal person, his eyes were completely different from before. "Mama, go make some hangover soup for the prince." As she was speaking, her hand was grabbed by someone else. Longheng was actually playing with her small hand in front of everyone, as if he was playing with a treasure. "Do you think I'm drunk?" "Little fool, even if they were drunk, I wouldn't have any problem." He was seriously drunk. Bai Xianxia was so embarrassed that her face turned red. She gently pinched his hand, indicating that he shouldn't do anything overboard. However, Longheng didn't seem to care. He pulled her to his side and leaned his head over to smell her scent. "Are you worried?" "What the hell, what are you doing, Your Highness?" No. Mama, take Xueru to rest first. Then, Xueru will take his leave. He really couldn't stay in this place any longer. Bai Xueru felt that his face couldn't be any redder. It was almost burning. He didn't expect that the cold prince had such a side. His sister seemed to be really favored. He didn't know if this was a good thing or not. Putting aside the fact that Bai Xueru was asked to leave, Bai Xianxia was having a headache. The originally cold and arrogant Li of Gojoseon had now become a pestering pervert. It turned out that men who were drunk were really unreasonable. She didn't know what they were going to do next. Bai Xianxia was always afraid that he would hurt her because his actions weren't gentle. However, he didn't hurt her. He was just a little too wild and full of tricks. She really couldn't handle it. She had already tried her best to hold on until now. However, after what he did, she felt that she really wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 3 days. Just as she thought, 3 days. For 3 whole days, she didn't get out of bed. She lay there weakly and could only use her eyes to complain to Longheng. Longheng also felt that he was in the wrong. From time to time, he had people send her tonics to nourish her body. However, it didn't seem to have any effect. By the time Xianxia was able to get up, an unexpected guest had appeared. She was also curious. Why did the female lead come to see her? What did she want to talk to her about? Xianxia still went to see her. She found that the female lead's complexion didn't look any better. The dark circles under her eyes were very serious and her steps were unsteady. This was clearly a sign of excessive indulgence. "Miss Lin, why did you come to see me?" Xianxia coughed lightly and asked. She didn't want the other party to see that she had the same problem as her. Xianxia looked at her and lowered her head. "Prince is very good to you, right?" "It's all right." This time, she wouldn't show any weakness. Xianxia's expression was a little sad. She said, "I know that Prince and you are truly in love. However, I don't ask for anything else. After coming to the palace, I only ask for a place to settle down and a child with him. This is what my parents hope for. Can you help me?" As she said this, tears fell from her eyes. Xianxia immediately stood up from the chair. She walked 2 circles on the floor and suddenly turned around to look at Xianxia. She coldly said, "Miss Lin, do you have a man that you like?" 2 figures suddenly appeared in Xianxia's mind. One was the roguish Luo Yunqing and the other was the gentle and affectionate Duan Yunying. Both Yuns occupied a large space in her heart. However, she needed to forget them. "What do you want to say?" Xianxia looked at Xianxia and asked in confusion. Xianxia sneered. "Would you give the man you love to another woman to have a child with her? That's definitely not true love." Xianxia was stunned. Then, she cried even more sadly. She said, "No, no, I don't want to steal him away. It's just that this is what my parents hope for." "What does your parents' hope have to do with me? Shouldn't you be begging Prince for this matter?" "Prince, he hates me." "Huh, then how do you want me to help you? Drug Prince and send him to your bed?" These words were very hurtful and rude. Xianxia was stunned on the spot. Not to mention Xianxia, even Longheng who was standing outside was stunned. What did she just say? Was he the man she loved? So she wouldn't give him to another woman? Could a woman also have such thoughts? However, she was very direct. So direct that it made people speechless. Obviously, Longheng should have been angry, but for some reason, he was actually a bit happy. It turned out that his efforts were not in vain. At least this woman liked him. He originally thought that the person she liked was Song Jiaoyue, because her previous actions showed that she had a good impression of him. But now, she showed that she liked him and did not want to give him to that Miss Lin. Well, after he knew what Miss Lin had done, he really did not have any interest in her. Especially when she came to make such a request. Did she treat him as a dead person? Xianxia originally came to beg Xianxia because she knew that this woman was the prince's favorite concubine. Even if she had done something wrong to her in the past, she still wanted to have a good relationship with her in the future. After all, she wanted to live in the prince's mansion. She did not expect that she would not give her any face. She stood up and said, "Madam Bai, I came to beg you because you are Li of Gojoseon's favorite concubine. But you seem to think too highly of yourself. You're just a concubine. Do you really think that just because you're pregnant with a concubine's son, you can receive the prince's love for a lifetime?" Just like what her mother said, if she entered the prince's mansion, she could casually sell her off. But she thought that it was not easy to be a woman, so she did not think of making a move. But she did not expect that she would be so arrogant and not put her, the main wife, in her eyes. "What does that have to do with you? Miss Lin, if there's nothing else, please go back." "Before going back, I think I have a few words to say to you." Miss Lin paused for a moment and said, "How long will a talkative woman who likes to casually gossip and gossip be liked by others?" "Ah?" Miss Lin, I didn't provoke you, did I? She remembered that she had helped her a few times. Why did she become a talkative woman who gossiped? The matter of me escaping and the matter of Red Maple Mountain Villa were all told by you to the prince, right? It's just that you don't want me to marry into the prince's mansion. I trusted you so much before, but unfortunately, you're still the same as other women. Lin Xianxia was indeed angry. She had never spoken so loudly before. Bai Xianxiu didn't show any weakness. She stared at her and said, I've never mentioned you to anyone, but Miss Lin, please don't treat others as fools. This was especially true for Long Heng. Although he was a man, he was very meticulous. He was also a general who commanded thousands of troops. It would not be easy to hide anything from him. Did she think that he was an idiot or a brainless blockhead? It's not that you're stupid, it's me who's stupid. I trusted you too much. Miss Lin, I don't remember begging you to believe me. You, Lin Xianxia had been protected too well since she was a child. In addition, she was the female lead of a pampered novel, so she didn't have the ability to bicker. However, her pitiful appearance was full. When she couldn't win an argument, she would cry. She cried very sadly and even turned around to run away crying. If she were to run away like this, her reputation would be ruined once again. Bai Xianxiu was very conflicted. She wondered if she should faint again. But before she could faint, she heard someone talking outside. When she listened carefully, she realized that it was Long Heng's voice. Miss Lin, before you get married, please stay in the Lin family with peace of mind. Could it be that you're in such a hurry to see this king? These cold and disdainful words made Lin Xianxia cry even more fiercely. She turned around and ran out. Long Heng said, send 2 nannies to send Miss Lin back. Yes. The servants agreed and sent people over. Obviously, Bai Xianxiu's anger should have subsided after listening to them. However, it didn't. She actually slid a cup on the table to the ground and smashed it at Long Heng's feet. He wondered why her temper had become so bad. He couldn't help but frown and ask, why are you so angry? It's nothing. Bai Xianxiu sat on the chair and sulked. She also wondered why she was so angry all of a sudden. Long Heng didn't know how to comfort people. He just sat beside her and the two of them remained silent. After a while, he saw that Bai Xianxiu was still in a daze and said, in the future, I will definitely not let her bully you. After saying this, he stood up awkwardly and left. In fact, Long Heng never made promises easily. This time was an exception. She was surprisingly not angry anymore. After resting for a while, she went to see her younger brother with Xiaoshi. She prepared some food and necessities for him, and then sent someone to send him to the academy. She was very busy during the new year. Moreover, she had to prepare for Long Heng's wedding. Old Madam was quite considerate in this aspect. In order to not annoy her, she asked Long Shooting to take care of the wedding preparations. Long Heng had to go around to pay his New Year's greetings and receive visitors. Therefore, he was very busy during this period. Although the two of them lived in the same place, they had significantly less time to talk. However, she was probably too tired recently. She always slept more than she woke up. Long Heng was also busy and didn't notice. After a while, the day of the male and female lead's wedding arrived. Bai Xianxiu also felt depressed. How did she end up sleeping all the way to the day when her husband was going to marry another woman? What a tragic feeling. However, she felt that she didn't have much energy and didn't want to care about this matter anymore. What was even more strange was that Long Heng had slept in her room on the first day of the wedding. She suspected that he might come again tonight. Because this was clearly the rhythm of torturing the female lead, this was how the story was written. The female lead would either be transmigrated or reborn. Then, the story of the concubine seducing the male lead would be destroyed. Well, she knew that the plot of the prince's little escaped concubine had become a mess. However, after the male and female lead's wedding, more and more things would happen. Just as she was feeling depressed about what to do, the servant, Shuer, came to invite her to the front yard to watch the wedding. I'm not feeling well. Besides, a concubine is not presentable. Bai Xianxiu didn't want to attend her husband's wedding. Therefore, she immediately refused. However, Shuer smiled and said, Prince said that if you don't go, he will be very sad. Moreover, he wants to give you a gift. What the hell was Long Hung up to? Bai Xianxia knew that if she didn't go, it wouldn't end well. Therefore, she had no choice but to dress up and go to the front yard with Xiaoshi and the others. It could be said that there was a sea of guests here now. The Li of Gojoseon and the Lin family were both prominent families. How could there be no guests for a wedding between the two families? Bai Xianxia felt that as a concubine, she couldn't squeeze in front of others. She didn't want to cause trouble for the prince's mansion. However, Shuer had already arranged a seat for her. It was inconspicuous in the corner, but she could see the situation of the entire wedding hall. What was going on? She was a bit confused. Long Heng stood in the crowd in red, but he didn't tie a red flower around his neck. She didn't know if it was because he didn't want to or because there was no such custom in this world. He glanced at her from time to time as if he was worried. Oh, so he knew that marrying another woman would make her sad. Otherwise, why would he keep looking at her? Unfortunately, she was a little tired and couldn't be bothered with him. As a result, he leaned his entire body against the chair and let Shika massage his back as he leaned his head against her body, drowsy. Long Hung was depressed. He'd asked her to come watch the show, but why did she look like she was about to fall asleep and didn't want to disturb him? Just as he was about to send someone to ask her if she was feeling unwell, he heard the matron of honor call out, "The bride is here." The groom is kicking the sedan door. Long Heng had no choice but to kick the door. Some of the guests went out to watch the show, but Bai Xianxia felt a little uncomfortable. She couldn't sit still and wanted to go back and rest. But when she stood up, she felt a little dizzy and wanted to sit for a while longer. In the end, she sat until Long Heng brought the bride in. Next should be the wedding ceremony. She felt a little dizzy and nauseous. She didn't want to watch and felt really annoyed. But everyone looked nervously at the couple in red, waiting for them to go through the ceremony and be sent to the bridal chamber. Madame Xiao. Xiaoshi supported her, her heart aching for her. She was afraid that she would fall if she let go. The old madam also noticed her and couldn't help but frown. Who had called her here? What if she had a miscarriage because of her sadness? Just as she was about to ask a mama to help her back, she saw a guest suddenly rush out with a weapon in his hand. The old madam screamed in fright. Even Bai Xianxia yelped. Fortunately, as a general, Long Heng dodged as fast as he could. But he was still injured and blood immediately gushed out. But he didn't lose out. He reached out and took off the guest's mask. "Luo Yunqing," Long Heng said coldly, but he was very happy in his heart. He finally came, otherwise, this show would not be able to continue. If she really went through the wedding ceremony, she would really enter the gates of the prince's mansion. At that time, wouldn't that little girl be angered to death? As soon as the bride heard Luo Yunqing's name, she was very excited and fiercely pulled down her veil. Lin Qianzi's delicate and pitiful little face appeared. She glanced at Luo Yunqing and wanted to say something, but after opening her mouth, she finally swallowed her words. If she acknowledged Luo Yunqing at this time, wouldn't she admit that she had a relationship with him? At that time, not only would her reputation be ruined, but the Lin family would also be ruined. However, she didn't understand. Obviously, she had already cut off all ties with him, so why did he still come over? She wanted to cover her face again, but Luo Yunqing smiled at her and said, "Even if I die today, I will take you away." He reached out and pulled Lin Qianzi's hand, intending to pull her out. The soldiers of Li of Gojoseon's mansion immediately surrounded him. If he wanted to go out, he would really have to risk his life. "Do you think you can go out of this king's mansion with a person? Also, Miss Lin, this king wants to ask what is going on, you and him." He didn't continue, but it was obvious that he didn't know what was going on between the two people. However, after this, the guests already knew clearly. Outside, the news had already spread that Miss Lin was very close to a Jianghu person in her boudoir, and even had an affair in the residence. They thought that it was just a rumor, but they didn't expect it to be true. "Li of Gojoseon, can you help me?" "Oh? Give Miss Lin to me, anyway, there are many beauties in your mansion." "Ha, Luo Yunqing, do you think I will do that? If you won't, then we will kill our way out." After that, more than a dozen men with high martial arts skills rushed out from the guests, and they immediately fought with the mansion's guards. Long Heng took a step back and said, "Protect the safety of the guests, everyone back off." However, Luo Yunqing also knew his weakness, and those people chose to kill by Xianxia. Unfortunately, Long Heng wouldn't let him do as he wished, and already arranged shadow guards around by Xianxia. But he didn't expect that a more powerful person would appear, and that was Yu Quan. He was now wearing the mansion's guard uniform, and he had an invincible posture, making the Jianghu people unable to get close. Although Long Heng was angry, he didn't have to worry about him. Obviously, there were a lot of guards in the mansion, but for some reason, they were at a disadvantage. Many guards were injured, and some guests were also injured. Long Heng was really angry, and he pointed at Lin Xianxia and said, "Miss Lin, if you have the heart to be with this Jianghu person, why did you marry into the mansion?" Lin Xianxia's beautiful face turned pale, and she trembled as she hid in Luo Yunqing's arms. Hearing his question, she hurriedly shook her head and said, "No, no. I didn't." Long Heng coldly said, "If you have the heart, this king should help you, but why trample on this king's dignity? I have nothing to do with him." Lin Xianxia hardened her heart, and for the Lin family, she didn't admit her relationship with Luo Yunqing. Luo Yunqing coldly smiled and said, "Whether you admit it or not, you must come with me today. I, Luo Yunqing, can be considered a person with a reputation, and I won't let my woman climb into another man's bed." In a hurry, he acted like a ruffian, completely ignoring the current situation. Long Heng seemed to have caught the wrong wording at this moment, and coldly said, "Your woman?" "Yes, my woman." "Everyone, stop." Long Heng suddenly shouted in a deep voice. Everyone stopped what they were doing. While letting the servants bandage his wounds, he glanced at Bai Xiangxiu. She was fine, but she was looking at him with a worried expression. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart, and continued, "Good, if she really is your woman, this king won't dare to wear this green hat on his head. But Miss Lin won't admit it, so there is only one way." Luo Yunqing also didn't want to fight with the Wang family. This woman's performance just now hurt his heart, but he thought that since he came, he must take her out, otherwise, how could he, Luo Yunqing, continue to mingle in Jianghu? "What way?" Long Heng glanced at them, and somewhat coldly said, "Find a few women to examine Miss Lin. If she is still a virgin, it proves that what you said is not true, and this king will marry her and love her for life. But if she is no longer a virgin, then... Li of Gojoseon, how can you belittle your wife?" Lin Xiangshu also received the news, and hurriedly rushed over with people. Long Heng snorted and said, "Lin Darren, how do you think we should deal with this kind of thing? If Miss Lin didn't do it, why would she be afraid of the examination? If she is still a virgin, this king is willing to kneel down and beg for her forgiveness. If not, then Lin Darren, you can do as you see fit." Lin Qianzi trembled, and desperately shook her head at Lin Xiangshu. How could she still be a virgin? This examination will definitely expose her. After all, Lin Qianzi was an inexperienced little girl. At this time, she was completely flustered. She was so scared that her whole body trembled. She held her chest and vomited. Bai Xiangxiu was startled. Could it be that she was pregnant? At this moment, Long Heng was rather shrewd. Perhaps it was because Bai Xiangxiu had pretended to vomit earlier, but he was able to deduce many things from one instance. He laughed coldly and said, "It looks like we should invite a doctor over to feel your pulse." "No, no, don't call a doctor," Lin Qianzi waved her hand. It seemed that she already knew the condition of her body. Luo Yunqing didn't say much. He helped her up and said, "No need to trouble yourself. We are indeed husband and wife." "Oh. If that's the case, what do you think, Minister Lin?" Long Heng looked at Minister Lin coldly. The look of disdain on Minister Lin's face made him tremble all over. He was angry because the madam didn't mention to him that his daughter lost her chastity. But she must have known. Now, he lost face in front of everyone. How could he have a foothold in the court in the future? He couldn't help but angrily say, "You traitor, you dare to do such a thing. Come, kill him for me." Lin Qianzi saw that so many people wanted to deal with Luo Yunqing. She began to worry. She pushed him and said, "You go first." Luo Yunqing's heart finally warmed a little. He hugged her and said, "Impossible. today, I will kill my way out of here. Lin Qianzi was moved. Even Bai Xianxia felt that he was quite manly in this aspect. In any case, it wasn't that he didn't dare to take responsibility for what he did. If they could become a couple like this, it wouldn't be bad. I. Lin Qianzi suddenly saw another figure in the crowd. She didn't expect that he would also come. Yes, he was a guest of the prince's mansion. Naturally, he would come. Thinking about how they were still together last night, he must be feeling very uncomfortable now. Duan Yunying was indeed uncomfortable, because he had just put the lovesickness insect in her body yesterday. He thought that he could use it tonight, but who knew that Luo Yunqing would come to snatch the bride? Didn't she already appease this guy? What did he get agitated again? Or did he know about her pregnancy? That's impossible. I didn't tell her to tell anyone about this after I found out. How did she find out? Sure enough, this woman couldn't be trusted. Even now, he still didn't know who she loved. On the other hand, the woman whom he had almost ruined previously had a resolute look in her eyes. From beginning to end, she only had eyes for Long Heng. Even though there was a man in the crowd who kept looking at her with very worried eyes, she didn't hesitate at all. The man was Song Jiaoyue. If the woman was in danger, he would definitely be the first to rush over. But there was no need for that, because even he couldn't tell how strong that guard was. As it turned out, she was also a very attractive woman. Looking at it now, her weak appearance as she was supported by a servant girl was indeed very delicate and pitiful. The most important thing was that the wound on her face had completely healed. Looking at her now, she still looked very charming. From this point, it could be seen that Long Heng had good taste. Lin Qianzi felt a bit strange. Why didn't he look at her at this time? Wasn't he worried about her? Previously, he had said that in order to protect her and her child, he hoped that she could marry into the prince's household. Then he would find a way to hide it from everyone and let the child be born prematurely as Long Heng's heir. It was clearly something that was said last night. Why did it change today? What was he looking at? What kind of person could attract his attention? Following his gaze, she saw that forever beautiful and gentle woman. Her eyes were filled with affection as she looked at Li of Gojoseon. No matter how she looked at it, they were a match made in heaven. If she married into the prince's household, she would be in a lot of pain. Although she had used some petty tricks on her, in the end, it was for her love. As for Long Heng, she looked at his cold eyes with disappointment. Obviously, she was his fiancée. Why did he treat her like this? Forget it. Since their hearts were not with her, why should she force it? Father, he and I. Please help us. Lin Qianzi didn't want Luo Yunqing to be hurt, so she knelt on the ground and begged Minister Lin to help them. You. Minister Lin didn't expect his daughter to be so shameless. For a wild man, she tore his face apart. If she pretended to be wronged, then perhaps she would blame this man and help them when the matter was over. However, she admitted it. She acted as if he was a bad person and wanted to separate them forever. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Ah, father. Lin Qianzi was startled and hurriedly ran over. Luo Yunqing wanted to stop her, but she broke free. Long Heng coldly looked at all of this and finally said, Luo Yunqing, take 3 moves from this king. If you can take 3 moves, then I'll let you go. He would definitely take them because he really wanted this adulterous couple to leave immediately. At that time, the Lin family would be blamed. If he let them go, he would lose a lot of reputation. Since Bai Xianxia wanted him to maintain his good reputation, Long Heng paid attention to this aspect. Anyway, she liked it, so he treated it as coaxing a child. But he didn't know that this kind of action would pave a bright road for his future. Of course, this was a story for later. What 3 moves? He was still injured. Bai Xianxia didn't care about her identity as a concubine. She hurriedly walked a few steps and said, Prince, your injury. It's fine. Long Heng's heart seemed to have bloomed. These past few days, the little girl had been in a cold war with him, making him feel very uncomfortable. In addition, he was busy and didn't have time to coax her. Now that he had received some superficial wounds, he was able to gain her concern. This saved him the trouble of coaxing her. There was no other way. He naturally didn't know how to coax people, especially since her temper wasn't very good recently. It made him not dare to provoke her. Seeing her lose her temper, he would immediately hide. As a result, the two of them became cold. Today, her concern for him immediately made him happy. The gloominess of the past few days was finally over. Luo Yunqing didn't know what he was thinking, but in order to take Lin Xianxia away, he nodded his head in agreement. The others retreated, and the two people in the field looked at each other. Long Heng's robes fluttered without any wind, and the surrounding atmosphere seemed to quietly change. Yu Kuang narrowed his eyes and said, "Oh? I didn't expect that as a military general, his internal strength would be so profound. This was a very powerful man. No wonder she didn't want to leave with him." Bai Xiangxiu's understanding of Long Heng only came from novels. She hadn't seen him fight many times in real life, so of course she couldn't see it clearly. He'll be fine, right? She quietly asked Yu Kuang. She heard him calmly say, "In terms of martial arts, Luo Yunqing is slightly inferior." Hearing Yu Kuang say this, she let out a sigh of relief. But when she thought about it, she saw Song Jiayue in the crowd. His gaze was deep and burning, so hot that she immediately turned her face away. Her heart couldn't stop beating. 3 moves, it was a thrilling 3 moves. Long Heng's 3 moves were extremely dangerous for both of them, but in the end, he still managed to repel Luo Yunqing. He seemed to have suffered a very serious internal injury, and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. "No, Yunjing," Miss Lin rushed over, and with a strength that could almost knock people down, she plunged into his arms, knocking the injured person back. But he didn't get angry, and hugged her tightly. "Can we go now?" "Go ahead." Long Heng actually didn't suffer a serious injury, but in order to make others think that he had used all his strength, he covered his chest and didn't move, suppressing his qi and blood, and made his face very pale. He deceived everyone, including Bai Xiangxiu. She knew that all of this was arranged by him, and the purpose was to divorce Lin Qianzi in public. But why didn't he tell her? She didn't give him a good face during this time. Now that he was injured, she couldn't help but run over and ask with concern, "Are you okay? Someone come, drive them out." Old Madame also stood up, and waved her hand very majestically, but because of Lin Qianzi's matter, her face was already pale. An unclean woman wanted to marry into the Wang family? She actually married into the Wang family with a child. Did this mean that she wanted her son to help her raise a bastard child? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Even if she disobeyed the imperial decree, this person couldn't marry into the Wang family. Luo Yunqing wanted to leave. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up, and then smiled. "I want to leave, but before I leave, I have a gift to give." What gift could a person who was about to be kicked out of the Wang family give? Just when everyone was doubting, he suddenly rushed out, and then shook his clothes, and thousands of silver needles shot out from his body. The target was Bai Xiangxiu. Long Heng was shocked, and hurriedly protected Bai Xiangxiu in his arms, using his internal strength to shake off the needles. But there were too many needles, and he also suffered some injuries. Fortunately, because of his profound inner strength, it was only a superficial wound. At this moment, 2 figures leaped over. One of them used his sword to block some of the silver needles, while the other waved his sleeve. Although there were 3 people protecting her, Bai Xiangxiu was still hit by a few needles. She felt her body go numb and she fell into Long Heng's arms. Long Heng was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly carried her and said, "Someone, call the doctor over." After saying that, he carried Bai Xiangxiu back to the backyard and personally undid her clothes. He found that there was a needle in her left shoulder, right leg, and back. Because there was no internal force to protect her, the needle went deep into her internal organs. If it was not sucked out in time, it would be a big problem. Without thinking, he used his internal energy to forcefully pull the needles out of her body. However, because he had damaged his internal energy in the fight with Luo Yunqing, his heart was flustered and his strength was somewhat lacking. Fortunately, there was a hand on his back that calmed him down. Not long after, the needles in Bai Xiangxiu's body were sucked out. He hugged her and put her down. Then he looked at the person standing behind him and said, "Li Glorju, thank you." He was probably the only one who dared to break into the king's palace's backyard. Song Jiayue was a person who followed etiquette. No matter how chaotic his heart was, he would not do such a thing. But this time, he forgave him because if the needles were not sucked out in time, they would have flowed into her heart. At that time, there would be nothing he could do. Do you love her? Yu Kuang lightly asked, as if he was asking if he had eaten yet. Long Heng was an extremely introverted person. He had never even said such words in front of Bai Xianxia, let alone in front of others. Thus he frowned and said, "What does it have to do with you? If you don't care about her, then I will take her away sooner or later." Even if he did not come, he was afraid that he would not be able to control that Yushu. Long Heng was just about to get angry when he saw the doctor and Xiaoshi hurriedly walk in. Looking at Yu Kuang, he was still a sensible person. He had already jumped out of the window, as if he had never appeared in this room. Long Heng automatically retreated to the side. He worriedly looked at Bai Xianxia, who was still not awake. He felt that her face was very pale. It seemed that he had to learn how to make her happy in the future. Otherwise, it would not be good if she was always depressed. The doctor was a doctor from the king's palace. He sat down and seriously took Bai Xianxia's pulse. Then he was startled. Then he anxiously took her pulse. Although this process did not take long, Long Heng felt that his cold sweat was about to drip down. Judging from the doctor's expression, there was definitely something wrong with Bai Xianxia's body. However, he did not ask, for fear of disturbing the doctor's diagnosis. Xiaoshi, on the other hand, tugged at the bed curtain and anxiously shed tears. Her mistress was really plagued with misfortune. She did not know what kind of injury she had suffered, but she still had not woken up after so long. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the doctor finally raised his head and said, "Mistress Xiao is fine. It's just that her blood flow has overflowed, so she needs time to calm down." Could it be related to this king's efforts to force the hidden weapon out of her body? Naturally, Long Heng had to ask clearly. It's possible. However, it could also be because of the blood flow, which affected the fetus. She needs to be prescribed some medicine to prevent miscarriage. The doctor gave a simple and direct explanation. He knew that the prince did not like others to speak too much. Long Heng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. He didn't think too much about it, because Bai Xianxia had previously mentioned to him that this doctor knew about her fake pregnancy. Therefore, he thought that the doctor's words were just an act. However, it was strange. There was no one else around, so why was he acting like this? Just as he was thinking about it, the doctor had already started writing down the prescription. Since there was nothing wrong, why would she randomly drink medicine? Therefore, Long Heng asked, "Will this medicine cause any harm to her body?" Replying to Prince, "This is just a simple medicine to prevent miscarriage. Doctor, there are no outsiders here. You only need to prescribe the right medicine for her." Replying to Prince, "This medicine is the right medicine." He suddenly realized that perhaps the prince did not know that Mistress Xiao was pregnant. Therefore, he immediately said, "Mistress Xiao is indeed pregnant. Doctor." He had already said that there were no outsiders here. Xiaoshi was close to Xiao and was very timid. He believed that she would not speak carelessly. Unexpectedly, the doctor's expression was helpless as he said seriously, "Prince, Mistress Xiao is really pregnant this time." Long Heng was stunned. His mind went blank, and the first thing that rose was anger. "Are you saying that she is really pregnant with this king's child?" The doctor's entire body trembled. "Yes, Prince. If he didn't want Mistress Xiao to be pregnant, then shouldn't he have prepared saffron instead of miscarriage prevention medicine?" When Long Heng heard this, his entire body turned cold. He immediately said coldly, "Hurry up and write down the prescription." Luo Yunqing and Lin Qianzi had almost caused the death of his child. This grudge would be avenged sooner or later. The doctor was so frightened that he hurriedly wrote down the prescription, then ran off to brew the medicine with his tail between his legs. In the end, he didn't know whether the prince was worried about the child or not. However, Long Heng knew very well that he wanted this child very much. He couldn't help but come to the bed and open the curtain. Sitting beside Bai Xianxia, he took her hand and gently stroked it. Xiaoshi was confused, but she felt that she shouldn't be here right now. Prince's gaze was very gentle, especially when he looked at her master. She silently retreated, giving them some time to be together. After retreating outside, Yi maids rushed up to ask about the situation. Old Madam also sent someone. Xiaoshi, how is Madam Xiao? Is there a problem? The old maids all knew that Old Madam was very worried. She was very nervous as she sent someone to ask about the situation while dealing with the previous matters. Thinking about it, the daughter-in-law she was about to marry turned out to be a slut who had a child with another man. Fortunately, they hadn't gone through the ceremony yet. But now that she couldn't marry her daughter-in-law, she was even more eager to have Xianxia's child. Now that this marriage was ruined, she didn't know how long she would have to wait to find a suitable woman for her son. Besides, with her son's temper, he might even hate marriage. They had been by Old Madam's side for so many years, so they naturally knew what she was thinking. So they anxiously asked about the situation as soon as they arrived. Xiaoshi also told them the truth. The doctor said that Madame Xiao's fetus is a little unstable. She needs to take medicine to prevent miscarriage. What? The old maids were shocked. They asked about the situation in detail and ran to tell Old Madam. Old Madam was also a person of status. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to take Long Heng with her. How could she sit still when she heard that her grandson had almost been killed? After sending off the guests, she led people to Minister Lin's residence. If Long Heng went to Minister Lin's residence, it wouldn't cause any trouble. But if she went, it would be a disaster. When Madame Lin didn't want to see her, she led people to Madame Lin's residence and smashed it. She basically smashed everything of value. Madame Lin was taking care of the unconscious Minister Lin when Old Madam pulled her over and slapped her in front of everyone. Although Old Madame Lin was born in a big family, she still had an endless stream of insults. Madame Lin fainted on the spot. This matter was known by everyone on the street. The old madam then rushed to the palace and cried to the empress. The reason was with Li of Gojosian mansion, so the empress comforted her for a long time. In the end, she made it clear that she would make the decision for Li of Gojosian mansion before sending Old Madam away. When they returned to the residence, Old Madam sent someone to check on Xianxia. It was said that Xianxia had just woken up, but she couldn't eat anything. She vomited whatever she ate. It was said that everything he ate had the smell of blood. The old madam was nervous. Long Heng was nervous. The entire residence of Li of Gojosian was nervous. This residence was newly built, and they only had a pregnant woman now. It would be a lie to say that they weren't nervous. In addition, after the incident with Miss Lin, everyone knew that it would take some time for another mistress to come in. This Xianxia would probably continue to be liked by the prince and old madam. Therefore, everyone was thinking of ways to serve this mistress, but they didn't think of how depressed she was. How could she not be depressed when she suddenly had a belly? Could she still go back in July during the Ghost Festival? According to the time, this child had just been born in July. Maybe it was less than a month old, and she had to abandon him and go back to modern times. She couldn't bear to leave her parents and relatives in modern times, but she couldn't bear to leave here. She was extremely conflicted. This conflicted mood made her very depressed. Because of this depression, there was no way to get rid of the problem of morning sickness. In addition to the lack of appetite, she lost a lot of weight in less than 10 days. Long Heng frowned all day long, and his whole body was full of low pressure. Everyone thought that he was angry because of Miss Lin, and they couldn't help but sympathize with him. If he walked around in the court like this on a normal day, people would say that he was unapproachable and unreasonable. But he was the victim now, and everyone looked at him with sympathy. Even the emperor felt that he had wronged him. At first, he didn't agree to let him break off the marriage and insisted that they be together. Now that this kind of thing happened, he couldn't blame him. But he almost made him wear a green hat. Naturally, the emperor thought of ways to find some noble young ladies for him to choose from. He even fined Minister Lin's salary for a year. Who told him to not teach his daughter well. However, Long Heng only said that there was something in the residence and he didn't want to think about the marriage at the moment. This one sentence blocked the emperor's mouth. That's right, he just got injured and needed to calm down. It was normal for him to think about it. But he didn't expect that Long Heng's family really had something, and it was a very big matter. Song Jiayuan knew that he wouldn't have any feelings for Miss Lin. Seeing everything at the wedding, he knew that it was carefully arranged by him. It was probably his idea to force Luo Yunqing to kidnap her. But after Bai Xianxia got injured, he didn't hear any news about her. Could it be that his uneasiness now was related to her injury? But he couldn't ask this person, because Long Heng was looking at him with murderous eyes. But strangely, although he was angry before, there was no murderous intent. These 2 days, his mood had clearly changed. Thinking about it, how could Long Heng's mood not change? How could kidnapping a woman be the same as kidnapping a woman and a son? Song Jiayue was still worried, so he asked his family members and the servants in Liu Guozhian's residence to inquire about it. In the end, the news he received made him sit in a daze in his chair for an entire day. He couldn't even hear Yusei and the others calling him. It was as if he had lost his soul. Yusei and the other maidservants were scared half to death, but they couldn't wake him up. It wasn't until night that he suddenly stood up. She was pregnant, and the child was Long Heng's. However, she didn't like Long Heng. So was she forced by him? If she was forced, then the reason might be because he didn't mean it that day. He couldn't sit down anymore, so he changed into night clothes and left the Song residence. It was inconvenient for women to get involved in men's matters, so Yusei and the others were only worried and didn't dare to ask. However, Song Jiayue wasn't someone who would do something unreasonable in a moment of passion. He stood outside the residence for a long time and thought. If he really broke in and let Long Heng see him, then wouldn't her reputation be ruined? And how was he going to face her? The next morning, he still didn't enter the residence. He only turned around and returned to the residence in low spirits. He secretly sent people to check on Bai Xiangxiu's situation, but the news he received wasn't good. It was said that Madame Xiu's health was very poor. She just lay there all day, unable to do anything. Not only that, but there were also people who said that she liked to cry alone. When he heard this, Song Jiayue's mood worsened. When he looked at Long Heng again, he wasn't as calm as before. Even when they sat down to talk, he always felt that there was nothing to say. And Long Heng had been busy recently. He didn't even have time to make trouble for Lin Qianzi and Yusei. His little woman was very clingy at the moment. After court, he went to accompany her. As long as he came back a little later, her face would not look good. She would look at him with a bit of grievance in her eyes, looking more and more delicate and pitiful. As long as he looked at her like this, Long Heng felt that his heart was about to melt. He was anxious and helpless to accompany her all day, but at the same time, he was happy because his child was slowly growing in her belly. In the future, his child might become a person like him, or a delicate girl like her. But no matter what, it was his first child. He could not lose it. He personally brought over the porridge to feed her and said, "What do you want to eat later?" "Ah? I haven't finished my porridge yet." "What to eat later? We'll talk about it later." The more Long Heng treated her like this, the more soft-hearted Bai Xiangxiu became. But how could she throw away the modern things so easily? So she became more and more tangled. When she was in a bad mood, everything would be bad. In addition, her body was very weak, so it was difficult to recover. "Say, where do you think Miss Lin and the others went?" When she had nothing to do, she would gossip. This was a woman's nature. There was no other way. Long Heng was in a good mood now that he had broken away from this marriage. He said with a smile, "She is indeed pregnant, but this time, leaving with Luo Yunqing might be a mistake." "Why?" Bai Xiangxiu, who was lying on the bed like a curious baby, asked strangely. She felt that Long Heng's words had a hidden meaning. Long Heng did not want to talk about these things with her, but in order to distract her, he brought up Lin Qianzi's good news and gossiped for her. Then, she felt that no matter how quiet a woman was, she would have a special enthusiasm for this kind of thing. After he finished, she expressed surprise. For a long time, she could not find her voice and said, she and that Duan Yunying, did that? That should be right. Moreover, that man also found a way to sneak into the Lin mansion. Only Luo Yunqing doesn't know about the matter between them. I only told him that perhaps there was someone else who loved Miss Lin as much as he did. Long Heng smiled innocently, but Bai Xiangxiu felt that this man was very dark. Luo Yunqing was clearly fooled by him. If he had known that Lin Qianzi was this kind of person, he would not have come to steal the bride, and he would not have been in such a hurry to do so. Did you tell Luo Yunqing that Miss Lin is pregnant? Heavens, it was still unknown who the father of this child was. Yes, my subordinate saw that Duan Yuning went to buy medicine to prevent miscarriage. So, whose child is it? Long Heng gently flicked her forehead and said, "You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask?" That's true. Long Heng didn't have the slightest bit of relationship with them, so how would he know when their child was born and whose child it was? However, the child in her stomach was definitely the father of this man in front of her. As a modern woman, she had heard of people who got pregnant before marriage, or people who got pregnant after being married for more than a year or two, but it was rare to hear of people who got pregnant after being married for less than half a year. His ability was quite enviable. She remembered that even the female lead in the novel did not get pregnant so quickly. But when it came to her, why did everything change? Pregnant women tired easily. After talking for a while, she felt sleepy. Long Heng covered her with a blanket, took off his clothes, and got into bed. Ever since she found out that she was really pregnant and the fetus was affected, old Madame wanted Long Heng to live elsewhere. However, how could he bear to torment by Xianxia by coming and going, so he voluntarily stayed to take care of her. At night, he also slept by Daozi's side. The two of them were like a common couple, eating and sleeping together every day, which caused all kinds of envy and hatred. Bai Xianxia did not care what they thought now. After having a child, she was lazy, very lazy. As long as she could not move, she would absolutely not move. Not to mention the peaceful atmosphere in Liu Guozhian's residence, Duan Yuning was very sullen in his heart. His lovesickness goo was wasted. He wanted to use Lin Xianxia to kill Long Heng, but he did not want to use her to kill Luo Yunqing. Now that she ran away with Luo Yunqing, what was he going to do? He would waste his energy and finally kill someone he did not want to kill. And he could not casually kill the people in Liu Guozhian's residence, because if he did not cause any harm to Long Heng and made him want to take revenge, his country would be in danger if he sent troops. So he had been using this kind of roundabout method, but he did not expect that it would be destroyed every time. If he had known, he would have used Bai Xianxia. But he did not expect that even if she became ugly, Long Heng still liked her very much. It seemed that he really loved her. Or, should he start with her? That woman lived very obediently in the prince's residence. He was afraid that she would not come out so easily. Even if she did not come out, he could not enter the prince's residence, because Liu Guozhian was full of vigilance against him. Maybe he could not, but others could. Duan Yuning sneered a few times. If a woman was sad, it was the easiest to take advantage of her weakness. Well, he would find a way to use her again. So, one day, a very beautiful girl suddenly appeared in Liu Guozhian's residence. Her methods were very good, and she quickly mixed into the prince's courtyard. But she was very well behaved, and did not do anything for a few days. Some things could not be rushed. For example, her goal was to wait for a certain person to appear. After waiting for 4 or 5 days, she saw a certain person appear. As soon as she appeared, she sneered and turned to walk into the study. Prince was there dealing with some official business, and there was no one around him. She put the tea in front of him, and then said with a smile, "Prince, do you still remember me?" Liu Guozhian Long Heng felt that the voice was a bit familiar, so he raised his head. Who would have thought that after a fragrant wind, a woman's body would jump into his arms? He was about to push her away when the woman whispered, "Do you want to know Duan Yuning's true identity?" Long Heng did find out that Duan Yuning was related to the enemy country, but he did not find out his true identity, so he hesitated for a moment. But at this time, someone came in from outside the door. As soon as she stepped in, she saw the situation in the room. What was going on? Her husband was holding a woman, and it seemed that the situation was very dangerous as he sat behind a chair. She was stunned for a moment, and then she felt that she should be angry. Actually, she recognized that woman as the supporting female Li Jia. Liu Guozhian did not seem to like her. That's not right. Even if he didn't like her, it didn't mean he didn't want to. After all, he was a man, and he had not touched her for over a month. At this time, he might have some feelings for any woman he saw. Thinking of this, she began to feel a bit angry, so she turned to leave. Long Heng knit his brows and reached out to throw Yaya to the side, saying, "Someone come, lock her up. This king will interrogate her later." Prince, you should know that I entered the king's palace because of you. Yaya thought that he would be interested in Duan Yuning's identity, so he would make arrangements for her. This way, she could take the opportunity to leave that person. Unfortunately, the man in front of her didn't cooperate. He actually looked a little nervous. As someone who had lived a previous life, Yaya expressed that she had never seen Longheng so anxious before. But now, he was anxious. He chased after her without missing a step. As she was being taken away, she heard a conversation outside. Show her, don't run. Be careful of your body. You're already like that. Why wouldn't I run? Bai Xianxia glared at him. Actually, she wasn't that angry. She was just going through the motions. Longheng pulled her back, but didn't dare use too much force. Like what? Do you think I'd touch a woman like that? Like what? Bai Xianxia imitated his tone. She suddenly glared at him, but it didn't have any killing intent. Instead, it was strangely cute. Longheng almost lost all of his arrogance. He reached out and pulled her cheek slightly. You, naughty. You're getting more and more naughty. Bai Xianxia glared at him. Who's naughty? Who's naughty? All right. You're not naughty. He's naughty, all right? As expected, women and villains were the hardest to deal with, especially pregnant women. However, she'd lost a lot of weight recently. She looked like she could be blown away by a gust of wind. But the places that should be big didn't shrink at all. Instead, she was even more charming than before. Especially when he hugged her every night but couldn't touch her. That feeling was much more unbearable than when he was on the march and couldn't attack the enemy. He subconsciously placed his hand on her stomach, but Bai Xianxia awkwardly shifted her body away and said, "Don't touch me with the same hand you used to touch her. It smells." She retched twice as she spoke. She wasn't faking it. The main reason was that the smell of rouge on Yaya's body was really quite strong. Longheng had no choice but to say, "Men, send Madame Xiao back." What about you? Are you going to look for her? Bai Xianxia raised her eyebrows. She looked like she was about to lose her temper. No, go take a shower. Longheng patted her head helplessly. A pregnant woman's temper was like the weather in June. It could change at any moment. When Bai Xianxia saw his helpless expression, her gloomy mood suddenly brightened. She couldn't help but giggle. Longheng smiled bitterly. Sure enough, things changed so quickly. Even he didn't know why. However, Longheng still used his greatest patience to coax Bai Xianxia. Then, he began to interrogate Yaya. She told him everything she knew about Duan Yuning's past without holding anything back. Longheng was shocked as well. He hadn't expected Duan Yuning to be a prince of an enemy nation. Even though he wasn't favored by the emperor, his status would definitely rise if he managed to kill Duan Yuning after completing this mission. He might even surpass Duan Yuning's brother and become the next emperor. As for why he used such a special method, Longheng knew. Those poisons were ineffective against him, and there were very few people who could match him in terms of martial arts. That was probably why he wanted to control the people around him in order to kill him. You have to be careful of Bai Xianxia. She's your favorite concubine and that man's target. After explaining everything, Yaya's fingers wandered around his shoulders. She said teasingly, "I'm yours now. You can do whatever you want. Maybe you'll find that I'm better than that Bai Xianxia after you try." Pa. A slap sent Yaya flying. She looked at Longheng in confusion, as if she didn't understand what she said wrong. You don't deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as her. Since you didn't do anything wrong, get out of the palace and don't appear here again. Oh, so the prince also has things he's afraid of. You're afraid that Bai Xianxia will be angry? Her idea was a bit bold. After all, how could a prince be afraid of a concubine being angry? However, she had such a feeling. In her previous life, Longheng was very obsessed with Lin Qianzi. He didn't dare to keep a single woman by his side. In fact, he didn't even spend the night with them. That was why she felt that such a man was good. After her rebirth, she wanted to make him her target. Unfortunately, she was caught by a woman who stayed at home. Shut up. If you want to die early, this king can fulfill your wish. After Long Heng got the information he wanted, he didn't want this woman to stay. However, there might be a way to make use of her. Thus, he said, this king will arrange for you to stay in the Shadow Guard camp. If you don't want to go, you can leave on your own. Yaya had already told him everything about her master. She knew that if he found out, she would suffer the same treatment as in her previous life. Thus, she took this opportunity to seek refuge with Long Heng. Thus, as long as he had arrangements, she would definitely stay. Thus, she didn't pester him too much and followed him to the Shadow Guard camp. However, what Yaya didn't expect was that she still couldn't escape the fate of her previous life. She thought that by doing this, she could escape from Duan Yuning's hands. She didn't expect that his goo poison was only ineffective against Long Heng. It was very effective against her. After escaping for less than 10 days, she felt her whole body itch and it was getting worse. When someone in the Shadow Guard camp found out, Yaya had already bitterly scratched herself into a bloody person. Someone wanted to take her to see a doctor. In the end, as soon as they touched her body, they were immediately poisoned to death. Duan Yuning knew that his bloodthirsty parasite had been activated, so he merely sneered coldly. That naive woman wanted to escape from him, but she had to see if she had the ability to do so. Right now, she was in a situation where she could neither live nor die. He didn't think about her anymore and focused on studying another type of goo. This was a variant of the yearning goo. It didn't need to be put into the other person's body through intercourse. However, it would take some effort to put food in. The king's palace was too heavily guarded. If he wanted to put the goo in Bai Xianxia's body, he would need an opportunity. After a long time, he finally managed to complete the yearning goo. He first took one because only when 2 people were poisoned with the yearning goo, he could control the other person. Thus, this goo was most effective when it was sent out through intercourse. This was because the 2 people could nourish the goo in their body when they were the most excited. However, if it was eaten, the effect would be weaker. But this was the only way. Right now, it was hard for him to enter the king's palace. Another woman had also betrayed him. After waiting for so long, this opportunity finally came. When he was at Lin Qianzi and Long Heng's wedding banquet, he noticed that Song Jiayue's gaze towards Bai Xianxia was a bit strange. After investigating, he finally understood his thoughts. Infatuated with his brother's woman, he was really daring. Although he thought he hid it well, it was easy for someone like him to detect his true feelings. However, Song Jiayue's servant girl had a habit. When she had nothing to do, she would make some snacks and send them to the king's palace for Bai Xianxia. Then she would be disappointed after receiving a gift in return. Not only her, even Song Jiayue was the same. Although he didn't understand the meaning, he felt that he could use this to do something. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bai Xianxia was also very depressed. Why didn't this Song Jiayue give up? She had sent him countless unintentional pastries, but he always sent more intentional pastries every few days. Fortunately, Long Heng didn't understand the meaning behind it. She said that Yusei wanted to learn how to please the Song Jiayue. Long Heng also hoped that a woman would pester the Song Jiayue, so he didn't stop her. Over the years, she had received them countless times. Previously, she didn't eat much because of her morning sickness. Today, her appetite suddenly improved, so she pinched one and took a few bites. It tasted strange. She didn't know what was added. In fact, Yusei was very attentive. Every time she sent the pastries, she changed it a little. Even Long Heng couldn't tell if she was really learning how to cook or had another purpose, so he didn't stop her this time. However, Bai Xianxia was picky. She put down the pastries and said to Xiaoshi, "Make the same one and send it back. Let's continue being heartless then." I don't know what kind of stimulation this Song Jiayue received to actually become so stubborn. In the past, he was someone who went with the flow. Could it be that this is my fault? She didn't know if it was because of her mood or something else, but she felt more and more annoyed. On the other hand, Duan Yuning was overjoyed. His body was already a little hot, so the plan must have succeeded. It was because this lovesick parasite had a very deceptive effect. It could connect the minds of the people who took it, and it also contained the ingredients of an aphrodisiac. Therefore, almost at the same time, both of them would feel hot, empty, and uncomfortable. Slowly, Duan Yunying could replace Bai Xiangxiu's thoughts and even control her actions. However, Gu Yan didn't feel anything. She thought it was a dream. Bai Xiangxiu was so hot that she felt like she was dreaming. She was a person who had experienced many things and knew that she was a little impulsive. But why? Was it because spring had arrived? She didn't feel any better after bathing, but she didn't want to embarrass herself in front of the maidservants, so she could only lie on the bed and pretend to be asleep to suppress the feeling. However, the maidservants around her noticed that something was wrong and asked her if she was feeling unwell. Bai Xiangxiu shook her head weakly. Then, she asked, "Where's Prince?" Xiaoshi and the others understood that she was looking for Prince to accompany her. Her master had been getting more and more scheming recently. This was also proof that she wanted to be doted on. Thus, she went out to get someone to look for Long Heng. Long Heng was basically at her beck and call. Recently, other than attending the morning court or going to the army, he had been handling some affairs at home. Firstly, Bai Xiangxiu's health was not very good. Secondly, he did not want to go far. When she heard that Bai Xiangxiu was feeling unwell again, she put down her work and rushed to Apricot Garden. Fortunately, it was only a few steps away. When she saw him, she didn't feel anything wrong, but her face was red and her eyes were a little dazed. "What's wrong? Don't you want to take a nap at noon?" "I want Prince to sleep with me." How could she say such a thing? She was so shameless. Bai Xiangxiu covered her face after she finished speaking. She felt very awkward. However, her appearance pleased Long Heng. He teased her and said, "As you wish." He took off his coat and lay down. He didn't want to do anything to her. After all, she was a woman with a body. Who knew if that kind of thing would harm her? However, he didn't expect this woman to be dishonest. She kept twisting her body, hugging his waist and touching his chest. How could a man's waist and chest be touched so casually? Long Heng soon had a reaction. However, when he saw that she was still looking at him innocently and didn't want to do it, he was full of anger. Was she planning to leave him alone after she started the fire? But obviously not. She buried her little head in his arms, and then her little mouth began to be dishonest. Long Heng felt as if a bomb had exploded in his head. He'd never seen Bai Xiangxiu take such initiative before. Moreover, she was struggling and taking the initiative to provoke him with her eyes. It was really charming and moving. Long Heng didn't resist too much and let her do it herself. First, he was afraid that he would be too excited and hurt her. Second, he wanted to see what she was going to do. What Bai Xiangxiu wanted to do was something that even she couldn't understand. When she woke up, she had already eaten Long Heng. She looked at his face condescendingly. In an instant, blood rushed to the top of her head, as if it was about to explode. Bai Xiangxiu kissed Long Heng and then got out of bed. When Long Heng heard her say that, the passion that had disappeared suddenly surged up again. "There's something fun?" "What's that?" He narrowed his eyes and waited. His body was extremely comfortable. After a while, Bai Xiangxiu took a very strong rope from somewhere. It was soaked in water. Then she tied Long Heng to the wooden board of the bed bit by bit. Even his feet were tied. Long Heng forcefully swallowed his saliva. This action was clearly a little dangerous, but why did it make his blood boil even more? Bai Xiangxiu was still feeling depressed as she moved. What was she doing? Wasn't she being too bold? She didn't want to hurt Long Heng. Otherwise, she would be distressed. However, before she hurt him, she had been defeated by herself. Why was she so enchanting? Looking at Long Heng's face of enjoyment, she was depressed. He was quite young before. Why did he become more and more naughty? His face was slightly red, his eyes were closed, and his whole body was relaxed. Although his hands were tied, they were still tightly clenched into fists. His expression was so addicted. Was it time? When was it time? She was shocked by the sudden voice in her head. It was as if something was slowly taking over her brain. Then, she saw her right hand pull out a long pair of scissors from the pile of rope that she had just taken. No, she couldn't do this. Although she was afraid and wanted to struggle, she couldn't take back control of her body. At this moment, a voice said, "Master, Master, why are your thoughts so chaotic and full of murderous intent? Fodder, help! Someone is controlling me." She shouted in her heart. Fodder said, "Master, try your left hand." That person was controlling her right hand because he wanted to use the scissors to kill Longheng. But he didn't expect that when he fell, Xianxia's left hand would grab his right hand. It was as if one wanted to kill and the other wanted to save. Even her expression was very conflicted. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Li of Gojoseon's Revenge. Li of Gojoseon and Longheng woke up with a start. He was stunned at first, then he immediately understood what was going on. He knew that the enemy country was good at using voodoo. He had also seen his subordinates suddenly kill their own people with bloodshot eyes. It was obvious that Xianxia had been poisoned by a parasite. However, it was a little strange that she still had her own consciousness. She was actually able to stop herself from doing anything. If not, he might have lost his life when she stabbed him with the scissors just now. However, it didn't matter how he was. What was important was that she was fine. The voodoo was difficult to cure. He used both hands to break the rope, but because he used too much force, his wrists were bleeding. However, Longheng didn't care at all. He grabbed Xianxia's hands tightly and took the weapon from her hands. "Run!" Xianxia used all her strength to say this, but she didn't know where the strength came from. She shook off Longheng and ran to the ground. Then, she used Kung Fu to kick Longheng's head. Damn, when did she know Kung Fu? Even Xianxia was feeling very depressed. Longheng, on the other hand, knew that something was amiss. This voodoo could not only control a person's mind, but also stimulate their physical strength. However, it would consume a lot of the controlled person's energy, and even threaten their life. He absolutely couldn't let her get hurt. It was a matter of 2 lives. Longheng leaned back to avoid her kick, and then he broke the rope on his feet. The 2 of them were currently dressed in clean clothes. If there were outsiders present, their jaws would definitely drop to the ground in shock. Fortunately, she was controlled and not a master, so he jumped up and held her in his arms. However, he didn't dare to use too much strength, because he was afraid of hurting Xianxia. She was pregnant now, and her physical strength was weak. How could she withstand his strength? But he didn't want to stop her, and she kept moving. In his desperation, he struck the back of her neck. Xianxia fell down softly. Longheng quickly carried her to the bed and stuffed his wrist into her mouth. His own blood could cure the goo poison. As long as the poisoned person ate his blood, the goo poison would be cured. However, if the goo poison was not cured by the person who originally planted it, then the owner would be punished accordingly. For example, the effects of the goo poison in the body would increase by 100 times. Duan Yunying was now receiving such a punishment. The aphrodisiac in his body had increased several times, and he had no way to suppress it. He had no choice but to go to a nearby brothel and spend 2 days and 2 nights with a few prostitutes. His physical strength was almost exhausted. It was impossible for that woman to have consciousness. Even if there was a small loophole in his voodoo, it was impossible for her to retain her own thoughts. This was simply unbelievable. At the same time, it was also because of this that his plan had failed. But he had no idea that the reason he was entangled was that Xianxia was pregnant. And the child in her belly was Longheng's. It had completely inherited Longheng's blood. Even if it was in her belly, it had some effect on her. For example, his blood contained a part of the resistance to the goo poison, so it cured some of the goo poison in her body and allowed her to have her own consciousness. Of course, this was also related to the Fodder's cry in her heart. Her consciousness had drifted away, but it was called back by it. All kinds of coincidences allowed Xianxia to save Longheng and herself, but there was still danger. For example, Longheng put her on the bed and cured her of the goo poison. Just as he was relieved, he found a red mark on her white underwear. His heart trembled, and he quickly pulled her pants to take a look. With just a glance, he felt cold in his heart. He hurriedly shouted, "Call the doctor over." The 2 of them were taking an afternoon nap, so no one dared to approach them. But Longheng used his internal strength when he shouted. Soon, someone heard it and called the doctor over. Xiaoshi and the others were also shocked when they came in. There were mamas who helped Bai Xianxia put on a sanitary pad, but they didn't dare to move too much. When the doctor came, he said that Bai Xianxia's pregnancy was affected and she needed to take medicine to prevent miscarriage immediately. Moreover, she couldn't move anymore, otherwise it would be very dangerous. Long Heng was almost crazy with anger. No matter who that Duan Yuning was, he put his child and wife in danger. He absolutely couldn't let him go back safely. Of course, at the same time, he also knew why Bai Xianxia could stay awake. When the doctor went to boil the medicine, he touched Bai Xianxia's belly and said, "You are a strong and proud child, so you must live. Father will avenge you and kill the person who harmed you." He didn't leave, but stayed by Bai Xianxia's side until she woke up. Bai Xianxia blinked and felt that her body was very heavy. She touched her belly and felt a little uncomfortable. "How is it? Does it hurt?" Long Heng held her hand nervously. He looked very nervous, and his palms were sweating. "It doesn't hurt too much. It just feels a little bloated." "Is he okay?" Bai Xianxia felt scared. Although she felt that he was troublesome when he was around, now she felt that if he was gone, she would be sad and desperate. Long Heng immediately comforted her, "It doesn't matter. He is fine." Hearing this, Bai Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Then she looked at Long Heng, held his hand and said, "What about you? Are you okay? I remember that I seemed to want to kill you." "Not seemed, but seemed to have done it. But it wasn't me. It was another person." "It should be, I know. Don't be nervous. You were just poisoned, but it has been cured now." "Really? How did you cure it? Did you use your blood?" She looked at Long Heng carefully and found that his wrist was indeed wrapped with a cloth. She couldn't help but frown, and she subconsciously became excited. However, Long Heng held her down and said, "Don't panic. There is no problem at all. It's just that when you broke free from the rope, you got injured." Thinking about how they had messed around just now, his ears couldn't help but turn red. Bai Xianxia probably felt it too, and her face couldn't help but turn red. The two of them were silent for a while. Long Heng took the initiative to say, "You need to focus on your pregnancy now. Don't think too much. As long as you and the child are safe, it's fine." "What are you going to do?" Bai Xianxia felt a little nervous. He must be going to do something big. "Don't worry. I'm just going to avenge you." "Okay, then you have to be careful. By the way, help me punch him a few more times for the child," Bai Xianxia said fiercely. Then, she slowly closed her eyes. She was tired. She needed to rest. Long Heng patted her head. He thought that she would be kind enough to ask him not to go. He didn't expect her to let him punch her a few times. But how could 2 punches solve the problem that had caused them to become like this? When Long Heng walked out of Bai Xianxia's apricot garden, it was as if he was covered in a layer of ice. Anyone who approached him could not help but shudder. He summoned the shadow guards and ordered them to quickly investigate Duan Yuning's whereabouts. Originally, he wanted to find out some information about the enemy country from him, so he let him go. Of course, he also wanted to use him to stir up trouble with Luo Yunqing and Lin Xianzi. Who knew that he would reach out to Bai Xianxia and almost harm them? He had to take revenge no matter what. Although Bai Xianxia was at home, she was very worried about Long Heng's situation. After all, he was going to do something dangerous. This time, Hua Er directly asked her in her dream, "Master, Hua Er's perception has increased. Can he know what you're thinking?" "Yes." As expected, it was related to Hua Er. She had felt that those dreams were a little strange. This time, she took the initiative to agree. Thus, she dreamt of Long Heng's revenge. But if she knew that he was so bloody, she would not have asked to have this dream. Long Heng seemed to have walked into a room filled with the smell of rouge. Then, a person bounced up from the bed. His clothes were disheveled, and she could even see his fair and seductive body. She did not expect this male supporting lead to be so good. At least, there was nothing to say about his body. "Why did you come here?" Duan Yuning put on her clothes in a panic. Perhaps she was already looking for a way out. There should be some aphrodisiac in the poison. I used my blood to neutralize her poison, so most of the poison will return to your body. So, you can only come to a place like this, and your body is weak. At this moment, Long Hung was a powerful general, a killing god, a demon. Bai Xianxia saw him like this and her heart pounded. She felt that she had been bewitched, deeply bewitched. This kind of man only existed in movies, but she had gotten her hands on him. Did this feeling have to be so good? She almost went crazy. She wanted to shout loudly, "This is my boyfriend, no, this is my husband, do you know?" However, this husband of hers knew how to kill. Long Hung, what do you want from me? Duan Yuning's legs were weak after 2 days of fighting. She knew that it would be difficult for her to escape. Your life. F***ck, husband, do you have to be so simple? At least give me a reason to kill him. However, he didn't stop there. Instead, he used his weapon to attack. His martial arts skills were several levels higher than Duan Yuning's, so after a dozen or so rounds, his left arm was cut. Duan Yuning frowned and said, "Long Hung, you know the consequences of killing me. Could it be that you want the war that had just calmed down to start again? Would your master trust a dog like you again?" Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, his right hand was slashed again. Duan Yuning gritted her teeth and said, "Long Hung, are you crazy? They are my everything. If you hurt them, you won't be able to live. The same goes for your country." Long Hung could be said to be domineering. Every word seemed to echo in the air. Duan Yuning immediately felt strange. Because she felt that she was the stupid one. If he really wanted to harm her country, then wouldn't she be a sinner? It must be known that Long Hang's fighting strength was very amazing. Previously, he had almost attacked the capital with his men. If the two countries didn't negotiate, their country might not exist now. Duan Yuning felt scared. This Long Hung was indeed her lifelong enemy. Gritting her teeth, she took the hidden weapons from the bedside and threw almost all of them at Long Hung. "Be careful, Prince, be careful." Bai Xianxia was so nervous that her palms were sweating. She shouted in her sleep. Xiaoxia was so scared that she trembled. She rushed to the bedside to check on her. She found that she was fine, but she was sweating a lot. She quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe her sweat and took care of her for the whole night. Bai Xianxia was still in the nightmare. She almost saw with her own eyes how Long Hung tortured a living person to death. Yes, it was definitely torture. There was no accident. Then, he threw the body on the street and let a few dogs tear it up. Many people had nightmares the next day. Bai Xianxia woke up in a cold sweat. But for some reason, she didn't hate Long Hung at all. Instead, she felt that he was in a good mood because he wanted to avenge her. Wasn't this a little perverted? Her gentle image seemed to have been completely destroyed at this moment. Actually, this wasn't much. On the surface, she seemed to be a person that the old madam and the servants liked very much. Now, she was the target of their protection because she was pregnant. The old madam also treated her like her own daughter-in-law. She even took her to other people's spring outing banquets. The main reason was that she felt that she had been too bored at home recently. Her son was a bit excessive. He took an afternoon nap at her place and almost lost the child. Now that she had some time, she wanted her son to go to another woman's residence. She wanted him to stay away from Bai Xianxia and her eldest grandson. This spring outing banquet was held at Prince Rong's estate. Even Madame Lin, who hadn't appeared in public for a long time, came. However, she was alienated by everyone. In fact, not many people were willing to talk to her. On the other hand, Bai Xianxia was very popular. As soon as she arrived, she was pulled aside by Madame Song and asked a lot of questions. Her familiarity allowed everyone to know that she was the one who had sent those plants to relieve the stuffiness in people's hearts. Like this, a few madams came to ask for them. Bai Xianxia naturally agreed. Because she was pregnant, she looked like a gust of wind could blow her over. Therefore, everyone was worried for her when they saw her. There were some people who didn't have the heart to ask for things from this kind of woman. However, they didn't expect her to agree to all of them. She was really very happy. She looked weak on the surface, but her personality was so straightforward. People liked her just by looking at her. Madame Song also liked her very much. She had recently seen through her son's thoughts. No matter how much he wanted to hide it, he couldn't hide it completely. Unfortunately, this person already belonged to the Li of Gojosian. She heard that they had a child. Even if her family wanted to take her over, it would be impossible. Moreover, her son was so good. How could he not find a good girl to marry? However, there were very few girls who could cook and were well behaved. She really wanted one. The old madam was depressed. Why did Madame Song look at their daughter-in-law so passionately? It was as if she was glued to her. She knew very well that Madame Song had taken a fancy to her family's concubine. Although she was a concubine, she was still her son's woman. It didn't feel good to be remembered by someone else. Also, don't treat her like a dead person. Song Jiayue passed by from time to time. His eyes didn't look at anyone other than Bai Xianxia. Fortunately, Madame Bai was honest. Her gaze was very well behaved and she didn't look anywhere else. She was very satisfied with this, but just as she relaxed, she saw her son walk in a fluster. His goal was clearly not to go on a spring stroll or admire the flowers, he was just worried about Madame Bai. Why was he worried about her? Obviously, there wouldn't be any problems with her being with him. When she saw Bai Xianxia's hand being held by Madame Song, the old madam understood that her son knew something, so he was very wary of him. However, the way Madame Song stared at Madame Bai as if she was looking at a delicacy really made people speechless. Seeing that the banquet was about to start, the old madam said to Bai Xianxia, "In a bit, let the mama serve you some food. There are some things you can't use right now." "I understand, old madam." Why did she have to be like this? She seemed to know all the things pregnant women couldn't use. "What, is there a taboo?" Madame Song asked with a smile. "Of course, it's a big taboo. There are some things she can't eat right now. For example, things that promote blood circulation, raw and cold things can't be used." The old madam covered her mouth with a handkerchief and laughed so happily that even the frown on her forehead deepened. Although she couldn't talk about pregnancy for 3 months, there weren't many women present who didn't know about it. They immediately congratulated her, making Bai Xianxiu blush uncontrollably. Everyone entered the banquet in a joyous mood, but none of them noticed Madame Lin's murderous gaze. She was able to keep her composure. Most importantly, she had to bear this grievance in order to restore the Lin family's reputation. Although Bai Xianxiu's morning sickness had improved recently, she still couldn't stand smelling all kinds of odors. After a few mouthfuls, she felt uncomfortable. After ordering someone to inform the old madam, Princess Rong sent someone to take her to rest. Less than half a quarter of an hour after sitting in the pavilion, a servant girl came over and said that she had a letter for Bai Xianxiu. Bai Xianxiu was puzzled. Why would someone send her a letter in Prince Rong's estate? Could it be Song Jiayue? That was impossible. He had always been a law-abiding person, so he wouldn't do such a strange thing. She opened the letter and saw the following words: "Madame Xiao, meet me in the back garden of Prince Rong's estate. I have something to ask." The name below was actually Lin Xianxia. It's the female lead. Why did she suddenly come back? Didn't she leave with that Luo Yunqing? She couldn't go and see her. Last time, she almost had a miscarriage. If she went again this time, she would be a complete fool. Therefore, she passed the letter to Xiaoshi and pretended not to have received it. But the messenger was not happy. He thought for a moment and said, "That young lady is very pitiful. Why don't you go and see her?" Bai Lianhua's role was not only to target the male lead and supporting male lead, but also to target passers-by. What does her pity have to do with me? Bai Xianxiu's temper had been very bad recently. She even dared to talk back to Li of Gojosian. How could she be afraid of servants like them? The servants of Prince Rong's estate didn't dare to say anything and could only quietly retreat. They went to inform the pitiful young lady that the person she wanted to see wouldn't be meeting her. But they didn't expect that the young lady would become angry. Tears fell from her eyes as she said, "Good, very good. She actually dares to treat me like this. Good, very good. They killed him. I must take revenge, take revenge." Lin Xianxia had already gone crazy. She rushed in front of Bai Xianxiu. Bai Xianxiu had just finished vomiting and was about to get up and return to the estate. Unexpectedly, Lin Xianxia suddenly rushed over and roared at Bai Xianxiu. Bai Xianxiu, are you afraid of seeing me? It's all because of a slut like you. It's all because of you that he went to look for you and was killed by you, isn't it? Killed? Who? Bai Xianxiu immediately thought of Duan Yunying. That bloody scene was as if she had seen it with her own eyes. She couldn't help but want to vomit again. She covered her mouth and retched a few times. Lin Xianxia continued, you don't have to pretend to be pitiful anymore. Call that murderer Long hung out. Did he have to be killed just because he liked you? What? Ugh, Bai Xianxiu vomited. She really vomited. She felt that she was vomiting because of Lin Xianxia's disgust. Wasn't this woman's brain circuitry a bit abnormal? When did that man say that he liked her? When did Long Heng kill him because of this? What was going on in your head? How could you come up with such a strange idea? At this moment, the old madam and a group of people who had just eaten walked over. They chatted as they walked. In the end, they heard Lin Xianxia shouting at Bai Xianxiu. Bai Xianxiu clutched her chest and looked pale. At this moment, there was a huge difference between the two of them. Bai Xianxiu looked delicate and pitiful, but her clothes were simple and luxurious. However, Lin Xianxia, who was originally a young miss, had become abnormally crazy. Her hair was a little messy and her face was pale. Her originally tender and fair face now looked a little rough. Madame Lin's heart ached terribly. She hurriedly ran to Lin Xianxia's side and hugged her. My daughter, how did you become like this? Mother is in so much pain. Unfortunately, Lin Xianxia pushed her mother away and said, don't block me. I want to avenge him. That man was killed? It's good that he died. Madame Lin vented her anger. That man dared to kidnap her daughter. It was normal for him to kill him. No, it wasn't him. It was Duan Yunying. Long Heng killed Duan Yunying. He. Shut up. Madame Lin sternly shouted at her daughter. She naturally knew that Duan Yunying was her previous master. There was an ambiguous relationship between the two of them. However, to say it in front of so many people, did she not even care about her own reputation? Moreover, why did that man suddenly die? What was going on? The old madam frowned and said, Miss Lin, what do you mean by saying this? Wasn't this smearing the name of their Li of Gojosian estate? These words also reminded Bai Xianxiu. She was fine, but she had an admirer. If this was spread, wouldn't she end up like the female lead? She didn't want to be a heartthrob. Thus, she suddenly covered her face and cried. This concubine only met that Sir Duan when I was with the prince at the Red Maple Mountain Villa. Why would Miss Lin slander this concubine like this? Right now, she could only suppress Lin Xianxia to get rid of her suspicion. The taste of this unexpected disaster was truly unpleasant. If he didn't like you, then why did he? Ignore her? She finally held back and said, why did he keep staring at you on the day of my wedding? Bai Xianxiu only felt that her brain wasn't enough. She carefully said, then who should he be staring at? These words that were neither soft nor hard choked Lin Xianxia for a long time. She stared at Bai Xianxiu. Her eyes were red, as if she had suffered a great grievance. Although the female lead is said to be universal in love, your heart is too big. You ran away with Luo Yunqing. Why did you still come back to ask about Duan Yunying? Lin Xianxia clenched her fists, completely ignoring her mother who was trying to cover for her. She said agitatedly, you don't care, but someone else does. Long Heng is a homicidal maniac. Oh? I don't know what a homicidal maniac is for killing an enemy spy. Miss Lin, do you have a special relationship with him? Long Heng walked over and coldly revealed Duan Yunying's true identity. Minister Lin, who had rushed over when he heard the commotion, was shocked. If that Lin Xianxia was really an enemy, then Lin Xianxia's actions were simply asking for the lives of the entire Lin family. Without a second thought, he walked up to Lin Xianxia and gave her a hard slap. She spun around on the ground before coming to a stop. Men, take eldest miss away. Let her stay at home and wait for her wedding. Minister Lin didn't want to bother with her, but he didn't expect her to come back just like that. She even came to avenge an enemy spy. Minister Lin felt his heart bleeding. Lin Xianxia wasn't stupid. She immediately understood the severity of the situation and was taken away. Bai Xianxia cleverly kept her mouth shut. At this time, she should hide well. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if she was targeted. Long Hing said to Minister Lin, "Minister Lin, may I ask if Duan Yunying is related to the Lin family?" "No, no, that's good. This king is preparing to report this matter to the emperor. An enemy spy infiltrated the country to assassinate an important official. Minister Lin might be his target. When the emperor asks, I hope you can report truthfully." "How can the prince be so sure that Duan Yunying is a spy?" "I can find out. I have my own evidence." Minister Lin was covered in cold sweat. After returning from Prince Rong's estate, he slapped Madame Lin twice. Madame Lin and her daughter were really troublemakers. They almost caused him to lose his reputation. Now, she couldn't let them tarnish her reputation any further. Thus, she ordered someone to ask Ji Zhongshu's opinion and see if he still had any intention of marrying her daughter. Ji Zhongshu was naturally willing. He had always loved his cousin. Although there were many rumors about her, he felt that they were just rumors. His cousin would definitely not be so fickle. Therefore, he gladly accepted this marriage, and no matter how much his family opposed it, he did not hesitate. Just like that, Ji Zhongshu only had half a month to prepare to marry Lin Qianzi. It wasn't that Lin Qianzi didn't resist, but she couldn't. She could only get married unwillingly. This time, the wedding went very smoothly. No one disturbed her wedding. However, someone came to Bai Xiangxiu's place, and it was a drunk man. He knocked out Xiaoshi and sat down on a chair. While drinking, he said, "How many men can you women love at one time? I've done so much for her, but in the end, she only cares about another man. She even said that the child is that man's." Luo Yunqing, are you here to complain?" He came to her boudoir when Long Heng wasn't around. "I just feel that you are very familiar with her, or perhaps you know what she is thinking." Bai Xiangxiu felt that he didn't have the slightest murderous intent. Thus, she walked over with relief. While rubbing her stomach, she sat down and said, "I'm not familiar with her. I just fell out of love." "Do you have to come here to complain in despair?" "Fell out of love?" "That's right. Could it be that you didn't fall out of love?" "Haha, that's true. What could one do when they fell out of love?" "They could only drink." Luo Yunqing was probably drunk. He began to talk about his relationship with Miss Lin. Bai Xiangxiu had already read the novel and experienced it once. Now, she still had to listen to him talk. Her patience was almost exhausted. However, Long Heng outside was so nervous that his palms were sweating. He was afraid that his sudden appearance would anger Luo Yunqing and hurt Bai Xiangxiu. Now, her lower abdomen was exposed. His child was growing healthily. This Luo Yunqing was really crazy. Why did he come here to be drunk? As he spoke, Luo Yunqing suddenly burped and fell to the ground with a thud. Long Heng rushed in. He glanced at Bai Xiangxiu, who was glaring at Luo Yunqing, and said, "Are you okay?" Bai Xiangxiu shook her head. Long Heng said, "Guards, take him away and lock him up in the dungeon." "Yes, sir." The moment the shadow guard entered, he immediately took Luo Yunqing away. Bai Xiangxiu stood up and said, "Have you been outside the whole time? I was just worried about you. I noticed when he came in." "Sure, something will happen soon. I will send shadow guards to protect you. You have to protect yourself as much as possible, okay?" What the hell happened? She felt that something big had happened. She looked at Long Heng strangely. No wonder he was so mysterious and busy recently. "Mo Fei, is the enemy blaming you for killing that Duan Yunying?" It seemed that women were really sensitive about these things. But it doesn't matter. Those people are no match for me. I'm just returning to the battlefield. Returning to the battlefield? This story was a bit ahead of schedule. Before returning to the battlefield, he had to kill her first. Why did he have to go to the battlefield before killing her? Don't worry, it won't be so fast. At least I can wait until you give birth to the child. Damn, after giving birth, she had to go back to the modern world. Then he had to go to the battlefield. Who would take care of the child? Bai Xiangxiu's originally calm heart began to fret again. Just as she was fretting, she was suddenly hugged. Don't think too much. You need to rest now. But I don't need to hug. You should be able to do it now, right? Yes. I can. Xianxia originally wanted to refuse. But when she thought that he was going to fight, she decided to indulge him. This indulgence was bad. Longheng predicted that he would fight, not immediately. Although he didn't make it too difficult for her, she had to do it on time every day. As for that Luo Yunqing, it was said that he was miserably tortured in the dungeon and was released. The reason was naturally that he didn't want the Wulin world to be unclear before the war. At that time, there would be internal and external troubles. The current emperor also took more care of Liu Guozhian's residence. If he wanted to fight, he had to let the general go out with peace of mind. Even though Longheng was the one who'd killed their prince, he was the only one who could deal with them. Moreover, they dared to send a spy over. They were too bold. Fortunately, they didn't target the imperial palace. Otherwise, he didn't have Longheng's physique to resist the goo poison. Because of fear, the emperor first went to Longheng to find the enemy's spy. Especially in the imperial palace, it could be said that there was no smoke on the battlefield, which made people panic. The emperor had to admit that except for this Longheng, he really didn't know who else he could trust. Therefore, Longheng first cleaned up the imperial court and the imperial palace. This cleaning lasted for several months. Xianxia's belly was so big that it was difficult for her to walk. The old madam was overjoyed. Almost every day, he came to see his unborn grandson. Xianxia's heart was filled with anxiety. As a concubine, it was against the rules for the old madam to visit her every day. However, since the old madam was here to see her grandson, she couldn't stop her from coming. Moreover, the old madam was old and only cared about this. So what if she came? Was she afraid of her? After sending the old madam away, she touched her belly. Recently, her baby had been very naughty, kicking at the slightest provocation. Longheng said that he was a natural talent and that he would teach him martial arts after he was born. He hadn't even given birth yet, but he was already thinking about abusing her son. She sighed softly. She felt that she was going to leave and was very worried about them. She was worried about the baby. Although she didn't know whether it was a boy or a girl, she felt that it was very pitiful. Because he was going to lose his mother when he was born, would he be bullied? If Longheng married a stepmother, she might be a scheming woman who fed him poison from a young age. It was possible that she would be so cruel that she wanted to kill him. What are you thinking about? Don't marry another woman, okay? Xianxia was agitated. She turned around and grabbed Longheng's collar. Longheng saw that she was very nervous and couldn't help but hold her hand and say, okay, I won't marry another woman. Don't be agitated. You promised so easily. You will definitely marry another woman, right? Then, she will deal with my son like those vicious women. Because he is a concubine's son, he will always be one level lower than the legitimate son. Xianxia had always been concerned about this problem. However, they didn't treat their child as a concubine's son, so she had always suppressed it. But now, because of her uneasiness, she said it out loud. Longheng caressed her nervous little face and said, "No, I will chase them all out. Don't worry, no one will harm the child." Xianxia was comforted by him, but she felt that she was too heartless. After leaving, she even left Longheng alone. After pausing for a moment, she said, "Longheng, if you want to find another woman, that's fine. But can you find one who's kind and won't hurt our child? Also, you should be more careful. Don't forget about your personal matters and leave the child to someone else." "Sure, what's wrong with you?" Why did it sound more and more like her last words? Longheng had a very bad feeling. He suddenly hugged Xianxia and stroked her head. "Don't let your imagination run wild." Xianxia nodded. How could she not let her imagination run wild? Her stomach began to feel uncomfortable as she let her imagination run wild. She gently touched her stomach and said, "He's being naughty again." Longheng gently caressed her as well, only to see Xianxia suddenly furrow her brows. She bent over slightly and let out a muffled moan. "Sure, it hurts." Longheng felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly picked her up and ran as he said, "Quickly call the midwife over." "Why are you still in a daze?" Whether or not she was about to give birth, calling the midwife over was the right thing to do. Unexpectedly, Long Heng's intuition was right. Soon, the midwife came over and said that she was about to give birth. For a moment, the inside and outside of the prince's mansion was bustling. The old madam and Long Heng outside were so anxious that they were covered in cold sweat. "Heng don't worry. Every woman gives birth like this. It hurts, all like this?" This was a scream, right? It was the kind of scream that came from killing someone. Yes, yes. The old madam comforted Long Heng and asked him to sit down. However, the veins on her son's forehead were bulging. It was obvious that he was very nervous. Bai Xianxia inside also cried out a few times before stopping. This was because the pain wasn't unbearable all the time. However, Long Heng didn't know this. He said anxiously, "Why aren't you making any noise? Someone go in and take a look. How could it be painful all the time? Wouldn't it be painful to death? Quickly sit down and don't worry." "Is that so?" "That's right." Long Heng only sat for a while. When there were more shouts from inside, he stood up. Suddenly, he saw an old woman come out. He asked, "How is it?" "Madame Xiao has no strength. I'll go get some ginseng slices." "What ginseng slices?" "Take the whole thing inside." Yes, yes. How could she bite the whole thing inside? However, she could only do as the prince said. Bai Xianxia bit the ginseng and was speechless. This Long Heng was really a hindrance. However, biting the ginseng was better than biting anything else. It didn't matter. She could even suck some ginseng water. It felt pretty good. However, the taste of the ginseng wasn't very good. They tossed and turned from noon to night. Bai Xianxia didn't have the slightest bit of strength left in her. Just when she thought she was going to have to decide whether to save the child or save the mother, the tormenting child was finally born. She only felt her body lighten as her soul returned to the modern world. It seemed that she was being carried into an ambulance. Her colleagues from the horticulture club followed beside her and explained to the paramedics what had happened. What did they mean by she fainted from looking at her phone? She usually didn't look at her phone when she was working. She was a dedicated comrade, the paramedics even said. Young people these days treat their phones as their lives. "I didn't faint from looking at my phone, okay?" she said, startling everyone around her. The paramedics said, "The patient has regained consciousness. Quickly inform the hospital to prepare for emergency treatment." Suddenly, a baby's cry pulled her back from her thoughts. Bai Xianxia let out a long breath and slowly opened her eyes. Why were there so many people surrounding her? Why was Long Heng also here? "Xiao, wake up, wake up." Long Heng only felt cold all over. That bad feeling had really come true. Bai Xianxia had actually stopped breathing after giving birth to the child. The midwives were all shocked silly by this. Long Heng didn't care about the rule that men couldn't enter the delivery room. He rushed in. Was this the last time he came to see her? When he saw Bai Xianxia lying there with a pale face and blood under the bed, his mind went blank. He half knelt in front of Bai Xianxia's bed and took her hand, hoping that all this was just a dream. The doctor was applying acupuncture at the side, his hands trembling. Because she had stopped breathing, no matter how hard he tried, it would be in vain. At this moment, the newborn child cried loudly. Obviously, it had been motionless since it was born. At this time, it immediately pulled everyone's mind back, including its mother's soul. Bai Xianxia's hand moved, waking Long Heng up. He held her hand tightly and said excitedly, Xiao, are you awake?" "It hurts." "Who is pricking me?" Why did she feel a pinpricking pain in her other arm and face? "Doctor, quickly pull out the silver needle." "Yes." The doctor pulled out the needle with trembling hands. Obviously, this person could still come back to life after she had stopped breathing. It was the first time in his life that he had seen this. "Xiao, do you feel uncomfortable?" "Doctor, come and take a look at her." "Should I prescribe medicine immediately?" Long Heng was so happy that he almost burst into tears. Even his hands were trembling. Xianxia was truly exhausted this time. She didn't know that she had stopped breathing for a moment, only that she had a wish that she desperately wanted to fulfill. Child, I want to take a look. Is it a boy or a girl? It's a son. Longheng waved his hand, and the wet nurse carried the child over. Xianxia only took one look, then realized something very important. This little face was really too fair, too much like her. It was as if it had been peeled off from her face. This face was already very attractive on her. If it was transferred to a man, she would silently mourn for the girls in the capital. It's too much like me, she said, then slowly fell asleep. Show her, show her. Longheng was frightened. Thinking that she was in danger again, he hurriedly asked the doctor to take her pulse. After a careful examination, the doctor said, Madame Xiao just fell asleep because of exhaustion. She's fine. Then quickly prescribe her some medicine to nourish her body. Prince, please leave first. This place needs to be tidied up. This? All right. He had no choice but to leave. It seemed that they couldn't go all out to tidy up here. Xianxia didn't fully wake up until the third day. Her food was carefully prepared, and Longheng always came to accompany her when he was free. Although he didn't talk much, she knew that he had something to do. Are you going to the battlefield? Even if she didn't go out, she knew that the enemy country was very active. It seemed that they had already sent out their troops. This could be seen from the old madame's expression. She looked at the hot air. It seemed that the day was getting closer. She couldn't even attend the full moon ceremony. Was she going to leave? What was she going to do? The old madame and Longheng didn't say anything. They were afraid that she would worry. She couldn't let them down. At the very least, she shouldn't cry and make them worry. Her strength was seen by others. Longheng patted her head and said, Don't worry, I'll be fine. You're the male lead, what would happen to you? She was just worried about what would happen to the father and son after she left. I've already chased those two people out of the residence. From now on, you don't have to worry about anything. You just have to stay at home with Lin. I'll be back in a year at most, or a few months at least. You, dear god of war, this is fighting a country, not a team. How can it be over so quickly? It will take at least 2 to 3 years. If Madame really misses it, I can put in more effort. No need, it's already fast enough. Longheng's feelings for his wife and children were inextricably linked. He was a little reluctant to part with his wife and children. So this was what it felt like to be short of breath. No wonder those subordinates with wives and children would sometimes take out something and giggle on the battlefield. They must be reminiscing about the sweet times they had with each other. In the following days, Longheng was extremely busy. However, he couldn't resist the pain in his heart. Xianxia had always wanted to say goodbye to him, but there wasn't much time. When the two met, they seemed to have endless things to talk about. They even forgot to mention that she was leaving. 10 days before her 1-month birthday, Longheng set off. Firecrackers were set off outside. She could only hug her son and cry in her room. She couldn't even send him off. This kind of feeling was truly unbearable. It was as if someone was digging out her heart and liver. Finally, she made it to her son's 1-month birthday. On that day, guests came to greet her. Although she was the child's mother, she was still a concubine, so she didn't go out to greet the guests. She looked at the hot air alone in the room. She reached out to touch it, but didn't dare. There were only a few days left. Should she leave or not? Suddenly, Xiaoxia ran in like a madwoman, her face full of joy. Madame Xiao, we have great news. His Majesty has already decreed that our young master will be the little heir. I heard that the prince begged His Majesty before he left. It's clear how much he loves the little heir. If a concubine's son became the heir, wouldn't that mean he would become a prince in the future? Didn't this mean that he wanted to raise Lin as his eldest son in the future? She should be relieved, but she felt even more reluctant to leave. What should she do? Madame Xiao, are you unhappy? I'm happy. She was so happy that she didn't know how to be happy. Xiaoxia was puzzled. Why did she have a straight face when she was happy? However, she didn't know about her master's matters. She only felt that the little heir was blessed. Although he was a concubine's son, she thought that even the mistress of the house couldn't look down on him. Seeing that the 14th of July was almost here, Xianxia became more and more absent-minded. The old madam and the servants only thought that she missed the prince. After all, there had been no news from home since he left for battle. There was no helping it. After all, ancient times were different from modern times. One could contact anyone through WeChat. Xianxia didn't blame him, but she was very conflicted about whether she should stay or leave. However, no matter how conflicted she was, she still had to live. In the blink of an eye, the ghost festival had arrived. She hugged the heir and bid farewell to her son first. Then, she dressed up beautifully and walked to Winter Garden. This was where she came from, and now she had to return from here. How could she be in a good mood when she thought about how she wouldn't be able to see Longheng and Xiaolin when she returned to modern times? However, if she didn't go back, she couldn't bear to part with her family in modern times. She placed the heir on the table, then crawled on the table and looked at it. If we can really see the future, can you let me see what will happen if I go back? The heir said, Master, I can try. It had now grown into a very large cactus. Its 4 leaves were tender green and looked very cute. When Xianxia heard this, she closed her eyes and slept quietly. She hoped that the heir and she really had the ability to see the future. Unexpectedly, she really did have a dream. She dreamed that her corpse was found by Xiaoshi, and then the entire residence was thrown into chaos. Xiaolin cried the most miserably. It was unknown whether it was because he knew that his mother was gone or because he was infected by everyone's uneasiness. In any case, he didn't stop crying. The old madam had found countless doctors to take a look at her, but it seemed that they couldn't cure her. It seemed that the saying mother and son are connected by heart was true. It wasn't a big deal that the residence was in chaos. Longheng didn't know about it because the old madam kept it a secret. However, he was very worried because he hadn't received any letters from her for a long time. He asked the old madam to write a letter to him, but she didn't receive one. Longheng sent someone back to the capital to inquire about her whereabouts and learned of her death. This seemed to be a huge blow to him. Because of this, he was careless and was stabbed in the chest during a fight with an enemy. As he fell, he was still muttering her name. He closed his eyes as if he had nothing left to live for. He didn't struggle at all and was willing to die under someone else's sword. No, why did it have to be like this? No, Xianxia couldn't bear to watch any longer. She felt that everything was so real. If she died, it wouldn't be as easy as she had imagined. The father and son would probably be hurt just like in her dream. No, definitely not. She woke up abruptly and stopped hesitating. But because she didn't plan to go back, she leaned on the table and cried. She looked very sad. By the time Xiaoshi and the others found her, a certain someone's eyes were red from crying and she looked like she was about to pass out. Everyone felt their hearts ache. Madame Xiao must be missing the prince. Otherwise, why would she cry in a secluded place in the middle of the night? She was afraid that someone would see her crying in a secluded place. Xianxia was thinking that her status as a supporting female lead had completely changed. She had been killed before the battle. So she had to think about what to do in the future. She wasn't too sure about the plot and could only rely on the few sentences in the script. According to the script, the male lead encountered a tough character on the battlefield and was trapped in the city for a long time. It was the female lead who helped him escape. But the script didn't say how to escape. But with the plot deviating to such an extent, perhaps he would be fine. After everyone's persuasion, someone carried heir and someone supported her back to Apricot Garden. This matter seemed to have passed quietly, but Xianxia didn't know that she had reached another level in the old madam's heart. If a wife missed her husband and openly cried and made a fuss, what would people say about her? But she just had to hide. If it wasn't for someone discovering that she was missing at night and looking for her, no one would have known that she was hiding and grieving. The old madam thought of her own husband. In order to support the family, she could only secretly cry. Her situation was similar to Xianxia's current situation. Although she looked weak, she was somewhat similar to the old madam. As for the outside world, everyone would say that it was very difficult for a concubine to be so well behaved. She even had to secretly miss her own husband. At least, that was what Song Jiayue thought. Recently, when the family saw that Longheng had filled in a white and fat son, they tried to arrange a marriage for him, but he refused without even thinking about it. Towards Bai Xianxia, he'd always felt pity and guilt. His rejection back then had led to her current life. Although she seemed to be very happy on the surface, he was afraid that no one would understand the disappointment in his heart. It was at this moment that another piece of news arrived. It was said that Longheng and overseer Prince Rong were trapped in Peace City at the same time. The reason was that the other party had made a strange move. They were unable to break through and could only hide in the city and think of a way out. He couldn't help but worry about his friend and Bai Xianxia. If something happened to Longheng, he always thought that a petite and weak person like her wouldn't be able to bear the pain. Li of Gojoseon's residence also received the news. The old madam swayed on the spot and fainted. Bai Xianxia was also dumbfounded. She knew that something would happen, but she didn't expect it to be so serious. Anyone who watched movies or TV shows would know that in less than half a month, the city would be in great danger if there was no food or water. Not to mention the old madam, even she felt dizzy after hearing the news. As a result, the entire Li of Gojoseon's residence was in a gloomy fog. Bai Xianxia comforted Shaolin and was also anxious. How did the female lead help Longheng in the past? Why didn't she finish reading the book and come over? At least she didn't have to be so anxious now. The more anxious she was, the more she couldn't get any news. Fortunately, Song Jiayue came over at this time. Although he was very bold this time, he didn't come over openly. In fact, even if he did, he wouldn't be able to see Bai Xianxia. Xiaoshi was still unlucky and fainted. This time, a wet nurse was also unlucky. Bai Xianxia wasn't afraid when she saw that it was him. She went up to him and said, "Prince Song, why are you here? Did something happen to Longheng?" As soon as she said this, her eyes turned red. "No, I'm just here, to see you." Song Jiayue was nervous and hurriedly explained, "Don't worry too much. The enemy came up with a special method to prevent him from breaking through for the time being. Chained horses are something we've never seen before, so everyone is trying to think of a way." "Wait, what horse are you talking about?" "Chained horses. What's going on?" "I've only heard that it's a chain of armored horses. It's impenetrable and impossible to break through. Why do I feel that it's so familiar? Where have I heard of this formation before?" Bai Xianxia had indeed heard of it before. It seemed that it could even break through. "You know how to break through formations?" These words were definitely not spoken by Song Jiayue, but by another man. However, the voice was also very familiar. Bai Xianxia looked up and saw a man sitting in the chair opposite her. He was dressed in white and wore a silver crown. He looked very handsome, like the god of the moon descending from the heavens. It was hard to look at him directly. "Yu Kuang, why are you here?" Seeing that Song Jiayue was about to make a move, she hurriedly said something to him to show that they had a good relationship and were not enemies. "I heard that your husband is about to be killed. I wanted to ask if you'd like to come with me. I'll help you raise the child." Yu Kuang was as straightforward as ever. He was the only one in the world who could use such a tone to say such things. "Shameless person, get out." Song Jiayue would not allow him to insult Bai Xianxia. However, just as he was about to make a move, he heard Yu Kuang say, "Don't tell me you don't think so?" Song Jiayue's face turned red. In fact, he did think so, but it was just a thought. He did not dare to think too deeply about it. "Stop arguing, you two. Be careful not to wake my son." Bai Xianxia placed the child in the cradle and said, "Longheng will be fine. I'm going to save him." "What? You're going to save him?" Song Jiayue was startled. Bai Xianxia nodded and said, "I think I know how to break this chained horse, but I need to see it for myself. If I can't break it, then there's nothing I can do. If I can break it, then it'll be the same as saving Longheng and Prince Rong. No, it's too dangerous. You can tell me the method, and I'll go." Song Jiayue stopped halfway. With his martial arts, he was afraid that he would not be able to break out of the encirclement of the army in Tranquil City. Firstly, the city was heavily guarded. Secondly, the city walls were too high. Therefore, not everyone could be the female lead. Bai Xianxia felt that it would be a bit difficult for her to be the female lead. Not to mention leaving the prince's mansion, even saving her husband was difficult. Yu Kuang, you seem to owe me a favor, right? That's right. Then take me out of the prince's mansion to Tranquil City. Okay. No. This was what Song Jiayue said. Wait for me to pack. Bai Xianxia did not listen to his advice. How could she listen to others at a time like this? Ever since she came here, she had been suppressing and enduring. But now that her husband was in danger, if she continued to wait, there would only be two possibilities. One was that she had a heart of stone, and the other was that she did not love Longheng at all. However, she was neither of those two. Therefore, in front of the two men, she packed a small bundle. Then, she kissed her son gently and wrote a letter, stating that she was going to find Longheng. Even if the old madam blamed her in the future, she could not refuse to go. Song Jiayue was filled with admiration when he saw how determined she was. However, he still reminded her, I'm afraid that we won't be able to enter Tranquil City. Even if you know the way, you won't have a chance to inform Longheng who's inside. I can't wait at home anymore. No matter what, I have to go and take a look. Bai Xianxia looked straight into Song Jiayue's eyes, expressing her determination. Song Jiayue gritted his teeth. It seemed that he couldn't stop Bai Xianxia from leaving. But he put forward a condition, you can go, but I want to go with you, and I want to bring a woman with me. Bai Xianxia didn't expect him to be so considerate. She couldn't help but nod and say, okay. You don't have to rush tonight. Tomorrow morning, use the old method to go out. I'll wait for you outside. As he spoke, he glanced at Long Lin. He felt that this little boy was so similar to Bai Xianxia that he couldn't bear to look away. Bai Xianxia knew what he meant. He wanted her to spend another night with her son. She looked at her son and felt her heart soften. So she nodded and said, then tomorrow morning, Yu Kuang. Is that okay? I'll go with him. We'll wait for you together in the morning. Yu Kuang wasn't a meddlesome person. Although he liked Bai Xianxia, it hadn't reached the level of infatuation that Song Jiayue had. At most, he was a little attached, but there was an extremely warm familial feeling flowing slowly. It was a feeling that lasted longer than love. So his reaction was relatively indifferent, but it made people feel that this person and Bai Xianxia were like an old friend or an old married couple. Song Jiayue brought people out. He thought that Song Jiayue would find a place to stay by himself. But he followed him all the way back to the Song mansion. He frowned and asked, what do you mean? Yu Kuang said directly, since we're leaving together tomorrow, I'll stay here for one night. Song Jiayue opened his mouth and felt that there was no need to force him to leave. Thus, he got someone to arrange a room for him and asked Yu Sei to pack his things. Two men with a woman naturally couldn't go, and Bai Xianxia secretly ran away and couldn't bring the people of the prince's mansion, so he decided to bring Yu Sei. This girl was smart and quick-witted, so she could take care of her along the way. Just like that, everyone went their separate ways to prepare. With time, Bai Xianxia prepared a lot of things, especially money. How could he not have any money when he went out? Besides, Longheng was not a very romantic person, so when he bought things for her, he usually gave her less money. And Bai Xianxia wasn't very familiar with these ancient things. Basically, if someone said that it was expensive and pleasing to the eye, she would bring it with her. She didn't have much desire for it, so it was natural for her to save money. When Xiaoshi and the wet nurse woke up, she told them to take care of the children. As for her secretly running away, she took the initiative to tell Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi had been by her side ever since she arrived, so she trusted her a lot. Madam Xiao, how can this be? How can a woman like you go to such a place? One of Prince's friends owes him a favor and agreed to escort me there. Also, he's worried about Prince's safety and is thinking of a way to save him. Then if you go out like this, I'm afraid your reputation, if something happens to Prince, what's the use of my reputation? Madam Xiao, why don't Xiaoshi go with you? No, I'm worried about Shaolin. You stay and take care of him. There's the old madam has been worried about Prince lately, so she's always been a little powerless. But, no buts. Xiaoshi, you're the one I trust the most in this estate. Help me take care of Xiaolin, alright? Also, Hua heir. This servant understands. Bai Xianxia patted her head. She felt that this little girl had matured quite a bit recently. She spent an entire night tidying up and rewriting the letter. She believed that she wrote sincerely and hoped that the old madam wouldn't chase her out when she returned. As for the chained horses, she thought about it for a long time. In the end, she thought of The Water Margin, one of the 4 great classical novels. There seemed to be a similar array in the book called The Chained Horses. It wouldn't be easy to break it, but it would depend on the actual situation. The next morning, she wanted to use the same method to leave. But she discovered that the person in the food delivery carriage had changed. Xianxia wasn't there. The basket in that person's carriage was very small, so it seemed impossible for her to leave. Could it be Song Jiayue? But that was impossible. She remembered that she hadn't told him about Xianxia. Moreover, he had told her to leave using the original method. What should she do now? How could she get out? Just as she was worrying, someone patted her shoulder. She was so startled that she almost jumped up. In order to avoid being discovered, she hurriedly covered her mouth. She turned around and found that it was Xiaoshi standing behind her. Why are you here? She was also carrying a strange little bundle. I want to go with you. Where are we going? Bai Xianxia pretended to be confused. This servant heard what you said to Xiaoshi yesterday. Xiaoshi owes you a life, so she must follow you. But even if you want to, there's nowhere to go. This servant knows of a place, but, what place? It's fine as long as we can get out. It was good to bring Xiaoshi along. Didn't she have to bring a woman along? Xiaoshi glanced at Bai Xianxia. She was a bit embarrassed, but she still led her to a place where there was no one and pointed at a wall in the corner. In ancient times, most walls were made of earth, but the prince's residence was different. It was made of bluestone bricks. However, this was probably a wall from an old site. It was very old. The ground below had been dug up, forming a dog hole. She was a bit speechless when faced with this famous dog hole. She looked at Xiaoshi and asked, "Can we really get out?" It looked very small. It's quite deep inside. This servant's younger brother can crawl in to give me fruit. After saying this, Xiaoshi immediately regretted it and said, Madam Xiao, please don't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, this servant will be severely punished. Oh, of course I won't tell anyone. There was no other way. Bai Xianxia couldn't care less about the dirt and mess. She stuck her head in and tried to crawl out. She originally thought that she wouldn't be able to crawl out. Unexpectedly, it was really as deep as Xiaoshi said. As long as she bent a little, she could crawl out. But as she crawled, she felt that something was wrong. Why was there a pair of shoes on the ground opposite her? She silently raised her head and found a pair of bright eyes staring at her. She couldn't help but cough lightly and say, Song, Prince Song, why are you here? Song Jiayue had always regarded Bai Xianxia as the goddess in his heart. He was worried about Bai Xianxia, so he came to the back door to wait. When he heard her voice coming from the wall, he stopped to take a look. In the end, she came out of the dog hole not long after. Moreover, her face was covered in dirt. He couldn't help but find it funny. Can you stop laughing? Give me a hand. Bai Xianxia stretched out her dirty hand. Song Jiayue had no choice but to reach out and pull her out of the dog hole. Bai Xianxia's face was also red. She'd actually let such a handsome and otherworldly supporting male character see her in such a sorry state. It really was very embarrassing, alright, however, she still reached out and pulled Xiaoshi out. She's Xiaoshi. She's coming with me. Oh? Can I believe it? There seemed to be a burn mark on this servant girl's forehead. Could she be the servant girl that Bai Xianxia had rescued from the fire? If that's the case, there's nothing suspicious. However, this child is so clumsy. I wonder if she can take good care of Bai Xianxia. Fortunately, I have Yusei with me, so it shouldn't be a problem. The 3 of them arrived at the prepared carriage. The carriage was very large, but not luxurious. Bai Xianxia and Xiaoshi sat inside and found that there was already someone sitting inside. It was Yusei, it's you. I didn't expect you to come too. Yes, Mistress Xiao. Please sit properly. Yusei was very perceptive and helped by Xianxia to sit properly. Regardless of whether there was a possibility between her and the young master in the end, she was still the young master's most beloved person. Thus, it was only right to take good care of her. As soon as they sat down, they heard that there seemed to be another person on the shaft of the carriage outside. Bai Xianxiu naturally knew that it was Yu Kuang. It was quite good for a martial arts alliance leader like him to go with her. However, she didn't know if it would delay his official business. Didn't all men have a lot of important matters to attend to? Especially when it came to a Wuling alliance master. I'll definitely ask him when I have time. Thinking about it, the carriage had already set off. There were many things prepared in the carriage, including food, drinks, and toys. As expected of Song Jiayue, he even prepared everything for a place to stay in the wilderness. They set off towards the Shu lands. After passing through the Shu lands, they would arrive at Peace City. Along the way, Song Jiayue concluded that the enemy country had always been good at using poison. It was impossible to guard against such a sudden formation. That was why Long Heng was trapped there. It was probably because of a commander like Long Heng. Bai Xianxiu had not walked outside since she came here. Now, she looked around strangely. For the sake of convenience, she sat outside in men's clothes. From the outside, it looked like there were 3 very outstanding men sitting side by side in front of the carriage. However, Bai Xianxiu's appearance was too outstanding. The people who looked at her on the road were both men and women. But she didn't notice it at all. She was too focused on looking at the ancient streets. The more she looked, the more she felt that something was wrong. She covered her chest and ran back. Song Jiayue asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, cough, I just want to rest for a while." That would be strange. Things had gotten out of hand. Her breasts were swollen, and there seemed to be milk flowing down. What should she do? If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have pretended to be a man. This chest wrap was too tight. As soon as she came in, Xiaoshi asked, "What's wrong?" "Your chest, Shu." Xiaoshi shut her mouth in confusion. Yusei, on the other hand, was experienced. She asked in a small voice, "Is it swollen?" Quickly help me untie it. It's so uncomfortable. Although you haven't been the one feeding the little heir personally, this feeling will continue for a few days. Before Long Heng left, he had helped to suck it. After that, he just had to squeeze it a little. However, he had been so focused on the journey that he had forgotten about it. Yusei chuckled as she helped her to pull out her bra. Fortunately, they were just going out to watch the fun and didn't wrap too much. With a pull, it came out. The top was already wet. "Alright, change into women's clothes." "Okay, Xiaoshi." Bai Xianxiu waved outside, indicating for Xiaoshi to guard the curtain. Xiaohuan pulled the curtain of the carriage, but these women were completely unaware that the 2 masters outside had clearly heard what they said in a low voice. Song Jiayue's face was burning. Yu Kuang, who had been quiet at the side, suddenly spoke. "It seems that women don't have it easy." "That's right." The 2 men held the carriage outside, using silence to hide the ripples in their hearts. However, the journey was too long and there weren't any fast transportation tools in ancient times. Thus, they could only rush through the night and stay wherever they went at night. Fortunately, the weather wasn't too cold. They could rest in the carriage or in the tent at night. Song Jiayue had originally thought that Bai Xianxiu would be the first to give way. She'd just given birth not long ago, and she looked so pitiful and weak. Unexpectedly, she didn't complain at all. She actually lasted for 2 to 3 days. Even Yusei vomited a few times because she wasn't acclimatized. Not only was she not weak, but she was also quite excited. She even helped them pack their things. It was not a state that a weak woman could show. He didn't know that Bai Xianxiu basically thought that they were traveling in modern times. She used to travel often, so her brain was in a state of excitement. In addition, she was worried about Long Heng, so she didn't have time to be sick and sad. She was afraid that she would die before reaching Ning City. Then, what was the point of traveling like this? She must save Long Heng. No matter what the plot was, since she chose to stay, she must make sure that he could be safe. After all, she knew some things about the enemy country through novels. For example, the state preceptor was a pervert and had an affair with Yaya. Also, the emperor was headstrong and self-opinionated. As long as she defeated him once, she could easily defeat him forever. But what was the use of these? It had nothing to do with saving Longheng. After another 2 to 3 days, they finally entered Shu County. This place was very unsafe because it was close to the border. Bai Xianxia and the others all changed into men's clothes as soon as they came in. In the chaos, they could be easily seen and captured by bandits. 2 men were fine, but the 3 women were the key targets of protection. Why is it so chaotic? Even if it was a border town, it was a bit ridiculous to be so chaotic. Do you know why Longheng was named Li of Guozhouzian? Song Jiayue was outside the carriage. Because the street was full of people, it was very difficult to drive the carriage. Why? Because he is invincible, so his reputation in the border town is much better than in the capital. What does that have to do with here? The people here are easily affected by the things at the border. Now that he is trapped in Ming City, they also feel that it is not safe here. I see. They never thought that Longheng's every move would implicate so many people. They fled with their wives and children, so it was so chaotic. Finally, the 3 of them got out of the city. Because of the current situation, it was impossible to stay in the city. It was too chaotic here. But as soon as they got out of the city, they heard a voice in front of them, "Stop, leave the money and women. If you resist, don't blame us for not showing mercy." Bai Xianxia sat in the carriage and the corner of her mouth twitched. Did they encounter bandits? Unlike Yusei and Xiaohuan, Bai Xianxia didn't shrink into a ball in fear. She'd seen the men of this world fight with their lives on the line. She knew that the 2 men outside were not just for show. If they really fought, the bandits would not be a match for them at all. She lifted a corner of the curtain to take a look. She could not help but frown. Were they bandits or refugees? Their weapons were all hoes, sickles, and other farming tools. Moreover, all of them were dressed in rags. It was a tragic sight. As someone who lived in the bustling capital like Bai Xianxia, Song Jiayue was also stunned. He asked curiously, "Are you bandits?" These bandits were really pitiful. If it were in the past, he would have reached out to kill them without hesitation. But now, looking at them, he could not bear to kill them. Yu Kuang knew more about the hardships of the people than they did. He only said, "Get lost if you want to stay alive. Don't risk your life for that little bit of money." The bandits did not back down. In their opinion, it was not easy to rob a carriage going to the border, especially when it looked like they were very rich. So, they did not waste any time and swarmed forward. This made things difficult for Song Jiayue and the others. If they were martial arts experts, it might be easy to deal with them. But it was a little difficult to deal with these bandits who did not know martial arts at all. But fortunately, some of them knew some martial arts. So, they began to attack these people. But it was unknown whether it was because they were fighting too fiercely or because too many weapons were flying, but for some reason, the horses were startled and suddenly ran away as if they were flying. Ah! Yusei screamed in fright, exposing their whereabouts. "There's a woman. Quickly catch the horse." For some reason, these bandits suddenly went crazy. They did not even want money and went straight for women. Song Jiayue broke out in a cold sweat. Were these men crazy about women? If they really fell into their hands, Bai Xianxia and the other 2 women would be in trouble. Unfortunately, they were deep in the forest. After bumping and scraping, Bai Xianxia was thrown off the carriage halfway. Fortunately, she didn't suffer any injuries when she fell on the pile of weeds. However, she couldn't get up because of the stuffiness. She was afraid that she had hurt herself somewhere and it wouldn't be good if she suddenly got up, so she lay on the ground and moved her legs and hands to make sure that she was okay. But at that moment, she heard footsteps approaching. Originally, he didn't dare to get up even if he wanted to. He just lay there silently, motionless. "Look, is it a woman? She's wearing men's clothes. But that waist, no matter how you look at it, it's still a woman's waist. Did he fall to his death? That's bad. What a pity. Let's go take a look. We might be able to use it if we bring it back." If you dare to come over, I'll smash your head. Xianxia was furious. She grabbed a thick branch in her hand and waited for any man to come over to hit his head. Sure enough, after a while, someone came close to her and stretched out his hand to turn her around. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xianxia suddenly jumped up and raised the stick to hit him. I'll beat you to death, you stinky rogue, pa. The stick hit the man's shoulder. He didn't suffer much from working all year round, but he was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. Wait a minute, miss. Seeing Xianxia hit him again, he was so scared that he covered his head and ran away. He shouted in his heart, women are so scary. I can't get married in this life. The other man also felt that his brother was going to be beaten to death. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward and said, Miss, please stop. We didn't mean to. Why did you hit me? It would be strange if I didn't hit you. You idle bandits, I'll beat you to death. Xianxia was also crazy. She didn't catch one of them and saw the other one coming to her. She chased and hit him again without thinking. The 2 bandits were scared. They had never seen such a fierce girl in their lives. What should they do? Didn't they say that girls from big families could be poked with a finger? But why was this girl like a tiger? Although she was very beautiful, she didn't hesitate to grab the stick. If they didn't run away, they would be easily beaten to death. All of this fell upon the 2 men who'd come to rescue Xianxia. They stopped the carriage and brought the 2 women to look for Xianxia, who'd fallen off the carriage. Then, they saw Xianxia crazily chasing after the 2 bandits with a stick. The 2 bandits were beaten until their heads were swollen. They almost covered their heads and fled, shouting for mercy as they ran. Song Jiayue only felt that a string in his head was broken. It was the first time he saw Xianxia like this. She was not the gentle and lovely girl. She was clearly a terrible tigress. It was 1 against 2, but he still managed to beat up the 2 strong young men until they were running all over the place. Although the 2 men didn't really want to hurt her, it was impossible for them to grab the stick in her hand or stop her. Yu Kuang, on the other hand, was relatively calm. After all, Xianxia hadn't pretended to be weak in front of him. But the 2 women behind him were scared silly and silently hugged each other. Xianxia's appearance was not frightening. Xiaoshi was the first to wake up. She trembled and said, Madame Xiao had these eyes when she saved me last time. After saying this, she recalled. Then she revealed an expression of great admiration, directly treating her master as a heroine. Stop looking, let's save them. Yu Kuang raised his leg, but Xiaoshi's sudden words made him hesitate. Save who? The bandits? Yu Kuang turned around and frowned. Did she have nothing better to do? Why would he save the bandits? But when he thought about it, it seemed that the bandits were really the ones being saved. Song Jiayue was still in a daze. Yusei called out softly, young master, young master. It seemed that the young master had given her a big blow. She silently closed her mouth. She felt that it was a good sign that the young master didn't like her anymore. But for some reason, she felt that the Xianxia in front of her was very cute. The 2 bandits probably felt that there was no result if this continued, so they suddenly knelt down and held their heads, begging for mercy. Miss, Great Queen, please spare us. We really don't want to hurt you. You don't want to hurt me? Then what do you mean by bringing me back when I'm unconscious? Song Jiayue's mouth finally twitched. This expression, this attitude, was it clearly learned from Longheng? But, with Xianxia's current situation, learning from him was really a bit interesting. Could it be that this was what people meant when they said husband and wife looked alike? His heart ached, and he actually revealed a bitter smile. The 2 bandits thought about it and agreed. That's right, we really do need a young lady. Bandit A was hit hard with a stick. He was in so much pain that he didn't dare to speak. We actually need your help with something. Bandit B was smart for once. What is it? Xianxia was also tired. She leaned on the stick and looked at them, beating whoever moved. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Song Jiayue and the others really didn't want to disturb her, so they hid. If she was in danger, they would come out to save her. Our boss's wife is giving birth, but there are no women in our stronghold. Everyone is anxious. Miss, can you help us save the wife of the first master? Why didn't you say so earlier? Someone who had just given birth knew the pain of childbirth. She rolled her eyes and said, lead the way. Miss Xiao, let's go together. Song Jiayue and the others came out from the back and were shocked when they saw the two bandits. However, they didn't run away because they were counting on finding a woman to save their lives. Just like that, they followed the two bandits to the bandits' lair. The people here were all men who didn't manage to escape. After asking, they found out that their families had been sent away long ago, and they stayed behind to protect their hometown. If the enemy attacked, they couldn't easily destroy the place where they had always lived. Speaking of which, they were heroes. At least, Xianxia admired them. However, when she saw the boss of the stronghold, Xianxia was stunned. The other party was also stunned. Then, he suddenly walked to her side and knelt down. Madam Xiao, why are you here? You are Quan? She heard that they were sent to Shu County, but she didn't expect to meet them again, and at such a time. Yes, Madam Xiao. I didn't expect to be able to thank you for saving my life in my lifetime. Quan was a little excited. After they were rescued, they found out that everything was arranged by Xianxia. They didn't expect to have the opportunity to meet her in Shu County. Let's not talk about this first. Is the one who gave birth third madam? Yes. How long has it been? More than 2 hours, but there are no women here. I've been accompanying her. Bring me in. But, your identity, what does this have to do with my identity? Besides, I'm a mother. I've been through it before, so I'm better than them. You guys come in too. She was referring to Xiaoshi and Yusei. Quan also knew that they could not delay, so he took them to the place where Xianxia gave birth. It was just a small mud house. It was really simple and crude. When they walked in, Xianxia was holding onto the table as she walked. A woman giving birth naturally couldn't have another man by her side. If she wasn't strong enough, she was afraid that both her and the baby would die. Xianxia admired her. As a rich young lady, she could live in such a place. She even had to be so strong when giving birth to a child. It seemed that the environment could really change a person. Madam Xiao, it's actually you? Okay, I'll help you walk. There's no need. Leave it to me. Xiaoshi helped Xianxia up. As for Xianxia, she walked out and said, boil some hot water. Soak the scissors in some wine and then place them in the fire until they turn red. Think of a way to make something nutritious, preferably ginseng slices. Ginseng? We don't have such a thing here. A man beside Quan frowned. You don't, but I do. Prince Song, didn't we bring some ginseng slices? Yes, but they were in the carriage. They should have been collected by your people. It was tribulation. Quan coughed softly and felt very uncomfortable. Go get them. At this time, Xianxia didn't panic in the face of danger. A large group of men could only listen to her. Xiaoshi felt that her master was really domineering now. Looking at her made people admire her from the bottom of their hearts. After preparing these things, Xianxia started to hurt again. Xianxia felt that she was the only one present who knew a little. If she panicked again, she didn't know what would happen. Therefore, she forced herself to calm down and taught Xianxia how to breathe and how to use force. Then, when her pain got better, she continued to say goodbye to her and told her what happened after she left. With things to distract her, Xianxia didn't feel so much pain. She was grateful to Xianxia for saving them. Xianxia didn't care. She only hoped that the mother and child would be safe. After half a day of tossing and turning, the child finally landed on the ground with great difficulty. Congratulations, you're a daughter of a rich family. The little girl landed on the ground with big eyes. She was very beautiful. Is that so? Madam Xiao, can you be her godmother? Of course. Xianxia was also happy. She was even happier than when she was born. She couldn't help but cry. After tidying up, Xianxia felt more tired than a day's journey. However, she was in a good mood. Outside, Quan was also moved to tears. He was a man, but at this time, he couldn't control his tears. Madam Xiao, you're our second parent. Ah Quan thanks you. After saying that, the boy was about to kneel down. As a modern person, what she was most afraid of was others kneeling down. Although she was used to it in the manner, she was still a little unaccustomed to being kneeled by men. She hurriedly jumped to the side and waved her hand. Stand up and talk first. This isn't good. Ah Quan wiped his tears and could only stand up. Just now, he had heard Song Jiayue and the others mention that they were going to Ning City to find Long Heng. Thus, he said, I know some paths to Ning City, and they're all small paths that won't be discovered by the enemy. How about I send you there with my brothers tomorrow? That's good, but third madam, no, I mean your wife still needs someone to take care of her. If you leave, who will take care of her? Ah Quan was stumped. There was no one in this mountain full of men who could take care of his wife. Bai Xianxia thought for a moment and said, then let you say and Xiaoshi stay to take care of her. Xiaoshi is nimble, and you say isn't acclimatized. She can stay and rest. Ah Quan naturally nodded. However, Song Jiayue said, how can that be? You also need someone to take care of you. Bai Xianxia was a modern person. She had never relied on the maids to take care of things that didn't need to be taken care of. There's no need. I can take care of myself. Besides, this trip is dangerous. It won't be easy for you to take care of many women. Moreover, I can take care of myself. She can. She's amazing. Yu Kuang testified for her. When she was at Baiyun Mountain, she was a very strong person. He couldn't tell that she was a weak creature like a rich young lady. Although Song Jiayue wanted to go against her, he knew that this was the most feasible method. In this situation of national enmity and family hatred, everything seemed to become so weak. Even some of his feelings were deeply suppressed in the bottom of his heart. After making her decision, Bai Xianxia followed Ah Quan's instructions and fell into a deep sleep on a brick bed in an earthen hut. She was extremely excited because she was going to see Long Heng again. She couldn't stop dreaming about him even after she fell asleep. She hoped that he was fine. He had been trapped for nearly 10 days. The food in the city was probably running out. Long Heng could not sleep under the moonlight. Obviously, he had promised Bai Xianxia that he would return within half a year, but he did not expect to encounter such a difficult situation in the first battle. He had thought of countless methods these past few days, but it was extremely difficult to break through the chained horses. He hoped that she would not be worried, because he was not as dangerous as he looked from the outside. He had already used the underground passage in the city to obtain supplies, so he only needed to think of a way to break through the chained horses. However, this method was extremely difficult, and they had already studied it for a few days, but there were still no results. He did not know why, but he always felt that she was beside him, and she seemed to be getting closer and closer. Xiao, he held the sachet that she gave him and smiled. The craftsmanship was not very good, but he liked it, and it never left his side. More than 10 miles away, Bai Xianxia was also looking at Peace City from afar. In front of it was the enemy's territory. Originally, Peace City had already been breached, but Long Heng took it back. After that, they encountered the chained horses. The few of them were resting here tonight, while Song Jiayue planned to go to the enemy's camp to find out the truth about the chained horses. I'm going too. She wanted to see if it was the same as the chained horses in the TV series. Song Jiayue had no other choice, and could only bring her along. Yu Kuang naturally followed. 2 of the 3 of them had superb qinggong, and Bai Xianxia was taken by them in turns. Surprisingly, they managed to bring her to the periphery of the enemy's camp. Song Jiayue said, we can't go any further, I'm afraid that they are surrounded by poisonous fog. It's okay, I have a mutual antidote pill here, ordinary poisons can be neutralized. Yu Kuang poured out 3 pills for the 3 of them to share, and then Yu Kuang slowly brought Bai Xianxia in. Song Jiayue scouted ahead, so that if he was discovered early, the 2 behind him would be able to escape. As for his soldiers, they would not be able to stop them. However, they were very strange. They didn't go to the main camp, but to the stable. The number of people guarding the stables had decreased by quite a bit. They could only look at the horses from afar and couldn't make out anything. Song Jiayue knocked out the two of them and waved at them. The three of them went to the equipment warehouse together. This was the place where the armor was placed. Perhaps he would be able to see something. After Bai Xianxia and Yuquan came in, they saw the armor that was supposed to be worn on horses. They were all made of metal and looked very heavy. Every piece of armor was connected to an iron chain with barbs. No wonder they were so powerful. Thinking about the horses that went out with these armors and walked out in a row, if they encountered them, they would either be knocked to death or trampled to death under the horses. What a cruel method, she secretly frowned. At the same time, he also felt that this thing was very similar to a chain horse, especially the part where the calf was not covered. This was the flaw. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. No matter what, this time he must help Longheng break this chain horse. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard a noise outside. One of them said, "State Preceptor, why are you here so late? This place is very important. In order to not let others find out." A somewhat old voice came in with a person. Fortunately, they didn't notice that the two people guarding outside the door had their acupoints sealed. Not good. Song Jiayue put out the fire and hid in the dark. Yuquan also hid with Bai Xianxiu. However, they forgot one thing, and that was that the state preceptor was also a master. He might not be able to detect their presence, but he could detect Bai Xianxiu's presence. Therefore, as soon as he came in, he felt that something was wrong. He said in a deep voice, "Who is it?" Yuquan wanted to jump out and fight, but Bai Xianxiu held him down. Then, she messed up her hair, pulled down a bit of her clothes, and slowly walked out. Then, with a plop, she fell to the ground. "Master, please spare me. This little girl just mistakenly came here because she was too hungry." If it was an old pervert, then he should have noticed her appearance. Bai Xianxiu's appearance was ranked first in the whole book. She didn't believe that he wouldn't fall for her trick. Coupled with her appearance, it could be said that she was really delicate and pitiful. Song Jiayue's hand trembled. What was she trying to do? However, the state preceptor saw a peerless beauty under the light of the torch. Even though she was wearing men's clothes and her hair was messy, it was still difficult to hide her peerless charm. Being lecherous was one of his biggest problems. As long as he saw beauty, he couldn't move. This was different from being lecherous. He simply admired. If possible, he would deepen his relationship. If not, he wouldn't force it. However, as long as it was a beauty, he would find a way to agree to her request. The woman in front of him, he felt that he could deepen his relationship with her. To be able to have a spring breeze with such a woman, he didn't live his life in vain. That's really great. I'll have someone get you something to eat. Thank you, master. But where is this place? It's too dark, this little girl can't see clearly. This is a military camp. Where are you from? Shu County, military camp. Isn't that? Save master, don't kill this little girl. I really just mistakenly came here. Bai Xianxiu knelt down and cried. Song Jiayue and Yuquan opened their eyes. It was a pity that she wasn't an actress. She was really talented, but what was her purpose for doing this? How could the state preceptor see a beauty cry? He hurriedly said, "Don't worry. No one knows that you are here except for me. I will definitely protect you." Then, She glanced at the two guards behind her. "You go down and prepare some food for this girl. Don't disturb others." It was really not good to hide a woman from the enemy country in the camp. Song Jiayue was stunned. How did the state preceptor's brain grow? Just because of Bai Xianxiu's words, he didn't hesitate to send his own people away. This was clearly giving them a chance to assassinate her. Bai Xianxiu was not simple. She clearly wanted to help Longheng get rid of this enemy. It was a pity that she sacrificed her own body. This kind of thing was really not something that a woman could do. However, it was very admirable. Yuquan was a person from the martial arts world. It was easy for him to be hot-blooded. In his view, Bai Xianxiu's actions were tantamount to sacrificing her life for righteousness. She was really a woman that Yushu liked. People couldn't underestimate her. Waiting for the two guards to go down, Bai Xianxiu pretended that she wanted to stand up but couldn't. The state preceptor hurriedly came over to help her up. Yu Kuang and Song Jiayue's hearts tightened at the same time. However, they both knew that this was not the time to make a move. Bai Xianxia was too close to him. Bai Xianxia got up and thanked him. Then, she slowly walked to the side and sat down. She timidly asked, "Where is this place?" "Armor room. After you eat, pretend to be a guard and move to my tent. This place is not suitable for a beauty like you to sit here for long." "You flatter me." "Hey, what is that?" "It's shining." Bai Xianxia made a waving motion with one hand behind her back. Her other hand pointed to a place. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The state preceptor looked in the direction she was pointing at, but he did not see anything. "It's really shining. What a strange light." The state preceptor thought that he did not see it clearly. Since the beauty was curious, he naturally wanted to take a closer look. Unexpectedly, a figure rushed out from the side. The sword was fast, and so was the person. He hurriedly pulled up his weapon to block, but he did not expect that there was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Just as he blocked the killing move in front of him, a palm came from behind. This palm was very fierce. It shattered his heart in an instant. He did not even have time to scream before he vomited blood and died. Bai Xianxia was shocked. How could they kill someone just like that? She meant to let them knock him out before leaving. She did not expect them to be so violent. Fortunately, she had seen the world. She knew that she had to hold on even if she was scared of blood. She clutched her chest and automatically pulled Yu Kuang. Without thinking, he carried her on his back and took her out of the enemy camp in the dark. The three of them sneaked into the enemy camp, killed someone, and came out. Only they knew how dangerous it was. If the state preceptor had not been bewitched by Bai Xianxia, if they had hesitated when they killed him, they might have been trapped in the enemy camp and could not come out. Bai Xianxia, Yu Kuang, and Song Jiayue were all scared. After returning to their hiding place, Bai Xianxia fainted and only woke up after a long time. Being scared of blood was not a good thing. This was a battlefield. She could not always be scared of blood, right? Obviously, she was not scared of blood in the modern world. Bai Xianxia frowned and said to Ah Quan, "Give me that dead chicken." "You're scared of blood." Song Jiayue frowned. "I can't be scared of blood anymore. If I faint again, how can I save Prince? I'll faint first." Bai Xianxia was starting to hate her female supporting character. Song Jiayue pulled her back and said, "There's no rush. For now, you should recuperate. At the very least, you should think about how to deal with that chained horse. Didn't you come here to solve this problem?" "Yeah, but I've already made up my mind." "So fast?" "Yes, but we need to enter the city. I'm afraid we won't be able to break that array." However, how were they going to enter the city? The outside was completely surrounded. Moreover, the other party's city gate was also closed. They definitely wouldn't open the city gate unless absolutely necessary. This was a difficult problem, but Yu Kuang said from the side, "I can go in alone. If you have anything to say, you can write a letter and I'll bring it in." "That's not a joke. That city gate is so tall that it's difficult for ordinary people to enter. Moreover, if you try to force your way in and get discovered by the enemy, they will definitely shoot arrows. At that time, I'm afraid you will be in danger. We can do something so that the enemy won't have time to discover him. We can create a diversion." Bai Xianxia immediately suggested this. As a girl who grew up watching war movies and television dramas, she still had this bit of reaction. However, in the eyes of Song Jiayue and the others, her reaction was truly shocking. She was a woman who lived in the boudoir, and her greatest achievement was to give birth to a young heir. For a girl like this to be able to come up with such a straightforward idea on the battlefield, and it was a good idea at that. This wasn't so simple. How do you know all this?" "I read books." Bai Xianxia spoke in a serious manner, and no one could find any fault with her words. Song Jiayue opened his mouth. He had also read a lot of books, okay? "You read military books?" "Yes, I read them." She really did read them. She wasn't lying. Song Jiayue looked up at the sky. As expected, she came from a scholarly family. She had all kinds of books. Okay, let's do that. Yu Kuang didn't hesitate and directly agreed. Song Jiayue had no other choice. He could only think about how to attract the enemy's attention. However, he didn't expect that Bai Xianxia had already thought about it. She first wrote a letter to tell Longheng about how to break the chain horses. Because the letter was very detailed, it took her a long time to write. Song Jiayue thought that she wrote some sentimental words of love, so he didn't have the nerve to read it. He just sat silently at the side and felt sad. However, when she finished writing, she showed it to him and said, "Prince Song, take a look and see if you can understand it. Did you miss anything? Let me see. Was it really okay to read other people's love letters?" However, when he took the letter, he was stunned. Bai Xianxia, a woman, wrote a letter that was open and aboveboard. She didn't even write a gentle sentence. The whole letter was a formulaic tutorial on how to train the sickle team, how to kill the warhorses, how to let the warhorses behind trample the warhorses in front of them, and so on. However, it was written very clearly. He couldn't help but cheer and said, "Good idea, it's really a good idea. How did you come up with it? Not only can we break the chain horses, but we can also deal a heavy blow to the enemy." His eyes lit up. When he looked at Bai Xianxia, he no longer felt that she was a woman who needed to be protected at all times. At the same time, he also understood why she dared to seduce him when she was still someone else's concubine. It turned out that she actually knew what she wanted in her heart and what she wanted. However, when he rejected her, she would give up easily. Even if she was sad, even if she was helpless, she would stand up strong. He didn't know why, but he felt that she was dazzling. He actually felt that standing by her side was enough to satisfy him. "Have you finished reading that?" Bai Xianxia thought that there was something wrong. Otherwise, why would Song Jiayue just stand there and not return her letter? Very good, very clear. I believe that Longheng will be very happy. I'm happy to have a woman like you by my side. However, it would be even better if you were my wife and not my concubine. The position of a concubine is not suitable for a girl like you. Bai Xianxia was very happy when she heard this. She handed the letter to Yu Kuang and said, "I originally planned to get used to it first before taking action. However, since you can reach the city, then there's no need to carry a chicken to get used to it. Just use people." "What do you mean?" Song Jiayue asked with a smile. He felt that this little girl's eyes were filled with confidence. It seemed that she had already thought of a way to disrupt the enemy's camp. Bai Xianxia pointed at Ah Quan and said, "Ah Quan, in a while, ride a horse and pull a large tree branch on the opposite side of the enemy's camp. Try your best to make it look like there are many people lying in ambush there. After that, Prince Song, do you know how to shoot an arrow?" "I do." Song Jiayue was actually eager to give it a try. "In a while, you can dip kerosene in cloth, then light it up and shoot it at the enemy's camp. Just make them burn. If we do this, they will definitely panic because the imperial tutor has been assassinated. As long as we take advantage of this time to attack, they will definitely be very concerned and think that someone has ambushed them. As long as we attract their attention, then Yu Kuang can successfully enter the city." After Bai Xianxia finished speaking, Song Jiayue nodded and said, "But we must immediately prepare. I'm afraid that they will already be on guard tomorrow night." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Alright. They didn't expect the plan to be so rushed. They should have waited for another day or two, but because Bai Xianxia had already thought of all the problems, everyone started preparing. It wasn't until the middle of the night that Ah Quan roasted the chicken and shared it with everyone. Although they weren't full, they had enough energy. Bai Xianxia was in charge of tearing and binding the cloth stained with kerosene, while Yu Kuang changed into night clothes. Dressed in black, it was as if he was immersed in the night. If he stood in the shadows without moving, no one would notice him standing there. Bai Xianxia was stunned. Only now did she realize that Yu Kuang was really a martial artist. His unique aura was probably something that Longheng and Song Jiayue couldn't compare to. If she had to compare the feeling Yu Kuang gave her now, it was as if he was an assassin in a game, who could kill at any time and then hide. By the time they were ready, it was already the middle of the night. Due to the high tension, they didn't feel tired. However, the rear of the enemy camp was also in chaos, but it didn't cause much of a reaction. Song Jiayue said, "I'm afraid they're hiding the matter of the state preceptor to disturb the morale of the troops. Then let them know if they can shoot arrows from here to the stables. It's best to burn the fodder." No. Song Jiayue was dealt a blow. He seemed to have disappointed by Xianxia. Sure enough, she sighed and said, "Then, we'll just shoot from the periphery." Song Jiayue nodded and decided to shoot as far as they could. It was true that working together was less tiring. At least Song Jiayue had a woman he liked by his side. Even his archery skills were good. He actually shot in the direction of the fodder. Although he didn't hit the target, the fire was still rushing in that direction. Bai Xianxia happily patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You're amazing. You were too humble just now." Song Jiayue smiled helplessly and said, "We'll be discovered soon. Get ready to escape." Okay. Bai Xianxia didn't stay idle. She also picked up her bow and arrow. Although she didn't shoot far, she still managed to hit a spot. This also let them know that there were many archers. Song Jiayue translation Song Jiayue's a Xianxia, buys an arrow, and help him to fire Jiayue's. The two Zants were in the blink of an eye. Translation: because the fire, because the enemy, and the state, because the fire, the because, the state, the translation because, Song Jiayue, translation that was translation was translation as S's was translation yuet. Translation: regardless of whether it was a sneak attack or an open attack, the enemy had to be prepared as much as possible. However, they still sent a small number of people to kill the people who shot the arrows. Song Jiayue was afraid of danger and hurriedly ran away with Bai Xianxia. His qinggong was good, so in the blink of an eye, he avoided the danger zone. However, they were afraid of being discovered by the enemy, so they could only hide in a place that they had chosen beforehand. As for Ah Quan, he had his own way of dodging because he was very familiar with the terrain here. Even if the enemy wanted to catch him, it would be difficult. The most important thing was Yu Kuang. He hoped that he could enter the city. Bai Xianxia's mind finally returned to her body, only to find that she was already curled up in Song Jiayue's arms. I'm sorry. It's okay, the place is a little narrow. Her body smelled really good. There was a milky fragrance, which was completely different from the fragrance of other women. This kind of smell seemed to be magical, making people want to get closer to her even more. The two of them originally wanted to hide and go out, but they didn't expect that after the other party found out that they had fallen into a trap, he kept sending people to investigate in the forest. At one point, a long spear almost pierced them. After that, Song Jiayue hugged her and comforted her. This made Bai Xianxia feel very conflicted. She wanted to avoid him, but she was afraid. However, she knew that she couldn't rely on him like this. Therefore, she struggled a little, but the other party hugged her even tighter. Don't hide. Just today. Bai Xianxia couldn't hide anymore. She felt that if she really did hide too much, something terrible would happen. That was how things were. Song Jiayue had been too agitated. If she had really provoked him too much, this man really didn't know what he would have done. However, she didn't move, and the two of them quickly calmed down. Song Jiayue felt that his soul seemed to be purified by her dependence on him. When he calmed down, he pushed her away and said, "I heard that there seems to be no sound outside. Let's go." Bai Xianxia nodded and crawled out. Song Jiayue smiled bitterly. It seemed that he would never be able to enter her heart again. We have to find a Quan first. Okay. However, they didn't go far before they were ambushed. If it was the army, Song Jiayue could deal with it, but these people used poisonous smoke. Bai Xianxia took the lead and fell down. Song Jiayue's internal strength was strong, so he didn't faint immediately. However, it was too late for him to save her. Seeing that the enemy had surrounded them, he thought that if he was caught, no one would save Bai Xianxia, so he jumped and escaped. Because he was poisoned by the poisonous smoke, he was slightly injured when he escaped. As for Bai Xianxia, because she was wearing men's clothes, they brought her back to the enemy camp and brought her to the general. Wake her up. Yes, sir. Splash. A basin of cold water was poured on Bai Xianxia's head. She slowly regained consciousness and looked up in a daze. Although she was tied up, there were many people around her. It wouldn't be easy for her to escape. She didn't expect to be captured by the enemy in the end. She thought that it was just a small death. Maybe she could go back to the modern world. After comforting herself, she was no longer afraid. She combed her hair behind her back, adjusted her clothes, and sat up. She didn't kneel. A woman? Commander Lu immediately recognized her identity. Because she was soaked, she couldn't hide her true gender no matter how hard she tried. So what if I'm a woman? Anyway, the enemy had ways to identify her even if she didn't admit it. She might as well be obedient and avoid being humiliated. I didn't think that a woman would dare to do such a thing. Where are your accomplices hiding? Are they Long Heng's men? We're just citizens of Xuzhou. We know that you people want to invade our country, so we have to find a way to stop you. What does this have to do with the Li of Gojoseon? It's every man's duty to love his country and protect it. Every man's duty? Commander Lu walked to her side and suddenly asked coldly, "Did you kill the state preceptor?" So what if we did? So what if we didn't? Bai Xianxia threw caution to the wind. She looked up at the general and wanted him to kill her immediately. However, when she looked at him, she was stunned. Why did he look so familiar? She frowned. Even if this face was handsome, she did not like it. At this moment, the general actually put a knife to her neck, looking very angry. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Good. Are we finally going back? Long Heng, you have to take good care of our son. Don't even think about life or death. Otherwise, she won't let him off. She had the urge to close her eyes as she thought about this. But for some reason, she didn't want to admit defeat in front of this man. She stared at him without blinking, a disdainful smirk on her face. Aren't you afraid? Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be? Commander Lu had never seen anyone who claimed to be afraid but still acted as if they were afraid. He was taken aback. Then, he smiled. Do you really know how to be afraid? But I don't think you're afraid enough. Why don't I find a way to show you what true fear is? There's no need for that. Why waste everyone's time? I don't have any secrets that you want to know. Why don't you just kill me and avenge your grand tutor? Why would I avenge him? You, on the other hand, are a beauty. A beauty is always more useful than a dead person. For example, you can make someone's dream about you. After he finished speaking, he reached out to grab Bai Xianxia's chin and lifted it up. Although she was in a sorry state, she was still stunningly beautiful. No man would be able to take their eyes off her. Who would dare to do such a dangerous thing for a woman like her? You've killed my family. Who else would dream about me? You must be joking, General. Bai Xianxia remained calm. She had made up her mind not to reveal her relationship with Long Heng. Otherwise, they would use her to threaten Long Heng on the battlefield. What would he do then? One was the woman he loved, and the other was his family in the capital. He would probably die of a broken heart. Oh? Commander Lu didn't trust this woman, but he couldn't seem to get an answer out of her. Just as the two of them were trying to figure out how to deal with this woman, a shrill and hoarse voice came from outside. Commander Lu, General Lu, please return my child to me. He's not Duan Yuning's child. No way. After hearing this voice, Bai Xianxia trembled all over. Why was the female lead here? Who could tell her what went wrong? Didn't she marry into the Ji family in the capital and live a peaceful life? Why was she suddenly brought to the enemy's camp? And from what she said, her child had been stolen. Why did the enemy steal her son? Could it be because the child was Duan Yuning's son? Not long after, the female lead rushed in. Although she had been abused in all sorts of ways, she did not look old at all. She still looked like a white lotus. Sure enough, the female lead was different. Bai Xianxia was shocked. She had recently been recognized by the female lead. Then, he immediately lowered his head and tried his best to minimize his presence. This is not a place you can come to. Get out. Commander Lu frowned and glanced at Lin Xianxia. If he hadn't heard that she was willing to avenge his second brother after his death, he would have snatched the child back and killed her long ago. Obviously, she had admitted that the child was Duan Yuning's when she was at her husband's house. But in the blink of an eye, she claimed that the child was not his. Who else could it be? Could it be that pugilist child? He felt disgusted at the thought. If he hadn't wanted to leave an heir for his second brother, he wouldn't have bothered to bring them back. In the end, she always caused trouble at any time. It was really annoying. If it had been in the past, he would have tolerated it. But now, the state preceptor had been assassinated, and he heard that someone had broken into the city. He wondered if this had anything to do with Li of Gojoseon. Men, take the madam back. Don't let her come out again. Give me back my child. Give me back my child. He's still so young. Why did you take him away? If you want him to live, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, I don't know what I'll do. No, don't hurt him. My child is very obedient. Lin Xianxia was really scared. She immediately became obedient, but she said, "Can you let me see him just once? Just once." Men, take this woman to see the young master. Commander Lu felt helpless. He had his men take her away. Lin Xianxia went out, but before she left, she seemed to glance at Bai Xianxia. Bai Xianxia was so scared that she lowered her head even more. After Commander Lu and the others left, he suddenly lifted Bai Xianxia's face and caught a hint of panic on her face. He suddenly smirked and said, "You know that woman?" Bai Xianxia finally calmed down. She could tell who this general resembled. No wonder she hated him. He resembled that perverted little bunny, Duan Yuning. He was the overbearing version of that little bunny. No wonder he wanted to steal Lin Xianxia's child. He must have thought of her as his own flesh and blood. She's just a pitiful mother. How could you steal her child? Are you even human? Bai Xianxia did want to provoke him on purpose so that he could kill her as soon as possible. However, she didn't expect that the more she acted like this, the more he thought she wasn't an ordinary woman. He wanted to know more about her. If Bai Xianxia knew about this, she would have gone back to being a little bunny. She didn't expect that her pitiful state would be misunderstood. She couldn't die even if she wanted to. Instead, she was tortured. If you have time to feel sorry for her, why don't you feel sorry for yourself? Men, take her to the interrogation room. Commander Lu wanted to know what this woman's bottom line was. Was it pain, fear, or something else? Bai Xianxia was really scared now. This was going to be an interrogation. She'd rather die, alright, however, she couldn't die even if she wanted to. She was dragged into a small dark room and hung on a pillar. She struggled, but to no avail. She started to feel hopeless. Commander Lu walked in as well. He was holding a whip in his hand. It was black and made of leather. It looked like it would hurt a lot if it hit someone. Bai Xianxia wanted to cry, but she couldn't. She wanted to beg for mercy, but for some reason, she couldn't say anything. She could only watch as Commander Lu sneered and hit her with the whip. Ouch. It hurt, but Commander Lu obviously didn't use too much force. Bai Xianxia gritted her teeth and endured the pain. She rolled her eyes at him and said nothing. Commander Lu was stunned by her glare. Was she trying to flirt with him? She wasn't threatening at all. He thought about it and realized that she was right. Pretty women only had looks as a weapon. Was she trying to soften his heart and let her go? What if he hesitated? Bai Xianxia would have gone crazy if she knew what he was thinking. She wasn't flirting with him. She was glaring at him. She didn't want him to soften his heart. She wanted him to kill her. However, neither of them knew what the other was thinking. So, Commander Lu hesitated for a second time before lashing out again. It would be embarrassing if he didn't hit her in front of so many people. This time, Bai Xianxia was prepared. She gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. She even closed her eyes and said, "You can hit me however you want." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Commander Lu was very displeased with her attitude. Thus, he whipped her more than 10 times, until her clothes were tattered and blood seeped out. Bai Xianxia couldn't hold it in any longer. She cried out softly. Commander Lu was satisfied. He put away the whip and smiled. Do you have anything to say now? Nothing to say. Can't you act like a real man and get it over with? You're so wishy-washy and annoying. Bai Xianxia didn't expect to be so angry after being whipped like that. She didn't even know why she was so angry. Perhaps it was because the look in the man's eyes was too infuriating. Who was he trying to impress with that arrogant look on his face? She wouldn't let him have his way. Even if she didn't have any feelings for this country, her husband was the prince of this country. How could she allow herself to be looked down upon by someone else? This time, Commander Lu was very impressed. This woman might look weak, but her tenacity was incomparable to a man's. Although she was covered in wounds, she stubbornly stared back at him without backing down. Women like her were rare, at least not on the battlefield. Just as they were staring at each other, someone outside shouted, "General, that woman ran away with the child. What should we do?" "Go after her and get the child back." Commander Lu hurried out after hearing that. It seemed that he was still worried about the child. Bai Xianxia moved her hands after the man left. The ropes around her wrists were tied tightly. There was no way she could escape. However, Bai Xianxia was someone who had been baptized by all kinds of modern television and movies. She was prepared for this. When she saw that no one was around, she lifted her legs with all her might. Since she had practiced some flexible movements, Longheng had forced her to, she stretched her legs out and hung them on an iron pillar nearby. She slowly climbed up. Then, she reached for her ankles and took out the dagger hidden there. She felt as if her waist was about to break. After she lowered her legs, she used the dagger to cut the ropes around her. She didn't know when the man would come in, so she cut the ropes a little too quickly. She actually cut her own hand. She didn't care about it at all. After cutting the rope, she quietly walked out. There were indeed people standing guard outside, but their attention was not on her. They were looking in another direction. Only then did Bai Xianxia have the opportunity to come out. She hid herself in the darkness and walked out. But halfway through, she heard the sound of a child crying. Because she had a son, she was extremely sensitive to the sound of a child crying. She subconsciously stopped and looked over, only to see Xianxia being pulled back with the child in her arms. She cried, let us go back. Woman, if it wasn't for the fact that you had something going on with my second brother, I would have killed you long ago. Hand the child over to me, or don't blame me for being rude. No, the child is mine. Bring the child over. No, please don't. Bai Xianxia didn't dare to move. She hid behind a wooden cart and watched them fight over the children. She was just waiting for them to move the battlefield away, and then she could leave. She didn't know what happened, but Xianxia actually threw the child out. She didn't know if it was because she wanted to protect the child or if it was a mistake. No way, how could it be like this? Who asked you to do this? Who asked you to do this? You've implicated the child. Bai Xianxia saw the child flying towards her. She gritted her teeth and didn't hide her identity anymore. Instead, she tried her best to catch the child. But it was too far. Because she was injured, her movements were not as agile as before. She was just one step away from catching the child. There was a weapon rack in front of her. The child's head hit the weapon rack. When he fell down, there was no sound. Bai Xianxia's heart turned cold. She hurriedly ran over to take a look, only to find that the beautiful child's head was full of blood and he was dead. Things went beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone was stunned. Bai Xianxia was the same. She understood how important a child was to a mother. So when the child stopped breathing, she looked up at Xianxia and used all her strength to tell the truth. He's gone. What did you say? What did you say? Xianxia asked with red eyes. He's gone. No, my child, Xianxia suddenly burst into tears. Commander Lu, who was beside her, was furious. He reached out and slapped her. Stop crying. Now that the child is gone, I don't think there's any use for you. Go to the military supply camp. How can you do this to me? I'm your brothers. My brothers what? You're nothing. Didn't you say that this child isn't his? Didn't you say that this child has nothing to do with him? We. Anyway, I can't go to the military supply camp. Why can't she go? It's her. She's the one who colluded with Longheng to kill your brother. Lin Xianxia pointed at Bai Xiangxiu like a madwoman. Her face was filled with hatred. She could have taken the child, but she didn't do it. She did it on purpose. She killed my son on purpose. Bai Xiangxiu quietly placed the child on the ground. He was very cute and had a kind of frivolous beauty. If she only looked at his face, she would think that he really wasn't Duan Yuning's son. He looked a little like Luo Yunqing. Unfortunately, no matter whose child it was, he was now dead. A perfectly fine child had fallen to his death. If the female lead hadn't snatched him away, he might have become the enemy's little prince. Now, he was buried in the cold earth. But even at this time, the female lead still wanted to pull her in. She really wasn't afraid. She stood up and walked towards them. She didn't run or hide. She knew that it was Longheng who killed Duan Yuning and this person really was Duan Yuning's older brother. Then it would be hard for her to escape death. So she carried the child to Lin Xianxi's side and handed it to her. He really is unlucky to be your son. What are you saying? What are you saying? I'm saying that my son can at least confirm who his parents are. But what about your son? If you weren't hesitant, why would you admit it to everyone and not to anyone? Why would you end up like this? You don't have the qualifications to lecture me. If it wasn't for you and Longheng killing him, how could I have been captured? Fuck, you're still in the right. Lin Xianxia, let me tell you, it's you who seduced one man after another. If it wasn't for that, you would be married to Longheng and obediently be a princess in the prince's mansion. Who would have captured you? As a result, you hate Longheng on one hand and want to protect Luo Yunqing on the other. Fine, Luo Yunqing was devoted to you. For you, he snatched the bride, and in order to fade away from the Jianghu, he even found a house to live a peaceful life. But you, after hearing that Duan Yuning died, you ran out to avenge him. You're really cheap, you know? Even the Holy Mother wouldn't do this. You've harmed one woman after another. Men have feelings too. Men have flesh and blood too. Bai Xiangxiu couldn't stop talking once she'd started. She held the child in her arms and scolded Lin Xianxia. She'd heard all of this from Luo Yunqing. At that time, she'd really wanted to strangle the female lead to death. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lin Xianxia had never been scolded so bluntly before. She couldn't accept it and stood there in a daze. Bai Xiangxiu was done scolding Lin Xianxia. She handed the dead child to Lin Xianxia and said, "This is your child." "No, this isn't my child. My children are obedient and sensible. My children like to cry and throw tantrums. This isn't my child. He isn't my child." Lin Xianxia pushed the child away. Bai Xiangxiu almost threw the child away. Fortunately, she caught the child in time. Otherwise, she would have thrown the body away. Commander Lu couldn't stand it anymore. He said, "Lock them up." Then, he looked at the child's body and said, "Bury him." Someone took the child from Bai Xiangxiu's hands. With a sigh, Bai Xiangxiu handed him over. She didn't even look at Commander Lu. She had lost her chance to escape and failed to save the child. She was an idiot. More importantly, she was locked up in the same place as the female lead. Lin Xianxia couldn't even sleep while listening to the female lead screeching. The female lead hated Lin Xianxia a lot. She would glare at Lin Xianxia from time to time, as if she wanted to cut Lin Xianxia into pieces. Bai Xiangxiu pretended not to see Lin Xianxia until she was summoned for questioning the next morning. She knew that Commander Lu wanted to know who she was. That was why he summoned Lin Xianxia first. Lin Xianxia, on the other hand, didn't care about national interests. She only cared about love. Weren't all female leads like this? When they found out that the male lead or the supporting male lead was not from their country, they would show a strong sense of acceptance. That was how it was written in the novel. However, the questioning took a little longer. When Lin Xianxia returned, she saw that Lin Xianxia's cheeks were swollen. It seemed like she had been tortured. Then, she was taken away as well. Bai Xianxia thought that she was doomed this time. Sigh, if it wasn't for that child, she would have escaped. However, she knew that with her temper, she would still jump out to stop the child from falling if it happened again. She had no choice. She had such a personality. In addition, she was a mother, so when she saw him, she thought of her son. Bai Xianxia felt like crying. Lin Lin was going to lose his mother at such a young age. Would he remember her in the future? But she didn't cry. Shedding tears in front of the enemy was the most embarrassing thing. Thus, she walked in with her chest puffed out. Commander Lu was frowning as he waited. His face was so similar to Duan Yuning's that it left a bad impression on Commander Lu. However, she wasn't afraid. She found a place to sit down and even crossed her legs. But in his heart, he was nervous, thinking about how he would be executed. You're Long Heng's concubine? That woman that his second brother had always hated but felt was very strange. She remembered that at the end of the letter, his feelings for her were quite good. He wrote that if he could kill Long Heng, she would be his woman. But he didn't expect her to have such a hedonistic image. Even Long Heng didn't expect her to be like this. He was worried that she would be in danger, so he came out to save her. He and Yu Kuang pretended to be enemy soldiers and stood outside the door. From time to time, he could see the woman he wanted to save. Although she was covered in wounds and blood, her gaze was unusually resolute. Didn't she have a phobia of blood? How could she be so strong at a time like this? He was both impressed and worried. Originally, he wanted to ask the emperor to make her the consort of the Li of Gojoseon after he returned. He didn't expect her to chase him all the way here and write such a letter. That letter was enough to break the chained horses. He could have stayed in the city to train the soldiers. However, he couldn't leave her alone. In the end, he ran into Song Jiaoyue, who was being chased by enemy soldiers. He only found out that she had been captured by the enemy after he saved her. He couldn't wait any longer and infiltrated the enemy's ranks. It was almost dawn by the time he sneaked in. By the time they figured out a way to disguise themselves as enemy soldiers and sneaked up to Commander Lu, they happened to see Lin Qianzi badmouthing Bai Xianxia in front of Commander Lu. After all, Long Heng had killed Duan Yuning because of this woman. Commander Lu sneered and slapped her across the face. Do you think that a prince would risk his life for a woman? You're so shallow. The title, Most Talented Woman, really makes people question where it came from. Commander Lu pinched her cheeks, then slapped her hard across the face. If you'd been a little more obedient, you could have married Long Heng and dealt him a fatal blow when he was aroused. He wouldn't have needed to choose a new target, and he wouldn't have needed to use the parasite poison on someone else. He wouldn't have needed to use it on someone else. That would have reduced the effect of the poison. Besides, he lost some of his power when he drugged you. Why couldn't he control that woman and kill Long Heng? What? Are you saying that everything he did was just to kill Long Heng? Then what about me? What about everything he told me? It was just a trick to tease you. You're so gullible. How could this be? How could this be? I've done so many things for him. I even stopped Yunjing from attacking him. In the end, I left Yunjing for him. I didn't think that it was all a lie. Slap. Commander Lu hated it when women cried. He slapped her and sent her to the ground. Stop crying, he said coldly. Tell me everything about her. Otherwise, you know where I'll send you. Even though Lin Qianzi had suffered a blow, she still told Commander Lu everything about Bai Xianxia. He was very satisfied with the information. Then, he had someone send her away and brought Bai Xianxia over. Long Heng and Yu Kuang knew that if Bai Xianxia came over, Commander Lu would find a way to use her to solve the current situation. Most likely, he would use Bai Xianxia to force them to open the city gates. Once the city gates were opened, the country would be in big trouble. Not to mention the civilians in the border towns, even the families in the capital would not be able to survive. Of course, under normal circumstances, people would think that a man would not sacrifice so much for a woman. He would even sacrifice an entire country. However, Long Heng was hesitating. He didn't even know what choice he would make when the time came. At that moment, the two people inside started talking. That's right. I'm Long Heng's concubine. Concubine. Bai Xianxia emphasized the word concubine. She meant that she was not his wife, so he shouldn't use her as a concubine to do anything he couldn't do. You're smart, but you don't understand men. Oh? A man can choose not to value your life, but there is a way to force him to make a choice. Yes, yes. Go ahead. I'm listening. Take off your clothes one by one in front of everyone. If he still doesn't make a choice, let the soldiers of our country love you one by one until he opens the city gate. Do you think this is a good method? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bai Xianxia was still digesting his words, but Long Heng was already cracking his knuckles. He knew that he only had two choices at a time like this. One was to open the gates, and the other was to kill Bai Xianxia with his own hands so that she would not be humiliated. However, if she was out of range, he would have no choice but to do the first choice. Do you really want to do this? Bai Xianxia asked nonchalantly. She even sounded a little disdainful. Long Heng almost thought that he had misheard her. Is there a reason why I shouldn't do this? This woman was not as simple as she seemed. Why couldn't she be provoked by his words? As long as she cooperated with him, he would be able to deal a blow to Long Heng even if he did not open the gates. Aren't you afraid that people will say that you're not a man if you send a woman to a battle between two armies? Bai Xianxia smiled flirtatiously. She crossed her arms and looked at him from head to toe, as if she was looking at a man who was not a man at all. This kind of provocation always worked on men. He smiled at her and said, "Do you want to experience whether I'm a man or not?" "Sure. Take off your pants and let's see." Bai Xianxia was going all out. She did not care if she would scare her husband to death. She raised her eyebrows and signaled for Commander Lu to take off his pants. This time, Commander Lu could not remain calm. Based on Lin Qianzi's words, Bai Xianxia must be very fond of Long Heng. Otherwise, why would she be so flirtatious as to ask him to take off his pants? Something was not right. He had met countless women, but none of them had the guts to do such a thing. Even Xianxia, the girl who ran after his younger brother, did not dare to say such a thing in front of a man even though she was passionate and flirtatious. Long Heng, who was standing outside the gates, swayed. If Yu Kuang had not held him back, he would have fallen to the ground. He had never expected Bai Xianxia to have such a wild side. This was even more shocking than Commander Lu's suggestion. He almost couldn't hold on any longer. Who could tell him what had happened to make his weak and adorable little woman, who he was afraid of hurting even when they were doing the deed of husband and wife, become like this? The room instantly quieted down. In fact, it had to be quiet. Commander Lu was shocked as well, but Bai Xianxia continued to provoke him. What? You don't dare? If he dared to take off his pants and rush over, even if he couldn't kill him, he would cripple his manhood and commit suicide. So, in a sense, she was also trying to lure him over. Ha ha ha, you really are a special woman. You've been taken advantage of by so many men. Why don't you follow me? Not only can you keep your life, but you can also become this king's woman. What are the benefits of becoming your woman? The advantage is that you'll know that I'm more of a man than Long Heng. Is that so? I really don't know if I don't try. Outside, Long Heng felt as if he had been shot in the chest. For a moment, his brain was buzzing and he couldn't move. Even Yu Kuang looked inside curiously, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. As you wish, then. Let's give it a try. Commander Lu slowly walked over to Bai Xianxia. He placed his hands on the edge of her chair and said, "Shouldn't you take a shower first?" "Sure, but let's test the goods first." "That's fine. But people might mistake you for a man if you're dressed like this." "I want to test it." "Then, do you want to do it yourself, or should I?" "It's better to watch." "You can do it yourself. I only like to take off other people's clothes." "Like yours." "Haha, I like it." Commander Lu moved closer to Bai Xianxia. He wanted her to take off his clothes. However, he didn't expect her to be so bold. She took off his outer armor without hesitation. When the armor fell to the ground, Long Heng couldn't stay calm anymore. A wave of anger washed over him. No matter how much he trusted Bai Xianxia, he couldn't stop her from making such a sacrifice. You only took off a few pieces of clothing before it was mine. Now that Bai Xianxia had taken off his armor, she could clearly see his private parts. Bai Xianxia smiled. Not bad. Come here. You little devil. You're this little devil. Commander Lu couldn't wait any longer. He rushed over and hugged Bai Xianxia. He didn't hesitate to move his hands all over her body. Long Heng couldn't hold back anymore. He didn't care if he alerted the enemy and rushed inside. Halfway through, he heard Bai Xianxia's cold voice say, "Before I die, I'll give you a present." How dare you hurt me, woman? Commander Lu hugged his leg and backed away. He didn't expect a weak woman like Bai Xianxia to have a dagger on her. No wonder she was able to escape last time. He thought the ropes were loose. It turned out that she had a weapon on her. He didn't expect to be fooled by her. He almost got stabbed in the groin. If he hadn't dodged in time, he wouldn't have been able to call himself a man. However, the blade also swept past him and stabbed into his other leg. Now, it could be said that the injury was neither light nor heavy. He made up his mind and didn't show any mercy. He reached out and threw her out. He'd thought that she'd be half dead from the fall this time, but who would have thought that someone would catch her in the middle of her fall? But before he could see clearly who that person was, that person had already carried Bai Xianxia out of the room. Guards, there's an assassin. Commander Lu couldn't let anyone take this woman away. Otherwise, he would lose the upper hand. However, he didn't expect Longhang City to have an underground tunnel. The tunnel's entrance was well hidden. The people he sent out couldn't catch them. Of course, there was another reason. Their lightness skills were too good. There was no way they could catch them. Just like that, Longheng jumped into a dry well with Bai Xianxia in his arms. He moved the limestone bricks aside to form a tunnel back to the city. He wanted to tell Bai Xianxia to climb in, but discovered that she'd already fainted. Perhaps the situation just now had been too dangerous. She'd been so scared and anxious that she'd already fainted in midair. Where did you get the guts to assassinate Commander Liu? Longheng hugged Bai Xianxia helplessly and climbed into the tunnel. Yu Kuang followed him. They climbed through the long tunnel and arrived at the city. A hand reached out to pick them up. Longheng didn't let go. He leaped onto the hand. He covered Bai Xianxia with his cloak first. He glared at the person who came to pick them up. If anyone dared to say anything, he would kill them without mercy. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. These people were Longheng's subordinates, and they were all astute. Although they didn't see clearly who Prince was carrying, they knew that it was a woman from the fact that he immediately covered her with his cloak. Besides, Prince, didn't you notice that a fair little leg was exposed under the cloak? Longheng noticed that they were looking at her strangely. He quickly looked down and covered her with his cloak. After that, he returned to his residence in the city without saying a word. Shu'er and a guard at the door came forward to take off his clothes, but he immediately refused. Go get me a bucket of clean hot water and some ointment. He then said to the guard, You go out. Shu'er, go get me a set of clothes that I haven't worn yet. His body was much smaller than Bai Xianxia's, and only Shu'er's was somewhat similar. Shu'er brought the clothes over curiously, but the general didn't let him in. Instead, he went in himself to help the woman bathe and change her clothes. Wasn't this a little ridiculous? But when he saw the look in Longheng's eyes, and Yu Kuang, who was standing there silently, he couldn't bring himself to ask. Actually, he had already guessed who it was, but he didn't think it was possible. However, he soon hesitated because the injured Prince Song ran over to him and asked anxiously how the person inside was doing. I don't know. The prince is treating him. Is he injured? Minor, but he fainted from fright. Yu Kuang glanced at Song Jiayue and said, Don't worry. None of us can get him. Let's just watch. People of the Jianghu were always carefree, so he turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he turned back and said, Do you want to have a drink with us? Sure. Song Jiayue smiled bitterly. He turned back to look at Yu Kuang as he walked away to have a drink. Longheng, on the other hand, was so nervous that he was sweating. He didn't expect Bai Xianxia to be so badly injured. There wasn't a single spot on her body that wasn't injured. How many times had Commander Lu whipped her? How many times had she bled? It was already so serious, yet she still wanted to assassinate him. She actually succeeded. Although she didn't hit any vital parts, how difficult was it for a woman who didn't know martial arts to assassinate a man? However, it was enough to prove that Commander Lu was truly interested in her. While applying medicine for her, he lingered on her body. Although she was beaten very badly, there was a kind of beauty after being abused, which made people unable to take their eyes off her. Especially after giving birth to a child, her body became even sexier. But now, he was only worried about her. How could he bear to do it? He applied the medicine for her bit by bit. His heart was in so much pain that it was about to shatter. She recalled how she had pretended to be obedient in front of Commander Lu in order to stab him in the back. She must have risked her life to do something like that. She was really persistent and smart. As he thought about it, he reached out and touched her face. Who would have thought that Xianxia would wake up at this moment? She could feel a hand assaulting her, while the other hand wanted to strangle her neck. It was still hovering there. Out of self-defense, she threw a punch without hesitation. Then, she kicked him with her legs. Longheng didn't expect her to attack him so suddenly. While he was still feeling distressed, a small pink fist suddenly landed on his chin. It didn't hurt, but it still made him frown. But at this moment, those two bare legs didn't show any signs of weakness and kicked him fiercely in the chest. She didn't seem to be attacking him, but her kicks made Longheng panic. He felt that her actions were too bold and he couldn't control himself. He was afraid that she would get hurt if she continued to kick him, so he grabbed her legs and said, "Show her, it's me. Don't be nervous. It's me." This voice sounded a little familiar. Xianxia slowly opened her eyes and saw that the person under her fist really was Longheng. Moreover, his expression was one of helplessness and a little bit of pity. "Longheng, is it really you?" She couldn't believe her eyes. She reached out and touched his face. It was warm. He seemed to be a real person. In that instant, all her emotions exploded. She rushed into his arms and cried loudly. Her cries were so loud that even Shuer, who was outside the door, could hear them. Once again, he was certain that the person the prince had saved was really Madame Xiao. But what was she doing here? He was afraid that someone would come close and overhear them, so he stood guard outside. He felt that the couple inside was really loving. Indeed, Xianxia vented all her grievances. She hit him, pinched him, and cried. Longheng didn't know how to coax a woman. He wrapped his arms around her so that she wouldn't fall. Then, he let her cry as she pleased. Xianxia moved around as she cried. Finally, she touched something. It was growing strong. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She sobbed and slapped Longheng's chest with a red face. She said in a hoarse voice, "What are you doing?" Longheng smiled bitterly. "I'm a man. It'd be strange if it behaved when you're like this." "What do I look like?" "Ah, where are my clothes?" Xianxia covered her chest and glared at Longheng. He didn't warn her just now, causing her to make a fool of herself. Longheng took her clothes and put them on her. "I can only let you wear men's clothes for now." "Thank you for saving me. Is that whatever General crippled?" she asked fiercely. She hadn't seen clearly what she'd stabbed before she was sent flying. So she didn't know how badly he was injured. "Xiaoer, why did you do such a dangerous thing? Did you know? You were so close to being killed by him." Longheng smoothed her hair. Although he understood, he didn't want her to do such a dangerous thing again. "If I didn't stab him, then he might have used me to threaten you." "Wait, how did you save me in time? Could it be that you were nearby at the time?" Xianxia's face suddenly turned red. She felt that she should find a hole and hide in it. She actually seduced another man in front of her husband. It was too embarrassing. Longheng's face also darkened. "In the future, you're not allowed to say such things in front of other men. No matter what the situation is, do you understand?" "I understand." Xianxia silently lowered her head. Then, she deliberately changed the topic. "That's right. Did you receive the letter? Do you understand what it means?" I heard that it was your idea. It's quite useful. I've already asked people to choose some bodyguards with agile movements. We're about to train them. Tell me, how did you think of it? This little wife of his always seemed to have something that surprised him. When I was at home, I usually just liked to read books. I don't remember when I came across an article about formations. There was a strange formation called the chain formation. It was similar to the enemy's formation. When I heard about it, I thought of the chain formation. Then, I came here to figure it out. If it is, then can't I break the formation? That way, you can be safe. Bai Xianxia had already thought of an explanation. Fortunately, the Bai family was a scholarly family and had a large collection of books. Thus, Longheng did not have too many doubts after hearing her explanation. In other words, his suspicion of Bai Xianxia had slowly turned into trust over time, a trust that came from the bottom of his heart. Get dressed and rest here. Shuer will come in to serve you. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Longheng still had a lot of things to deal with outside, such as how to train the soldiers and how to make the weapons written in the letter. Bai Xianxia also needed to rest, but she felt that she should help Longheng. But that would have to wait until she had enough sleep. Otherwise, she would not be able to think of anything. Putting aside the fact that she was fast asleep, Longheng had too many things to deal with. First of all, the scythe he received in the city could not be used at all because it was too small and could not be used to cut horse hooves. The most important thing was the shape. The blacksmiths were not satisfied with it even after trying a few. At that moment, someone behind him said, "It's too short. It must be very long and have 2 blades. One side can be pushed and the other side can be pulled and cut." Although the voice had been disguised, it was undoubtedly his woman. Longheng frowned and turned around. "Why are you here?" Bai Xianxia, who was dressed as a man, reached out to take the scythe and gave a suggestion. "I slept enough and came to take a look. I know more about these things." In fact, she had watched the TV series Water Margin before, so she could describe the shape of the scythe. She had to thank the strict plot for giving her something she could use. Longheng also felt that her explanation was helpful, so he asked the blacksmiths to do it. "The finished product will take a while. Come back with me first." As a woman, it was not good for her to wander around the army, but she did not seem to mind. "But you still need to know how to train. Come with me." Longheng had no choice but to take her to the training ground. There, the selected soldiers were training how to lie down and stand up nimbly. This was indeed a good idea. As expected of Longheng, he was indeed capable. "We should set up some pillars here and let them use their weapons to train how to cut the pillars. If they can cut down a row of pillars at the same time, it will be considered a success." So simple? That's right. Once the horses in front fell, those at the back couldn't dodge in time. Then, they rushed up and trampled all the people and horses in front of them. As long as the array is disrupted, the chain array will be broken. I really want to read that book. It's been too long, I don't even remember where the book is. Haha. Longheng didn't probe any further and only asked, "Is your body okay?" "Sure." Bai Xianxia explained some more details to him. She even thought of using the hole to attack from the back. This way, the enemy would be attacked from the front and back. At this time, Longheng realized that his little wife was a war maniac. She didn't even blink when she said this. It seemed that she was very confident. What's wrong? You're the strongest girl I've ever met." Longheng patted her head and said softly. Then, he followed her suggestion and quickly organized the training. Yu Kuang and Song Jiayue didn't stay idle. They felt that this was a national matter and that hot-blooded men couldn't just stand aside. Bai Xianxia was risking her life for the country, let alone these men. Longheng didn't want her to help at first, but she couldn't stay idle. So, she helped them arrange some details. For example, they needed her to tell them what kind of spear shaft to choose and how to cut the pillars. At first, Longheng didn't feel at ease, but because there were too many things to do, he could only let her do as she pleased. In any case, everyone thought that she was a strategist hired by Longheng, so they didn't pay much attention to her. There was only one person they cared about, and that was Prince Rong. He recognized Bai Xianxia, so he immediately recognized who she was when he saw her busying herself in the field. He knew that this strategist was rescued by Long Heng, but he didn't expect her to be his concubine. Seeing her speak clearly and logically, he felt that she was indeed capable. Although she was only a concubine, if Long Heng hadn't brought her here to enjoy himself, he wouldn't have needed to care about her. When Long Heng saw Prince Rong's expression, he knew that Prince Rong had understood the situation. Thus, he explained to Prince Rong why Bai Xianxia had come to Tranquil City in detail. Prince Rong didn't expect this concubine to be so talented. Long Heng said, "There's something we need Prince Rong to decide." "What is it?" "When we return, please explain her actions to His Majesty. Using her merits and mine, we can exchange her for the position of first consort. This isn't difficult, but I'm afraid there will be gossips outside." "Don't worry, there are plenty of gossips in the capital." "Haha, you're quite open-minded." "Then, Long Heng would like to thank Prince Rong for your help." Prince Rong was only a military supervisor, so he couldn't interfere with military affairs. However, he was still willing to help with this small matter. After all, this woman had saved them from danger. If they ran out of food and couldn't break the formation in half a month, they would be in grave danger. Long Heng sighed in relief. After thanking Prince Rong, he returned to his room. He found his wife sitting there, earnestly drawing. He walked over and saw that she was actually drawing a topographic map of the surrounding area, especially the enemy's rear. He didn't expect her to remember it so clearly after only going there once. "There's no need for you to draw this. Almost all the soldiers there remember it." "You mean, everyone remembers it?" "Yes, there's a sand table." Then why am I wasting my energy to draw it?" Bai Xianxia tossed the towel aside and walked over to the bed. She plopped down on the bed. Long Heng asked, "Are your injuries better?" Much better." "Let me take a look." That's not a good idea." Although they were in the city, it didn't seem appropriate to do so. Long Heng picked her up and threw her onto the bed. Although the two of them had slept together for the past 2 days, they hadn't done anything. This made him a little unhappy. Obviously, when she wasn't around, he would only think about it in the middle of the night, but he didn't act on impulse. However, when she came, he couldn't stop himself from wanting her. He wanted her very, very much. Bai Xianxia didn't refuse. After all, they hadn't been together after giving birth. He had been holding back for a long time. When she thought of this, she didn't struggle too much. The two of them rolled together. After a night of passion, Bai Xianxia didn't get up until a long time the next day. Long Heng, on the other hand, was refreshed. He was full of energy all day long. Even his gaze towards his love rival wasn't as hostile. However, on this day, Yu Kuang barged into his room. Or rather, Bai Xianxia's room. At that time, he was taking a bath in the inner room. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bai Xianxia also found it strange that Yu Kuang would suddenly come to her room, climb onto her and Long Heng's bed, and then reach out his hands. Does this mean that he wants to hug me to sleep? Damn, is this guy crazy? Isn't he afraid that Long Heng will start a class war with him? Countless question marks appeared above Bai Xianxia's head. She looked a little silly now. Sister, come and sleep. Could it be, Yushu? Bai Xianxia pushed the door open and looked out the window. When did the moon become round? According to what he did before, shouldn't he have tied himself up? Why did he suddenly come here? No, he must have tied himself up, because she clearly saw the marks on his wrists where he had broken free from the ropes. And it was already bleeding from the abrasion. It looked very scary. You child, you're really stubborn. You're injured and still running around. Bai Xianxia couldn't do anything about Yushu. She found some ointment for external injuries and went to his side. She pulled his hand over and applied it on his wound. However, Yushu actually took the opportunity to pull her into his arms and pull her onto the bed. Bai Xianxia fell onto the bed and was hugged tightly in his arms. However, this situation was seen by Long Heng, who came out in a hurry with only a shirt on. He was furious. He rushed up and pulled Bai Xianxia up. Then, he threw a punch at Yu Kuang who was on the bed. However, he didn't expect that he didn't dodge and took the punch directly. What's going on? Long Heng also felt very strange. With Yu Kuang's skills, he should be able to dodge easily. Why was he sent flying before he could even defend himself? Aya, how can you hit people just like that? Yushu was like a child. He didn't know how to protect himself at all. Sister, it hurts, it hurts. Yushu used the wall as support to climb up. The corner of his mouth was stained with blood. He looked like he was in a lot of pain. Especially on her face, there were even tears. Long Heng. Is this person really a man? Why is he crying? However, Bai Xianxia actually walked over and reached out to touch his head. She said gently, "Don't cry, don't cry. Good boy, sister will apply medicine for you so that brother won't hit you again, okay? Okay, big sister is the best." Long Heng felt that his mind was being challenged. He could not understand what was happening in front of him. He only saw his wife applying medicine on another man, or rather, a boy. As she applied medicine, she wiped away his tears and comforted him, just like an adult comforting a child. But the scene was too jarring, and he couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept it, but she couldn't stop it either. She could only put on her clothes and stare at them in a daze. What's going on? Is there something wrong with his brain? Could it be that he had been beaten silly by him? But it seemed that there was something wrong with him before he started. Wait a minute. I'll tell you when he's asleep. Sleep? Here? Where else? Don't make a sound. Bai Xianxia couldn't let him misunderstand, so she had to deal with the first one before dealing with the second one. However, Yushu was in too much pain. A grown man was crying and throwing a tantrum like a child. In the end, he hugged Bai Xianxia's arm and fell asleep. Actually, he wanted to hug Bai Xianxia to sleep, but the man next to him was glaring at him. So he could only settle for the next best thing. He hugged her arm and cried out in pain as he fell asleep. Long Heng said helplessly, "Explain." "Haha, let's go to the other room to talk." Bai Xianxia pulled him out and told him about Yu Kuang. Of course, she also hid some of the more ambiguous things, including her belief that Yu Kuang might not remember what happened after he became Yushu. Long Heng was so annoyed by this Wulin League leader that he didn't have any temper. If he wanted to argue with him, he was still a child. If he didn't argue with him, he was still a grown man. Was it really okay for him to act like a spoiled child? However, thanks to him, Bai Xianxia was saved. He had to be patient and sleep with her on the small bed for the whole night. The next day, Yu Kuang opened his eyes in a daze. He couldn't remember what happened to him yesterday. He just felt that his face was in pain. When he reached out to touch it, his face darkened. It was obviously swollen. Why did he suddenly suffer such a serious injury? Then, a tall and sturdy figure stood in front of him. "League leader Yu, since you're awake, why don't you go outside and practice some boxing?" "Li of Gojoseon, why am I here?" "Go out and practice. You'll probably know." "Okay." Yu Kuang saw the provocation in his eyes, but didn't admit defeat. He walked past Shu'er, who had come to serve him. Shu'er was startled by his murderous aura. What was going on? Why was he so murderous so early in the morning? Then, Madame Xiao walked out in a daze. She frowned and asked, "Where did they go?" Shu'er couldn't react. Why were two men and a woman in the same room? Why did Prince and that strange man go out to fight? No matter how he thought about it, something didn't seem right. Smack. He was slapped on the head. "What are you thinking? Prince and I slept inside." "Then he? Why was he sleeping in the room?" "He had something to discuss with Prince. It was a bit late, so he stayed for a while." How embarrassing. Even a pure child like Shu'er was thinking too much. Oh. He was skeptical. He felt that even if it was too late, they shouldn't have stayed. Even if they stayed, what was the meaning of going out to fight so early in the morning? Don't worry about them. Put down the water to wash your face. Men were always hot-blooded. They'd be fine as long as they fought. She couldn't be bothered to care so early in the morning. Before long, Shu'er brought in breakfast. There was a bowl of porridge and some pickled vegetables. There were 3 people, so there were 3 bowls of porridge. There was nothing to be done. Food was scarce these days. It was already good enough to have breakfast. She wasn't picky. After eating in a hurry, she saw Long Heng and Yu Kuang walk in. The 2 of them seemed to have died, but fortunately, it wasn't too serious. Sit down and eat. I'll go see how their practice of breaking formations is going. Long Heng opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. At this time, it was already good enough that she didn't complain about being tired. Seeing her leave in a hurry, he could only finish the porridge in a few mouthfuls. Then, he put on his armor and walked out. Yu Kuang touched his face. In the past, the boy gave him the feeling that he was more and more like Bai Xianxia. He was more and more worried that he would do something wrong. Now, he really did something wrong. He actually went to sleep in the room of a married couple. No wonder Long Heng was so angry. But fortunately, because he came to help, he didn't fight seriously with him. Since he didn't fight seriously, there was no need for him to be serious. If he really wanted to be serious, he would wait until the day he fought with the enemy. When Long Heng came to the front, he saw Bai Xianxia excitedly pulling him and saying, "They succeeded. They're so powerful." Hearing her praise his soldiers, Long Heng felt inexplicably happy. The corners of his mouth also rose. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The soldiers who succeeded in breaking the pillar for the first time jumped up and cheered when they heard her praise. After being trapped for more than a month, these hot-blooded men could no longer suppress their anger. Perhaps Bai Xianxia was too excited, but she actually shouted at them, "You guys are the best." Oh. Sometimes, people needed encouragement. The soldiers cheered when they heard her. They knew that she was the general strategist, so how could they not be happy when they were praised by her? The corner of Long Heng's mouth twitched. Wouldn't that make them lose their sense of measure? But this little wife of his was so interesting. She seemed to be full of boundless energy. He couldn't help but look at her. Song Jiayue watched all of this from upstairs. He felt like he was in a dream. He couldn't take his eyes off her when she was like this, even though he knew that she couldn't be separated from Long Heng anymore. Everything she did was to help her husband. But he still couldn't let it go. He clenched his fist, but Yu Kuang's voice came from the side, "What's your relationship with her?" "Nothing. But your eyes, a past that was unintentionally destroyed by me." "What?" "You don't need to know." Song Jiayue turned and left. He wanted to help them as much as he could. At least, he couldn't let her efforts go to waste. Soon, Long Heng prepared everything. They were only waiting for the next night to attack. Of course, only the ambush team would attack. Song Jiayue and Yu Kuang were arranged to be part of the ambush team. They were strong in martial arts and were very lethal. They would go out at night through a secret passage and attack together in the morning. Long Heng was in charge of leading the attack. They had to attack in the morning because the enemy couldn't fight at night. When 2 sides fought, as long as they put up the no-fight sign, they wouldn't fight unless they launched a surprise attack. But how could they launch a surprise attack? Before the ambush, everyone had a sumptuous meal. The food was prepared by Bai Xianxia. There was no other way. The soldiers were all preparing to attack, and the cooks were all busy. Because she was worried, and since she had nothing to do, she decided to help. Perhaps it was because it was rare for a tactician to come to the kitchen, so they naturally listened to her orders. Bai Xianxia used her own money to exchange for 2 pigs from the residents of the city. She asked the kitchen staff to kill the pigs and feed all the soldiers. She had spent a lot of effort to find these 2 pigs. Long Heng and the soldiers didn't have the time to think about this, so they were really surprised when the pork was served. Even Long Heng was stunned. He asked Bai Xianxia, "You've been busy all day, and this is all you've done?" "That's right. You'll all have to work hard tomorrow. Take these as a reward for them." "Thank you. I also bought wine, but you can't drink too much. 1 bowl per person." The soldiers, who hadn't tasted wine or meat for more than a month, were naturally happy, especially since each of them could drink a bowl. This was an extraordinary amount. It was difficult for the imperial court to transport rations into the capital, let alone wine. Moreover, Long Heng had always been strict with his troops, so he wouldn't let them drink as they pleased. They couldn't help but thank this overly bookish tactician for receiving such treatment before going to battle. Even Prince Rong praised her. He had no choice. As a prince, he hadn't tasted meat for more than a month. These days were really bitter. Although he didn't have to attack tomorrow, it wasn't bad to be able to eat some meat. The most important thing was that Madame Xiao was famous in the capital for her culinary skills, and the pork she made was very tasty. I toast everyone. Prince Rong raised his bowl, and all the soldiers followed suit. Long Heng also said, tomorrow, we'll definitely defeat the enemy. We'll definitely defeat the enemy. The mountainous shouts shook by Xianxia's soul. She actually raised her bowl as well. Long Heng lightly nudged her, but she didn't seem to care. She drank the entire bowl of wine with everyone else, then smashed it. Long Heng was speechless. When his little wife went crazy, it was really hard to keep up with her. And so, smack, 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 he heard countless bowls being smashed. The soldiers followed suit and smashed their bowls. He had no choice but to follow suit. He'd settle the military expenses later. His prince's estate could still afford to pay for these bowls. Still, he watched as Bai Xianxiao slumped back onto the ground. It seemed like she was quite drunk. She didn't have much tolerance for alcohol, so she was just trying to be brave. He helplessly watched her as he ate. After the banquet, Song Jiayue and Yu Kuang would set off. The drunk Bai Xianxiao and Long Heng sent them off. She even patted their shoulders and said, "Good luck, dear ones. You must kill them all. Burn them all. Steal them all." Burp, Long Heng covered her mouth and said, "Everyone, take care." "All right. You should take her back. I think she's really drunk." Song Jiayue chuckled softly. This girl really made one unable to restrain a smile. She was always making jokes like this. Long Heng nodded and carried Bai Xianxiao back. He couldn't carry her in front of so many people. He was afraid that someone would say something. Bai Xianxiao was still restless when she was carried into the room. In the end, Long Heng said to Shu, "You don't need to wait on her. Get out." Shu went out in a panic. The final battle was tomorrow. "Prince, are you sure it's okay to do this?" Long Heng's conclusion was that if he wanted Bai Xianxiao to stop, he had to do everything he could to get her to sleep. Everything would be quiet when she fell asleep. In fact, this method would always work. In the end, Bai Xianxiao was tortured very badly. She could only lie there and sleep. She didn't even have the strength to raise her hand. Long Heng ate and drank to his heart's content. Then, he put on his clothes and went out to see how the soldiers were preparing. He was also good at managing his own body. In order to be able to focus on the battle tomorrow, he hugged Bai Xianxiao and slept. The next morning, he was already going to battle before she woke up. However, before he left, he still touched her little face. He was a little too excited yesterday, so he tormented her a little too much. It seemed that she wouldn't wake up for a while. He hoped that when she woke up, she would have defeated the enemy. However, when the city gate opened, Bai Xianxiao was already awakened by the earth-shattering sounds of fighting. She hurriedly put on her clothes and ran to the city wall without eating breakfast. A soldier asked her to stay back because it was easy to be hit by arrows on the city wall. Shu also pulled her and said, "Please don't go up. If something happens, I won't be able to explain it to Prince when he comes back. I'll be careful. I'm just taking a look." The smell of blood in front of her made her body weak, but she still gritted her teeth and persevered. She didn't know if it was because she could smell the blood or some other reason, but she felt that her dizziness had improved. Who would be so frail in a situation like this? Bai Xianxiao leaned against the city wall as she watched her man ride at the front of the troops in full armor. He didn't cower in the slightest, and just standing there made her feel incomparably at ease. A general's mental fortitude was probably very good, which was why he could lead so many people to their deaths. The chained horses on the other side had also appeared. Bai Xianxiao felt that her analysis was correct. This formation really did look like a chain formation. She hoped that they would succeed this time, and that Long Heng would be safe. "It's fine, I'm just standing here to enjoy the breeze." I'll return as soon as the formation is broken. Then this servant will accompany you. It took a lot of courage for a woman to stand here, but she did it without even batting an eyelid. Obviously, there were stray arrows shooting from the side. Obviously, the soldiers beside her had been hit. No, she moved. Because she was helping to move the soldiers who had been shot down. She looked so serious. Sure, don't just stand there. Hurry and bring them down for treatment. Also, bring some medicine. Those with light injuries don't need to go down. Yes, this servant understands. Now that they were on the battlefield, the relationship between master and servant wasn't as strict as it was in the prince's estate. Shu'er obeyed her orders, as if he was no longer a page boy who could only serve by the general's side. In the past, when he wanted to help, he always felt that he couldn't, so he could only hide. But now, he knew that even if he couldn't go to the battlefield, there were still many things he could do. Thinking about how a woman like Madame Xiao could do so much, if he continued to hide, he wouldn't be able to call himself a man. Perhaps it was because they were dressed as commoners and running around on the city wall, but some of the local men were encouraged. They spontaneously came to help move things, water, food, and so on. Longheng originally didn't want the commoners to get involved. If the commoners were injured, who would the soldiers be protecting? But in this situation, everyone wanted to beat back the enemy. That way, the city gates could be opened, and they wouldn't have to starve to death in the city. The war drums sounded, and the battle between the two armies outside began. Xianxia pressed down on the city gate tower and looked down. Longheng had already retreated, and the well-trained infantrymen were at the front. They were only walking with their weapons in hand, while opposite them were armored chained horses. No matter how they thought about it, they would be trampled flat and the horses would charge over. However, they were not afraid at all. They lined up in a very orderly manner and rushed over. That line on the city gate tower looked like a very well-arranged capital one. It was too neat. He didn't expect that the discipline of these soldiers was not just for show. Not a single person was left behind. How touching. One had to know that if they were not careful, they would have charged forward and died. However, they were not afraid and did not retreat. Come on. Xianxia grabbed the city wall excitedly. She watched as the soldiers rushed up and suddenly fell to the ground. The other party did not expect them to do this, but it was impossible to stop the horse. After a shower of blood, Xianxia discovered that the poor warhorses had all had their hooves cut off. The corner of her mouth twitched. Only now did she realize that she had caused the death of many horses. However, it was either horses or men who were dying. She had no other choice. Just as Xianxia had expected, the teams of horses came one after another. When the first team's horses fell, it was impossible for the second team to stop them even if they wanted to. Thus, they all rushed over and trampled over the first team's horses and men. Those who were trampled were either dead or seriously injured. As for the third troop, although they had stopped, their formation was in disarray. At this moment, the soldiers wielding scythes nimbly jumped over to attack them. They could only wait there and wait for their deaths. That's great. It's broken. Xianxia exclaimed excitedly. The soldiers on the city gate tower were also excited. They shouted, "It's broken! It's broken! Go back to your homes." Some of the soldiers were even more excited and cheered them on. The soldiers at the front fought even more fiercely. After all, they had waited for so long to break the formation. They were very excited. Commander Lu didn't expect that the formation he had carefully prepared would be broken just like that. He was afraid that the first troop would be killed in an instant, so he retreated. However, he didn't expect that the enemy would launch a sneak attack from behind. The leader was obviously a martial artist. He moved around arrogantly and didn't follow the rules of the battlefield. However, he killed his way to the front and cut through the soldiers as if they were melons. How could this be? Commander Lu was a talented general. He quickly reorganized his troops and retreated until they were more than 100 miles away. After counting the number of people, he found that 7 out of 10 were gone. Moreover, the chained horses were basically wiped out. Although he had ordered his troops to retreat, they were still caught up in the end. As long as they were caught, only death would await them. They couldn't move around. They could only stay in a straight line. However, if they ran away, they would be caught easily. Long Hang's troops were very mobile. They didn't show any signs of weakness even when faced with four-legged horses. Just like that, they killed all the horses in 4 hours. Even Long Hang didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He knew that it was best not to pursue a cornered enemy. After he beat the gong to retreat, his first thought was to run to Bai Xianxia and tell her that they had succeeded. As soon as he entered the city gates, he saw a figure squeezing through the crowd to welcome him. She quickly ran to his side. However, halfway through, she remembered that she was dressed like a man and shouldn't throw herself at him. Therefore, she slammed on the brakes. However, she still didn't catch him. She rushed into his arms. Long Hang instinctively reached out to support her. He saluted her in front of all the soldiers and said, "Thank you, strategist Bai. You defeated the enemy and brought glory to our nation." Huh? What was he trying to do? However, Long Hang had led them to victory and defeated the terrifying chained horses. Therefore, everyone treated him like a god. When they heard him praising Bai Xianxia, they started to praise her as well. The words "brought glory to our nation" made Bai Xianxia blush. She silently pinched Long Hang. However, she was still very excited. It turned out that women didn't have to be confined to that small house. Even though it was a prince's mansion, it was still very small. There were many wounded soldiers this time. After making arrangements, Long Hang organized a group to chase after Commander Lu's troops. At the same time, he prepared an army in the city. They were going to pursue the enemy's army and attack the enemy's capital. The next day, the provisions and Aquan arrived. When he saw Long Hang, he felt very uncomfortable and knelt down to ask for forgiveness. Long Hang didn't have any feelings for the third madam, so he didn't mind. On the other hand, he'd helped Bai Xianxia and even brought some local residents to help out. This made him very happy. In terms of familiarity with the enemy's country, no one knew the enemy's country better than the residents of Shu, especially the hunters. They even had some local methods that could cure the enemy's strange poison. Thus, the army and the people worked together. Everyone in the city tried to come up with a solution. It was a harmonious scene. Bai Xianxia felt that she should go back. If she stayed here, she would distract Long Hang. She packed up and planned to leave after Long Hang came back from his exploration. She was a little reluctant, but she felt that it was already good enough. At least, she could see him before he set off. Being husband and wife was different. Once they were separated, there was always a feeling of reluctance. Since she was leaving, should she let him enjoy himself, but was it really okay for her to look like this? She was dressed in men's clothes and had a man's bun. There was no beauty in her at all. In addition, she was still injured. Was she really attractive? She touched her face. Since she came here, her skin had become dark and dry. No, she had to at least make her skin smoother before tonight. She asked Shuer to buy some milk and soaked in it for a long time. When she felt that her skin was smoother, she came out. As soon as she came out, she heard someone knocking on the door. Shuer's voice was also heard. "Master Bai, Prince Song wants to see you." "Okay, I'll be right there." Bai Xianxia came out after putting on her clothes and found that Song Jiayue had been waiting outside for a while. Seeing her come out, he quickly stood up and said, "Master. Master Bai, there's something I need your help with." "What is it?" Bai Xianxia sat down. She felt that Song Jiayue was a little nervous. "It's like this. The enemy camp was destroyed. We found a woman among the prisoners." "What woman?" "It's Miss Lin." "What?" The female lead was still alive. That was impressive. She seems a little absent-minded. I wonder if you can take care of her and then return to the capital together. Since he brought her here, he naturally had to bring her back. I see. That's fine. But can you take care of her? Okay. Because she was a woman, it was not good to let others take care of her. But she did not want to see the female lead, so she asked Shuer to arrange for her to stay in a resident's house. There were many women in that household who could take care of her. Anyway, it was only for one night. However, he didn't expect that something would happen before he even moved in. Because the female lead was too attractive, the son of that family actually made a mistake. She had no choice but to meet him. He had only been sent in for less than 4 hours. How could something have happened? The son of that family was young, only 17 or 18 years old. He knelt on the ground, looking very aggrieved. Beside him were his mother and elder sister. It seemed that they had both cried. What happened? Xianxia asked in a deep voice. Because he was now a strategist hired by Long Heng, he was highly respected in the army. The young man also knew. He knelt on the ground and said, "Sir, you really can't blame me for this. That young lady was a little crazy, especially after seeing me. She called me Yunjing, then Yuning. She even called me husband. I. She even took off her clothes. I couldn't help but hug her. But at this time, she hit me again and said that I violated her. We can bear witness to this." His mother and elder sister raised their hands at the same time and cried, "My son has always been honest. If that woman hadn't taken the initiative, he definitely wouldn't have done such a thing." Xianxia nodded and let them leave. Then, she asked someone to find Lin Qianzi. The truth of the matter had to be found out. She couldn't wait until they returned to the capital to complain to the emperor about Long Heng. He was still on the battlefield. How could she distract him? In the end, when Lin Qianzi walked in, she couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Then, she felt that the female lead was indeed the female lead. With such a delicate temperament, even she couldn't help but take a few more glances, let alone men. However, when her gaze met Xianxia's, the delicate and pitiful look turned into hatred. She ran over without thinking and said fiercely, "I'm going to kill you. Give me back my child. You killed my child." Xianxia furrowed her brows. She dodged to the side and returned a slap. This time, she hit her very hard. She wanted to wake the female lead up, but it was obvious that she had gone crazy. She said, "You vicious woman. You actually threw my child to his death." "Ah? Are you crazy? When did I throw your child to his death? Obviously, you threw him yourself, okay? You actually don't admit it. You threw my child to his death to protect yourself. I will kill you to avenge him. I will kill you. Damn, are you crazy? Did the female lead overthink things? Was she trying her best to treat her as an enemy and forget her own sins? This was clearly a reclusive attitude. I will definitely kill you." The female lead picked up a stool and threw herself at her domineeringly. Xianxia frowned. She really thought that the female lead was crazy. At this moment, Shu'er came from behind and struck the female lead unconscious. Xianxia felt that she wouldn't be able to get anything out of him, so she asked him to lock them up. Then, she let the family go. She didn't say that the female lead had gone crazy because she was too agitated. She asked them not to take it to heart. Whether that young man had taken advantage of her or not, Xianxia didn't want to care anymore. She had to find a way to take this crazy female lead out. Otherwise, something bad would definitely happen. Reality proved that her idea was right. In the afternoon, when she was still packing her things, a few soldiers came over and asked her to see Deputy General Chen Tao. This person was originally the garrison of Ning City. He was very dissatisfied with Long Heng's arrival and almost all of his authority. Why did he want to see her? She was afraid that there was something special. Xianxia frowned. Then, she went to Chen Tao's office with Shu'er. She didn't expect that as soon as she entered, someone would come up and tie Shu'er up. She felt that something was wrong. Just as she was about to turn and leave, a sword was pressed against her neck. "Sir Bai, please come in." Xianxia had no choice but to walk in. She saw Chen Tao standing there with a few soldiers. He looked at her with a smirk, as if he was looking at her with contempt. "Garrison Chen, what do you mean by this?" "What do I mean? Do you know what the crime is for bringing your family to war? You'll be flogged 100 times and have to hand over your military power. Then, you'll be escorted back to the capital to be judged by the emperor himself." "Oh, what does that have to do with me?" Not good. Did this Chen Tao know something? Her identity had been hidden from Long Heng all this time. So it turned out that there was such a crime? But how did he find out about her identity? She had always been very careful, and so had Long Heng. Madam Xiao, could it be that you want this garrison to remove your clothes in front of everyone before you admit it? His lips curled into a wicked smile. Although he didn't say it out loud, he had such thoughts. Who didn't know that Long Heng's fourth madam was known as the #1 beauty in the capital? Her fame had long overshadowed that of Minister Lin's eldest daughter. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had a good reputation. She was a classic example of a woman from a good family. He had always been interested in beauties like her. If she was too easy to obtain, he wouldn't feel anything, no matter how beautiful she was. Most importantly, she was Long Heng's woman. That man was cold and domineering, but he was indeed powerful. He didn't know if such a delicate beauty had been broken by him. Obviously, he had brought her along for the beating. No wonder he wasn't interested in the local women and didn't even have a single one in his room. Now that he took a closer look, even though she was dressed as a man, she still looked very flirtatious. Why didn't he see that she wasn't a man before? This probably had something to do with her usual sloppy attire. Today, she was neat and tidy, giving off a sense of masculine and feminine beauty. I wonder who said such unrealistic things in front of you. She still didn't want to admit it, but she was interested in knowing who had told on her. She thought that he wouldn't say it so easily, but who knew that Chen Tao would actually point his finger inside. Then, a cross-dressed beauty appeared. She had changed from her usual soft and delicate appearance to a gorgeous dress. Even her makeup was a bit heavy. However, Bai Xianxia could tell that this person was Lin Xianxia, Miss Lin. How did the white lotus flower turn into a devilish queen? Moreover, wasn't she locked up? How did she get out? However, she couldn't understand Lin Xianxia at this time. She actually walked over to Chen Tao's side in a seductive manner and bowed to him. Guard Chen. Miss Lin, please rise. This must be the Madam Xiao you were talking about. Yes, this concubine would remember her even if she turned into smoke. Good, good. What else do you have to say? No matter what, coming to Tranquil City was my own idea. It has nothing to do with Liu Guozhian. Men, lock Madam Xiao in the dungeon and wait for Prince Rong's decision. Chen Tao was excited. He could finally get a hold of Long Heng's weakness. If he couldn't bring him down this time, he wouldn't be surnamed Chen. Bai Xianxia felt that the female lead was especially annoying. She actually used such a method to get back at her. Wait, I have something to say. Bai Xianxia stood still and turned to look at the female lead, Lin Xianxia, who was enjoying herself, and said, Actually, I've always wanted to ask, do you have a brain or not? Let's not talk about whether you and I have a grudge against each other. Don't tell me you can't differentiate between national and family enmity? Seeing that Long Heng was about to go into battle to protect the country, yet you still want to harm him like this? Do you want to become a slave of a fallen country and work in the enemy's military brothel? Or do you think that if something happens in this country, your parents will continue to be so happy? Your glory, splendor, and wealth were all protected by Long Heng at the risk of his life. Do you think it's enough for you to cause chaos in the world just because of some personal grudges? She put her hands on her hips and pointed at Lin Qianzi's nose from afar. Lin Qianzi was taken aback by her words, and so was Chen Tao, who stood beside her. They had never seen a woman talk so much in their lives. Moreover, there were even vulgarities in her words. And you, as a dignified man, how can you be so narrow-minded? Do you think Long Heng likes to snatch your position? He is the prince. After the war, he will return to the capital. Who cares if you want to be the local tyrant here? Or, do you have the confidence to defeat the enemy and don't need his help? I dare say that the moment Long Heng leaves, there's a good chance that your place will be taken by the enemy. You only have two choices. One is to die, and the other is to surrender. You can take whichever path you think is better, but no matter which path you choose, you will not be as free as you are now. You want to overthrow Long Heng and take over the company on your own? You should take a look at yourself and see if you have the ability to do so. If you really don't believe me, let's give it a try. Long Heng will come back and defend Xuzhou. You can play with the enemy alone and see who cries and shouts for help in the end. Bai Xianxia finished scolding him and did not allow them to speak. She said, Okay, I'm done. You brainless people should think carefully. Don't make me think that I've been talking to pigs. It's really a waste of breath. So vicious. Absolutely vicious. How could a woman say such vicious words? When she walked out, she heard Lin Xianxi's outburst. By Xianxia, I will definitely make you die a horrible death. Tisk, as expected, you didn't bring your brain out. By Xianxia did not care at all that they were taking her to the dungeon. But halfway there, the soldiers suddenly looked at a certain place vigilantly, as if they felt that it was quite dangerous. Bai Xianxiu looked up and saw Song Jiayue and Yu Kuang. They must have heard that something happened to her and rushed over. I'm fine. Just go and inform Long Heng and tell him to be careful. Bai Xianxiu smiled indifferently, but she was very worried that Long Heng would be punished. The military rules were very strict. Yu Kuang wanted to move, but he was stopped by Song Jiayue. People in the Jianghu were always too straightforward, but this was a military camp. There was no other way. The two of them could only watch as she was locked up. Song Jiayue said, I will inform Long Heng. You must ensure her safety. Okay. Yu Kuang followed in a flash. He could not enter the dungeon openly, so he could only find a way to get close to the small windows in the dungeon. The conditions of the dungeon were not very good. It was very gloomy and cold. Bai Xianxiu crossed her arms as soon as she walked in. She felt that it must be very difficult to rest here. Suddenly, a cloak was thrown in through the small window. She took it and then heard Yu Kuang's voice. I will guard you outside. Don't worry. What is going on? Why do they want to lock you up? Miss Lin said that I am a woman, so Chen Tao wants to use me to deal with Long Heng. Do you want me to kill her? Killing a woman who doesn't know martial arts. I believe you won't do it. No. If she harms you, I will definitely do it. Yu Kuang, thank you. I'm sorry. Ah? Why did he suddenly apologize? Yu Kuang said, I broke into your room and caused you to be misunderstood by Li of Gojoseon. He didn't misunderstand. It's fine as long as I explain it clearly. But I also have to apologize because I told him about you. He won't tell anyone. Don't worry. I believe he won't tell anyone easily. The two of them calmed down for a while. Bai Xianxiu sat on the stone bed with the cloak draped over her shoulders. Yu Kuang, if something happens tomorrow, I may take all the blame. When the time comes and I am punished, you don't have to stop me. 100 strokes. She would probably be beaten to death. She did not expect this to be the final result. But now, she was calm. Since it was her fate, she would accept it. As long as he was fine, the child was fine. Will you die? Maybe. Then, if you really die, can I kill them to avenge you? As long as it won't put you in danger. Bai Xianxiu, you are really a very kind woman. Yushu likes you very much. His heart is filled with your shadow. He was telling the truth. Although Yushu was young, his feelings for her were so strong that it could not be resolved. I'm sorry. Bai Xianxiu didn't say anything else. She could only apologize. But you have to be careful of that child. Although he looks honest, he'll become extremely violent if he finds out that someone else has taken what he wants. When he was young, he beat someone up until they spat out blood because his favorite toy was taken by a martial brother and sister. He was only a few years old at that time. Ah? He beat someone up? How could that be? Yes, so you have to be careful. He shouldn't be in any danger, right? But my understanding of martial arts isn't as good as his. What? It seemed that the child wasn't easy to deal with. Because of Yu Kuang's company, they chatted for half a day. But soon, she was summoned by Prince Rong. Prince Rong naturally knew what Chen Tao was thinking. But now that he'd spread the news everywhere, he could have helped her hide it. But he hadn't expected that a woman would take all the blame for such a life-or-death situation. But it was true. She'd come to Tranquil City because she was worried, but she'd ended up doing them a great favor. Prince Rong didn't make things difficult for her. He prepared a room for her to wait for Long Heng's return. Long Heng returned as soon as he received the news. He walked over to Prince Rong with a cold expression and cupped his fists in greeting. Prince Rong sat at the head of the table, while Chen Tao and the witness, Lin Xianxia, sat to one side. Long Heng glanced at Bai Xianxia. Although the two didn't talk, they seemed to know what to do. This matter has nothing to do with a lady of the boudoir. This humble one knew that she'd read some books, so I sent her here. Song Jiayue had come in with Long Heng. He stood at the back and didn't say anything. When he heard this, he hurriedly stood up and said, "That's right. Li of Gojoseon did this because he wanted to break the chained horses. This humble one was responsible for bringing Madame Xiao here. Prince Rong, please allow this humble one to say something. Obviously, Madame Xiao is a lady of the boudoir. At most, she'd only heard about formations from the prince. Does she really know anything about formations?" Chen Tao chuckled. There were too many loopholes in this statement. However, Bai Xianxia said, the chained horse formation in the book is a chain formation. What they did was not complete. There was another way to break it, but because it was not suitable, they chose to use the sickle method. Actually, if we weren't besieged, we could have dug a trap down there. That way, those horses wouldn't be able to move. She paused for a moment and said, not only that, this young lady also knows many array formations, such as the 7-star hammer array, the 7-star flying hammer array, the 7-slaughter array, the saber net array, the Big Dipper array, the 4 symbols array, the 4 ultimate array. It was unknown whether it was because she was provoked or because she wanted to prove her talent, but when she spoke of this set of array formations, these people who were born in the army were dumbstruck. Even if they had studied since young, they had never heard of so many array formations. However, in order to maintain her confidence, Bai Xianxia puffed out her chest and raised her head, as if saying, I know more than you, so what can you do? At this moment, Long Heng's heart was filled with awe. He was completely unaware that his little wife was only speaking empty words. She had only heard of the array formations and didn't understand them all. However, for a woman to be able to speak of these array formations was already not easy. Moreover, she seemed to have a card up her sleeve. She said, normally, you only use the crane wing array when you go out to battle. If you encounter a surprise attack, you can switch to the fish scale array. These were all things that Long Heng had taught her. However, Prince Rong had already clapped his hands and said, what a good female strategist. Li of Gojoseon, you're lucky. Others might not believe it, but he did. However, Chen Tao frowned and said, so what if she knows a bit about array formations? What she did is a violation of military law. She will be punished according to military law. Oh? Then, Guard Chen, are you saying that you want her to watch as the entire army is trapped here and not do anything? Or do you want her to watch as that state preceptor releases poison and turns everyone into his corpse puppets? Guard Chen, I remember that you're most afraid of their state preceptor, right? Long Heng's disdainful laughter made Chen Tao extremely uncomfortable. He raised his voice and said, then what does the enemy state preceptor have to do with your wife? That state preceptor was eliminated by Madame Xiao's scheme. Song Jiayue finally recovered from his shock. Oh? Is that true? That's a great merit. Seduction, right? If I remember correctly, that state preceptor was the most lecherous. Lin Qianzi suddenly added. This made Chen Tao chuckle, as if he was full of contempt for Long Heng. Although Long Heng was angry, he did his best to suppress it. However, he hadn't expected that Bai Xianxia would become angry. She pointed at Lin Qianzi and said, Miss Lin, may I ask how I was able to seduce someone while dressed as a man? If that person was you, it would be understandable. After all, I was in the enemy camp for so long. Who knows who I seduced? Moreover, how did you know that state preceptor was lecherous? She blinked and sighed. Her lively attitude and regretful expression were vividly displayed on her elegant face, pleasing the eyes of the men present. Prince Rong coughed lightly and looked at Lin Qianzi. Miss Lin, this is a military matter. Please don't speak carelessly. Chen Tao snorted coldly. Even if it's a great merit, this military rule cannot be violated. Prince Rong said, Guard Captain Chen is right. I will naturally report Madame Xiao's merit to His Majesty. However, Long Heng, do you admit to your crimes? This one is indeed guilty. Prince, please punish me. Long Heng lifted his robe and knelt, as if waiting for his punishment. Prince Rong said, considering that you saved Ning City and that you were at the forefront of the battle, I will first punish you with 100 canes. The rest will be decided by His Majesty when we return to court. Yes. Longheng got up and walked out. With his strength, 100 canes wouldn't hurt him too badly. Wait a moment. Bai Xianxia suddenly spoke, startling everyone. This was already the lightest punishment. What else did she want? My daughter was also at fault in this matter. Prince was implicated because of me. Therefore, these 100 canes will be split. I will take 50 of them. What? Prince Rong furrowed his brows. Bai Xianxia said, we are currently in the middle of a war. If the general is injured, what if the enemy takes advantage of this opportunity to attack? Therefore, I will take half of it. He won't be so seriously injured. Nonsense. Longheng shouted sternly. How could a weak woman like her take the canes? She didn't even know martial arts. However, Bai Xianxia didn't back down. This matter wasn't your fault. Furthermore, you are responsible. You, Longheng, couldn't do anything to her. Song Jiayue also stood up. This one also has an official position in the capital. This time, Longheng wasn't the only one who knowingly broke the law. Therefore, this one should also be punished. Prince Rong, please let this one take Madame Xiu's 50 canes. Before Prince Rong could speak, he heard someone say, this one also participated in this matter. Prince Rong, please let this one take the punishment. You are? The Wulin Alliance head, Yu Kuang. Prince Rong finally understood why Longheng trusted them so much and left the ambush to them. The Wulin Alliance head. The Wulin had always been at odds with the imperial court. There were often small conflicts, but this alliance head had actually come to help. It seemed that Longheng was indeed capable. He nodded, thinking that it wouldn't be a big deal if the three of them shared the flogging. No need. This matter has nothing to do with you. Longheng didn't want to accept these two men who had designs on his wife. Me too. I was the one who brought Madame Xiu here. I am also guilty. At some point, Ah Quan had also barged in and knelt down to receive the punishment. He had many brothers behind him. These men were all loyal and righteous. Bai Xianxia had helped them save their eldest daughter-in-law and protect Shu province, allowing them to return when they were free. These men were all hot-blooded, so when they barged in together, they all knelt down. What was wrong with these people? Why were they fighting to be beaten? However, Bai Xianxia's lips curled into a smile, and she willingly knelt beside them. She had always been annoyed by this kind of kneeling, but this time was different. The same action always felt much more noble. She looked at Longheng, and he actually revealed a rare smile. Prince Rong slammed the table and said, all right. Since everyone is guilty, then this king is also guilty. Everyone will share the flogging. Many thanks, Prince. Thus, after doing some calculations, each person would receive less than 10 lashes of the cane for 100 lashes. These men had originally objected to Bai Xianxia, a woman, being beaten, but she insisted. She had a righteous attitude, as if everyone should suffer and suffer together. They couldn't give her 5 flogs. After all, she had done a meritorious deed. Following that, the sound of flogging could be heard throughout the barracks. Bai Xianxia was beaten alone in the barracks. The ones beating her were a few old soldiers, and they didn't hit her too hard. However, those were military flogs. It was really hard to endure being hit on the butt. Bai Xianxia gritted her teeth and endured. She didn't even make a sound after 5 flogs. The old soldiers had seen something new. They had never seen a woman who could endure like this. But after getting off the bench, Bai Xianxia was depressed. Her legs were numb from the beating and she did not dare to move. Just as Bai Xianxia was thinking about how to walk back, Longheng walked in. The dozen or so beatings were nothing to him. He reached out and carried Bai Xianxia out of the room. Before he left, he glanced at Lin Qianzi and sneered, Miss Lin, Commander Lu said that his soldiers like you very much. If you want to go back, this king will personally escort you to his barracks. Commander Lu had said this to provoke Longheng. After all, Miss Lin was his ex-fiancée. However, he didn't expect that Longheng didn't care. His provocation had failed. However, Longheng used it to attack Lin Qianzi. He had already heard the whole story from Song Jiayue. He knew that they had saved this woman out of kindness, but in the end they had all been flogged. Even the weak Xianxia had been flogged 5 times. Even though he didn't like to get involved with this kind of woman, he couldn't help but want to attack her. Xianxia's face was pale. She forced herself to calm down and said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." "You don't understand. But others do." Longheng sneered. He left with Xianxia in his arms. When they returned to their room, the husband and wife took turns to apply medicine on each other's wounds. Longheng then had to explain the situation to the soldiers. Xianxia naturally agreed. She crawled on the bed alone. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. This female lead was too wicked. She almost got raped by the enemy's general because of her child's death. Now, she even wanted to take revenge by revealing her identity. She was used to thinking that forbearance was enough. However, if she had to live here forever, wouldn't it be too easy for her to endure? Since the female lead had become a black lotus, why should she be polite to her? In order to protect herself and Longheng, she decided to go all out. Although it was a little despicable, Longheng wasn't in a good position to attack that woman. It was the same for her. However, it seemed that there were still many people who respected her outside. Didn't someone just kneel and beg for her help? Since that was the case, why not make use of it? She stood up with some difficulty, took off her clothes, and poured a basin of water all over her body. The weather in Ming City was colder than in the capital. She was injured and weak. She was drenched by the wind and the water. Unsurprisingly, she was drenched at night. Longheng wanted to avoid arousing suspicion. He couldn't let everyone think that he kept her by his side for the sake of his beautiful concubine. Therefore, he had moved to another place to sleep. The only people living with her were Shu, who served her, and a servant girl from the city. She didn't know the name of the servant girl yet. When she came to give Xianxia water at night, she found that her cheeks were red. She knew that she was running a high fever. She hurriedly said, "Madam, you're running a fever. I'll ask someone to call the general over." In Ming City, everyone was used to calling Longheng general. Don't call him. Don't alarm others. Otherwise, you'll cause trouble for him. She was the real White Lotus. Absolutely high-end. She pretended to cough a few times and tried her best to pretend to be weak. She was no different from a newborn kitten. Her appearance was outstanding. Coupled with such a meticulous act, the servant girl's eyes turned red even though she wasn't familiar with her. This madam was so considerate. The rumors outside were just misinformation. The servant girl couldn't bear to see this charming madam who had saved Ming City suffer so much. Therefore, although she didn't inform Longheng, she secretly went to find a doctor. But she didn't know that the situation here was being monitored. When the doctor came, people came one after another. First came Song Jiayue. He had always been worried about Xianxia. Even if she had become more and more valiant recently, in his heart, she was still a weak goddess in body and mind. Therefore, he frowned and asked Shu, "Why did you call the doctor? What happened?" "She's running a high fever. We don't know when she got sick. Madame Xiao has been holding it in. She didn't let us go find a doctor and didn't want the general to know." High fever? This wasn't a good sign. Usually, after an injury, a high fever was a precursor to an illness. He immediately became anxious. He knew this was a small matter. Everyone who had been injured knew that if the fever wasn't high, nothing would happen. But if it was high, it would be terrible. If it wasn't treated well, the patient would lose their life. In a short time, the news spread like wildfire. Before long, not only did Longheng, Yu Kuang, and a group of people from Shu province came over. Even Prince Rong sent someone in the middle of the night to ask about the situation. Originally, Longheng didn't want them to see her. But seeing that these people didn't leave, he had them wait outside the screen in the outer room. Xianxia said weakly, "I'm fine. Thank you everyone for coming. You can all go back." Her voice was so soft that it was no different from a kitten's. If they hadn't practiced martial arts, they wouldn't have been able to hear what she was saying. As a young lady who had saved Ming City, if she wasn't a woman, she wouldn't have suffered so much. Yu Kuang was a member of the Jianghu, so he was straightforward with his words. If it wasn't for that woman, you wouldn't have ended up like this. I'll kill her. Even if she didn't agree, he would have done it himself. That woman was too hateful. His words brought everyone back to their senses. If that woman hadn't come out to spread the news, no one would have suspected the young tactician. No, don't. League Lord Yu, she's a woman after all. Xianxia fell silent after saying that. Then, she seemed to be talking to Longheng. I'll go back tomorrow. How can you go back in this state? Longheng held her down. This woman was so strong that it made his heart ache. He instructed the servant girl to take care of Xianxia, then went out to tell everyone to leave. He found Prince Rong and asked for his help. Although it was midnight, Prince Rong still received him and said that he would think of a way. Yu Kuang went to Lin Qianzi's residence in the middle of the night. He wanted to teach this woman a lesson. Although he couldn't lay his hands on a weak woman, he wanted her to know that one shouldn't go overboard. However, he didn't expect that she wouldn't be in her room when he arrived. Where did she go in the middle of the night? No matter what, Yu Kuang was still the Wulin Alliance master. Although he appeared to be a straightforward person, he wasn't stupid. Thus, he subconsciously thought of looking for Captain Chen. Although this was an army camp, he was skilled in concealment. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Guard Chen's residence. Because they were in the city, he could directly climb up to the roof. However, before he could see what was going on inside, he heard a series of discordant voices. He was a man, so he naturally knew what these voices meant. However, he still lifted the roof tile to confirm whether that woman was Miss Lin. After he lifted the tile, he glanced at it. After confirming that the woman was Lin Qianzi, he leapt away with a look of disgust. However, the person below spoke, "You said you could avenge my son, but she was only beaten 5 times. However, he is already running a high fever and is not far from death. Don't worry, I'll find a way to make her life a living hell." Actually, you want her, don't you? I can tell from your eyes. What? Are you jealous? If you want, I can help you get her. I can make Longheng hate her. I can make all those men hate her. Can you do it? Of course, as long as I play with her the way I play with you, those men will sooner or later abandon her. As long as a woman is trained, she will quickly turn from a saintess into a lustful woman. Do you believe me? Let her, then serve me well first. Yu Kuang snorted coldly and directly jumped up to tell Xianxia about this matter. He wanted to see if she would still plead for this woman. Xianxia was in a daze when she felt someone come in. She looked at the little girl beside her who was sleeping on her stomach. Her acupoints must have been hit. Who? Me. Yu Kuang? Yes, it's not that guy. He meant that it was not that guy, Yu Shu. Then he asked, has your fever gone down? Yes, it's gone down. What's the matter? If they didn't leave now, Longheng would come back and they would fight again. Well, I want to tell you that the woman is in Chen Tao's bed now. They are planning to give you to Chen Tao. With that, he told her the whole story. Xianxia clenched her teeth as she listened. She glanced at Yu Kuang and said, go back now. If they're still not done, set that house on fire. Burn their clothes first. Yu Kuang felt that it was more wicked than killing her. I will take some soldiers to see it in person. Longheng was standing at the door. He looked at Yu Kuang calmly, but the anger in his eyes was obvious. Someone was scheming against his woman. It would be strange if he was not angry. Yu Kuang exchanged glances with him, and then he went out without saying anything. Xianxia looked up in surprise. She felt that the two of them were really strange. Why did they go out so quietly? But she knew that they were going to be unlucky this time. She was happy that the female lead was unlucky because she was really annoying. She lay on the bed and waited for them to be tortured. On the other side, things were going smoothly. Yu Kuang was a master, so he directly jumped up and looked down with a fire starter. They didn't seem to be done, so he turned to the side and went in through the window. Of course, he knocked out 2 of Chen Tao's soldiers in the process. After sneaking in, he saw the clothes on both sides. He reached out and set them on fire. Then he set the curtains on one side, and then the bed. After everything was done, he jumped out of the window. Very good, let's see how they can get out this time. They didn't even have a piece of cloth. It would be difficult to put it on. If they didn't put on a piece of cloth, they could only go out naked. This was very good. At this time, Long Heng found an excuse to bring some soldiers to patrol the room. When he saw the fire in the room, he said, "Guard Chen's room is on fire. Why isn't anyone going to save him?" The soldiers outside naturally couldn't let them in, but they couldn't just watch as the guard was burned to death. Perhaps they could come out soon. After waiting for a long time, they finally saw two people who didn't want to be burned to death rush out. Each of them was wearing a piece of cloth that could barely cover their private parts. It was really tragic. Long Heng saw everything. He chuckled and said, "Guard Chen, you're in such a good mood." Long Heng's subordinate looked at Lin Qianzi's body frivolously and whistled, "Miss Lin, what a good body." After he finished speaking, these people laughed loudly. Lin Qianzi was so embarrassed that she hid in the shadows and didn't come out. When such a beautiful body suddenly appeared in this military camp filled with men, the men couldn't help but steal a few more glances. This caused no one to hand her the cloak for a long time. More and more people came to watch. This was also because of Yu Quan. After he went out, he notified the surrounding people to come and watch the show. Lin Qianzi couldn't even cry. Chen Tao said, "What are you guys looking at? Hurry up and give me the cloak." "Yes, Guard Chen." Long Heng said, "Guard Chen, why are you in such a hurry to hide it? I'm afraid Miss Lin won't be satisfied with your standard, right?" The roar of laughter made Chen Tao feel insulted. Although it was common for men to joke like this was clearly a personal attack. "You." Guard Chen wanted to explode in anger, but he needed to find a place to put on his clothes first. Long Heng didn't stop him either. He simply stood behind Guard Chen and said, "Guard Chen, what is the punishment for raping someone's wife and daughter?" Guard Chen said, "What if she climbed into my bed willingly?" "You'll have to ask Miss Lin about that." Long Heng shifted his gaze to Lin Qianzi. However, he looked away with a look of disdain, as if he was looking at something very depressing. Lin Qianzi shook her head and said in a fluster, "No, I didn't. It's not like that." But the men around her just laughed and then looked at her body. She didn't know how to react. She only knew that this had something to do with Bai Xianxia. She wouldn't let her off. Finally, someone put a coat over her. It was just a coat. No one cared where she went. They even stayed far away from her, as if she was a scourge or a beast. Lin Qianzi walked into her room and smashed the things around her. She was a rich young lady. Wasn't it all because of that woman? She wanted to kill her. She had to kill her. Bai Xianxia also got the news. She covered herself with the blanket and smiled. Although her fever had subsided, the injury on her was still very serious. So Long Heng didn't ask her to mention going back. She didn't want to go back, but someone came. This person's identity caused a stir in Peace City. Xianxia felt that these people were looking at him strangely. He rushed over when he received news that his wife Lin Qianzi had been captured by the enemy. He wanted to bring her back. Although he knew that the child wasn't his, he had been obsessed with this cousin of his since he was young and had been holding it in. Ever since they got married, these people in the family seemed to be against them. They hated Miss Lin very much and even thought of ways to torture her. Lin Qianzi just washed her face with tears. She never gave him a good look. He felt that his patience was about to be used up by her. Although they were married, the time they spent together was very limited. This time, he wanted to bring her back and live a good life. He didn't want her to be with those people anymore. It was all those men's fault. They caused her to lose her goal. They caused her to become weirder and weirder. After being stared at by strange gazes, he soon saw Long Heng in the military camp. Actually, he used to be so jealous of this man because he used to be her fiancé. But what was with his gaze? "Thank you for saving my wife. I'm here to take her away." "Oh, then take him away." Long Heng waved his hand, and someone went to bring Lin Qianzi over. But at this moment, Bai Xianxia walked over. She looked at Xianxia and said, "Young Master Ji, I have something to tell you." Ji Zhongshu could tell that it was Bai Xianxia. Reality proved that not many people could forget her looks. What is it? Before Miss Lin arrives, I want to tell you her story. Then you can decide whether to take her away or not. Ji Zhongshu frowned. He had no idea what this woman was trying to say. Long Heng just watched from the side, a faint sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. Bai Xianxia was the clearest about Lin Qianzi's incident. Thus, she recounted how this young miss was kidnapped by Luo Yunqing and fell in love with him. Then, how she hooked up with Luo Yuning and what she was used to do. In the end, she didn't even know who the father of that child was. In the end, she even threw the child to death with her own hands. Of course, she also recounted how she gave herself to Chen Tao in order to avenge her son's death. Everyone present is a witness. If you don't believe me, you can go ask Commander Liu. Obviously, she didn't tell Ji Zhongshu what happened over there. Back then, I advised her not to run away from the marriage, but you indulged her. Even if you liked her, why didn't you marry her? In the end, you caused a lot of trouble. Also, I can tell you now that Lin Qianzi didn't care about national enmity and did so many things to frame the country's pillars. Sooner or later, His Majesty will find out. I'm afraid your Ji family will also be implicated. Lin Qianzi's only place to go now was the Ji family. If Ji Zhongshu didn't want her, where could she go? She definitely couldn't let her stay here because that might cause trouble for Long Heng. How could this be? How could she become like this? Ji Zhongshu looked at everyone present. The Great Li of Gojoseon, Long Heng, the capital Song family's Prince Song, and Long Heng's subordinates. He suddenly understood why everyone looked at him like that when he came. Their eyes were filled with sympathy and disdain. No man could stand this. At this moment, Lin Qianzi walked in. She was especially close to Ji Zhongshu because he was the one who cared about her the most since she was young. Even if her parents didn't understand, he could understand and take care of her. But when she pounced on him, Ji Zhongshu subconsciously dodged. However, he didn't say anything and only said, "Pack up and go back." He still had to bring her back. After all, Minister Lin had instructed him to bring her back safely. Lin Qianzi wasn't in a hurry to pack up. She slowly walked to Bai Xiangxiu's side. Before she spoke, she saw Long Heng standing behind her. Bai Xiangxiu, you threw my son to his death. I will definitely avenge him. Your son was killed by you. You can't have lost your memory, right? If you can't remember, I think everyone in the enemy army will remember this. Bai Xiangxiu didn't shrink back at all. She looked at Lin Qianzi with a contemptuous smile. Was the White Lotus lady going to turn into a Black Lotus? She wanted to see her abilities after the transformation. Actually, she had also thought of this ability. Wasn't it just using those men who loved you so much that they couldn't help themselves? But of all the people you've met, you've injured Luo Yunjing, and Duan Yuning is dead. It seems that this cousin of yours won't let you off the hook once you return. So, whose glory do you still need? The emperor's supporting male led. They haven't even met yet. Lin Qianzi snorted and turned to pack her things. She was very happy to be able to return to the capital. After packing, she saw that her cousin was already waiting for her in the carriage. He only sent a servant to bring her into the carriage. Strange, why was his attitude so strange? In the past, he always took care of her carefully. Was it because of the child? That's right, he didn't know much about the child. She had to explain it to him. So after getting into the carriage, she explained to him, "Cousin, I'm sorry. I know you love that child very much, but he was killed by that woman by Xianxia. She killed our child with her own hands." Is that so? Ji Zhongshu frowned. He didn't know if what she said was true or false, so he asked, what was the situation at the time? At the time? Lin Qianzi was a bit confused. She did remember that she had snatched the child away. Then, she was a bit confused. I was discovered by them. They desperately tried to snatch my child, and then, why did they want to snatch her child? Ji Zhongshu had already heard everything from Bai Xiangxiu, but she had been hiding something about the child's background. I don't know why they wanted to snatch my child. I don't know. Lin Qianzi didn't want Ji Zhongshu to misunderstand. She was already very happy that he came to save her. Ji Zhongshu didn't press her any further. He believed everything that Bai Xianxiu and Long Heng had told him, so he silently brought her back to the capital. Lin Qianzi found it strange. In the past, he had always begged her to have S*X with him, but she had taken the initiative to seduce him along the way in order to comfort him. However, she had never succeeded. He didn't even touch her. His attitude was extremely cold. That woman must have said something to him. That must be it. She tried to question him, but Ji Zhongshu only said, "She's just telling the truth. You didn't do anything. Why are you so afraid?" Lin Qianzi's face immediately turned pale. She grabbed Ji Zhongshu and said, No, I didn't do anything. Please don't trust anyone." Ji Zhongshu flung her hand away and left in an unusually cold manner. The couple slept in separate rooms from then on until they reached the capital. Ji Zhongshu didn't bring Miss Lin home. Instead, he sent her directly to the Lin residence. At the same time, he delivered a letter of divorce to Minister Lin. Minister Lin was furious. What is the meaning of this? Miss Lin came into contact with the enemy and even gave birth to a spy's child. The Ji family doesn't dare to accept her into the family anymore. From now on, all ties are severed. She can marry as she pleases. He was also extremely pained because he had liked this cousin of his since she was a child. Lin Qianzi was greatly affected. She said, "Don't spout nonsense. The child isn't Duan Yuning's." Commander Lu suspected that the child was his younger brother's and insisted on taking the child away. "But didn't you say that you would treat the child as your own, no matter whose child it was?" Ji Zhongshu was also furious. He said, "If you didn't have anything to do with Commander Lu's younger brother, why would he? Some things don't need to be said. Minister Lin, if you still want me to bring her back to the Ji family, then you might as well kill me on the spot." Minister Lin was already feeling guilty towards Ji Zhongshu. He knew his daughter very well. Now that he heard Ji Zhongshu's words, there was nothing he could do. However, he was worried that his daughter would no longer have a foothold in front of others after being divorced. He said, "My worthy son-in-law, why don't we put this matter aside for now? Go back and calm down first. There's no need for that. I've already given her the divorce papers. Tomorrow, I'll have her dowry sent back." "Ji Zhongshu, how can you treat me like this? You were the one who agreed to this marriage. Why are you regretting it now? It's not like you don't know that I was taken away by that thief before." But I didn't know that you could climb into your husband's bed." Pa, Miss Lin angrily slapped Ji Zhongshu, causing half of his face to swell up. However, Ji Zhongshu didn't care at all as he walked out disheartened. Minister Lin didn't expect him to talk about his daughter like this, so he said angrily, "I don't want such a son-in-law. Beat him out of here." Thus, there was a rumor in the capital that Ji Zhongshu was beaten out of the minister's manor by Minister Lin. He returned to the Ji family with a bruised nose and a swollen face. After that, he fell seriously ill. After that, rumors started to spread throughout the capital. Bai Xianxiu didn't know about any of this. Long Heng had already sent a letter home to the Li of Gojozian's residence. He briefly explained that Bai Xianxiu had come to Peace City to help him, and that Prince Rong had taken her in as his adopted sister because of her intelligence and gentleness. She was currently recuperating in Peace City and would return to the capital after she recovered. Yes, Prince Rong had thought of a way to help her by taking her in as his adopted sister. Actually, Bai Xianxiu didn't think much of it, but Long Heng knew that Prince Rong had won her heart. Now, Bai Xianxiu had become the adopted sister of a prince. Furthermore, her family background was considered clean, and her younger brother was a scholar. It wasn't impossible for her to ask the emperor for permission to confer her the title of princess consort. Long Heng hadn't thought of allowing Bai Xianxiu to stay in Peace City, but something unexpected had happened. Commander Lu had used a strange trick. The soldiers on the enemy's side had somehow found a way to create something that could explode in a crowd and knock them out. In the end, Bai Xianxiu had identified it as an explosive. After they had captured the enemy soldiers and interrogated them, they admitted that it was indeed an explosive. Bai Xianxiu was speechless. Why was there a transmigrator after the reincarnated Yu was killed? She clearly knew that explosives had never appeared in this world before. Therefore, if she wasn't wrong, there must be a transmigrator among the enemy soldiers. However, when they had captured the prisoners and interrogated them, they all said that they didn't know who had created the explosive. However, because of the explosive, the enemy seemed to have increased their military strength and were thinking of attacking Peace City again. They had actually created such a terrifying explosive. Fortunately, the enemy didn't seem to be very familiar with it, so it wasn't very successful. It could only injure people but not kill them. In other words, it was more frightening than injuring them. However, it could allow the warhorses to escape, which almost disrupted Long Heng's formation. Do you have a way to deal with this? Long Heng looked at Bai Xianxia. She could talk about it, but it didn't mean that she could do it. Moreover, this wasn't as simple as a formation. If it was more lethal, he felt that the enemy would be able to easily take over their country, let alone Peace City. Bai Xianxia waved her hand weakly and said, I need to sleep. I definitely need to sleep. She needed to sleep to contact the Huaer. She remembered that after she had given birth, she found out that it wasn't impossible for her to return to the modern world. However, she was in a state of dissociation because she was worried about this world. The Huaer's ability allowed it to connect with all the cacti that had existed since ancient times. Perhaps it could find the formula for the explosive. Prince Rong watched her leave and couldn't help but exclaim, from the looks of it, she seems to be able to find the solution. Could it be that this king hasn't read enough books? After he finished speaking, everyone in the room looked at him because they all had the same thought. After studying for half their lives, they couldn't compare to a teenage girl. It seemed that they really hadn't read enough books. After Bai Xianxia returned, she took out a sachet. There was a paper package inside. She opened the paper package layer by layer, revealing more than 10 cactus thorns. She had brought them out as a precaution. She didn't expect that she would actually have a chance to use them. She poured the thorns into the sachet. In order to connect with it, she even used the thorns to stab herself. Since she came here because of the thorns, perhaps she could use this method to quickly connect with the Huaer. Perhaps it was because she was too anxious to sleep, but she couldn't fall asleep for a long time. In the end, when Long Heng returned, she moved to the side to let him lie down next to her. Ever since she acknowledged Prince Rong as her elder brother, no one asked about her. Moreover, it was rumored that she was recuperating, so no one cared whether she was living with Long Heng or not. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After washing up, Long Heng wanted to get closer to her. After all, they hadn't gotten close to each other for the past few days because of Lin Xianxi's disgusting behavior. However, she was rather cold. She hugged a sachet and slept wholeheartedly with her eyes closed. He didn't disturb her and just lay there to sleep. Actually, since the war was urgent, he shouldn't have taken off his battle robe. He wanted to get closer to her today and live in the barracks tomorrow, but she didn't give him face. With that thought, he couldn't sleep anymore. He pulled Bai Xianxia over and kissed her fiercely. Bai Xianxia was eaten in a daze. She didn't know what was going on with him. However, the author had a saying that she couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. As a weak and delicate female supporting character, she couldn't take it and fainted. Fortunately, after she fainted, she finally heard Huaer speak. It really did look like a ball of fire, but it was a green flame. The voice sounded like a teenager. It said happily, Master, Huaer misses you. I miss Huaer too. I didn't expect us to be able to contact each other from so far away. That's because Master used blood to contact Huaer. However, if the thorn in your hand rots or is lost, we won't be able to contact each other. Now that Huaer had learned some human language, it didn't refer to itself as a part of its body. Bai Xianxia had hoped that Huaer would help her find the formula, but she hadn't expected Huaer to bring her to an ancient manufacturing site. She didn't even know which dynasty it was in. Bai Xianxia didn't know what era it was. She saw many people working there like an invisible person. They were talking about what they needed, and she could hear them from the side. She also saw the power of the tools and finished products clearly. She didn't expect Huaer to have this kind of ability. She turned around and saw a cactus on the other side of the table. So this was copying across time and space. Bai Xianxia didn't have time to think too much. She was afraid that she would remember, so she focused on watching. Then, after waking up from a dream, he remembered everything in his heart. It was even more solid than taking notes. She was overjoyed and quickly got out of bed to do the experiment. In the end, her legs gave way and she fell to the ground. She tugged at her clothes while pounding the ground. She secretly blamed herself for forgetting that she couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. It was really too torturous. Her 2 calves didn't feel like they were hers anymore. Her joints hurt like hell. "Aya, madam, why did you fall?" The maidservant called Xiaomei hurriedly helped her up. When she found that the madam was completely naked, she couldn't help but blush. Xianxia lay on the bed weakly and said, "Give me a pen and paper. I want to write down the formula." She was afraid that she would forget it in the future. The little girl hurriedly went to prepare. She climbed onto the bed and finished writing down the dosage of the formula. Then, she wrote down what she needed and handed it to her. "Go and have someone prepare these things. But be careful, don't put them together casually." "Yes, but who should prepare it?" "Pass it to the general. Tell him that I'm not feeling well. Ask him to prepare the things first." "Yes." The little girl retreated. After a while, she came back to tell her that the general already knew and was preparing. However, she still said carefully, "The general wants you to take a hot bath first. He has already asked Shuer to prepare it." "Madam, do you want to go?" "Yes." She blushed. If she didn't take a bath, she was afraid that she really wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 3 days. Then, how would she deal with the enemy troops that would suddenly attack? She had to be one step ahead of them in their research. If another transmigrator were to develop a lethal weapon, then they wouldn't be able to live anymore. Thinking of this, her sense of responsibility urged her not to be lazy anymore. She should get up and do work. While cursing Longheng in her heart, she endured the urge to take a bath and put on her clothes. Because they were in a war-torn land, the food wasn't good. She only ate a bowl of porridge and did nothing. Longheng had always been responsible, so he basically ate whatever the soldiers ate. Since he was like this, then she had to follow her husband's lead. Longheng was very impressed with this. Otherwise, he would have driven her back long ago. After she finished eating, she heard the sound of firecrackers. Who would release firecrackers at a time like this? So, something must have happened. Xianxia's heart sank. She immediately rushed out of the room. She saw a few fire arrows flying across the sky and then landing in the city and exploding. Damn, this was the rhythm of a sneak attack. But what kind of brainless attack was this? These sparks were far too different from the artillery attacks in war movies. It seems that they haven't succeeded yet, so they used arrows and gunpowder to shoot in. But the power isn't great. It's no different from before. Xianxia said as she walked forward. She wanted to see what was going on. Madam, you can't go like this. Be careful not to get hurt." "That's right." Xianxia went into the room and took an umbrella. She said, "It's fine like this." The little girl was speechless. How could such a method block the terrifying rain of fire? Xianxia felt that this was no different from firecrackers. It was just that the situation was a little different. Because they had never seen it before, they were a little flustered. Xianxia was not afraid. She ran over with the umbrella. Then, she saw with her own eyes an arrow explode beside her. The explosion was so powerful that it blew a hole in a horse trough. This level of explosion was enough to kill or injure people. The power seemed to have increased. She hid her body in a dark corner. Then, she pulled the little girl to the side and said, "Don't run around. Hide and watch." After watching for a long time, she saw the soldiers putting out the fire. Then, the rain of arrows stopped. They must have stopped attacking because Longheng chased after them. This kind of sneak attack did have the effect of intimidating the enemy. It also made Longheng stop chasing after them. However, this kind of chaotic attack was not necessarily a good thing. It was at this moment that a shadow completely blocked her view. She silently raised her head and saw Longheng in full armor. She couldn't help but extend her hand with a smile. "Good afternoon. Weren't you chasing after the enemy?" "It's just a dozen people. Is there a need for me to go out personally?" "What are you doing out here?" Long Heng led a group of people. He was afraid that others would see that he had the potential to be a henpecked husband, so he deliberately spoke in a low voice. In fact, he was thinking in his heart, how did she run out? Obviously, she was like a puddle of mud in the morning. I just wanted to see how powerful the explosives they made are. I want to try and study something more powerful than them. Oh? His heart warmed. She really did it for him. Long Heng's subordinates thought the same. It was not easy for a woman to do this. The most important thing was that she could make such a dangerous thing. It was the right thing to keep her alive. Unfortunately, although Bai Xianxia spoke in a mighty manner, her legs went weak after she got up. She almost fell down. Don't run out if you haven't recovered. When Long Heng said this, he couldn't help but blush slightly. When he lowered his head, he saw Bai Xianxia rolling her eyes at him. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. His heart softened. Help the madam back, he said. It's fine. Help me to the workshop. It's where you keep the materials. Guards, escort the madam there. Yes, sir. The soldiers respected Bai Xianxia. She was still trying to figure out a way to neutralize the explosives even though she was so sick. Bai Xianxia was abnormally embarrassed when she received their respectful gazes. This was all their general's fault. She'd almost been dismembered, you know, the soldiers escorted her to a remote place. Bai Xianxia had asked for it. If the experiment failed, she would be the only one who would die. Actually, she did not have to put herself in such a dangerous situation. Her opponent had not succeeded in their experiment, so she did not have to make it so dangerous. If they tried to bombard her with the explosives, she would be responsible for all the deaths. She followed the instructions from her memory. She had more than 10 people around her to prepare the materials and the equipment. It took her an entire day to prepare everything. When she dragged her tired body back, she found that Long Heng and the others were also working on a countermeasure. They had developed a type of iron shield that could be used to block the explosives. The cavalry would not be on the battlefield for the time being. The infantry and the shields would be used to attack. This was a good idea. Her husband was quite smart. Bai Xianxia learned more about the production of the explosives during the night. She said that she had learned it from a book and that she was trying to recall it. Long Heng didn't have the time to suspect her, because he knew that Commander Lu would organize another ambush very soon. They had no choice. The enemy had special weapons. If they tried to suppress them, they would be ambushed if they strayed too far away. Bai Xianxia had to do what she had to do to break the stalemate. She was very careful because these were very special items. She could make a big mistake if she made too much movement or the quantity was not accurate. Fortunately, she had seen the production process with her own eyes. She was able to produce the first batch of 10 explosives with ease. The effect was similar to a grenade. Or rather, it was like a modern child's game of throwing a cannon. It was quieter, but more powerful. Why don't I do it? Long Heng looked at Bai Xianxia and trembled a little. He was afraid that she would blow him up. She was now in a very sorry state. The previous experiment had burned her long hair until it reached her waist. Although it didn't seem to affect her beauty, he still felt a little sorry for her. However, the other party didn't seem to care at all. When he saw Long Heng standing in front of him with an iron shield, he couldn't help but smile. As for Song Jiayue and Yu Kuang, they didn't leave. They were watching to see if the experiment was a success. Bai Xianxia took the gunpowder bomb and threw it at a small tree. Then, she immediately shrank behind her shield. Her movements were very fast. She shrank only a little. It looked very funny. Song Jiayue smiled and shook his head. This girl was very interesting. Hong, his face instantly paled. He removed the sleeve that he had subconsciously used to cover his face, and silently retracted his interesting words. It's so dangerous. Yu Kuang's movements were faster than his. He flashed 10 steps away and then returned. She's been staying with such dangerous things for the past few days? Song Jiayue's face was a little pale. It's a success, a success. Bai Xianxia was very happy. She threw her head into Long Heng's arms. The soldiers silently turned their faces to the side. They all felt that this situation was very warm, but it also made them blush. Aya, it hurts. A certain person was in a tragedy because Long Hung was wearing armor. Long Hung was a little speechless. He lifted the person up and said, "This thing is too dangerous. You can tell the formula to others, and move it outside the city to do it." Others? Long Hung, it's better for me to do this kind of thing myself. Because if it falls into the hands of others, I don't know what will happen. What she said was not wrong. If such a powerful weapon fell into the hands of others, it would only increase their desire. When the time comes, I'm afraid the world would be even more chaotic. Well, I'll listen to you. As long as we make 100 of them, it will be enough to attack the people on the other side. They won't dare to take out that kind of thing to show off. Bai Xianxia knew the meaning of Long Hang's words. He was afraid that she would be in danger. But she was a little strange. Did the people on the other side really exist? If they really existed, who would they be? Long Hang and the others used a few days of preparation to explore the location of their current camp. Then they took Bai Xianxia's gunpowder and set out. Of course, there was also a team of shield soldiers left behind to protect Ming City. This attack would not be done in a day or two, so Bai Xianxia was a little worried. Fortunately, Song Jiayue and Yu Kuang went with them. They were also hot-blooded men. They couldn't watch their country lose. Now that the weather had turned to autumn, the weather was cold and the leaves were yellow. She didn't know how Shaolin was at home. He should already be able to call his parents. Just as she was thinking, she felt a pain in the back of her neck. She felt that someone must be sneak attacking her. But it was too late. She fell forward and fainted on the ground. Who kidnapped me? Bai Xianxia was still conscious when she was unconscious. As long as she contacted the Huaer in advance, she could talk to it as long as she was asleep. 2 men. They can fly around. Fly? How far am I from Ning City? Which direction are they flying in? Who is behind them? Master, slow down. The Huaer needs to sense them one by one. Okay, take your time. But before I wake up. They are flying south. They are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 miles away from the city. There's no one else behind them other than you. Bai Xianxia was a little speechless. The person behind them was not the person behind them. A few days ago, they even praised the Huaer for knowing some things. Just as she was thinking, Bai Xianxia felt as if she had taken a cold shower. What's wrong? Master, someone is feeding me water. Oh, the person behind them I mean. Before she could finish her sentence, she was awakened by the fall. All the bones in her body were almost displaced. She was in so much pain that she frowned. A cold voice said, "Are you awake?" Bai Xianxia didn't pretend. She slowly sat up and said, "Falling like this, even a dead person would wake up." Before she could finish her sentence, someone grabbed her by the hair and threw her directly onto a wooden bed. The man was slowly approaching her. As he walked, he took off his clothes. Damn it, was he going to rape her? Who are you? Don't you know that I am Li of Gojoseon's concubine? She actually knew that this man had known her identity long ago. Otherwise, why would he kidnap her? A concubine is just a man's plaything. The man's voice was extremely cold. He didn't give her any chance to refute. He walked to the bedside and stopped Bai Xianxia, who was about to escape, with one hand. He reached out and slapped her twice. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bai Xianxia's mind went blank from the slap and she gave up on struggling. Feeling a slight chill on her body, she quickly woke up. She broke free with her right hand and slapped the man in the face. Unfortunately, the man immediately dodged and sneered. Very good. I like to play with strong women like you. Let's see how strong you can be after I get on top of you. Bai Xianxia felt disgusted. She would rather die than let the man get close to her. Thus, she did not care about anything else. She struggled with all her might and kicked the man. However, the man stopped and said, "It seems you value your reputation a lot. If so, I can let you go as long as you tell me the formula for the gunpowder bomb." Fine, fine. I will tell you. Get up first. After the man stood up, he said, write down the formula. Bai Xianxia nodded. Then, she noticed that a pen and paper were placed on the table beside her. It seemed he had prepared everything. She sat down and touched her face while writing down the formula. She did not know what he would do to her after she was done. Fortunately, the man had a brain. I don't know if this formula is correct or not. We can only wait until the real thing is created. You will stay here. Don't even think about running away. There are people guarding outside. Hurry up and go. Be careful. This thing is dangerous. It will explode if you make a mistake. She was not too soft-hearted. The drug was quite heavy. If they wanted to create this thing, they would lose more than just 1 or 2 people. After the man left, she sat down on the chair weakly. Right now, she had to think of a way to leave. She pushed open the window and saw that it was a desolate area outside. However, there was a man in black standing in front of one emperor. Please go back. If you stick your head out again, you will not be forgiven. Like master, like servant. Bai Xianxia glared at him. However, she was surprised to find a special plant in the shadows. Her heart could not help but pound. She reached out to pull the man in black and said, if you want me to be obedient, I can do that. Transplant that flower into a pot for me. Otherwise, I will not be obedient. The man in black had no other choice. He found a large wooden pot and was about to dig the soil. Don't dig there. Go dig around the flower. Remember, do not hurt the flower roots. The man in black had no choice but to dig her up. This woman was very important. If something really happened to her, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. Moreover, her face was swollen and her eyes were bloodshot. She looked really pitiful. Didn't she just want to grow a flower? He would just fulfill her wish. Soon, the man in black brought the things to her and threw them on the table by the window. He then closed the window and continued to stand outside. Bai Xianxia knew that she was not the only one out there. She didn't pay any more attention to these things. Firstly, she was very curious about this legendary flower. She didn't expect to see it in this place. Thinking about it, it made sense. This was not the Central Plains, so it was not strange for such a strange plant to exist. However, the Black Devil's Snare, the legendary Black Devil's Snare. She looked left, right, up, and down. No matter how she looked at it, she was sure that it was a black mandara flower. She was extremely excited. Obtaining this kind of flower meant that she could be saved. It was just that the process was more brutal. There was no other way. In order to save himself, he could only do this. Bai Xianxia wrapped a piece of cloth around a bowl and smashed it into pieces. Then, she used the broken pieces of the bowl to cut her palm. It was very successful. Blood flowed out like crazy. She dripped her blood on the Black Devil's Snare and watered it with her hot blood. According to legend, as long as you watered the Black Devil's Snare with your hot blood, it would respond to your breath and fulfill your wish. In this way, Bai Xianxia used her blood to water the Black Devil's Snare for 2 days. That man still didn't appear. Could it be that he was killed by the explosion? How was that possible? Besides, he was also very depressed now because the Black Devil's Snare hadn't taken root yet. It wasn't that effective yet. On the 4th day, someone finally came. As soon as that person came in, he slapped Bai Xianxia and said fiercely, "Tch, you lied to us so hard. That folk prescription was wrong. Because of this, 3 people were killed and 5 people were injured. If I don't beat you to death, I won't be able to take this lying down." He was about to rush over and hit her again when Bai Xianxia said loudly, "I'll make a wish. From now on, for 1 day, everyone who comes near me will be unconscious." The Black Devil's Snare's power was able to make people unconscious. So after she made this wish, the man who was hitting her fell to the ground with a thud. Bai Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. She thought to herself that legends really couldn't be disbelieved. At this moment, someone outside heard the noise and came in. As soon as he entered the room, he also fainted. Amazing. It wasn't a waste of her blood for the past few days. It was really effective. Bai Xianxia struggled to get up. She was afraid that the Black Devil's snare wouldn't make people unconscious for too long. So, she had to think of a way to escape first. But before she left, she had to take a look at the person who had taken her away. So, she took off the mask of the man in black and discovered that he was actually guard Xianxia. Very good, he was actually greedy enough to want the gunpowder bomb formula. She wouldn't let him have an easy time before she left. Xianxia took out a gunpowder bomb wrapped in cotton and secretly put it into Xianxia's money pouch. Didn't you want it? I'll give you one. She didn't dare to delay any longer. She picked up the Black Devil's snare flower from the wooden basin and walked towards the city. But along the way, she found herself depressed. She had wanted to stop a carriage to get a ride, but the coachman and everyone else on the carriage had fainted. Fortunately, she had made the wish for people to faint and not the horse to fall. At least the horse was still standing. She had no choice but to move everyone to the side with great effort. Then, she got into the carriage and gently cracked the whip. The horse started to run in a straight line and almost rushed into a ditch. Fortunately, Xianxia still knew some skills to control a carriage. After all, she had taken a carriage all the way here. With great difficulty, she managed to control the carriage and run towards Peace City. Because of the war, the city gates only opened once a day and then closed. By the time she arrived, the city gates were already closed. Not good. If she couldn't enter the city and was caught by Qiantao, it would be terrible. She had no choice but to wave to the soldiers on the city wall and shout, "Soldiers on the city wall, listen, I am Lei of Gojoseon Long Heng's concubine?" That would be demeaning, so she said, "I am Lei of Gojoseon Long Heng's wife. Quickly open the door and let me in. There are enemies chasing me." "Okay, we heard you. We will report it immediately." The soldiers on the city wall had already known that the wife of Lei of Gojoseon had been kidnapped, but they didn't expect her to come back on her own. It seemed that she hadn't suffered any injuries. But what was the meaning of pulling a carriage full of dead people with a pot of strange flowers next to it? This wife of Lei of Gojoseon was always a little too surprising. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. She finally came back. She felt relaxed as if she had escaped from heaven. She sat in the carriage and didn't want to move anymore. Before the city gates opened, a figure jumped down from above. It was Yu Quan. Xianxia extended her hand to greet him. As expected of someone from the martial arts world, he was the fastest runner. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. As long as someone could catch her, she would be safe. However, she didn't expect to be happy for nothing. Yu Quan didn't even take 10 steps before he swayed and fell to the ground. Damn, how could I forget that the black datura flower is still here? Seeing that Long Heng and Song Jiayue were about to arrive as well, he hurriedly shouted, "Don't come any closer." Long Heng frowned. "Did they use some kind of drug on you? Otherwise, why would Yu Quan fall? Or is she in danger?" "No, you don't have to worry. This is a way for me to protect myself. You have to stay 10 steps away from me. Then, can you let me stay outside the city for a night? I'm afraid that everyone will faint on the way." "Is there such a strong drug?" "I'll explain it to you later." "What about him?" "I'll leave him to you. I'll protect him and stay outside for a night." Long Heng pointed at Yu Quan, then looked at Xianxia and said, "Walk half a li forward. There's a farmhouse there, but it's already abandoned." In the chaos of war, the family had already moved to the city. "Got it." Xianxia couldn't bear to throw away the black datura flower. She reached out and picked it up, then walked around the carriage. Long Heng followed behind her. The two could be said to be talking from a distance. Long Heng saw that she was having a hard time carrying the datura flower and said, "Let me help." "No, you can't carry this. How did you suddenly disappear? Who kidnapped you?" "It was Qiantao. He kidnapped me to get the formula for the gunpowder bomb." "You gave it to him?" "The one I gave him was also fake." "Why didn't he chase after us?" "I think he's probably still unconscious, so he didn't come over. Or maybe he knows that I'm back, so he didn't chase after me." In fact, the other party had already caught up. Long Heng had already sensed it. However, he was secretly on guard. As long as they made a move, he would immediately think of a way to stop them from hurting Xiang. Who would have thought that those people were probably afraid of him and actually left? Longheng sneered inwardly. This Chen Tao was truly a shameless villain. Tomorrow, he would definitely teach him a lesson. But tonight, he had to protect her first. He didn't expect that she would get into so much trouble just to help him. But why did he have to protect her from so far away? Why did he have to leave the chicken he'd painstakingly cooked there for Bai Xianxia to take? Then, he'd have to watch her sit there and eat in small bites. Show her, your flower is very special. That's right, a black devil snare flower. If you water it with blood, you can fulfill a wish. I watered it for 4 days, and then I fulfilled one of my wishes. That is, anyone who comes close to me for a day will faint. Blood, didn't you faint at the sight of blood? I don't faint anymore. I've gotten used to it. Show her, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have suffered so much. When they were in the prince's mansion, he had always thought that she was weak and easy to bully. But now, he felt that she was actually so strong. Just like that black devil's snare flower planted in the soil. It looked simple and unadorned, but it was indeed very useful. The wound on your hand. Finally, he saw that there were several bloodstains on her palm. It's almost healed. Longheng put the ointment aside and said, go to sleep after applying the ointment. I'll keep watch. Okay. Bai Xianxia was indeed sleepy. With Longheng by her side, even if he was far away, she still felt at ease. When she woke up the next morning, she found herself sleeping in Longheng's arms. They had already returned to the city. The flower. I had someone bring it back for you. It's outside. Thank you. I'll go and report Chen Tao's matter to Prince Rong. Go. Why do I feel like an old married couple? When did this feeling start? But I didn't expect that Chen Tao would actually surrender to the enemy in order to avoid responsibility. They had already sent the news. Actually, it was just a show of force. Because the garrison here had surrendered, it meant that their side was about to be defeated. Longheng sneered. They seemed to have forgotten that he had chased them far away. Moreover, he had returned this time to form an army to attack the enemy country. He even wanted to attack their hometown. But he didn't expect that this would happen at this time. It was one thing for him to bring his closest subordinates to the enemy country, but what about his family? Now, his old mother, wife, and 2 children had all been locked up. Longheng was very depressed about this. He slammed the table in front of everyone. He thought that Chen Tao was a coward. He actually abandoned his mother, wife, and children for the sake of survival. Now, what should he do with them? Kill them? No way. They're just women and children. What's the point of killing them? Shouldn't the family be punished? Bai Xianxia said with a frown as she served him a cup of tea. Do you think they shouldn't be killed? But family members who are convicted of treason have always been executed, without exception. Prince Rong also thinks that this matter should be dealt with according to the imperial court's laws, but you can't bear to kill an old and weak family, right? Yes. Now, Longheng would discuss anything with Bai Xianxia. Even though she wasn't very smart, she was still very knowledgeable. Even Prince Rong praised her endlessly. Then let the children change their surnames and the woman remarry. Longheng stared at her in shock. It was said that a good woman wouldn't marry a second husband. But as long as she was married, she would have nothing to do with that Chen Tao. What's wrong? Isn't that a good idea? I know that woman might not agree. Then ask her if she's still willing to protect a traitor. Or, does she want her children to die? You have a lot of strange ideas, but they're not bad. Longheng reached out and pinched her little face, then said, go to sleep. I'll discuss this with Prince Rong. Prince Rong didn't want to let them live, but he thought that Longheng's idea wasn't bad. It could be considered as giving Chen Tao a huge cuckold. Because of this, Commander Liu, who was still fleeing back to the enemy's tribe, said to a man who was so angry that the veins on his forehead were throbbing, can you still tolerate this? He's already given your wife away to be defiled. Of course I can't tolerate it. Chen Tao gritted his teeth. But the one I can't tolerate is the woman beside him. If it weren't for her cunning, I would have already gotten the formula for the gunpowder bomb. Didn't she give you a formula? Let me see it. A soldier beside Commander Lu stretched out his hand. He wasn't very old and had a delicate appearance. This? Chen Tao hesitated. Even if it was a fake, he couldn't give it to a soldier. Give it to her. Chen Tao hesitantly handed the paper to the soldier. He felt that the soldier was a little awkward, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The soldier looked at the paper and smirked. You're from the same world as me. You must be quite capable. But don't worry, I'll do my best to help you. Don't forget what you promised me. Of course not. It's just this formula. It's fake, but it's also real. Some of the materials are missing. It's possible to make it explode, but it won't go anywhere. It's easy to injure people. How are we going to develop a bigger weapon? That depends on how many people you're willing to sacrifice for me. Sacrifices are necessary in war. As long as you succeed, you can choose as many people as you want. All right. You're Chen Tao, right? Since you've made this formula before, you'll be in charge. The soldier crumpled the formula into a ball and threw it on the ground. He looked confident and arrogant. Chen Tao gritted his teeth. He didn't expect to be ordered around by a soldier. However, Commander Lu trusted him so much that he allowed Chen Tao to follow him. Then, he slowly realized that this soldier was actually a woman. She wasn't beautiful, but she was special. For example, the ratio of gunpowder was basically tested using people. If it exploded, 2 or 3 people would die. However, she showed a very regretful look and said coldly, "Find 2 more careful people and start again." Chen Tao was speechless. This woman was even more manly than a man. What was even more daring was that she took the initiative to visit Commander Lu's tent. Once she was done, she walked out on her own. She curled her finger at him and said, "Come with me. I want to know more about that woman." Chen Tao frowned and said, "That's not good. It would have been fine if she were a man, but she was a woman." She didn't mind and said lazily, "I'm not going to eat you. Come in." With no other choice, Chen Tao could only walk into her tent. However, he saw her toss the hat on her head, revealing her long and short hair. She then leaned against the chair and said, "Tell me about that woman." Chen Tao felt his throat tighten. Although she wasn't a peerless beauty and was around 25 years old, she had a good temperament and good skin. Most importantly, she had a seductive charm that no woman in this world had. However, she was the great general's woman after all. He could only bear with it and tell her everything about Xianxia from beginning to end. After he finished talking, he saw that the woman actually shook her strange curly hair and smiled, "So it's a soul transmigration. It sounds like she's just a little girl who doesn't have much of an opinion. She can be dealt with. She's only read a little water margin and knows a little about gunpowder. Why should I be afraid of her?" Just then, Commander Lu entered the room. Chen Tao stood up immediately and greeted him, "General." Commander Lu was not only a general, but also a prince. If Chen Tao offended him in any way, he would have a hard time in the future. "Get out." It was obvious that the general was jealous. Chen Tao had no choice but to go out. He knew very well that he absolutely could not provoke the woman inside. In the past, he had misjudged Xianxia. If he misjudged this woman as well, he would really be blind. However, he heard some things that he shouldn't have heard. He felt that this woman was very bold. "Honey, are you jealous? Don't be angry. I just wanted to ask him about the enemy's situation. No matter what, he is still a man. How can you let him into your room? You have to be more cautious in the future." "I know. You're so petty. But you still don't want me to stay at your place, do you? Isn't that because it's a military tent? People can come in at any time. Didn't you say that you want personal space and freedom? Are you saying that you're the only one who's free and not me? You're a man. If you have more freedom, you'll be surrounded by a bunch of women. You're the only one with a lot of excuses. Ah Yun, hurry up and tell me that Xianxia is also from your place. Are the people in your place very knowledgeable?" "Of course. Our place is different from yours. Chen Tao couldn't hear the rest of the conversation. He felt that whether this woman was telling the truth or not, the women in his place were indeed different. In Tranquil City, Longheng had already set out for battle at dawn. Bai Xianxia sent him off from afar. She felt a little uneasy. Most importantly, she was worried that the person who created the gunpowder would try to pull some tricks on her. It would be fine if he was an ordinary person. However, if he was a top student, Longheng would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, since he directly researched gunpowder, she believed that he must be someone who frequently read time travel novels. No matter how anxious she was, it wouldn't make sense for her to follow him. Even if she stayed in Peace City and waited, it was all thanks to Prince Rong's help. Longheng penetrated deep into the enemy's territory and forced them to retreat step by step. Just as autumn was about to arrive, the other party came up with a new plan: besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. Bai Xianxia rolled her eyes at the sky. Using less than 1,000 people to create a momentum to attack Peace City and then save the Tuya tribe from being besieged, if it was a group of people in the city, they would have huddled together in fear or asked for help. However, don't forget that Yu Kuang was here. He left a few days ago and came back a few days later. He actually brought some people from the martial arts world who wanted to do something for the country. These people came and went and their lightness techniques were very powerful. Especially those senior and junior brothers from White Cloud Mountain. They were experts who could take on 100 people by themselves. Therefore, they only went out for a stroll and said that the smoke behind them was just a smokescreen. They only had 1,000 people and the cavalry behind them was just smoke and dust created by using tree branches. Ever since Bai Xianxia defeated the chain horse, Yu Kuang and the others had a habit of discussing everything with her. According to Song Jiayue, she had a lot of clever ideas. Prince Rong also thought so everyone sat in a room and discussed whether they should send a letter to Longheng. I don't think there's a need to send a letter. This is a trap. They only used 1,000 people to attack the city because they want to lure the prince back. This kind of rushing back and forth will have a huge impact on the front line. If they have people in the middle, then the prince's group will definitely be obstructed and might even be completely wiped out. That makes sense. Prince Rong nodded and said, but what should we do? 1,000 people were still people. The pace of this attack was very fast. If they didn't deal with it early, there would be problems. Bai Xianxia was speechless. This matter of resisting the enemy didn't seem to be something she should be concerned about. She was really just a supporting female character, a cannon fodder at that. Why did they have to make it so formal? Why don't we suppress this attack first? Men, combine our forces and suppress their attack. Prince Rong waved his hand and ordered. Currently, he was the only one who could make decisions in Tranquil City. Although Longheng had left behind a few deputy generals, they still had to go through the motions. However, they could see that Prince Rong, who didn't know anything about military affairs, was now focused on his newly recognized sister. He listened to her opinions without hesitation. Bai Xianxia frowned. She felt that this trap was too easy to see through. She was even certain that there was a transmigrator on the other side. She didn't know why, but she felt that this trap was directed at her. She didn't know if it was an illusion or not. When he heard the sounds of fighting outside, he felt that something was amiss. He suddenly stood up and said, "Young Master Song, can you help me distribute the gunpowder that we just made to the soldiers? I feel uneasy." It was as if a pair of eyes were staring at her from behind, wanting to swallow her whole. It was a very, very bad feeling. Song Jiayue didn't know what she was thinking, but since she said so, he would do as she said. Because he would have to leave soon. As a member of the Song family, he had his own responsibilities. He couldn't be as carefree as Yu Kuang. His heart ached when he thought of this, but because he knew that she would never be his, he didn't have any expectations. Yes, if he had any expectations at this time, he might have been in even more pain. He might even have done something terrible. But if he didn't, it would just be a mental wound. Just as they were about to prepare everything, something really happened. A group of archers suddenly surged from the rear of the 1,000 or so soldiers. They all had fire arrows in their hands, and the power of their arrows was much greater than the last time. These fire arrows were fired at Ningqing at the same time, causing a lot of damage. Amidst the gunfire, Prince Rong said, quickly ask General Long for help. No, he will definitely fall into the trap as soon as he comes back. We can save ourselves. We definitely can. Bai Xianxia knew that this would be a bit difficult. It was obvious that besieging Wei to rescue Zhao was just a test to see how they would react. If they called Long Heng back, then the trap would work. When the time came, the ambushers would most likely kill them. But if that didn't work, then they would have the prepared troops rush forward and take down Ningqing. At that time, Long Heng would not be able to receive him and would definitely die on the battlefield. He would not even have a place to return to. Only then did Bai Xianxia understand that the other party must have sensed her presence, so they were most likely certain that she would not inform Long Heng. That was why they had arranged for this siege team to come one after another, increasing the number of people from 1,000 to more than 5,000. It seemed that they had already set up an ambush. They were just waiting for them to not inform Long Heng so that they could suddenly attack. Even if Long Heng left behind the shield army, but such a method would definitely cause all the soldiers in Ning City to fall into chaos. Bai Xianxia said, Yu Kuang, your people's Qinggong is very good. Can you help us? Yu Kuang nodded. Go ahead. Tell them to take a portion of the gunpowder and go out through the tunnel. Wait, tunnel. Bai Xianxia screamed. How could she forget that guard Chen, who had defected, knew about the tunnel's existence? Song Jiayue also reacted and said, I'll take some people there. My people can go down directly from the city gate tower, Yu Kuang said. Okay, then have your people go down directly from the city gate tower. Try your best to blow up their troops. The more people there are, the better. This time, the gunpowder was different from the usual, so Bai Xianxia said, have your people shoot from a distance at least 10 steps away, got it? Okay. Yu Kuang led by Yunshan and a group of chivalrous warriors who wanted to protect their country. Together, they took the gunpowder from the soldiers that Song Jiayue had found and left. They had seen this kind of thing recently, so they didn't feel any pressure using it. After arranging everything, Bai Xianxia disregarded the danger and organized people to help the wounded. At the same time, she went to the tunnel to check on the situation. Prince Rong had arranged for some soldiers to follow her, and they were quite skilled in martial arts. Thus, she was very safe along the way. Sure enough, a group of people entered the tunnel. They seemed to be the most powerful of the enemy's experts. However, the person leading them was actually Chen Tao, Garrison Commander Chen. Seeing this man made her grit her teeth. It was one thing for him to betray the country over some power struggle, but he also abandoned his own family. It was understandable that he abandoned his wife, but there was still his mother. Most importantly, why didn't the bomb she left behind kill him? She subconsciously glanced at his waist and saw that the money pouch was still there. Could it be that he didn't use the money pouch during this time because he was going to defect? Did that mean, when Bai Xianxia saw that Song Jiayue was about to rush forward, she couldn't help but call out, Prince Song. Song Jiayue frowned. Why did this Bai Xianxia have to squeeze into the dangerous places? He hurriedly pushed aside the people beside him and ran towards her. Why are you here? I have something to do. Did you see Chen Tao's money pouch? Later, when he's alone, hit it with hidden cry. There will be a surprise. You. How was this a surprise? This was a shock, okay? A woman had come to this place. This was a battlefield. Even a man like him, who had practiced martial arts, couldn't get used to it. How could she stand it? Just as he was thinking, he heard Chen Tao shout and rush over. Stupid woman, I must kill you today. That woman, Su Yun, had said that no matter who they left, they couldn't leave this woman behind. He also had the same feeling, so he waved his hand and everyone rushed towards Bai Xianxia. Song Jiayue pulled Bai Xianxia back and sent her directly to the roof. Then, he jumped down and fought with them. Bai Xianxia was speechless. Why did he send her to such a high place? How was she supposed to hide? She dodged behind a large chimney and watched as Song Jiayue fought and retreated. He didn't let them rush up and attack her. In the blink of an eye, he had already suffered several injuries. After all, he was also an expert of the enemy. Bai Xianxia was anxious and said, come up and throw a hidden weapon. Song Jiayue was helpless. who would throw a hidden weapon and call it out? But he still had confidence in himself. He found an advantageous position and threw the hidden weapon first. Those people only thought that he had thrown the hidden weapon and didn't care. They continued to follow. But at this moment, Song Jiayue jumped and threw an iron beam directly at Chen Tao's money pouch. People all had a bad habit. You could throw anything but money pouches, so he always carried his money pouch with him. But he didn't expect that this iron pouch would become his death warrant. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Then, there were screams and blood splattering everywhere. Bai Xianxia had just covered her head with her arms when she was shielded by someone. She knew who this person was and couldn't help but feel a trace of emotion in her heart. Although it was impossible for the two of them to have any interactions, she had to admit that this man was very reliable at this time. The novel didn't deceive her. The male supporting lead was indeed a good man, but he wasn't hers. She had her own man. Although that man wasn't as gentle as him, wasn't as understanding as him, and was sometimes a bit overbearing and awkward, he was still an excellent man. Just as she was thinking, a cold breath brushed past her lips. It was gentle and soft, with a hint of blood, but it wasn't heavy. She stared blankly for a moment before Song Jiayue collapsed beside her with a thud. Young Master Song, young Master Song. In the end, he saw that Song Yunchuan's back was severely injured. It seemed like he had been cut by a sharp blade, and blood was flowing out. Bai Xianxia hurriedly hugged his head and gently checked his breathing. She was relieved to find that he was still breathing, but her heart was pounding. She was afraid that he would never wake up again. Men, quickly save Prince Song. After she shouted, the people on her side jumped up. Song Jiayue was quickly taken away, and she was brought downstairs. As soon as she came down, she saw the heavily injured enemy soldiers. Among them, Chen Tao was the most seriously injured. One of his legs had almost been blown off. His injuries had caused him to faint. Because of this, all the enemy soldiers who had barged in were restrained, so there weren't too many casualties. One of the soldiers asked, "Madam, how should we deal with these people?" Prince Song, who had brought them here, had collapsed, so they could only ask the madam. In their eyes, the madam, who had always helped them, was an extremely intelligent woman. Send them to a place to lock them up. Those who are injured need to be treated. If they die, we won't be able to get anything out of them. What about him? Everyone was angry at the traitor, so the soldier kicked Chen Tao and said, "Treat his wounds and send him to Prince Rong. I have something to ask him." Yes. Just like that, Chen Tao was sent to Prince Rong. She then went to check on Song Jiayue. His injuries were serious, but his life wasn't in danger. After the doctor bandaged his wounds, he quickly regained consciousness. "He came for you, so be careful." Song Jiayue grabbed Bai Xianxia and reminded her. "Yes, I will be careful. You should recover first. Don't worry too much about other things." Song Jiayue woke up in a moment of excitement, but quickly fell asleep again. Bai Xianxia went to Prince Rong. She also wanted to ask about the other transmigrator. Chen Tao woke up after a while, but he was thrown to the ground. Bai Xianxia looked at him and said coldly, "I only have one thing to ask you. Is the person who made the bomb a man or a woman? What does he look like? I want to see my wife and mother. Your current situation is not good." Prince Rong knocked on the table and continued, "But I can let you die slowly. I just want to see them. When the time comes, whatever you want to know, I will tell you." Chen Tao glanced at her. The women from that world were all very scary. So did she. So did that woman. Prince Rong nodded in agreement. Bai Xianxia then went out to have someone bring Chen Tao's wife over. Chen Tao was very excited when he saw his wife. He never thought that this woman would be so important to him. "Wifey. Husband, is it really you?" His wife looked at him as if she was looking at someone she didn't recognize. "Wan Yang, where is mother? After you betrayed the country, mother couldn't stand the gossip of the neighbors and servants and died of illness." "What? She died of an illness." Chen Tao's heart ached. He never thought that his mother would die like this. "Actually, her family was angered to death by you. His wife still remembered what happened to her after he betrayed the country, and what kind of attacks they had suffered. His mother died of anger, and the children cried and asked her why she didn't call them little rascals. Wan Yang, help me take care of the children. I will. Their surname is Wu Now. His wife looked at him and said while wiping her eyes. Chen Tao's leg began to bleed again. His wife didn't want to see him suffer. She knelt down and begged, Madam, please save him. Although he has done many evil things, he is still my husband and the father of my children. Bai Xianxia glanced at Prince Rong. The doctor he had invited was kneeling at the side and said, It's not that we don't want to save him. It's that there's no way to save him. His lower body was almost completely rotten. Even if they wanted to save him, they couldn't. He's not worth your pleading. Why do you still think about the man who abandoned you? Bai Xianxia sighed. She knew that she couldn't forget everything immediately, but she still felt that it wasn't worth it. Huh. What do cold-hearted women like you know about the 3 concubines and 4 virtues? One teaches another's wife not to respect her husband, while the other uses other people's lives as an experiment on explosives. A woman? You're saying that the one who helped Commander Liu was a woman? Bai Xianxia frowned. If it was a man, she might be happy to have someone from the same hometown. However, according to the novel, transmigrated women were xenophobic, especially those who were assassins. Judging from his words, that woman wasn't an ordinary woman either. That's right. She doesn't care about human life. She's an extremely cold woman. You're just a hair's breadth away from her. He coughed lightly and spat out a mouthful of blood. What's her name? Su Yun. He couldn't hold on any longer after saying that name. Finally, he slowly fainted. Wait a moment. What does this Su Yun look like? Is she 25 or 26 years old? She looks like a rich young lady. Bai Xianxia wanted to ask, but she couldn't. Prince Rong asked me to move him into the room so that he could spend some time alone with that woman. He left at night. Prince Rong was curious. His adopted sister seemed to know about Su Yun's background. However, when he asked her for details, he discovered that her face was even more bitter than a bitter gourd. No, it should be said that it was even more bitter than a yellow lotus. Your Highness, can this concubine rest for a bit? My head hurts. It wasn't just a little, it was extremely painful. Although there were many people with the same name in the world, Su Yun was probably the only one who could do something like that unless she was a real assassin or a secret agent. Su Yun was a real rich young lady. She used to be a gardener for a wealthy man's villa. She went as well and met the arrogant and ruthless young lady, Su Yun. At that time, she thought that if this woman were to transmigrate to ancient times, she would definitely be a heroine. She was really too powerful. The only thing was that she was too princess-like. As long as she fancied a man, she would definitely snatch him away. Regardless of whether it was using money or her body, she wouldn't let him go. At that time, there was a handsome young man among her colleagues who had just turned 21. He was a pitiful child who hadn't even graduated from university and had come out to save money. However, Su Yun fancied him. At that time, that child was quite close to Bai Xianxia. Because of this, Bai Xianxia suffered a lot of mockery and ridicule. She said that perfume was too cheap and that she should give her some freebies. She said that her clothes were too shabby and that she should give her some old clothes. However, at that time, Bai Xianxia wasn't as pretty as Su Yun, so she was completely defeated. In the end, she still slept with that clean young man. At that time, she was cleaning up the grassland, and they were right under the window of the room. Obviously, Su Yun had already seen her. However, she didn't avoid him. She even deliberately made her voice loud. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At that time, Bai Xianxia had a terrible impression of her. When she saw her again, she was showing off her cute boyfriend. Bai Xianxia did not give her any face and said, Princess Syndrome is also an illness. It needs to be treated. After saying that, she turned around and left. Later, she heard that the young man had resigned. Later, someone saw him driving a very luxurious sports car on the road. Later, she heard that they had broken up, but she did not even ask about it. In short, as a patient with princess syndrome, she really could not be bothered with it. Although to be honest, she did have some feelings for the young man at that time, she did not expect things to develop in such a painful way. Originally, this was already a matter of the past life. She did not expect to cross paths after transmigrating. However, she could not be sure that it was her. She still had to wait and see. She did not know why, but she did not have the time to be sad. This was because the attack lasted until nighttime, and it was very tragic. Xianxia knew the truth and cruelty of the so-called war, but she was still calm. When everyone was focused on fighting, she thought of the problem of food for the soldiers. She asked people to steam a lot of cornbread, and then asked some agile people to carry baskets of it to the soldiers. She did the same thing. In the hearts of the soldiers, she, as the wife of a general, was doing such dangerous and heartwarming work. It made them feel at ease. Some of the young soldiers were so hungry that they could not fight anymore. Coupled with the waves of enemy attacks, they were terrified. But at that moment, a beautiful woman stuffed a piece of warm cornbread into their hands. Although it was not a good thing, it unexpectedly had a good effect. The most important thing was the victory. After nearly a day and a night of attack, the enemy's surprise attack did not succeed because of the gunpowder bombs designed by Xianxia and the stubborn counterattack of the soldiers in the city. They lost their original goal. As for Xianxia, after she'd finished distributing the cornbread, she went to the place where she made gunpowder. Although she wasn't very fast, it wasn't a problem for her to make more than 100 gunpowder in a single night. On a modern battlefield, throwing 100 or so grenades might not be a big deal, but on an ancient battlefield, her action was simply heaven-defying. The people attacking the city and the people being attacked were originally separated into two groups. Once they gathered together, Xianxia and his martial artists would go out. Their movements were so high that no one could instantly capture their position. Most importantly, they liked to bomb places with a lot of people. With this explosion, dozens of people would be immobilized. With such a high speed and the fact that Xianxia's machine was still in production, they were soon scared out of their wits. In the end, the team that launched the surprise attack at dawn declared that they had failed and retreated. Prince Rong broke out in cold sweat. He knew that if he had panicked and sent a letter to Longheng last night, not only would Tranquil City be finished, but half of the country would also be lost. This was all thanks to Xianxia. Getting to know this girl was really worth it. Looking at the morning, he felt as if more than 10 years had passed. At that moment, someone said, "Prince, it's not good. The general's wife has fainted. Quickly let the doctor take a look." "The doctor isn't available." "Then let the maid take care of her first." "I'll go take a look at her. I learned some medical skills in the mountains." The person who said this was Xianxia. His body was now covered in blood, which made his originally outstanding appearance look like it was covered in a layer of baleful aura. He didn't look like an immortal at all. This war seemed to have changed a lot of people, including those arrogant and unruly martial artists. They were much more obedient than when they first arrived. They roughly understood that individualism was of no use at this time. No matter how strong they weren't gods. Now, Prince Rong wasn't as particular as he was in the capital. He allowed Xianxia's actions. He changed his clothes and went to Xianxia's room. He found her quietly lying on the bed, seemingly asleep. There weren't too many rules in Tranquil City, so the maid serving her didn't even close the curtains for her. Xianxia personally took her pulse. Although he wasn't an expert, he could still tell that she was exhausted. Thus, he said, "Madam is tired. When she wakes up later, feed her something nutritious." The maid was troubled. "What good food is there in the city at this time?" "Let Madam share it with the soldiers." "I'll take care of that." Xianxia placed Xianxia's hand under the blanket. Perhaps his feelings for her in the past only came from Xianxia, but now he felt that he couldn't completely ignore her. This woman was worthy of respect. Whether it was for the country or for her husband, it was impossible not to admire her courage. He went out of the city to hunt a chicken in the mountains. When he brought it back, he had someone cook a pot of chicken soup for them. Although he didn't like Song Jiayue, he was still an injured person. After Xianxia woke up, she was fed a few mouthfuls of chicken soup. Because she hadn't eaten meat for a long time, she felt a little nauseous. She forced herself to drink a few mouthfuls. Where did this come from? It was hunted by Hiryu for you. He said that your body was weak and needed to be nourished. He even sent it to Prince Song. How is Prince Song? He's already woken up. His injuries are a little serious, but there shouldn't be any problems. That's good. She couldn't say anything unnecessary. She was afraid that she would never tell anyone about what happened behind the chimney. She gently touched her lips. Was it a misunderstanding, or did he do it on purpose? She would never know the answer. The first thing she needed to do now was to recuperate. However, she didn't expect that just as she was able to get out of bed, Long Heng's letter arrived. She took the letter and read it. It said that they had encountered all kinds of strange methods to obstruct the progress of the army. Although it was scary, it was too strange. Every day, the situation changed. They felt that their brains couldn't keep up and needed her help. The corner of Bai Xianxia's mouth twitched. Wasn't it all because of that fellow villager of hers? However, using human bombs was too cruel. How could she come up with something like that? Bai Xianxia reported to Prince Rong. Then, she led a group of people to disguise themselves as men and chase after Long Heng's troops. At this moment, Long Heng was on the verge of collapse. He had never seen such petty tricks in his life that made him speechless. The enemy simply didn't play by the rules. If they didn't go out to battle, the battalions would hide in their tribes. If they did, they would definitely play tricks. At first, the cavalry suddenly appeared, then retreated after a fight. When they caught up, they discovered that many of them had picked something similar to the poisonous caltrops. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He immediately ordered his men to retreat, but it took them a long time to cure the poison. Fortunately, not many of them were injured, and none of them lost their lives, so they did not lose much combat power. However, they did not expect the poisonous caltrops to be so adorable. They were thrown between the two groups and fell into the sand, making it difficult to distinguish them with the naked eye. So, when they attacked again, not only were the people on this side hit, but the people on the other side were also hit. Because of the puncture, a few of the suicide bombers exploded prematurely, which reduced their casualties. However, the enemy's delaying tactic was effective. Since Long Heng did not dare to attack rashly, not only did they transport their supplies, they even increased their troops. Long Heng had a headache because of this, so he thought of getting Bai Xianxiu to help him. She had a lot of ideas, so she would definitely be of help. Just like that, Bai Xianxiu, who had learned how to ride a horse, led a few guards and Yu Kuang and the others to catch up to Long Heng's group. However, they did not expect to be ambushed before they even arrived. Ha ha ha, Deputy General Su was right. There really is a beautiful person passing by here. Kill her. Deputy General Su said that they had to kill the most beautiful person, because she was definitely a woman dressed as a man. Bai Xianxiu was speechless. This woman was indeed very smart, but did she not think about the problem of suppressing them with brute force before she sent these people? Most of her people were martial artists, and their moves were not something these so-called people who grew up on the battlefield could compare to. As soon as they started fighting, they were at a disadvantage. Yu Kuang did not move from the beginning to the end. He stood by Bai Xianxiu's side and looked at them with a cold expression. The enemy soldiers quickly bowed down to her. It seemed that even a clever strategy needed the support of powerful comrades. That was what Bai Xianxiu thought. In the end, the ambushers either died or were injured. 5 or 6 of them were captured and brought to Long Heng's camp. When Long Heng saw Bai Xianxiu again, he was no longer in the state of love as before. There was a hint of business in his expression. Bai Xianxiu, on the other hand, felt quite at ease. Were the two of them finally on the same level as a normal married couple? In the past, he was her master, her man, and her sky. Although he respected her, he wouldn't talk to her about anything related to work. But now, he trusted her completely. Seeing her come over, he asked, "Are you hurt?" "No." "Let's go in. Let's talk about the things that I don't understand, as well as today's sneak attack." Bai Xianxiu first spoke about their sneak attack on Ning City, and then spoke about how Ning City's people worked together to finally drive them away. Long Heng was shocked. If there weren't so many people standing around, he would have held Bai Xianxia's hand and thanked her. If Ning City was really taken away, then he wouldn't even have a place to go back. At that time, even if he fought his way to the other side's capital, without any support, it would still be a dead end. Although he didn't like Yu Kuang and Song Jiayue, but they did help him. Long Heng also told Bai Xianxiu about what had happened to him afterwards. Bai Xianxiu concluded with a single sentence: his actions were nothing more than petty tricks. Judging from today's events, no matter what kind of special scheme he came up with, it would all be useless in the face of absolute strength. Long Heng's mouth twitched. He knew this, but because of the other party's small tricks, he didn't dare to attack easily. Transmigrating women, especially those who liked to read novels, would basically learn a little bit of the content of the books. But she knew that life was not a novel, and it would be really difficult to do it. For example, the poisonous caltrip array formation that she used was a plot from a popular article on the internet. In the book, the transmigrating woman used this method to destroy an army. But in reality, no one would step on the poisonous caltrips and still rush forward, unless they were fools. Long Heng was not a fool, so he quickly took measures. After that, there was the human bomb, which was also from that book. Because the female lead used this method, she almost blew up a city, although she lost nearly 100 sinners. But because of the hidden dangers left behind, she was one step too late. So, when people wrote novels, why would they tell you how to deal with the poisonous caltrips? Bai Xianxiu knew how to deal with it. She found out that there were things like magnets in this world when she was in the blacksmith's shop. As long as she got some of those things, she would be able to quickly clear the obstacles. But she didn't want to clear the obstacles. What if they launched a surprise attack? Facts proved that the other party could do this. She just understood the situation here, and the other side already started. A soldier ran in from the outside and reported, "General, the other side is cursing the enemy." The leader is a deputy general, and from the voice, it seems to be a woman. Bai Xianxiu was stunned for half a minute. A woman, and she even came out to fight. How impressive. She had to meet this person. What kind of arrogance could make her not fear so much when facing so many ancient experts? Get ready, let's go. Long Heng was the main commander. Because he was annoyed, he would definitely go out to fight if he could. I'll go too. I'll disguise myself as a soldier and follow you. Don't mess around. Long Heng lowered his voice. I heard about this person from Chen Tao, so I want to see what trick she has up her sleeves. This? All right. Long Heng had no choice but to let her put on light armor and set off with a long spear. However, it was not easy for a woman to keep up with the men's team. So, Yu Kuang disguised himself as a soldier and brought her along. Compared to personal feelings, the national interest was the most important thing. Long Heng trusted him, so he handed her over to him. Men were sometimes simpler than women. They were serious in their work, and they were very clear about it. As long as they were rational, they would never confuse national affairs with personal matters. Yu Kuang was a rational person, and he was also a person who could do great things. Just like that, Long Heng's team set off. They came to the front of the formation, where a beautiful woman dressed in men's clothing was already standing there. She was indeed very beautiful in a group of men, but when Long Heng stood in front of her, one would feel that Long Heng's side was more eye-catching. Because the majestic beauty of the battlefield was far superior to her, who was neither male nor female. And the moment Bai Xianxiu saw her, she couldn't even walk. If it wasn't for Yu Kuang holding her back, she would have obstructed the people behind her. It really was Su Yun. She had actually transmigrated here. That wasn't all. Why was she looking at her husband as if she had discovered a treasure? Was she going to steal it? Su Yun thought that she had always heard that the enemy's general was a handsome man. Now that she saw him with her own eyes, she was really surprised. This kind of man was the type that modern women liked. And as a mature woman, how could she be interested in those gigolo men? Only this kind of very stylish man would have an unusual attraction to women. That was a real man. Sure enough, if you want to find a real man, you have to come to ancient times. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation by Xianxia covered her face with her hands. She felt as if she was living in the ancient times. You're Longheng? I've heard that your concubine is a very talented person. Is she here? No. You really are a man of few words. I'm here to negotiate with you on behalf of Commander Liu. As long as you withdraw your troops, we will sign a peace treaty and there will be no more wars. What do you think? We signed it a year ago. Longheng's tone was full of disdain. He didn't like the woman in front of him. Her gaze was too aggressive. It might have been acceptable if it was directed at a man, but it was too lascivious for a woman. It won't happen this time. I guarantee. What guarantee do you have? Commander Liu's sincerity. Then how are you related to Commander Liu? Pfft. Someone behind them couldn't help but laugh. But Suyun didn't seem to care. I'm the deputy commander here. I have an official position. If you don't trust me, we can send someone to stay in your country as a hostage. I'm sorry. I'm Longheng. I'm not in charge of negotiations. Your country will suffer losses if you act rashly. How many of these soldiers don't want to go home to their wives and children? Yes, they all want to go home to their wives and children. But the soldiers of our country know that without a country, there is no home. They're willing to sacrifice their lives to protect their country. They don't want their families to become slaves of a fallen country. Damn, Bai Xianxia was shocked. She'd never thought that her husband would be so eloquent. He was simply too handsome. After he finished speaking, the soldiers behind him raised their hands and shouted, "We don't want to be slaves of a fallen country. We don't want to be slaves of a fallen country. General Long, you're overreacting. We don't want to take over your country. We just want our countries to be at peace. Speaking of which, your country was the one who started this. If you didn't kill my prince, this war wouldn't have happened." It seemed that Su Yun was trying to drive a wedge between the generals and soldiers. However, Longheng remained unmoved. "Miss, are you joking? A prince of a country can disguise himself as a commoner and hide within the country. No one would think that his motives are that simple." "Alright, I've underestimated Longheng all this time. It turns out that he's just a serious person, but when it comes to defending himself, he's very good at grasping the bigger picture, especially when it comes to matters of country and family. What if it's only for a beautiful woman?" Su Yun didn't back down and insisted on making it sound as if Duan Yuning was innocent. "Oh? With a beauty like you in our country, why would he travel thousands of miles to find a woman in our country? Who knows about love? Love. Su Yun didn't care that everyone here knew that she was a woman. She even felt a sense of superiority. This kind of woman was also very powerful and attractive. Bai Xianxia began to feel inferior, because she would never be able to reach such a lofty level. "Unfortunately, I didn't come here to talk about feelings with you. On the battlefield, it's either you die or I die. Leave. This general doesn't want to fight a woman." "Then, General, just come over." Su Yun just smiled. She thought that he wouldn't be able to come over. But she didn't expect Longheng's gun to be at her throat in the blink of an eye. Blood flowed down her neck. She was scared out of her wits. She didn't know how he came over. But when she lowered her head, she saw a metal plate on the ground. When did he prepare it? But what was the use of him rushing over? Just as she was thinking, a few soldiers rushed out from the enemy. They pushed a strange box forward. They walked very slowly, but it was obvious that the poisonous thorns around them were being sucked up. It was a magnet. It's actually a magnet. It's your wife's idea again, isn't it? Su Yun wasn't afraid anymore. She probably thought that Longheng wouldn't hurt her. Then, she pushed his weapon to the side and said, "I'll retreat. But next time, we'll have to fight with real swords and guns." Who's talking about next time on the battlefield? Longheng didn't hurt anyone, but he hit the horse she was sitting on with great force. The horse was immediately frightened. It rushed to the left and galloped away like a gust of wind. Longheng sneered and said, "Charge." "No way. We didn't say we were going to fight for real." Bai Xianxia was stunned. They only said that they would fight when they gathered all the magnets. But they only had 3 roads. Did they really have to fight? However, Long Hang's side was caught off guard, and Long Hang's side wasn't any better off. Their commander, Su Yun, had run away screaming in fear. So, Long Hang's side had actually won the battle. After that, a group of people went to search for Su Yun. There were also people from Jianghu brought by Yu Kuang, so it was easy for them to snatch the injured Su Yun from the enemy's hands. Bai Xianxia didn't expect Su Yun to be caught so quickly. She thought she would be shocked. After her injuries were treated, she calmly sat there and looked at Long Heng, who had come to see her, and Bai Xianxia, who was dressed as a man. She didn't even look at Bai Xianxia, who covered half of her face with her hair. She just looked at Long Heng and said, "General Long is so bold. Thank you for the compliment. What's your name? Who are you?" Long Heng was simple and direct. He sat there and asked in a cold voice. "What if I say I'm not from their country? I just want to find a place to settle down. Is that so?" She was smart. If it was Lin Qianzi, that white lotus, she would definitely resist with a righteous expression. But as soon as she slept with the other party, she would change immediately. But this Su Yun was different. She knew what kind of woman this princess was. If the other party didn't have someone who could keep her here, she would have left long ago. So, the man who called for help when she was startled by the horse must be Commander Liu. Although she couldn't see him clearly because he was far away, Commander Liu was quite good-looking. But he was still not as good-looking as Long Heng. So, her target had changed to Long Heng? "I think that since I'm in your hands, General Long, you won't let me go because you know I'm valuable. And you're a smart man. You won't let a valuable person go just like that, right?" Su Yun smiled. Her eyes were full of confidence. She was charming from head to toe. She was indeed very attractive, but she was different from Yaya. Her confidence came more from her temperament and character than from using her body to attract people. She was obviously on a higher level, so Bai Xianxia felt nervous. After all, she had been snatched away by her once. She was a little traumatized. She didn't want to reveal her identity, but she couldn't help but put her hand under Long Heng's arm. She looked at him pitifully, as if she was possessed by a white lotus. Long Heng thought it was strange. He thought she was feeling unwell, so he said, "You can go and rest first." "No, I want to stay here with you." Her voice was a little coquettish. Long Heng froze. "You're that concubine?" Su Yun's knowledge of ancient concubines was not as good as Bai Xiangxia's, so she automatically categorized her as a mistress. Her tone was full of disdain. Bai Xiangxia grunted, but kept her head down, as if she was shy. Su Yun frowned. Was this woman's soul really transmigrated? "Why are you blushing?" She couldn't help but ask. But the other party subconsciously touched her own face, then asked curiously, "It shouldn't be red, right?" Su Yun asked, "How do you know how to make gunpowder?" "I've only read about it in books." "Books? You only read about it from books?" "Yes. But the ratio, what's the ratio?" "I can't communicate." "How do you know how many materials are used?" "What's written in the book?" Bai Xiangxiu decided to keep up the act. After all, her soul was transmigrated and no one could see anything. Plus, she had never done anything special, so she wasn't worried that she would find out. "What kind of book is it? Can you let me take a look?" "Miss, please adjust your position." Long Heng spoke, stopping her from asking Bai Xiangxiu any more questions. Then he said, "Since you're here, stay here for a few more days. Don't think about anything else. General Long, do you really not need my help? What if it's a way to break into the main camp?" He would definitely agree. After all, wasn't their goal here to break into the main camp? As long as he accepted her method, they would be able to gain a foothold here. If this concubine was really just a woman from ancient times, then she would feel a sense of accomplishment when she snatched this man from her hands. "I, Long Heng, don't need your help. I still won't put them in my eyes." He turned around and led Bai Xiangxiu out. He couldn't help but frown. He had seen many women, but this was the first time he had seen such an arrogant one. With her methods, it was better not to use them. After making arrangements for Bai Xianxia, they would find a way to attack the tribe. But first, they had to take measures to prevent poison and poison. Long Heng was very experienced in this area. Even if he didn't know how to use poison, he had some subordinates who knew about it. Most of them came from the Shu lands, and with the help of some of the original residents of the Shu lands brought by Ah Quan, they easily came up with a solution. As for Bai Xianxia, she didn't even come out of the tent. As for Su Yun, she didn't even want to bother with her. Anyway, as long as her husband ignored her, she would hide as much as she could. She wouldn't let Su Yun find trouble with her. From the look in her eyes just now, it could be seen that her princess syndrome was acting up again. She would always have a twisted mentality towards men who she liked, but the other party didn't like her. She thought as she tidied up Long Heng's tent. At the same time, she felt that men were men after all. Regardless of whether it was modern or ancient, why would their place be so messy as long as no one tidied it up? Were they not afraid of tripping or something? She was halfway through tidying up when she suddenly felt someone standing behind her. She quickly turned around to look. Before she could even scream, her acupoints were sealed. She couldn't say a word. Commander Liu was wearing a soldier's uniform. He said to Su Yun, "What do you want to ask?" "Ask away. I'll wait for you outside." "Okay." She didn't expect Commander Liu to risk his life to save her. It seemed that his feelings for her were genuine. As she was thinking, Su Yun brushed Bai Xianxia's hair aside. Her eyes lit up. She said, "You're really a beauty. You can talk now, but it's best if you don't shout. I can disfigure your face at any time." "You. What are you trying to do?" Bai Xianxia looked like she was possessed by a white lotus. Tears kept flowing down her face, and her whole body trembled. All transmigrated women hated white lotuses. She felt that Su Yun was the same. "Hey, you're crying before I even say anything. Don't act like you're made of water. Tell me the truth. Did you transmigrate here? I don't have that much patience. If you did, then come with me. What's the point of staying with men as a concubine? Then, what do you want me to do?" "Nothing. Since you've transmigrated here, of course you'll be surrounded by men. They'll be your pawn, and you'll always be in their hands. If you want to use him, then use him. If you don't, then kick him away and change to another one. There are so many men anyway. You can just wave your hand and a bunch of them will come to you." "That's not good." "What's not good about it? Didn't I transmigrate here to see these fine men? Why do I have to be their accessory? There are all kinds of men. You have to have a taste of them to know what they taste like." Her face was full of shock. "Young mistress, you're really something. You even dared to do this in ancient times. Don't look like you're scared. They can play with women, but women can't play with them. But how are you different from the prostitutes in the brothel when you switch back and forth like this?" Slap, Bai Xianxia's face was slapped. Su Yun sneered, "They're being played by men. They have no choice. I'm playing with men." "Oh, a little higher than them." Bai Xianxia pretended to understand and nodded. Then she said, "But there are good men too. If you don't treat them with sincerity, how can they treat you with sincerity? Who said that women must treat men with sincerity? As long as you have the ability, those men will surround you. Are you going to tell me whether you transmigrated or not?" "I'm not, but the book I read did say that he seemed to have transmigrated from somewhere. But he said that because it was a peaceful era, he had no use for what he learned, so he wrote it down." "Oh? Did you bring that book?" "I read it when I was young. I don't know where I lost it." "You have a good memory. This concubine was born in a family of scholars. Only my memory is better than others. Since that's the case, you can only follow me." Su Yun then pulled Bai Xianxia to her feet. Since she wasn't a transmigrator, she would have to take her to get the formula out of her. As long as they mass-produced it, conquering a country would be a piece of cake. That Long Heng would regret not keeping her by his side sooner or later. Bai Xianxia didn't dare to shout. Su Yun was a ruthless person. If she wanted to kill someone, she would. Just then, a corner of the tent was sliced open by a sword. A figure dashed toward Su Yun. Su-yun reacted quickly and dodged in the blink of an eye. However, she managed to throw Bai Xianxia to the side. When she saw who it was, she was shocked. She didn't expect such an immortal-like figure to be in the enemy's army. However, she knew that she shouldn't think too much about it. She quickly rolled out of the tent and escaped with Commander Liu. Yu Kuang wanted to chase after them, but he noticed that Bai Xianxia was still lying there. Her face was pale and she was clenching her teeth in pain. He hesitated for a moment, then walked over to her and unsealed her acupoints. "What's wrong?" "My stomach hurts." "What? Stomach ache?" At this age, Yu Kuang was still a virgin. How would he know why a woman suddenly had a stomachache? Although she had fallen to the ground, it was obvious that she would not suffer any serious injuries. "Then don't move. I'll call Long Hung over. Carry me to the bed." "Something's wrong." A sliver of possibility flashed through Bai Xiangxia's mind, but she didn't dare to move. Yu Kuang had no choice but to carry her to the bed. At this time, Long Hung also walked in. He glared angrily at Yu Kuang, but the other party did not know that there was a need for an explanation. The situation seemed to be very dangerous. "Stop glaring. Hurry up and call a doctor. Hurry up, someone might die." If it was really as she thought, she would really die from embarrassment. How long had it been since she gave birth? "Long Hung, can you not be so efficient?" If this continued, she would suffer a lot. When Long Hung heard that someone was going to die, he thought that they had done something to Bai Xiangxiu and quickly called for a doctor. After the doctor came over, he did not speak for a long time. Bai Xiangxiu thought that she had thought wrongly. Or was it because her period was coming and she wanted to give an intense warning in advance? Just as she was lost in thought, the doctor took a look at Long Hung and said in a hesitant tone, "General, this little brother, his pulse is a little strange." I. To find this kind of pulse on a boy. Was it because he hadn't treated anyone for too long and only cared about treating injuries? Was that why his medical skills had deteriorated? Bai Xiangxiu immediately clarified, "Actually, I'm a girl." Girl, why didn't you say so earlier? You scared me to death." The doctor did not know her identity, so he sighed in relief and said somewhat speechlessly, What's wrong?" Long Hing felt that their conversation was a little strange, so he could not help but ask. "Would this young master please leave for a moment?" Yu Kuang frowned but still walked out. His behavior made Long Hing and Bai Xiangxiu nervous, thinking that something had really happened. This young lady, this madam's pulse shows that her menstrual cycle is irregular because of the cold. I'm afraid she needs to replenish her blood and qi. After he finished speaking, Long Hang's face turned from white to red. But the army only has medicine for wounds. The medicine used by this woman needs to be obtained from Peace City. I'll go. Yu Kuang interrupted from outside. Even though the doctor's voice was soft, he could still hear him clearly. Long Hung frowned slightly. This was not something that other men should be involved in, but he had a heavy responsibility now, so there was nothing he could do. The couple looked at each other and saw the speechlessness in each other's eyes. The doctor prescribed some medicine for Bai Xiangxiu, and then asked Yu Kuang to go to Ning City to get the medicine. The journey was not short, so it would take a while for them to return. Are you feeling better?" Long Hing sat down and gently held Bai Xiangxiu's hand, asking carefully. Bai Xiangxiu also felt wronged. She took his hand and bit it hard, saying, "You scared me to death." I thought. Long Hing's face revealed a faint smile, saying, "What did you think?" "I thought I was pregnant, and then I fell and lost the child. At that time I was almost scared to death. I didn't even dare to move." Hearing that it was an explosion, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, she felt a chill beside her. Only then did she realize that Long Heng's face was quite ugly. "Prince? What happened to him?" Long Heng suddenly tightened his grip on her hand, as if he'd just remembered the lingering fear. Who could be sure about this kind of thing? If she was really pregnant now, then just now, very good, Long Heng must take revenge for this. You want to take revenge for me? Then go now. Let me tell you something. The one who came to save Su-yun is Commander Liu. This was such a good opportunity. Wouldn't it be a pity if you didn't go? It's him? Long Heng stood up. The enemy's commander had personally come out. If they attacked now, it would be much easier. There was a hint of joy and excitement in his eyes. Go, I'll be fine. Alright, I'll take revenge for you. You and our child. What child? What nonsense are you talking about? Xianxia rolled her eyes at him. She had been using this kind of action to deal with the hero who was revered by thousands of people. Unfortunately, he wasn't angry. He even kissed her to comfort her, then turned and left the tent. This was how a man who did great things was like. She hoped that her man would be by her side at this time. Fortunately, although he wasn't with her, he sent many people to surround her tent. It only took half an incense stick's worth of time for them to assemble and set off. Long Heng was angry that they'd almost hurt Xianxia. His feelings for her were no longer just that little bit of love between a man and a woman. There seemed to be something even deeper spiraling in the depths of his heart. If something really happened to her, Long Heng felt that even he wouldn't be able to control his towering rage. Thus, his anger affected many soldiers. Most of them knew that Xianxia had come to help, but the general's face was ashen when he came out of his wife's tent. They thought that the enemy must have done something to his wife. Before every battle, Long Heng would always say some words of encouragement, such as protecting the country and not letting the enemy threaten their homeland. But this time all he said was kill and kill. There wasn't even the slightest bit of pity. He was clearly a cold-blooded god of war. A general's emotions could easily affect the soldiers. Moreover, they respected his wife very much and wanted to avenge her. Thus, the crowd was enraged. It was really an angry army. Xianxia changed her sanitary pad and lay on the bed to rest. She didn't know that she had become a tragic person who might die and was waiting for everyone to avenge her. She only heard the sounds of fighting outside and couldn't help but feel excited. What was the use of being excited? She couldn't get up. Because this time, her period was really ferocious. Not long after, Yuquang arrived. He even brought the medicine over. After handing it to her, he watched her drink and exclaimed, "Are you feeling better?" Pfft, Xianxia spat out all the medicine in her mouth. She coughed a few times and said with a red face, Am I feeling better?" She was still a little shy about this question. Song Jiayue's injury has healed and he has returned to the capital? Oh, that's good. Peace City doesn't suit him. Yes, it doesn't suit you either? Yuquang gently tucked her hair behind her ear. The action was extremely ambiguous. But when he realized what he was doing, he hurriedly withdrew his hand, as if he didn't understand why he felt so distressed. Is that so? But I have no choice. She just wanted him to return safely and reunite with his son. For a moment just now, I thought you had lost a child. He couldn't be blamed for this, because Xianxia also thought so. Therefore, some of her actions caused Yuquang to misunderstand. It was a huge mistake. Haha, this was an accident, an accident. Xianxia, have you ever thought of bearing a child for me? Pa, a bowl of medicine smashed into Yuquang's head. He caught it in his hand, and a somewhat cute smile appeared on his face. Don't talk nonsense in the middle of the night. It's scary. You only talk so loudly when you're beside me. You're always so careful when you're beside him. Aren't you tired of living like this? It turned out that Yuquang could tell. She continued lying there and said, I'm used to it. Actually, it's much better now than it was at the beginning. His temper is also much gentler, and he treats me very well. Don't you like Song Jiayue's type? Nonsense, I'm just admiring him, understand? He said so. Once when we drank too much, he said that your heart was originally filled with him, but he didn't cherish it. That's in the past. Now I'm very happy. As long as Long Heng is fine, I'm the happiest woman in the world. Is it because you two have a child? Of course not. Xianxia exploded. Why did Yuquang pick such ambiguous words to talk about today? Yuquang said, I was born in Baiyun Mountain and never cared about anything outside of martial arts. I know that I have the responsibility to bring Baiyun Mountain to greater heights, so I even sealed my own heart. So, that's why you have Yushu, right? I don't know, but I'm really happy when I'm Yushu. It's because he can do things that I want to do but never dare to do. He really misses you. I can feel it every night when there's a full moon. He's just a child. Bai Xianxia didn't want to stray too far from this topic, but Yu Kuang didn't seem to want to let her go. From Yushu's feelings to himself, even he didn't realize that he was so talkative. Not only was he talkative, but he also wanted to protect Bai Xianxia, but he couldn't get close to her. In the past, he wasn't too clear in his heart, but when the topic was brought up, it naturally came out. I treat you differently too. As long as you want something, I will do my best to help you get it. Whether you are Long Heng's concubine or someone else's wife, it doesn't matter. I just want to treat you well. Because you're really too cruel to yourself. He reached out and touched Bai Xiangxia's face. His expression became a little confused and hurt. Yu Kuang, you can leave. I want to rest. Not good, this was the rhythm of a confession. In the past, it was only Yu Shu. Who would have thought that even Yu Kuang would have that kind of feelings for her? She really couldn't understand these men. Obviously, she was so ugly recently that she couldn't even look at herself. Other than going up the mountain, she went downhill, and her face was charred all day long. In this kind of situation, shouldn't men who loved beauty run away far away? Why did they stick to her instead? If it were me, I could let you be free for the rest of your life, without any restrictions. Please leave. Bai Xianxia pulled the quilt and decided to choose not to hear what he said. But lying there, she was still a little annoyed. After all, Yu Kuang was a very good person. Obviously, he was the leader of Wulin, but he wanted to protect her, a concubine. His feelings were destined to not be reciprocated by her. She could only hope that he would give up early and find a woman worthy of his love. Because of her fierce menstruation, she was in a half-awake state these days. Even after drinking the medicine, she didn't get better. However, Long Heng's team was advancing very quickly. Basically, they changed camps every 2 days and hurried a few miles. Bai Xiangxiu counted. They had broken through 3 or 4 enemy tribes. At this speed, they would soon be able to attack the enemy's main camp. Even Long Heng found it strange. Why were his soldiers so excited? It was as if they didn't care about their lives when they saw the enemy. Until one day, Bai Xianxia walked out of the tent. She stretched and basked in the sun. Then, she saw the frightened faces of the patrolling soldiers. She touched her face and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" A soldier said excitedly, "Madam, so you're still alive." "Ah, I didn't die at all." What did this mean? It was as if she had died and then came back to life. The soldier immediately felt that he had said something wrong. He scratched his head and said, "I heard from everyone that you were assassinated by the enemy. I didn't expect you to be safe and sound." Now everyone is relieved. Haha, Long Heng immediately understood what was going on. After all this fuss, they all thought that his wife was dead. That was why they were looking at him with such solemn expressions. Then, they all rushed to kill the enemy first. They were avenging him for killing his wife. He rubbed his head. He didn't know why, but as long as Bai Xiangxiu was by his side, his luck was especially good. Anything could lead to a better ending by a freak combination of factors. For example, this blunder actually allowed his country's land to expand by thousands of miles. It could be considered a miracle. I came out when we were breaking camp. Didn't you see? Oh, we were so focused on killing the enemy that we didn't pay attention to the rear. So, I died for so many days without any reason? Bai Xiangxiu glanced at Long Heng and felt very helpless. However, Long Heng suddenly frowned and said, "Your injury hasn't healed. Why did you come out? Go back and rest." Injury, Bai Xiangxiu subconsciously grabbed the corner of her skirt. Was monthly menstruation also considered an injury? Yes, they actually attacked a weak woman like you. I will definitely get revenge for this. After he finished speaking, the soldier nodded. Then, the group of patrolling soldiers walked away. Bai Xiangxiu smiled bitterly. You are too evil. Even if you want to encourage someone, you shouldn't encourage them like this. They respect you very much. Long Heng felt a sense of pride. His little wife was unexpectedly capable. Is that so? They are very cute. Nonsense, how can you praise a group of big and burly men as cute? He really didn't know what to say to her. They couldn't do anything particularly intimate in front of so many people. He could only urge her to go back to the house to rest. Xianxia began to ask about the enemy's situation. Longheng pointed to the hand-drawn map for her to see and said, after passing the mountain pass, you will see the majority of the enemy's camp. The periphery is protected by some poisonous fog, and there are all kinds of poisonous snakes and fierce beasts. It is a bit difficult to rush through. It is a bit like a tropical rainforest. Hearing Longheng's words, she nodded and thought about it. It was a bit difficult to pass through a tropical rainforest. Because the forest stretched for a long distance, it would take at least 3 to 5 days to pass through. The most important thing was that it was very dangerous inside. If they were not careful, they would be wiped out. No wonder a group of scattered soldiers can challenge our dynasty without fear. It turns out that they have this layer of natural protection. Xianxia pointed to the map and said. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation will find a way. If they don't have Su Yun to help them, they won't face any obstacles. I'm not afraid of anything else. He had been researching for so many years and had always wanted to take down a large tribe. Therefore, he had achieved some results. What? Why isn't she helping? There was no way she wouldn't help. She had been rescued. Why wouldn't she help him? She should have done everything she could to help Commander Lu defeat them and then humiliate Longheng for not judging people properly. This was what a princess would do, Longheng said calmly. She was injured and ran away. Injured? Where are you injured? Her face. Pfft. Who hurt her? Me. Hey, can you tell me everything in one go? Xianxia was anxious to hear the whole story. However, Longheng chose this moment to take advantage of the fact that he was a man of few words. Longheng found her flustered and exasperated expression hilarious. He told her about the night when they defeated Commander Lu's tribe and the two of them escaped on a horse. He chased after Commander Lu as soon as he saw him. Commander Lu was no match for him. After a fierce battle, Commander Lu threw the woman behind him to take the bullet for himself. Fortunately, the woman was nimble enough to avoid being hit in the vitals. However, her face was injured by Commander Lu's weapon. She was ruthless enough to jump off the horse. However, before she left, she stabbed Commander Lu and severed his hamstring. Longheng ignored the woman. He only wanted to stab Commander Lu to death. He did not expect someone to come to his rescue. Commander Lu was rescued, but the woman named Su Yun was probably going to be disfigured. Obviously, you could have dodged it. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Yes, you're smart. Longheng gently pinched Xianxia's cheeks, then flopped onto the bed to rest, sprawled out on all fours. He looked very casual and did not have the pretentious manners of the past. Xianxia suddenly felt that it was unwise of Su Yun to fall in love with Longheng. After all, he was the type of CEO men who specialized in treating princess disease. However, Su Yun, who was disfigured, wouldn't give up easily. Tomorrow, we'll wipe out the surrounding small tribes, and then we can attack Mount Guan. Oh, then rest well. Stay with me. Longheng held Xianxia in his arms and said in a very low voice, you've suffered during this period of time. When we go back, Longheng, will definitely not compensate you. Who wants you to compensate me? I just want you to be safe and sound, and Lin Lin to be safe and sound as well. That's all I want. Longheng held her in his arms, smelling the pleasant smell on her body, and fell into a deep sleep. Xianxia did not disturb him. She only felt that the current Longheng was the most real him. She lay on his arm and fell asleep in his arms. When she woke up after a while, she realized that Longheng had already woken up. However, he was still holding her in his arms and hadn't left. She asked in a seemingly unintentional tone, why didn't you keep Su Yun? She should be very capable. Longheng smiled and said, first of all, she's a woman. Are you discriminating against women? She pouted, showing that she was not satisfied. However, Longheng pinched her lips and said with a smile, no, if a man has her confidence and her achievements, then he must be a talented general. He's rare, but can't be used. Oh? Her thoughts are complicated. She can't be loyal. That's true. What if she's a woman? A person who will betray herself to her former enemy can't be trusted no matter what. Also, I hate the way she looks at me. I'm a man, not a prey. I can't be the prey of any woman. Of course, you are an exception. What are you doing? Let go. It's very heavy. What if someone wants to break in? That won't happen. Aren't you very bold? Why are you so timid? Longheng picked her up and placed her on his stomach, allowing her to sit on his lap. Looking at her expression of being in a dilemma, he felt happy in his heart, so he deliberately teased her and gently propped up his legs. I'm not bold. I've always been timid. Timid enough to beat up the people of Shu province? They started it first, okay? I thought they were bandits. Oh, so timid enough to seduce the state preceptor? I actually didn't want him to scream. The only way was to sacrifice myself. Are you angry? Timid enough to lie to me? Who lied to you? When Suyun escaped, she said that you actually have another identity. Everything she said before was a lie. So that Suyun still suspected that she was a transmigrator. That's why she told Longheng those words. Then, do you listen to her or me? Naturally, I listen to Madam. I'm just joking with you. No one would believe that woman's words. Okay, I'm going out. You should rest early. It seemed that he would have to sneak attack those small headquarters again tonight. Originally, she thought that Longheng might really be able to destroy the country that had been hostile for nearly 1,000 years. However, in the middle of the night, an accident occurred. The emperor's messenger rushed to the camp in the middle of the night and gave him a gold medal to return to the capital immediately without delay. Xianxia was so angry that she almost hit the messenger. Seeing that he was about to get the gold medal back, there was clearly something wrong. Moreover, the gold medal was back. She inexplicably thought of the pitiful Yu Fei who was framed by a treacherous official. Longheng originally brought people to sneak attack. After hearing that it was the emperor's messenger, he hurriedly returned and knelt down when he saw the imperial edict. However, when he heard that the gold medal was telling him to return quickly, he suddenly raised his head. Xianxia, who was in the tent, could almost see his beautiful eyes filled with unwillingness, anger, and struggle. Messenger, you also know that this enemy country has been beaten back by me and can only hide inside and not come out. If you give me another month, no, half a month, then this country will no longer exist. It's not that I don't want to give you time, but the emperor wants you to return quickly. The messenger didn't think that Longheng would have this kind of result. He couldn't help but be shocked and didn't dare to say anything more. After all, this was Longheng's territory. If he wanted to kill someone, it would be like playing around. Just as they were in a deadlock, they saw a fast horse run into the camp, holding a shining gold medal in his hand. The holder of this medal could run into the camp without dismounting. Longheng, receive the imperial edict. The emperor has spoken, summoning Longheng to the capital. There must be no delay. There was actually a gold medal. Xianxia felt that there was definitely a problem in the capital. Why was Longheng in such a hurry to enter the capital? If he entered the capital with a small number of people like Yu Fei, then his position as general would be easily taken away. In addition, his family was in the emperor's hands. Wouldn't it be easy for him to kill him? However, if he didn't return, it would be disobeying the imperial edict. At that time, the old madam and Shaolin's family, who were far away in the capital, would suffer. Longheng did indeed want to drag things out. He wanted to use only 10 days to conquer the enemy nation, then move his troops back to the capital. However, it was obvious that his plan was foiled. He didn't touch the gold medallions, but rather one by one. Xianxia had never seen Longheng so vexed before. He took off his helmet and stuffed his hands into his hair. He lowered his head and sat there quietly, refusing to let anyone in. He broke the record. There were 2 more gold medallions now. If Longheng didn't return, Shaolin would definitely be in danger. Xianxia was on the verge of tears. She gritted her teeth and said, "You stay here. I'll go back." Go back and think of a way to save her son. She carried him for 10 months and gave birth to him. It would be a lie if she didn't feel sorry for him. Let's go back together. Longheng stood up. This situation was too special. No matter how he thought about it, he knew that there would be a huge change in the imperial court. No. If you go back, you'll die. They might accuse you of a false crime or secretly punish you. When that time comes, even if they let us live, they won't let Shaolin go. I know that. However, if I don't go back, they won't let them go either. It's better for the whole family to face them together. If they go too far, I still have hundreds of thousands of soldiers in my hands. You. No way. Was he planning to rebel? However, when she thought about it, it made sense. Longheng wasn't Yu Fei. Yu Fei might not dare to rebel as a loyal official, but Longheng had always been at odds with the emperor. Even if he rebelled now, he wouldn't feel any psychological pressure. Since he had made this decision, she had to follow him no matter what. Thus, Longheng went out to make arrangements for the army. Of course, he also asked for the opinions of some of his trusted subordinates in advance. They also didn't agree with him going back. However, Longheng acted as if he was a loyal patriot. This made the soldiers dissatisfied with the current emperor. They had also privately asked the people who came to deliver the news. They all said that nothing had happened in the imperial court. Since nothing had happened, why did they want Longheng to go back so suddenly? Thus, they were afraid that there was a conspiracy. However, even if there was a conspiracy, he had to go back. After all, Longheng was a loyal official. Previously, when he returned, he had been treated very unfairly. His original subordinates were already dissatisfied. Who would have thought that it would happen again? How could these people tolerate this? However, Longheng wanted to keep them hanging and make them endure. As for him, he first packed up and was about to leave with Bai Xianxia. But before he left, he wrote a letter to his trusted aide and said, I can die, but I must rescue my mother and son. If you hear that I am secretly imprisoned, please help me. Definitely. We will definitely help you, General. Longheng bowed deeply to them before he left. Then, he led Bai Xianxia onto a horse, and together with Yu Kuang, those Jianghu people, and some of his personal guards, they rushed towards the capital. Before they reached the capital, Song Jiayue came to greet them. His situation was a bit difficult, but in order to save Longheng and Bai Xianxia, it seemed that he had suffered a lot. His entire body had become thinner. In the somewhat barren desert, he jumped down from his horse and greeted Longheng's group. He loudly said, You can't go back. The emperor, he used 15 gold medals to buy your life, your entire family's life. When Bai Xianxia heard this, she swayed on the horse and almost fell off. Did he mean that something had happened to Shaolin? Longheng quickly helped her off the horse and found a place where the wind and sand were not too strong to ask for details. After hearing this, Bai Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her son was still safe and sound. However, he had been invited to the palace and imprisoned. The old madam was also with him. As long as they returned to the capital, it was very likely that they would be directly controlled. Longheng nodded and said, I know, but we still have to go back. Bai Xianxia said, Then what about the other people in Liu Guozhian's residence? They're all fine. Others just think that the emperor took pity on the old madam and the young heir and invited them to the palace because they were lonely. Longheng coldly said, He has been planning to make a move against me for a long time, but why now? I don't know the specifics, but there is one thing that is very strange. Song Jiayue glanced at them and then frowned. Bai Xianxia said, What strange thing? That Miss Lin has entered the palace. She is now noble Lady Qian. Pfft. Bai Xianxia almost vomited blood. She seemed to understand what was going on. Lin Qianzi wanted to take revenge on her, so she did these things. However, wasn't her target only herself? Why did she change her target to Longheng and Liu Guozhian's residences? It seemed that everything would only be known when they reached the capital. Are you really going back? But we have to act separately. After Longheng finished speaking, he pushed Bai Xianxia and said, You two disguise yourselves as commoners and I will enter the city. I will take my people in first. Longheng. Bai Xianxia was already used to calling him by his name. Although it was disrespectful in the eyes of ancient people, Long Heng felt that her tone was very gentle when she called his name, so he didn't mind. Xiao, you should know my intentions. In order to not let them catch us all in one fell swoop, this is the only way. Moreover, things will take a turn for the better. Believe me. I believe you. Was the male lead fighting the female lead? She felt that it was quite dangerous. Even if it was dangerous, she had to deny it. Moreover, she felt that Long Heng wasn't someone who would give up easily. Wasn't it just walking separately? After waiting for Long Heng to take his people and leave first, Bai Xianxiu said to Song Jiayue, Prince Song, you should return to the capital first because I don't want to implicate the Song family because of this. He didn't ask you to protect me, which means he wants you to go back because you still have the Song family. I know, but how about letting me send you back to the capital? Song Jiayue had the Song family, and Yu Kuang also had Baiyun Mountain. Therefore, she turned to Yu Kuang and said, you should go too. If Long Heng fails, then you may be implicated. You should know that I'm not afraid. But I am. Don't be afraid, I will always be by your side to protect you. As for the people from Baiyun Mountain, I will let them go back. Yu Kuang said, what Long Heng did was to protect the country. He didn't do anything wrong. If he was imprisoned because of this, then all the people in the martial arts world will not agree. I understand. Long Heng didn't do anything wrong. This was something that everyone who had fought with him knew. However, the officials and nobles in the capital didn't know. They could only act according to the emperor's wishes and didn't care whether this was the truth or not. In the end, not a single person was thrown away. They even added a few more people. These people also heard about Long Heng's matter and came from all over to plead for him. On the way, they said that Long Heng deserved to be punished because his meritorious service overshadowed the emperor. However, these people felt that they were talking nonsense. If Long Heng didn't protect the country, how could they live such comfortable lives? Thus, the two groups of people started fighting in a tea house outside the capital. Song Jiayue had no choice but to help. He didn't hide his identity either. When they found out that Bai Xianxia was Long Heng's wife, these people refused to leave. They insisted on escorting her into the capital. Naturally, they also wanted to help save Long Heng. Many hands make light work. Bai Xianxia led the group straight to the capital. However, if so many people went in together, they would definitely be suspected or targeted. Thus, they decided to disguise themselves. Thus, the problem arose. Bai Xianxia's appearance had become her greatest weakness. If it were any other time, perhaps no one would care if a beautiful woman went in. However, at this time, if the so-called number one beauty in the capital wanted to go in, she would definitely attract a lot of attention. Then disfigure her, Bai Xianxia said fiercely. However, she was unanimously rejected. Oh, they were going to save her husband. When they came back, they would ask his wife how she became so ugly. How would a group of men explain this? I mean, disfigure her with makeup. Looking at their faces, it was as if they were going to use a knife to disfigure her. Even if it was necessary, she didn't have the guts to do so. After all, it was very painful to cut your face with a knife. Suddenly, she thought of Su Yun. A woman as proud as a peacock. She must hate Long Heng very much when her face was disfigured. Moreover, with her ability, she would be able to make a comeback very soon. Thus, she felt that Long Heng was in a state of being surrounded by wolves and tigers. However, Su Yun was still unfamiliar with this world. She shouldn't be able to do anything big for the time being. As she comforted herself, she began to disfigure her face. Yu Kuang was a man of the Jianghu. With his help, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Soon, a terrifying birthmark appeared on her outstanding face. Not only that, her eyebrows were thicker, and her lips were cracked. Her entire face had changed. Bai Xianxiu didn't know what to say. She only felt that if she walked out like this, she would definitely scare people. However, when she walked out of the room, she didn't scare anyone. They were just shocked. They didn't expect that a beauty would be turned into this by Yu Kuang. Bai Xianxiu touched her face and smiled awkwardly. Am I ugly? No, it's beautiful. Song Jiayue felt that no matter what Bai Xianxia looked like, he would not feel any change. Her beauty was no longer just on the surface. It was as if something deeper was seeping out from her bones. Bai Xianxia felt that her question was very silly, so she said, "Then let's go. We'll go to the capital separately." She pretended to be an ugly woman and carried a basket of eggs into the capital. It looked like she was going to sell the eggs to earn some money. Song Jiayue, on the other hand, was riding a tall horse. He did not need to hide at all. As for the others, some were dressed as farmers, while others were dressed as beggars. Since they were all capable people, it wasn't difficult for them to sneak into the capital. After sneaking into the capital, they all did their own jobs. Then, they met at one of Song Jiayue's residences. Bai Xianxia had already asked around. No one in the capital knew that Longheng had returned. It was clear that they had secretly captured him. Bai Xianxia said, "Now, where should we start to rescue him? First of all, we need to know why His Majesty summoned him back. Who instructed him to do so, or if it was his original intention." Song Jiayue was, after all, more familiar with the affairs of the imperial court, so he spoke very rationally. "Then I'm afraid we have to go to the palace." "But how do we get there? Do you know anyone in the palace?" Longheng's trusted aide asked. "Yes, the old madam is inside. But we can't contact her." "It's impossible to contact her," Song Jiayue said with a frown. "There's a way. Prince Song, I need to go back to Liu Guozhian's residence." "What way?" "It's a secret." Bai Xianxia blinked. Then, with an ugly face, she returned to Liu Guozhian's residence under the silent protection of Song Jiayue. She gloomily climbed through the dog hole again. Song Jiayue was already used to it. Her changing her appearance again and again was a bit too much for the eyes to take in. But, how many women could have such a wonderful life? Perhaps they could only hide in the depths of their residences and be happy, tremble, and die for a man. But she was different. Even though she looked very weak, the things she did made people feel that she was strong. Bai Xianxia sneaked into her own backyard carefully. Because the masters weren't here, the people in the residence were much more relaxed than before. She could actually reach Apricot Garden effortlessly. Of course, if someone saw her, they would only think that she was a servant because she was carrying something in her hand as a disguise. When she reached Apricot Garden, she skillfully went to her room. She wanted to carry the excited Hua away, but when she turned around, she saw Xiaoshi standing at the door with a shoe sole in her hand. She was just about to shout, "Someone is stealing the flower," Bai Xianxia went up and covered her mouth. Then, she said, "It's me." "Xiaoshi, don't shout." "Madam." "Xiao? How did she become like this?" "Yes, I'm here to take the Hua air. I need it when I go out. Don't tell anyone." "But, where are you going? When are you coming back?" "I'll explain these things to you later. Xiaoshi, stay in the residence and don't run around." "Don't worry." She had left Xiaoshi in Shu. She hoped that when everything was over, she could come back and everyone could still live the same peaceful life as before. "Xiaoshi wants to go with you. No matter where you go, Xiaoshi will follow. Be good. Everything will be fine soon." "But I can't bring Xiaoshi with me right now." Bai Xianxia was afraid that more people would find out, so she said, "Don't tell anyone that I came back today. Do you understand?" Xiaoshi could only nod with tears in her eyes. She didn't know why, but she felt that Madame Xiao was about to do something big. Bai Xianxia patted her head, then took the Hua air out of the dog hole. Song Jiayue was on the verge of collapse. She had looked like she had an idea before, but he hadn't expected that she would go to the prince's residence to take something like this out. When they returned to the residence, Bai Xianxia hid in her room. After a long time, she finally came out. She took out a sachet that looked like it had just been made and said, "Prince Song, can you send this to the old madam in the palace?" "I'll think of something, but I'm afraid I can only do this once. It'll be impossible to send another message." Song Jiayue frowned. Even if the old madam knew something, it was almost impossible for her to spread the news. She doesn't need to spread it. As long as she finds out something and talks to herself in a place where no one is around, I'll know immediately. "Oh? You. This is a secret. Bai Xianxia stuck out her tongue playfully. She refused to say anything. Besides, even if she said it, no one would believe her. However, during this period of time, Song Jiayue and the rest did not remain idle. They first went to look for Ji Zhongshu. After all, the woman who went to the palace to become a concubine was his woman. Before entering, the two of them should have met at least once. Moreover, Ji Zhongshu had already lost his official position and the Ji family had declined. This was clearly revenge. The next time they saw him was at Juxinlu. This man was so drunk that he was dragged into an alley by Long Heng's trusted aides. The strong smell of alcohol caused Bai Xianxia to frown. Pour water on him to wake him up. At this rate, there was no way to interrogate him. After pouring a bucket of cold water, Ji Zhongshu finally sobered up. When he saw Bai Xianxia, he was startled. Only when he saw Song Jiayue beside her did he say, "So it's you guys. Haha, are you here to laugh at me? Who has so much free time? I just wanted to ask you, what exactly is going on with that Lin Qianzi?" Bai Xianxia had always had a bad impression of Ji Zhongshu. In the novel, he was unconditionally good to the female lead. However, he was a coward. Other than scheming behind the scenes, there was no need for him to clash head-on with any of the supporting male characters. He also did not dare to snatch the female lead from them. Thinking about it, his martial arts were not good. Other than being a scholar, there was nothing special about him. However, his feelings for the female lead were real. In this aspect, he was better than that Duan Yunying. She is very good. She is now a noble lady in the palace and is greatly favored by the emperor. Ji Zhongshu sat on the ground without a care for his image. He sneered as if that woman had nothing to do with him. However, his eyes were filled with sorrow. Did she do anything to you before she left? Or do you know why she hooked up with the emperor? You want to ask, how did she hook up with the emperor? Cough, yes. Bai Xianxia coughed lightly. She was a little embarrassed to talk about hooking up in front of someone else's ex-husband. She did not expect him to say it out loud. I don't know how she managed to seduce the emperor, but before she entered the palace, she came to see me. At that time, she had completely changed. In the past, she was pure and cute, so weak that it seemed like a gust of wind could blow her away. But now, she was wearing heavy makeup and was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. However, she is no longer the same person as before. Oh? How can a person change so quickly? From what she said, it seems that someone is giving her advice. Because of this, he was able to gain the emperor's favor. What else did she say about that person? She didn't mention who it was. She just said that what she said was right. Men are very cheap. If you treat them sincerely, you might be ruthlessly abandoned. But if you don't give your heart to them, only men will be abused. Haha, I didn't know that my feelings for her were treated as cheap. There seems to be only one person who can say something like that. She told me that before. Who is it? Su Yun. What? You're saying that that woman actually came to the capital? Song Jiayue frowned. He only knew that the woman was a demon who was full of tricks. However, he didn't know that she had escaped from the battlefield after being disfigured by Long Heng. Could it be that she wants to throw the imperial court into chaos and let the enemy country rise from the ashes? This was a worrying thought. No, I think she's only here for revenge. Commander Lu used her as a scapegoat and threw her under Long Heng's weapon. Because of that, she escaped with her face disfigured. What? Then how did she get involved with Lin Qianzi? It might not be her. But if she could say something like that, then it could only be a woman who had been hurt by a man. Bai Xianxia couldn't be certain that the woman was Su Yun, but if it was her, then she had to be even more careful. Ji Zhongshu saw that they wanted to deal with Lin Qianzi, so he said, right now, she can use His Majesty to harm others. My Ji family was stripped of all our possessions by His Majesty. Now that we're free, I feel like we're free. However, we can drink as we please and ignore everyone's opinions. Bai Xianxia felt that this man had lost all his fighting spirit. Why do you have to risk your life for someone who isn't worthy of your love? That's what you'd call a good-for-nothing. Then didn't Madame Xiao go to the border for the sake of Li of Gojosian, even at the risk of being criticized by the world? Aren't you going through water and treading on fire for the sake of your lover? What he meant was that everyone was the same, so there was no need to laugh at his idiocy. Long Heng is worthy of me doing so much for him. He'll remember everything I've done for him and repay me. However, Lin Xianxia won't. Since she doesn't care about you anymore, she won't be sad even if you do this for her. Why don't you learn from Luo Yunqing and do what you need to do? You'll only embarrass yourself if you act like this. Bai Xianxiu didn't look at him again and left with Song Jiayue. Song Jiayue said, if you want to know who the expert behind Lin Xianxia is, you can ask the Lin family. However, the current Lin family, what's wrong with the Lin family? Nothing much. They're just borrowing His Majesty's influence to rise again. He told Bai Xianxiu about the Lin family's situation. It turned out that the Lin family's reputation had plummeted ever since Lin Xianxia had been divorced. There were even piles of letters of censure against Minister Lin being sent to His Majesty. The emperor intended to demote Minister Lin, but at this time, Lin Xianxia somehow got close to the emperor. He liked her very much and didn't punish Minister Lin anymore. No one in the court dared to offend him anymore. The Lin family's reputation was no worse than before. Is that so? Now I feel that my status as a concubine is really good. If I'm really Long Heng's wife, then my family will be implicated. Bai Xianxiu's analysis was not bad. The so-called in-laws were bound to be implicated. You don't have to worry too much. The prince will be fine. We'll soon find out where he's locked up. Song Jiayue comforted her. No matter how strong she was still a woman. Moreover, after they entered the capital, they still didn't know where Long Heng was locked up. Those dozen or so people seemed to have disappeared into thin air. It looked like someone had already made preparations. Bai Xianxiu nodded and thanked him. After returning to her room, she sat down next to Hui Er and asked about the old madam and Shaolin's situation. They're very well. The old madam is reading the letter you sent. She expressed that it was very strange. Why did the master know the information she found without reading the letter? Also, she's crying because she found out that master's husband was arrested. Is that so? It must be very painful. She was under house arrest and her son was secretly arrested. She said that she must be strong for the sake of the little heir. Bai Xianxiu suddenly felt that the old madam was a very powerful woman. After Long Heng's father passed away, she raised him alone in the Long family. It wasn't like she didn't know about the dirty affairs in the backyard. It was already difficult for her to protect Long Heng. In the depths of the palace, the old madam finally understood why she and her grandson had been placed under house arrest. Was he planning to deal with her son? Because he'd beaten the enemy back to their homeland, his reputation in the capital had risen as well. His achievements had truly overshadowed his master's. She'd originally planned to make her son hand over his military power and become an idle prince once he returned. She hadn't expected him to start so early. She circled the room a few times with her grandson in her arms. After a while, the old servant she'd sent out to investigate returned. She whispered, "Old madam, Miss Lin, there seems to be something wrong with noble Lady Qian. There are several imperial physicians present, but they can't figure out what the problem is. Has the sachet been sent in?" "Yes. I had a servant place it directly under noble Lady Qian's bed." "But why is Madame Xiao doing this?" "Call her madam. That child is willing to do so much for my son. We can't treat her unfairly." "Yes. Does Madam have any special intentions for doing this?" "I don't know either. Since she's arranged it this way, she's doing it in hopes of finding Heng Er's whereabouts." Wah. Long Lin opened his small hands and asked for the sachet in the old madam's hands. Bai Xianxiu had made a total of 2 sachets, one of which she hoped they'd keep well. "What, do you miss your mother?" The old madam looked at her grandson. Although his look seemed to have been plucked from Bai Xianxiu's face at first, she'd always lamented that this brat would be a disaster when he grew up. How many girls would he charm? Who would have thought that after 2 months, he'd already begun to look like Long Heng, although she couldn't tell which part of the resemblance. If an outsider saw him, they'd immediately recognize him as a descendant of the Long family. This was blood relations. Otherwise, why would her heart melt the moment she saw him? Even if she couldn't escape this calamity, she had to protect him. That way, she'd be able to see her dead husband. Putting aside their worries, Xianxia had been eavesdropping in her room the entire night. Although Huer had narrated the story, she had a rough idea of what was going on. After knowing all this, she felt terrible. She felt that this world was really too chaotic. The female lead was really pitiful and made people speechless. Why did he say that? Because the female lead, Xianxia, was pregnant. After entering the palace for less than a month, she was already 2 months pregnant. When the emperor found out about this, he was naturally very angry, so he personally forced a bowl of abortion medicine down her throat. Xianxia knew this because the cactus thorn sachet she made was left in Xianxia's room. The reason why she knew everything was because the emperor was in that room at the time. Huer imitated the emperor's voice and said, "Xianxia, the 5 imperial physicians have already seen through it. What else do you want to hide? Could it be that she wants to give birth to a prince of the enemy country, and then take over my vast territory? No, why would I think that? I just want to protect my child. Moreover, he might not necessarily be Commander Lu's child. After all, he had only done her a few times before throwing her to his subordinates." However, she couldn't tell him these things. No man would like his woman to be tainted by so many people, so this was an eternal secret. "Unfortunately, it's not my child. I don't like raising other people's children. If you want to keep this child, then go to the cold palace and don't come out for the rest of your life. If you give birth to this child, you'll still be my beloved concubine. What do you choose?" "No, Your Majesty, please spare this child. Someone, bring the medicine to me." "Your Majesty, why don't you let this servant persuade noble lady?" Xianxia was listening. She asked curiously, "Who is this?" "A woman wearing a veil," Huer explained. Could it really be Suyun wearing a veil? "Speak." This was what the emperor had said. She didn't expect the ruler of a country to listen to a palace maid. Something was wrong. As she was thinking, Huer continued to narrate the conversation between the 2 women. "Noble lady, His Majesty dotes on you so much. Are you afraid that you won't have a child? You have to think for His Majesty. After all, this is the child of an enemy country. But, where there's life, there's hope. Don't you remember what happened before?" "I remember. I'll just drink the medicine." "Very good, Jin will personally feed you." This should be the emperor's words. Because Huer was speaking in the same voice, she had to analyze who was speaking as she listened. Fortunately, Huer's voice was different, so it was easy to distinguish. There was a brief moment of confusion. Something about a stomachache, something about a doctor, something about dragging all the doctors out and killing them, and so on. However, in the end, she only heard a despairing voice, "Long Hung, I definitely won't let you adulterous couple have a good time. It hurts, my child." Damn, was this considered lying down? What did it have to do with them that you were aborted? It seemed that she wouldn't be able to hear anything about them tonight. How about sleeping to find out? However, Long Hung was definitely locked up in a place without cacti. It seemed impossible to find out where he was. There was no other way. Who told this world to have so few cacti? She didn't know if it was because Huer was tired or because she was tired. In short, she fell asleep after a while. The next morning, she thought of a way to find out about Long Hung from Xianxia. However, she was recuperating and was sad. Other than expressing how much she hated Long Hung and Xianxia to another maidservant, who might be Suyun, there was almost nothing else to talk about. However, Xianxia could tell that it was probably Suyun's maidservant who was constantly provoking Xianxia's hatred, making her hate them to the bone. What a woman with bad intentions. At this time, Song Jiayue also found out from the Lin family. It was said that Xianxia had been sent to a temple to cultivate by Minister Lin. Not long after, she came back with a mysterious woman whose face was covered with a veil. It was said that she was rescued from behind the temple. Her body was covered in wounds and her face was disfigured. It really is Suyun. It's really heaven's will for these 2 women to meet. Xianxia knew that one of them wouldn't let Long Hung off the hook, while the other wouldn't let her off the hook. The morbid hatred between the two women was enough to drive them crazy. That was why they'd done everything they could to seduce their biggest boss, the emperor, and then come up with a plan to deal with Long Heng. However, she didn't expect that the emperor would actually listen to their instigation. Could it be that he truly loved Lin Xianxia? If it was true love, why did he ignore her objections and insist on feeding her abortion medicine? Could it be that this was the type of sadistic love? She was extremely depressed. Her rule for reading novels for so many years was that she would rather read a sweet and serious drama than read a sadistic love story for the sake of sadism, especially one that was both sadistic and sadistic. Wasn't this kind of drama playing out in the palace right now? Thinking about it, she felt that Lin Xianxia was pitiful. Although most of the reason was because she brought it on herself. She didn't want to be a good young miss and was instead coaxed around by a man. The capital had been quite lively recently. Without mentioning anything else, the number of famous doctors coming from all over the country was increasing. Even some doctors from the enemy country were invited. This was a bit strange. Who in the palace was so ill that they needed to invite so many doctors? Long Heng's trusted aide shook his head and said, "It doesn't seem to be a serious illness. These doctors are all experts in treating external injuries." Oh? Song Jiayue was puzzled. Although he knew that the palace had been looking for famous doctors recently, it was a bit surprising that they even invited doctors from the enemy country. "Do any of you know a famous doctor? Or can you give this to him so that he can bring it into the palace?" Bai Xianxia took out another sachet. It looked like the workmanship was not very good. Song Jiayue's mouth twitched and said, "What are you doing? This thing is very useful. Do you remember what I told you about the palace? That's where it came from." Oh? That was impossible. But seeing her confidence, he felt that she was not talking nonsense. Alright, Song Jiayue admitted that he actually believed her words unconditionally, even if her words were a bit too mysterious. "I can put it on him, but there needs to be some banknotes inside." Long Heng's trusted aide expressed that he did not have that much money. Bai Xianxia immediately took out 2 banknotes from her sleeves and said, "Is 100 taels for 2 people enough?" She remembered the saying of poor people and rich people, so she brought a lot of banknotes with her. So, Song Jiayue, Yu Kuang, and everyone else looked at the stack of banknotes in her hands in silence. Did you bring all the banknotes in the palace with you?" "No, I just took the pocket money that His Highness usually gives me." Song Jiayue coughed lightly. This old friend of his really liked this concubine. He actually gave her so much money. Yu Kuang, on the other hand, was wondering if he should give her some money since she loves money. Therefore, there was a need to know when and where to show off one's love in front of whom. The moment she showed off her love, the 2 men immediately fell silent. Bai Xianxia silently put away her banknotes. It seemed that a man's heart was as easily hurt as a woman's. She had to be more careful in the future. She chuckled and continued, "Perhaps I can learn something from those godly doctors. I'll go to my room first." She went into the room to look for Hua. She asked him about the situation in the palace today and found that he still did not mention anything about Long Heng. Where did they lock him up? However, the people in the palace had no intention of doing anything to the old madam and Lin just yet. Moreover, they were quite polite to them. They didn't do anything to Liu Guozhian's residence either. From this point, it could be seen that Long Heng was still fine. Because if he died, the emperor could easily get rid of these people. It would not be easy to kill Long Heng. First of all, he was a loyal official. This time, he had won glory for the imperial court. After returning to the capital, as long as she walked on the street, she would hear everyone talking about him. However, he was not cursed. Most likely, it was because he had won the battle. Most importantly, he had destroyed hundreds of large and small tribes in the enemy country. He had even driven their people back to their homes. This was too inspiring, so they were all quite excited. In fact, this was like the Olympics or some competition with foreigners. No matter how bad people's impression of the athletes was, as long as they won glory for the country, the feeling would be completely different. If the emperor suddenly announced that Long Heng had committed some crime at this critical time, no one would believe it. However, after a period of time, when the wind blew over, it would be much easier for him to take action. They all understood this principle, but they couldn't find the person. Bai Xianxia was waiting for Hu'er to send her a message. It wasn't until the next day that Hu'er told her about the situation of the new sachet. It turned out that the emperor had summoned the famous doctors to treat the wound on a young lady's face. Hu'er quickly told her about the situation inside. However, the doctor seemed to be too timid, so the information he told her was limited. But for Bai Xianxia, she seemed to understand a little. As soon as the doctor entered, the emperor asked, "Come and take a look at the wound on this young lady's face. Is there a way to cure it?" Because Bai Xianxia believed that the man who called Zhen was the emperor that day, Hu'er also called him emperor when he spoke. The doctor responded and walked over. After about 10 minutes, the emperor spoke again. "Don't worry, Zhen will definitely cure you." "Many thanks, Your Majesty. I'm already very happy that you were able to find so many doctors to treat me." Hu'er said that it was a woman's voice. Bai Xianxia thought that the only person who dared to call herself Shen in front of the emperor was probably that woman, Su Yun. Moreover, in ancient times, people usually called themselves doctors. Only people in modern times would call themselves doctors. That's not right. Wasn't it Lin Qianzi who was going to find her a doctor? How come it was the emperor now? Also, it was strange for the emperor to say such words to a servant. The doctor said that the wound was very deep and that it would be difficult to cure it. He was afraid that it would leave a scar for the rest of her life. When the emperor heard this, he was furious. "Get out. You quack, get out of Zhen's sight." Then the doctor left. Because of the cactus thorns, Bai Xianxia couldn't hear anything else. However, she was still aware of one thing, and that was that the emperor didn't just sleep with that Lin Qianzi. He also had an unclear relationship with the Su Yun. It was said that beautiful women seduced men. This disfigured woman was still able to charm men. Perhaps only a transmigrated woman had this ability. Just as Bai Xianxia was feeling speechless because she couldn't find any information about Longheng, Song Jiayue suddenly returned from his home. His expression was very strange. He called everyone over and then said, "Last night, a man dressed in black entered my room. His martial arts were very high. He left after saying a few words." What did he say? Since it was worth calling everyone over, it definitely wasn't simple. He said that Longheng was locked up in the Supreme Court's dungeon. That place has been abandoned for many years. What? Bai Xianxia became excited, but she calmed down after pacing in a circle. She said, "Prince Song, do you think this is a trap?" Song Jiayue let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had calmed down. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to persuade her. "It's possible. That man's martial arts are so high that even I can't catch up to him. How could such an expert not suddenly send such news?" However, it wasn't easy to obtain this information. "If I don't verify it, I won't be satisfied." Bai Xianxia gritted her teeth. If this was a trap, then it should be aimed at Longheng's trusted aides and Song Jiayue. Especially Song Jiayue. If he really did make a move, he would be implicated. When that time came, the Song family would be finished. Yu Kuang said at this time, "How about I go?" "No, if this is a trap, then I'm afraid you won't be able to return. If it wasn't arranged properly, why would you personally run over to Prince Song to tell him?" Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bai Xianxia shook her head. She couldn't be impulsive at times like these. Everyone was silent for a while. Someone close to Longheng said, "Let me go in and take a look. If it's a trap, only one person will die." "No one can die." Bai Xianxia stood up and rubbed her hands. If only the Black Devil's snare was here. She could go in openly and not be stopped at all. "That black flower that you like so much?" Yu Kuang asked. "Yes, it's a pity that I left it in Peace City. I didn't leave it behind. I asked a junior brother to bring it back. It should be here soon." Yu Kuang, why didn't I realize that you're so cute?" Bai Xianxia was so happy that she almost jumped up in joy. She couldn't help but praise him. Yu Kuang was speechless. How could she praise someone like that? But he actually enjoyed it, even though he knew that she didn't like him. Song Jiayue and the others understood the characteristics of the Black Devil's snare. They couldn't help but be surprised. They didn't expect this plant to have such a special function. Bai Xianxia said, as long as I feed it with my blood, I can walk in openly and not be stopped by anyone. But that's only in the vicinity. If there's an ambush, Song Jiayue frowned. Yu Kuang said, leave it to me. Everyone decided to wait for the Black Devil's snare to be delivered. The junior brother from White Cloud Mountain caught everyone's attention when he came in with a pot of flowers. He suddenly felt that he wasn't holding a flower, but a very important treasure. Bai Xianxia took the flowers and placed them on the table. She couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Black Devil's snare. It didn't change much even after such a long journey. It seemed that things that were nourished with blood would become a little demonized. She stretched out her hand. The cut from last time was still there. She handed her hand to Song Jiayue and said, I can't do it. You do it. Song Jiayue said, actually, I can do it. Let's not. Since it has already accepted my blood and fulfilled my wish, it would be safer for me to do it. All right. Song Jiayue never thought that there would be a day when he would hurt her, but he still raised the knife and gently cut her palm. Blood flowed down, and then everyone saw a strange thing. The blood that dripped on the flower was all absorbed by the flower. That's strange. Previously, when I poured it on the soil, it absorbed it like water. Why does it seem to be very thirsty this time? Will it harm you? I don't think so. Bai Xianxia had a deep trust in plants, so she let the blood flow until the wound healed automatically. Song Jiayue bandaged her wound and asked, how much longer do you need? It should take another 2 days. I can use this time to observe the surroundings. Okay, let me do it. Anyway, I was originally their target. Although Song Jiayue regarded Longheng as a friend and would do his best to help him when he was in trouble, the reason why he was so enthusiastic was probably to accompany the woman beside him. However, when he thought about it, as long as Longheng was rescued, they might not be able to see each other again. It was a little sad to think about that. Song Jiayue basically used these 2 days to sort out everything, and Bai Xianxia also raised the black mandara flower to become more and more strange. It was now a little black and purple. Bai Xianxia first put on makeup, then carried the flower pot to the outside of the Ministry of Justice. When she found that there was no one around who would be implicated, she slowly walked out. A miracle happened. Song Jiayue and Yu Kuang were 10 steps away from her, but the people who were within 10 steps were unlucky. They originally went forward to ask her what was the matter, but as a result, bu-bu, 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 all fell down. More than a dozen gatekeepers were no exception. They all broke out in cold sweat. This situation was too inconceivable. It seemed that the harmless woman was not as harmless as they had imagined. According to Song Jiayue's observation, there should not be any ambush here, but when they went deeper, they found that it was indeed a trap. Not only were there hidden sentries around, but there were also martial arts masters. Fortunately, they all fell to the ground before they met Bai Xianxia. Some of the hidden weapon masters were killed by Yu Kuang's people, but Bai Xianxia was lost. There was no other way. This dungeon was too difficult to find, and she had fainted. She had no way to ask for directions to the dungeon, there was no other way. She could only look at Song Jiayue, who was 10 steps away, with an extremely helpless expression. Song Jiayue had to point her in the direction with his finger. In his heart, he felt that she was really a little abnormally confused. Bai Xianxia smiled embarrassedly and found a corner door in the direction he pointed. There were originally guards by the door, but now they were all asleep. When he opened the door, there were actually people rushing over with guns raised. However, they were all dizzy from running and did not have any other advantages. The people behind them thought that Bai Xianxia had some hidden weapon, so they could not help but retreat. They thought that as long as they did not attack, it should be fine. At least, she would not attack in advance. They gathered together, so why should they be afraid of a woman? But they did not expect that no matter how many people they had, as long as they were 10 steps away from her, they would all faint. Bai Xianxia did not know whether Longheng was here or not, so she could only look for him in the dungeon. Finally, she saw people on her side. They had come with Longheng. Bai Xianxia was happy. She wanted to ask them about Longheng's whereabouts, but she found that they all fainted the moment they saw her. She was truly speechless at what a deceptive skill this was. Since they had found him, it proved that Long Heng was also here. This information might have been used to lure them here, but they probably did not expect her to have such a skill, so they used a real person to lure them here. Finally, she walked to a corner. There seemed to be a staircase down there. Xianxia wanted to go down and take a look. Maybe Long Heng was locked up there. Hide in the cell next door. I'll do it. Xianxia nodded, opened the door with the key, and walked in. After a while, Song Jiayue, Yu Kuang, and the others rushed in. Yu Kuang took the lead and looked down step by step. In the end, they saw hidden weapons silently coming from the opposite side. Yu Kuang quickly used his sword to block the hidden weapons, but he did not expect the hidden weapons to be so powerful. They attacked continuously. His sword skills were too fast to block. Back off. I'll do it. One of Long Heng's confidants brought the iron shield that they had studied before. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to lift it, but he was born with great strength. This place was narrow. When he held the iron shield, everyone hid behind it. Although the hidden weapons were fierce, they could not penetrate the iron shield. Hold it up and charge forward. As Song Jiayue spoke, all of them hid behind their shields. That trusted aide let out a loud cry, raising his shield and charging forward bit by bit. He was so strong that he could withstand the pressure of the hidden weapons and the weight of the shield. Even Song Jiayue and the others hadn't expected this, much less the enemy. It was only when they saw Xianxia's display of his abilities that they realized that Long Heng had carefully selected the people he had left behind to protect Xianxia. In the past, whenever Song Jiayue saw Long Heng's nonchalant and cold demeanor, he would think that he would not be gentle to Xianxia. In fact, when the two of them were together, he had never seen them flaunting their love. They usually talked about serious matters, and Xianxia had always been very obedient and sensible. Long Heng could only be reasonable on the surface. At least, she might get angry or pick on him. But now, he felt that it was really hard for outsiders to understand the relationship between husband and wife. For example, although he was in danger, he left his most trusted and best martial arts to Xianxia. He probably did not expect that she would beg him to come out just for her own safety. As for Xianxia, she did not cry her heart out for Long Heng, nor did she show any helplessness or resentment. On the contrary, she was very calm and focused on saving him. This was the difference between her and other women. Song Jiayue walked forward as these things flashed through his mind. He felt that he had missed more than just a little. Huh! Yu Kuang suddenly rushed forward and threw out a long arrow. It hit a man who was using a strange hidden weapon. His eyes widened, and he fell to the ground with a loud cry. Song Jiayue came to his senses as well. He leapt to the front and clashed with the dozen or so people. Xianxia watched from afar. Why did the hidden weapon rack look a little like a modern machine gun? But the method was very strange. Ordinary stone marbles were ejected instead of bullets. If they were really bullets, then they would not be able to deal with them. Even so, if it were not for the shields, the casualties would be considerable. She did not dare to rush forward to look for Long Heng, because that would cause the whole group of people to fall to the ground. She stood quietly 10 steps away from them and looked at them. She asked, "Have you found him?" "Wait a moment, they are still fighting." Yu Kuang took the time to answer Xianxia. However, Xianxia found it strange. She could clearly see the situation on the other side just now. Why was it getting dimmer and dimmer? As he thought of this, he suddenly turned his head, only to see that the only passage above had been closed without him knowing. Furthermore, it was an opportunity. A huge rock was slowly pushed in from the other side until it completely blocked the passage. There was actually such a move? Was he trying to trap all of them inside? Just as she was about to remind everyone to pay attention, she heard Song Jiayue say, "I found him." Xianxia almost rushed out, but stopped herself when she realized that she would only be a hindrance. She hurriedly asked, "How is he? Was he tortured? Is his body covered in wounds? Is he delirious? Is he covered in blood?" All right, she recalled the characteristics of the prisoners she'd seen on television. She couldn't help but feel that her own husband had been tortured to such a state. In the end, when the light was so dim that he couldn't see anything, he heard a voice say, "There's nothing." I'm just a little weak after being hungry for a few days. Oh, that's great. Bai Xianxia had just heaved a sigh of relief when she heard footsteps. She immediately said, "Don't come over. I'm carrying the devil's snare. This time, it will last for 2 hours, so we have to wait a little longer before it loses its effect. Alright, everyone, rest here and don't move. They won't do anything for the time being." As soon as Longheng came out, he gave instructions to everyone. Then, Song Jiayue lit a torch so that everyone could see the situation around them clearly. They were really the only ones left. But the problem now was how to get out. Bai Xianxia said, "I have a way, but which one of you can catch this?" "You have to catch it." She trembled as she took out a sachet. It was obvious that it contained something very scary. Yu Kuang stood up and walked out of the crowd. He said, "Give it to me. You have to be careful." Bai Xianxia glanced at Longheng. He was indeed a little weak now. He was gnawing on some beef jerky brought by someone while gathering his qi. It was as if the things around him had nothing to do with him. However, his eyes were still bright. When he looked at Bai Xianxia, he smiled. This smile was really warm. He was a little in disbelief. Perhaps he felt that it was very unbelievable that Bai Xianxia would come to save him. However, he was an introverted person. Especially at such a critical moment, he was 10 times calmer than others. "Is it a gunpowder bomb?" "Yes." "Then cut a hole in the wall on the right and put it in. Behind that wall is a small garden. There shouldn't be too many people lying in ambush." Longheng finished speaking and stood up. He said, "Xiaoer, take 10 steps back, 12 steps. We have to bring our people out." Looking at her 2 legs, she could only take 12 steps back. Okay. Bai Xianxia had always listened to Longheng's instructions. So, she took about 15 steps back and let them carry the people out. On average, each person carried 1 person to the side. Then, Yu Kuang had already put the gunpowder bomb inside. "Ready." He glanced at Bai Xianxia. What was she going to do? "It's okay. I can walk out on my own." Bai Xianxia knew that if she went over now, her people would die. However, she didn't want to leave the black devil's snare here. This strange plant was a rare treasure. It would be strange if she didn't take it with her. Longheng knew what she was thinking. He found a suitable weapon on the ground and said, "Begin." Yu Kuang nodded and said, "Everyone, find a place to hide." He threw a punch at the sachet, and with a loud bang, the entire wall collapsed. No wonder she was so careful when she took it out. It turned out that its power was different from before. If this power were to be used on the battlefield, it would be an invincible and important weapon. But they didn't have time to think about this now. They rushed out and fought with the people outside. Some people slowly surrounded them as if they wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. But at this moment, Bai Xianxia walked out. Longheng said, "Take another 3 steps back." His heart couldn't help but pound. When did that little white rabbit become a ferocious wolf? Everyone had to avoid her when they walked. The other party probably didn't expect Bai Xianxia to be a human-shaped killing machine. They only thought that an ugly woman had finally walked out. They wanted to catch her, but their vision went black and they fainted. Longheng smiled helplessly and said, "Be careful and pay attention to her surroundings. Everyone, get out of the Ministry of Justice." Yes. Most of them were soldiers, so they consciously lined up. Some of them blocked the people who were attacking them, while others opened up a path. Some of them were guarding against Bai Xianxia from getting hurt. Everyone escaped in a disciplined manner. However, there was one thing that was difficult. Song Jiayue said, "She can't jump over the wall to escape. What should we do?" She couldn't escape, and they couldn't help her. "You guys go out first. I have a way." Bai Xianxia took out the sachet again. When they saw what she was holding, the corners of the men's mouths twitched. They didn't say anything and automatically jumped over the wall to escape. What a joke if I don't run. If I'm a step slower, I might become a man with a missing arm or leg. Who can I reason with then? The enemies didn't know. Some of them chased after Bai Xianxia, while others surrounded her. But she had the black devil's snare to protect her. Everyone who ran over fainted. She took advantage of this opportunity to throw the gunpowder bomb, which smashed into the wall. With a bang, a corner of the wall was blown to pieces. Xianxia hugged the flower pot and rushed inside. Finally, she emerged from the thick smoke. She coughed a few times until the smoke dissipated. Then, a person rushed in front of her and slashed with a sword. It can't be, the Black Devil's snare lost its effect at this time. While she was stunned, another person rushed over to protect her. The sword and the sword collided, creating a bright spark above Xianxia's head. She was so scared that she squatted on the ground. Her head almost reached into the flower pot. Isn't it poisonous? You'll hurt yourself if you do this. Xianxia looked up at Longheng and said, I'm fine. Longheng took the flower pot from her hand and held her hand, saying, let's go back to Li of Gojoseon's residence. Ah? Going back so openly like this? Wouldn't it be strange? Let's go home. Li of Gojoseon's Longheng held her hand and walked step by step on the streets of the capital. Finally, they returned to Li of Gojoseon's residence openly. Along the way, there were many people trying to assassinate them. But when they reached Li of Gojoseon's residence, these people dispersed one after another. It seemed that they could only do some things in the dark. They didn't dare to do anything to Longheng in public. And just like that, they walked into Li of Gojoseon's residence openly. But only their group walked in. Yu Kuang, Song Jiayue, and the others didn't follow. Xianxia turned around and wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. After entering the residence, they went straight to Apricot Garden. Xianxia's appearance really frightened many people. But when she finished washing up, she found out that the ugly woman the prince had brought back was actually Madame Xiao. Longheng had also changed his clothes. He had just finished preparing Xianxia, but Xianxia had already asked someone to make some porridge. He sat down and ate. Xianxia said, don't eat too much. After all, you haven't eaten for a few days. It wasn't easy for Iron Man to hold on until now. Was he really okay? Longheng nodded and said, you don't have to worry. There's nothing wrong with my body. However, you've lost a lot of weight recently. Is that so? It's good to be thinner. As a person who couldn't slim down no matter how much she wanted to in the past, whenever she heard someone say that she was thin, she would feel that it was a compliment. She even touched her face to express that she had really lost weight. She was very happy. Longheng felt that she really didn't have anything to hide in front of him now. Obviously, she was eating, so why was she posing in such a cute way? Eat properly. Longheng knocked on the table. He had no choice but to let her eat obediently. It was really great that she didn't have anything to do during this period of time. It was just that she had been hanging out with those men for too long. He was always afraid that she wouldn't be able to keep her heart. Song Jiayue and Yu Kuang were both extremely outstanding men. Moreover, they had been helping them all this time. He couldn't not accept this favor. Since that was the case, then he would be the one to return the favor. It was better for her to stay in the residence and be the future princess consort. What do we do next? Wasn't Longheng too calm? The person they were going to deal with next was the current emperor. If they weren't careful, their entire family could be killed. Next, I will enter the palace to meet the emperor. You just need to rest well at home. Enter the palace? Is that okay? Sometimes, hiding isn't the solution. It's most effective to face him directly. I want to see how he will deal with me openly. Or does he not want his throne anymore? Domineering. Xianxia swallowed her saliva. She felt that her husband was really powerful. She couldn't reach his level of foresight. At least, she didn't know anything about politics. Don't worry, I will act openly. He won't do anything to me because right now, I am a hero. If he wants to do anything to a hero, it will be a bit difficult. But it's easy to dodge an open spear, but hard to defend against a hidden arrow. Especially when he has two hidden arrows. As she spoke, she told him about the matter between Lin Qianzi and Su Yun. Longheng frowned and said, he is not an emperor who can be manipulated by a woman. It's impossible for him to deal with me to avenge a woman. But, how do you know these things? It's over. I can't hide it anymore. In fact, Bai Xianxia didn't want to hide it anymore, so she pointed to her head and said, "Actually, I have a superpower some time ago. I can communicate with the Hua air." Longheng didn't say anything. He crossed his arms and looked at her. His expression didn't change. It was as mysterious as before. Bai Xianxia felt nervous under his gaze. In fact, she was telling the truth, but she still felt a little guilty. She didn't know why. She had this feeling before. That was when she was facing the police of China. She always felt that she couldn't look them in the eyes. That's right. It can tell me what it hears. And as long as it's in a place with thorns, it can hear what's going on around it. Bai Xianxia rubbed her hands. She felt that she was breaking out in a cold sweat. And then? Then, I sent its thorns into the palace and asked the old madam to put them in Lin Qianzi's room. I also asked a famous doctor to bring a sachet into the palace. That's how I got this information. That's really all I know. I've told you everything. Bai Xianxia almost raised her hands to surrender. Her head was full of sweat. I always feel that you're hiding something from me. Longheng stared at Bai Xianxia. Her eyes seemed to be avoiding him. He felt that he couldn't grasp her thoughts. Maybe it was because she had been too smart and alert recently. This made him feel a sense of crisis. He always felt that she was too dazzling. Everything was out of his control. This feeling was not good. Although it was good for her to be like this, he also felt very proud of her. He stood up with some annoyance and walked around the room. Finally, he understood his thoughts before he turned his head again. He smiled bitterly. It seemed that he finally understood that there was only one reason for his emotions. He was afraid of losing her. He didn't expect that there would be a time when he was afraid of losing a woman. Longheng's breathing finally calmed down. "Sure. Yes, what can I do for you?" Bai Xianxia, who was scared out of her wits, stood up. She probably didn't salute him. "You stay in the mansion obediently. I'll send someone to take back your things." "What about the old madam and Shaolin?" "They'll be fine. Trust me." "Okay, I trust you 100%. Looking at the little woman's fawning expression, he didn't know what to say. He just pressed his head and turned around to leave. He had to appear before the other party was ready, so time was very tight. Fortunately, he was prepared. He brought 15 gold medallions and a number of witnesses to the outside of the palace to ask for an audience with the emperor. It should be time to act. He wanted to see if this emperor's level was high enough to convince him wholeheartedly. The news of Longheng's return to the capital spread to half of the capital in a short period of time. Many people were waiting for this great hero around the imperial palace, because he almost flattened all the enemy tribes. This was exactly the effect that Longheng wanted. He didn't care about anyone else's actions in the past, but it was his duty as a soldier. But now, in order to protect his family, he could only use this trick. It's so strange. Why did Li of Gojoseon come back when he saw that the enemy country had been taken down? Are you stupid? Didn't you see so many gold medallions? It's obvious that the emperor urgently called him back. Then why did he call him back at this time? Is he not going to fight? Seeing that the enemy country is about to be taken down, it will be our country's territory. Who knows? It's strange that the emperor did this. Yes, yes. Longheng rode in front of the emperor, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The reason why the emperor didn't wait for him to take down the enemy country was that he was afraid that he would sit on the border and become a local tyrant. At that time, he would have many soldiers and generals. If he wanted to come back and take the throne, it would be very easy. If it wasn't for this consideration, the emperor wouldn't have been manipulated by a woman to call him back. Now, the morning court had passed, but the emperor was still discussing in the council chamber. Seeing his arrival, the emperor and the other ministers were very surprised. Among them, the one who was most surprised was Minister Lin. He even imitated a woman and put his hand on his mouth. Then, he pretended to protect the emperor and said, "Bold Longheng, you should be on the battlefield now. Why did you come back to the capital without permission?" Longheng was not in a hurry. He saluted the emperor and said, "This subject dares to return to the capital because of the emperor's order." Oh, when did I order you to return to the capital? The emperor seemed to be in his 30s and was in the prime of his life. He inherited the good looks of the imperial family. He indeed had the majesty of a ruler without being angry. Long Heng respectfully said, this subject received 15 gold medallions one after another. In order to prevent delaying the emperor's matter, this subject rushed back day and night. I didn't dare to delay. How is that possible? I have never given a gold medal to anyone. The emperor said with a smile. He had told the envoys to find a way to destroy the gold medallion in private after delivering it to Long Heng. However, the news that had just arrived indicated that he had already obtained the gold medal. Could it be that he had killed all the envoys? Obviously, the gold medal was not in his hands when he returned. What a Long Heng! His ability to get away with his crimes was top-notch. Furthermore, he was able to evade such a meticulous trap. It seemed that he had really underestimated him. This person would become a huge problem sooner or later. As he thought to himself, his face had already turned cold, but there was not the slightest trace of anger. He still maintained the dignity of the so-called imperial family. But this subject has indeed received the gold medallion and the imperial edict. Does your majesty wish to take a look? Oh? Of course I want it. He actually managed to get his hands on the imperial edict? Wasn't that thing also instructed to be destroyed? These people were really too unreliable. Fortunately, as long as he didn't admit it, if he really couldn't find a scapegoat, everything would be settled. However, who was the scapegoat going to be? While he was thinking, Long Heng's subordinates piled up the 15 gold medallion and the imperial edict. The emperor was furious. He slammed the table and stood up. I didn't expect that someone would do such a fake imperial edict right under my nose. Come, investigate it for me. You must find out the truth. Someone actually faked the imperial edict? This subject is really negligent. I misunderstood the imperial edict and delayed the military. Please punish me severely, your majesty. Long Heng also had a surprised look on his face. In his heart, he sighed. His acting skills had obviously improved recently. Why was this happening? How can this be blamed on Minister Long? Please get up. I don't know how the border is. You were deceived and came back. Is it okay there? Don't worry about this, your majesty. This subject has ordered them to return to Ning City. If they don't get this subject's order within a month, they will return to the capital and wait for your majesty's orders. The army was pressing on the border. This was clearly a threat. Those soldiers had been hanging out with Long Heng all year round. If something happened, they would probably stand on Long Heng's side. If they really returned to the outskirts of the capital, he was afraid that he would be in danger. What a good Long Heng! He actually left such an escape route for himself. He was somewhat glad that he didn't assassinate him. If he really died, those soldiers who came back would not let him go. They would definitely seek an explanation for Long Heng. If the crime was not established or was a little vague, he didn't know what that group of idiots would do. Although it was not difficult to suppress them, he always felt that there would be a lot of opinions from below. Now, it was really hard to stop halfway. If he got rid of him, he would offend a lot of people. The imperial court and the people of Jianghu would take action. If he didn't get rid of him, if he conquered the enemy country, his prestige among the people would surpass the imperial power sooner or later. At that time, it would not be impossible for him to wear the imperial robe. This Long Heng was really getting more and more difficult to deal with. Now that he was still young and didn't have any in-laws, his power had already reached such a level. If he really got some help, he was afraid that his throne would change hands sooner or later. Beloved subject, I'm afraid that you are very tired from the carriage. Since you have returned, you should not be in a hurry to leave. You should rest first and then decide whether to go to war again. After all, the enemy country is weak now. They can raise the matter of tribute. This way, we can exempt our people from some taxes. What do you think? This matter should be decided by the emperor. That's right. Beloved subject, you came back just in time to arrange your marriage. The old madam has been worried about your marriage in the palace. Emperor, can this subject make one thing clear? Minister Lin suddenly cupped his fist and said. No one knew what medicine he was selling in his gourd. Longheng sneered in his heart. These two people wanted to scheme against him again. Now that they're on the same side, I'd like to see what other ideas they have for my marriage. The emperor immediately said, Minister Lin, if you have something to say, please say it. This subject has a niece who looks like a fairy. Now, she is 16 years old. This subject has taken her home and educated her well. I will raise her as my own daughter. Li of Gojoseon has worked so hard for the country and the people. This family should have someone to help the old madam. It would be better to ask the emperor to agree to this marriage. It can be regarded as a good thing in the world. Very good, the emperor laughed and clapped his hands, then said, Beloved subject Long, what do you think? Many thanks to the emperor and Minister Lin for worrying about this subject. It's just that this subject is really not worthy of the daughter of the Lin family. He emphasized the word worthy of the daughter of the Lin family. The several people who were watching the fun on the side almost laughed out loud. How coquettish was the eldest daughter of the Lin family? How many people in the capital didn't know about the matter of the Wulin people becoming the prince of the enemy country? Now that the emperor picked up this broken shoe, no one said anything. After all, it was just a concubine to play with. But if such a woman became the official wife, any man who married her would be so upset that he couldn't sleep at night. But Minister Lin still acted like his own daughter. His own daughter was educated like this. Who could guarantee what kind of person his niece was? P.S. There may be another chapter later, about 12 o'clock. The emperor's face was dark. How could these people's expressions escape his eyes? How could he not know about Lin Xianxi's reputation? Was Longheng trying to humiliate him in front of everyone? Beloved subject, don't belittle yourself. You've done so much for the country and the people. You deserve the best. The emperor continued to speak with a smile, not annoyed at all. However, Longheng knew something was wrong. Why did they suddenly stop talking about the country and talk about his marriage? However, he wasn't stupid. He understood what these two old foxes were thinking in a few breaths. They were clearly afraid that he would get in touch with a powerful wife. That way, his power would reach a level that they were afraid of. In fact, if he had such thoughts, the country would have been turned upside down long ago. A group of nobles who only knew how to eat, drink, and play. A group of officials who only knew how to enjoy themselves and avarice. There wasn't even a single person who knew how to fight. However, he didn't want his military power to fall into someone else's hands. Thus, he slowly became the dominant force. Actually, there was another reason: the imperial family's connections were too weak. The current emperor was the son of a concubine. In order to seize the throne, he wiped out the imperial family, leaving only the honest Prince Rong. However, Prince Rong was too honest and didn't know anything about military affairs. At that time, the family's power was still quite strong. He didn't know how his son was doing, but he couldn't bring it up now. If he did, it would be showing weakness. Your Majesty, this subject has a request. Speak. This subject is invincible because of my concubine, Madame Bai. She knew some special methods to resolve the siege. I believe Prince Rong has already told you about this. This subject is unable to repay her kindness. I only ask that your Majesty allow me to raise her as this subject's official wife. Oh? According to Prince Rong, she has indeed rendered meritorious service and has been accepted as a foster sister. However, does my beloved subject know the laws of this dynasty? Those who take a concubine as their wife will be fined 5,000 silver and punished with 100 beatings. Are you willing to accept it? Yes. Beloved subject, it's not that we don't care about your weak health. The main thing is that the rules cannot be changed. It's fine. I only ask that your Majesty issue an imperial edict. Of course. Men, take Li of Gojoseon away and receive 100 strokes. Then come back to take the imperial edict. Longheng gritted his teeth. Very good, he was going to receive the edict while injured. There was no problem. His thwart kung fu was not for nothing. He sneered in his heart and went down to receive 100 strikes. Although it was a group of weak eunuchs, 100 strikes was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Longheng endured it. He resisted it with his internal energy and then walked back arrogantly. He knelt in the hall with his back straight, making everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Everyone knew that Longheng practiced real martial arts, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. He'd been beaten 100 times, but still managed to walk back with large strides. He didn't even tremble when he spoke. He really was a hero. Many people admired him, but Minister Lin and the Emperor gnashed their teeth in anger. "Beloved Minister, you can take this imperial edict back. After going back, have a good rest. 3 days later, it will be the autumn hunting day. Can you go with the Emperor? Of course, the new wife will also go with you. She can be regarded as a heroine. 3 days, he can go out in 3 days with 100 strokes." Longheng gritted his teeth and said, "Of course. But Your Majesty, the person who dared to issue an imperial edict in private must be someone close to Your Majesty. Please investigate it thoroughly, lest he do something big again." "This? Zhen will definitely investigate it. Then, this minister will retire. If I know the news of this thief, this minister will skin him alive. How can I let such a thief who will bring disaster to the country and people?" Yes, yes. Seeing that they were about to attack the enemy country's homeland, but a person came to issue a fake imperial edict. The old ministers present felt indignant. The emperor suddenly felt his teeth were sore. None of these ministers got his heart. At this time, they were still helping Longheng. Had they never thought that if Longheng won, he might lead his troops to attack the capital, a group of heartless people? They didn't have the foresight of a woman. However, this mission failed because they underestimated a woman. It was said that it was Madame Bai who led people to rescue Longheng. He originally thought that he would be able to get rid of the Song family, but he didn't expect that there was an even more powerful one behind. Good, good, he wanted to see what kind of ability Madame Bai had. Before the war, she could cause a storm with a flip of her hand. After the war, she could directly break into the Ministry of Justice's prison. Your Majesty, since there is an imperial edict in the Fu, there must be someone in charge. Can you let this minister's mother go back? This? The Empress really likes your family's little Xianxia. Let her be close to him for a few more days. When the time comes, Zhen will have someone send them back to the Fu. He was afraid that Longheng would do something out of desperation. Naturally, he had to calm him down first. After the limelight passed, wouldn't everything be up to him, the emperor, to decide? It is this minister's honor that the empress likes him. Then, this minister will leave. Longheng brought the imperial edict back to the prince's Fu. After he got off the carriage and returned to Apricot Garden, he crawled onto the bed and stopped moving. "Prince, you're back. How did you get injured? Did that bastard emperor torture you?" All right, Bai Xianxia was a bit agitated. She had completely forgotten that this was an imperial society. Her mouth was covered by Yi Mama. She poked her and said, "Madame Xiao, don't say such things. Treating the prince's injuries is more important. You can all leave. Just let the madam do it. Call the doctor over." Bai Xianxia hurriedly ordered. She didn't dare to carelessly touch his buttocks. She felt that it was quite scary. Not long after, the doctor came in. He discovered that Longheng's underpants were stuck to his flesh and couldn't be removed. It seemed that his injuries were very serious. Fortunately, he had walked back. Thus, the doctor used a pair of scissors to cut open the pants. Bai Xianxia silently wetted the cloth with medicated water as she shed tears. Longheng said with heartache, "Don't cry. It's not serious. The flesh is rotten." "How is it not serious?" "Don't talk. Let me focus." Longheng was depressed. Why was he being scolded even though he was injured? However, it was very comfortable to be scolded. He felt sweet inside. Bai Xianxia's tears fell one after another. When she turned around, she discovered that the person crawling on the bed was actually smiling. She couldn't help but feel unwell. She gently raised her head and pressed his forehead. She strangely said, "You're not burning up. I thought I beat you silly. Your injuries are so serious. What are you smiling about?" "Cough, it's nothing." The doctor was sweating on the side. This young couple's relationship was too good. as a bystander, he felt a bit guilty. What if he saw something he shouldn't see and was kicked out of the fu? He still had a family to support. It wasn't easy to apply medicine to Long Heng's wounds. Because he couldn't wear his pants for a while, he could only wear an undershirt and lie on the bed with a thin layer of quilt. After the doctor left, Long Heng gave the imperial edict to Bai Xianxia and said, "Come and see what this is." Bai Xianxia took it curiously. From the outside, it looked like an imperial edict. Even in the army, one had to wash their hands and clean their face before kneeling to receive an imperial edict. But he gave it to her just like that. Well, there were no outsiders in the room anyway. She took it and opened it. There were a bunch of classical Chinese characters at the front that she ignored, but at the back, it clearly stated that she was to be promoted to consort of the Li of Gojoseon. It was not easy for a concubine to be promoted to consort of the princess. This could not be compared to modern times where a mistress was promoted to consort of the princess. As long as the husband and wife divorced, the mistress would be promoted to consort of the princess. In ancient times, if a man favored a concubine and abandoned his wife, it was a serious crime. If a man secretly promoted a concubine to consort of the princess and chased away the main wife, he would be imprisoned. Even if you were imprisoned, a concubine would still be a concubine. She would never be able to become the main wife. Fortunately, Long Heng did not have a main wife now, so there should not be any heavy punishment. That's not right. Did you get injured because of this imperial edict? Bai Xianxia suddenly understood and hurriedly asked with furrowed brows. That's right, it's not a loss. Now you can openly live in my courtyard. Are you happy? I am happy. But why did you get injured for this kind of thing? Also, didn't His Majesty make things difficult for you? Bai Xianxia suddenly wanted to cry again, but she had just cried all her tears. Now she did not know if she needed to cry again. Obviously, this was something to be happy about. But because Long Heng was injured, she could not feel happy. Long Heng told her about what happened in the palace. Bai Xianxia was so angry that her face turned red. She said, "How can he be so shameless? Even if all the witnesses come back, he can still deny it. This is the imperial power. Then what should we do? Are we just going to fall into their trap?" Bai Xianxia was not convinced, but she knew that there was nothing she could do. He has to give an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, there will be people who will be angry with me for staying silent. Wait a moment, let's see who he will drag out to be his scapegoat. What about Shaolin and old madam? He's probably afraid that I'll cause trouble, so he's staying in the palace. But it doesn't matter. He'll definitely be back in a few days. So that's how it is. I don't know why, but I always feel like the tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. She lowered her head and saw that Long Heng was looking at her strangely with his head tilted. His long black hair was spread out on the side of the bed, looking somewhat charming. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Well, come here, I'll wipe it off for you. How could Bai Xianxia know that Li of Gojoseon, who had a serious look on his face, would tease her? Thus, she obediently stretched her face out. Keep going. You know I'm injured. It was her hip that was injured, not her hand. Bai Xianxia was puzzled and moved her face closer. However, she was held down by a hand, and then a pair of warm lips pressed against hers. They were already an old married couple, yet they were still doing such things. Moreover, what was with this sudden attack? However, she didn't avoid it. She let him fool around, and at the same time, she responded to him passionately. Bai Xianxia's personality was a bit introverted, so she was very repressed when it came to matters of the heart. All the reserved temperaments of Eastern women were concentrated on her, so the number of times she took the initiative to respond could be counted with one's fingers. Long Heng got a sweet start and couldn't stop himself. However, just as he was about to excitedly hold her in his arms for a while, the pain of his wound being torn apart made him have no choice but to calm down. He reached out and pushed her away. Panting heavily, he said, "Little girl, when this king recovers, I'll definitely teach you a lesson." Bai Xianxia's face was completely red. She said, "Obviously, you did that to me first. Why do you want to teach me a lesson?" "You can teach me a lesson." Long Heng couldn't move now, so he could only take advantage of her with his mouth. Bai Xianxiu gently patted him a few times. His face was so red that it could boil a pot of water. Alright, stop fooling around. Go find the head steward and have him announce the imperial edict. Since there are so many things going on right now, I can only inconvenience you and make you the main wife. This banquet can't be rushed. What banquet is there to invite at a time like this? Alright, you rest. I'll go talk to Steward Long overall. Bai Xianxiu was very happy. She could become the main wife and wouldn't always be looked down upon. Xiaolin didn't need to be a concubine's son anymore. In ancient times, it was very easy for a concubine's son to be ostracized. Long Shooting was also very busy recently. He understood the situation in the prince's estate very well. He also knew that if the emperor made up his mind to kill the prince, then the entire prince's estate wouldn't have a good ending. However, since that hadn't happened yet, he had to insist on staying. He didn't think about running away. When he saw Bai Xianxiu come over with the imperial edict in her hand, he asked curiously, "Madam Xiu, why have you come to the forecourt?" Bai Xianxiu smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble you to announce this imperial edict in front of everyone. After that, hang some red lanterns outside and invite a troupe to perform in the garden for a few days." She had to be presentable. Otherwise, who would know that she'd climbed from a concubine to a princess consort? Long Shooting took it with a strange expression. After looking at it, he smiled and immediately knelt down. "Greetings, consort Li of Gojoseon." Io, why did this title feel so comfortable? From today onwards, she was the mistress of the household. It felt so good no matter how she thought about it. "You may rise." Xiaoshi followed behind her. Only now did she realize what was going on. As soon as Long Shooting rose, she knelt down and said, "Greetings, Princess Consort." "Congratulations." After saying this, she actually started crying. Her mistress had suffered so much before finally becoming a princess consort. "This is a joyous occasion. We should invite you to a banquet. Prince said that we're in troubled times now, so we should skip this. Just send someone to my maternal family to send some gifts to inform them. However, tell them to behave themselves and not to come here for the time being. When things have calmed down, I'll send someone to bring them into the residence." "Ah? Shouldn't you and Prince be the ones to visit your parents?" Although she'd been promoted to a princess consort recently, she still had to follow the rules. It was only right for a son-in-law and a daughter to visit their parents. This had always been the case since ancient times. Yes. Let's wait a little longer. There had been a lot of things happening recently. She wasn't sure if the emperor would make a move against them again. More importantly, what would happen if he did? Would he really rebel? However, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Otherwise, Long Hung wouldn't have begged for the position of princess consort for her. However, the residence still had to be lively. Bai Xianxiu arranged for Long Shooting to add more dishes. When she went back to take care of Long Hung, she said, "From today onwards, I finally don't have to call myself a concubine." "That's all?" Long Hung was being fed soup by her. The strange thing was, in her heart, was the position of princess consort so that she wouldn't have to call herself a concubine? What about other things? Was being husband and wife with him not worth being happy about? In Bai Xianxiu's heart, she had always been Long Hung's wife. This was different from the people of ancient times. Long Hung, on the other hand, believed that a concubine wasn't a wife. Now that she had this honorable status, he could take her out openly. No one would be able to find fault with it. "No, there are many benefits. It's just that I'm too happy to remember them." Bai Xianxiu was feeding him, but her heart was filled with sweetness. P.S. Today's update is over. Next is the story of torturing Miss Lin. Long Hung was not idle even though he was injured. He had to deal with the military situation from Shu County and the matters in the capital. He was busy until late at night before he could sleep. The next day, Bai Xianxiu was overjoyed when she was called princess. She had been under a lot of pressure since she came here. She did not expect that at this time, she would feel like a daughter-in-law becoming a mother-in-law. In fact, if she had transmigrated as a princess from the beginning, wouldn't it have been fine? But she must not transmigrate as the female lead. Otherwise, she would be annoyed to death. Not to mention other things, she really had to deal with one man after another. Now, she was a little tired with Longheng alone. She had to give birth to a son and worry about his family matters. She had to make bombs and fight with scheming little white flowers. She was really a little overwhelmed. But there was no other way. Who told him to be the male lead? He did not create a mistress to fight with her. He was already giving her a lot of face. However, she hadn't expected that Longheng would bring up another matter only after he'd finished his business and had temporarily gained a foothold in the capital. That was, the emperor was going to the autumn hunt and needed the two of them to accompany him. It turned out that every year, the emperor would go to the autumn hunt or the spring hunt. In fact, it was just a picnic. However, he would bring a group of concubines, princes, and imperial grandchildren. Of course, there were also some important officials and their family members. It was probably similar to the modern company's Weya. The purpose was to communicate and have fun together. You are so seriously injured, but he still wants you to go. He is a bastard. This was the second time she called the emperor a bastard. Fortunately, there was no one around. Longheng did not blame her. He only said, in the future, you can't say this in front of outsiders. If I am alone, you can call him a turtle. Pfft. Bai Xianxia burst out laughing. She originally thought that Longheng was old-fashioned and always had a loyal and patriotic appearance. She did not expect that he was also not honest. What are you laughing at? Are you not worried about my injury? Then what should we do? Carry him away. Ah? Looking at the Longheng walking all over the floor, it was a little inappropriate to carry him away, wasn't it? Since you're going to be carried there tomorrow, why did you come back the day before yesterday? He wanted to see me make a fool of myself that day, so I won't let him have his way. Tomorrow, he still wants to see me make a fool of myself, so I'll make a fool of myself for him to see. Let's see how he's going to make me accompany him to hunt. That makes sense. My husband is smart. Bai Xianxia was so excited that she lifted her leg and kissed him on the cheek as a reward. Although the two of them already had a child, now that they had just become husband and wife, the feeling was completely different from before. This was probably the respectful attitude of the servants and Longheng. He would not treat Bai Xianxia as frivolously as before. After all, they were a real married couple. He could not treat her like a concubine. However, Bai Xianxia was not used to him being serious, so she was the one who was frivolous. Longheng liked to be intimate with her, but he was afraid that she would not be able to find her position, so he said, "This time, you have to be dignified when you go out, okay?" I know. After Bai Xianxia kissed him, she went to the side to measure the clothes. Her husband was being carried there, but she had to walk. Not only did she have to walk, but she also had to ride a horse. When the time came, she also had to wear a robe and breeches. However, after she found all the clothes, she found that she did not have the so-called robe. Just as she was feeling depressed, she heard Xiaoshi say, "Xiao. Princess Consort, the Song family sent people over with congratulatory gifts. Do you accept them? Accept them. Help me thank Madame Song for her kindness." Early in the morning, there were already many people who came to give gifts. Bai Xianxia did as she was told and pretended that Li of Gojoseon's residence was peaceful. Outsiders could not see anything. In fact, even the servants of Li of Gojoseon's residence could not see anything. Long Shooting was also very capable. They only thought that the old madam and the young heir had been favored, so they stayed in the palace and did not come back. Otherwise, the old madam would have come out to see her son when the prince came back. Most importantly, there were still many gifts. Although there was no banquet, everyone was happy. Just as Bai Xianxia was worrying about what clothes to wear, Longheng said, "Ask the tailor to come over and make a few sets. In the future, you will have to wear them when you go out." Yes, you're right. Now that I am a princess, there will be times when I go out to socialize. At this time, women were also in the mood to go out and ride horses. Wearing clothing was also very popular. Bai Xianxia asked someone to call the tailor over and made 4 or 5 sets. Because she would be using 2 sets tomorrow, she asked them to make them early. She suddenly felt like she was shopping with her boyfriend in the modern world. She picked up the cloth and draped it over her body, Prince, which color do you want? Up to you. Longheng had a headache, but he did not want to discourage her when she was so excited. Up to you. Oh no, she was acting coquettishly. But she thought that since she was his wife, there was nothing wrong with acting coquettishly in front of outsiders. She raised her eyes and looked at Longheng pitifully. Seeing his evil fire shoot up, she cried in her heart, "Little girl, wait until this king's injuries are healed." On the surface, he said calmly, "Blue is fine. Yes, the blue one goes with this gouache belt, and this peach one goes with a light yellow belt. Can you make it tomorrow morning? Try to fit as well as possible. Don't let it be too loose." Of course it can be done. I'll send it to the princess tomorrow morning. At worst, they could find some good needlework and make it overnight. It would be very easy to make one set for several people. It was easy to do things with power. When she was a concubine, she had to look at other people's faces when making new clothes. She did not think that after being promoted, she would not have to care about anything. Are you very happy? Longheng could see that she was happy. She was just short of dancing. But when she walked, she was very light. Sometimes she would even hum a few strange songs. Even after serving him, she was not idle. He was really worried that she would be like this tomorrow. She really did not look dignified at all. But he did not dislike it because this kind of Xianxia was too dazzling. It was as if all the light was focused on her. He could not help but marvel at how lively she was. He had never felt it before. After tidying everything up, the next day, Xianxia was wearing a water blue robe. Her hair was tied up in a bun with a water blue tie. She looked very elegant and had a bit of an immortal aura. She originally liked to dress like this, but if she was going to attend a banquet, she had to dress in palace attire. But this time she was going hunting, so she had to dress lightly. As for Longheng, he was lying sideways on top of the carriage. There was a soft sedan below, but it was almost flat like a single frame. One could lie sideways on top of it. It was as comfortable as lying on a bed. There was a frivolous smile on his lips. His eyes lingered on Xianxia's body, almost revealing an ominous glint. Xianxia had nowhere to hide from his gaze. She could only say, "What do you want to talk to me about?" P.S. After hearing my friend's comments, I finally know that my readers are all little angels. Hug, rub, you guys are too cute. P.S. Crazy concubine has a date, Your Highness can't. End of chapter 244. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.